This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The sunset invaded the sky and dyed the world red. After school, the classroom became empty. Only 2 or 3 students stayed there, concentrating on reviewing for the upcoming college entrance examination. When Su Xian packed his school bag and prepared to go home, he accidentally found that an envelope with a heart was sandwiched between the books. He didn't think much about it, put the envelope and the textbook into his backpack, and then got up and went home. It may be a love letter, but for Su Xian, he doesn't want to be tied down by too many emotions at this stage. Because he is a time traveler. His name and appearance are the same as before the time travel, but his life experience has changed drastically. In his previous life, he had a happy family and a beautiful sister. Now he is an orphan. The rental house where Su Xian lives is only a few hundred meters away from the school, thanks to the state support policy. Of course, once he reaches the legal age, this residence will be reclaimed. Therefore, he needs to try to earn enough tuition before college and prepare for future rental costs. The school's dormitory space is limited and cannot accommodate his personal belongings. Su Xian already has a preliminary idea about how to make money. When he was searching for ways to make money online, he accidentally discovered a mysterious game. This game is still in the undeveloped test stage and has attracted the attention of tens of millions of players. Su Xian was lucky enough to draw a limited beta test qualification of only 100,000 in the world. There are still 3 months before the game's public beta. If he can reach the median level in the game within these 3 months, the problem of lack of money will be solved. If he is lucky enough to recruit rare characters, he may be able to become well off. After all, a beta qualification can be easily sold at a high price of 10,000 yuan on the forum. It is even more rumored that high-rarity characters have been sold for millions of yuan in the forum. It is conceivable how popular this game is. As soon as Su Xian returned to his apartment, he saw a courier at the door of his room. It's so heavy. Su Xian moved the courier box into the room. The weight of the box was a little beyond his expectation. It weighed more than 30 kilograms. He unpacked the courier box neatly, and a VR device came into his sight. In addition to the VR helmet, there was also a heavy host in the carton. Su Xian connected the host to the power supply, pressed the start button, then put on the VR helmet, lay on the bed, and waited for the game to load. When the screen in his sight switched, colorful and bizarre scenes were loaded into Su Xian's consciousness. There was also an ethereal sound in his ears. Loading, please wait. Welcome to the Magic Continent. You will play the role of the president of an adventurers guild, recruit legendary adventurers, complete various commissions, resist monster invasions, and finally pass through the Demon King City to become the greatest guild in the Magic Continent. Initially, you have a chance to recruit adventurers for free. The higher the rarity of the adventurers recruited, the stronger their attributes and skills will be. They will become your most reliable helpers in your adventure journey. Now, game starts. Good luck. When the sound spirit disappeared, Su Xian slowly opened his eyes and found himself standing in an unfamiliar room. He looked around. The decoration in the room was very simple. The only bar counter and a few tables, chairs and benches were neatly placed, making the whole space look particularly spacious and comfortable. There were several empty bottles on the wooden bar, and the sunlight refracted through the window onto the bottles, making them glitter faintly. What a real game world. Su Xian looked at his hands with a little surprise. The realism in the game almost made him think he had traveled through time. The vision, hearing, touch, and even smell restored reality one by one, making him sigh at the amazing degree of this game. Is this really what a game can do? Could it be that he had traveled through time again? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Su Xian was immersed in the wonder of the realism of the game world, a piece of white paper silently fell from the sky and broke into his sight. Huh? Su Xian curiously picked up the white paper that fell on the bar. Adventurer Recruitment Scroll White. You can use this item to randomly recruit adventurers from another world. White Recruitment Scroll. Su Xian turned the recruitment scroll over after seeing the words in brackets. The back of the recruitment scroll records the quality and probability of recruiting adventurers. The quality is from low to high, ordinary, rare, elite, epic, legendary, and mythical. The white scroll has only a 1 in 10,000 chance of recruiting elite adventurers, a 3% chance of recruiting rare adventurers, and the rest are ordinary. This exaggerated probability made Su Xian frown. The quality of the initial adventurers will obviously affect the development speed of the guild. If you are lucky enough to recruit elite adventurers, the next journey will be smooth sailing, but if you recruit ordinary adventurers... Su Xian shook his head, and threw these random guesses behind him. Even if it is an ordinary adventurer, what does it matter? The recruitment qualification is not limited to this time. If he gives up just because he recruited an ordinary adventurer at the beginning, he might as well sell the internal test qualification earlier. Huh? Su Xian took a deep breath, tightly grasped the recruitment scroll in his hand, and prayed, I am willing to spend 10 years of singleness in exchange for an elite adventurer. Draw a card. After speaking, he threw the recruitment scroll into the sky. In an instant, countless white light particles fell from the sky, like meteors streaking through the night sky, and gathered on the white paper. The recruitment scroll burst into a dazzling light at this moment, like the scorching sun in the sky, which made Su Xian feel a little stinging in his eyes. But thinking about such a dazzling scene in his heart, the adventurer he recruited can't be of ordinary quality, right? However, as soon as the thought came up, a prompt sound came to his ears. Congratulations on recruiting an ordinary adventurer, a trainee nun in the church. Do you want to let her join your guild? Su Xian heard the words, his face slightly condensed. Sure enough, he was not one of the lucky ones in 10,000, nor was he one of the 3%. Unfortunately, Su Xian stretched out his finger and prepared to click OK to let his first adventurer arrive at the Adventurers Guild. At this moment, the screen in Su Xian's sight changed, and a row of small words appeared out of thin air. Your data is abnormal, and the recruitment information is being reorganized. Data abnormality? Recruitment information reorganization? Su Xian was stunned when he saw the new prompt. He didn't know what happened, but the gradually flashing game screen made him understand that his game seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Before Su Xian could react, countless entries appeared in his sight. Nun. Arrogant. Young woman. Skeleton. Troll. Betrayer. Bard. Lost memory. Please choose any 3 of the above entries, and combine them into the adventurer you want to recruit. Note, please do not make strange combinations, so as not to cause the game world to collapse. Current number of free entry refreshes. 10. The number of refresh entries can be obtained by completing tasks. Chapter 2. Combination of terms? Su Xian was startled when he saw several terms flooding into his sight. What's going on? What do these terms mean? Could it be that he was asked to combine terms to recruit new adventurers? Although he didn't know why these terms appeared, and he didn't know what happened in his game world, the adventurers recruited in this way must be better than the sweet slime, right? As for these terms. Skeleton. Arrogant. Nun. Young woman. Troll. Betrayer. Bard. Lost memory. He needs to choose any 3 of these 8 terms to combine, including race, identity, personality, etc., and there are 10 opportunities to refresh terms, each time refreshing 3 selected terms. Arrogant skeleton young woman? Su Xian was silent for a moment, always feeling that this was not a good choice. The nun can be kept, the bard seems good, and the troll may not be good. After some thought, Su Xian decided to refresh the 3 entries. Lost memory. Betrayer. Young woman. Refresh. Entry refreshed. Farmer. Stupid. Dog trainer refresh. Soldier. Pregnant woman. 3 hands. Refresh. Loyal. Spy. Succubus. Wait! During the 3rd refresh, an entry caught Su Xian's attention. Succubus? Su Xian's eyes flashed. This race made him a little excited. After all, who wouldn't like succubus? Moreover, although the combat power of the succubus is not the top one, it is definitely in the upper middle level. The question now is, how to match the entries? Or continue to refresh? After repeated choices, Su Xian decided not to refresh. There are only 7 refresh times left, so it is better to use them sparingly. So, arrogant succubus spy, loyal succubus nun, or loyal bard skeleton? After repeated consideration, Su Xian decided to choose the loyal succubus nun, although it seems that the 3 entries are full of disobedience. The holy nun is actually a succubus. It is really outrageous that a race with silver evil nature has the attribute of loyalty. But this is the best entry Su Xian can put together. It is decided to be you. Su Xian clicked on the 3 entries he had selected and made the final decision. The entry is being compiled. Your choice is loyal succubus nun. We are recruiting adventurers who meet the requirements for you. When the words faded, brilliant and dazzling light flashed in Su Xian's guild. The dazzling light made Su Xian unable to open his eyes, but he still tried to open his eyes, trying to see the beautiful figure walking out of the colorful light. As the beautiful figure got closer and closer, his vision gradually became clearer. She was a beautiful woman with a clear face and tender eyes, which made people fascinated. Her dark purple long hair was as elegant as silk, flowing behind her white neck, swaying gently with her steps, giving people a sense of elegance and mystery. Her curvy figure was tightly wrapped in the black and white nun's clothes, adding a bit of mature charm. It seems that a nun who represents holiness is more likely to arouse the desire for depravity. Nice to meet you, President. Sister Ivica greets you. The woman smiled, gently lifted the hem of her skirt with her slender fingertips, and gracefully bowed to Su Xian. This gesture, coupled with her pleasant and light voice, made her look dignified and elegant, as holy as a white orchid. But Su Xian knew in his heart that the person standing in front of him was a succubus. A demon, with a silver evil nature, who enjoys absorbing the life magic of men. Hello, my name is Su Xian. Su Xian replied lightly. Then, can I call you Mr. Su Xian? Ivica asked. The blurred eyes that sent her amorous glances made it difficult for people to refuse her request. Okay. Su Xian nodded. He didn't care too much about Ivica calling him Mr. Su Xian. On the contrary, if Ivica kept calling him President, he would feel a little uncomfortable. Great, Mr. Su Xian, you are such a friendly president. Issa smiled and looked very happy. Or maybe this title means a lot to her. During the conversation, a prompt popped up in Su Xian's vision. Click the red dot on the adventurer to view the adventurer's information panel. Click the red dot? Su Xian saw the prompt and set his sights on Issa. Indeed, as the prompt said, there was a bright red dot floating under Issa's collarbone. Because he was in the game, he subconsciously reached out and tried to touch the red dot. Issa's eyes flashed with surprise at Su Xian's actions, but she quickly regained her composure and said in embarrassment, Mr. Su Xian, we just met. It may not be good for you to act so hastily. Her words made Su Xian's outstretched hand pause in the air. Wait, he just wanted to touch the red dot and check the information panel. He didn't expect it would trigger Issa's warning? It didn't seem like a warning, but more like a kind reminder to prevent himself from falling into the abyss. Ahem. How should he click on the red dot? As soon as Su Xian's thoughts emerged in his mind, he found that his thoughts had already clicked on the red dot below Issa's collarbone. The next second, Issa's attribute panel appeared in his vision. Issa, Epic, Level 1, 0/100, Race, Succubus. Strength, 50/Agility, 50/Magic, 50/Constitution, 50. Growth, 10 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features. Unwavering loyalty. Succubus. Non-features. Unwavering loyalty. She only wants to follow one master in her life, and that is you. Favorability 99. When this adventurer joins the battle with you, the combat power value increases by 100%. Succubus, 95-62-90, charm value 100. Special attack against the opposite sex increases by 100%. Due to the influence of unwavering loyalty, this effect will only be activated on you. Special attack? Nun. She is a nun from the Church of Light, and her faith is the Lord of Light. Immune to the influence of Holy Light. Immune to Holy Light. Su Xian showed a touch of joy after seeing the effect of the nun's entry. Holy Light has a restraining effect on the demon race, but Isha with the nun's entry can be immune to the influence of Holy Light, which makes her no longer afraid of the power of the Holy Spirit. In addition, the epic quality made Su Xian very happy. The upper limit of the first recruitment was elite quality, but he directly recruited an epic quality adventurer. Obviously, this was a great start for him. While thinking, the game tutorial continued to pop up in Su Xian's vision. Your current player rating is F. When your player rating is upgraded to C, you will officially establish an adventurer's guild and be eligible to take on high difficulty tasks. Completing commission tasks and special tasks can improve your player rating. You currently have 3 commission tasks and 1 role task. Chapter 3. Do I need to improve my player rating to accept higher level tasks? Su Xian opened the task panel with a thought. Commission 1, F collect purple snowflakes, 0/10, task reward, 50 copper coins, 50 experience. Commission 2, F kill infant ape rat, 0/5, task reward, 50 copper coins, 100 experience. Commission 3, F kill desert golem, 0/1, task reward, 100 copper coins, 150 experience. Tip: after completing 3 commissions, you will receive a special task. Role task 1. Issa seems to have something on her mind, but she doesn't want to talk to you yet. Not enough favorability. Task reward: Issa's upgrade materials can get a new entry. Does the role task need to meet the favorability? Su Xian whispered. The role task is not particularly urgent. You can complete the commission task first, and then consider it. Su Xian's gaze returned to Ifsa, who was standing quietly, looking at him calmly, as if waiting for his next step. When Su Xian's gaze returned, Ifsa also noticed it immediately. A charming smile appeared on her beautiful face, and she asked, "Mr. Su Xian, do you have any commissions for me?" "Of course, I must ask you for a reward, which is my original intention of coming here." Su Xian was silent for a moment after hearing this. According to the setting of the game, the relationship between players and adventurers is similar to that between employers and employees. The reason why adventurers become members of the guild is often because they face various troubles and challenges in their respective worlds, and are in urgent need of money or power support. The appearance of players actually provides them with an opportunity to realize their dreams and solve their difficulties. This relationship of mutual need has become the cornerstone of the existence and development of the guild. "Don't worry, your share will definitely not be less," Su Xian assured Ifsa. Ifsa smiled with relief when she heard this. "Then please give me the task, Mr. Su Xian, I will do my best to complete it." "This is your first task." Su Xian immediately handed the first commission task to Ifsa. Collecting purple snowflakes, 0 out of 10, a simple task, but the reward is not small. "Okay, Mr. Su Xian, please wait a moment, I will be back soon." After speaking, Ifsa walked towards the guild gate with an elegant step. The moment she pushed open the door, a dazzling white light flashed out instantly, and the teleportation magic quickly enveloped her. The next moment, she had disappeared from the spot, and was immediately teleported to the mission location. At the moment Ifsa left, a virtual light screen appeared in Su Xian's field of vision. The picture in the light screen was exactly the scene of Ifsa performing the mission. She came to a garden at this moment, and collected purple snowflakes according to the instructions of the task. This task is very simple, and there is no danger. The only difficulty is that it is difficult to identify the correct purple snowflakes. But for the careful and observant Ifsa, it is not difficult. Su Xian did not care too much about this, but focused on other game mechanisms. In addition to recruiting adventurers, this game also has the same setting interface as other online games. World channel, trading mall, guild ranking, personal information, and so on. You can even open a virtual computer and play games in the game world. Su Xian thought and opened the world channel. As soon as he entered the world channel, he saw a group of gamers wailing. "Super handsome Shaoli, why is my initial adventurer a little skeleton? This thing has too low combat power." Arigadomi Yang Yang sang, "Little skeletons are not good. My initial adventurer is a goblin, staring at me all day long, but I'm a man." Soul player, the initial mission of this game is not difficult. Even ordinary adventurers can easily deal with it. Don't be afraid. The poor prince, you are talking nonsense. I was almost beaten to pieces by the desert puppet head. Fortunately, the novice protection is 3 chances to revive. If you can't beat me again, I have to pay for it. Newbie, big guys, how about the rare quality centaur? This is my first time playing. Do I have to restart? Ordinary player 201523, fork out. Dog 2, does anyone want to buy a rare quality adventurer? Only 0.5 W. I'm not a studio. Sell gold, sell gold. 10:1 copper coins for gold. Su Xian quickly browsed the information on the world channel, and got some general information. 10 copper coins are worth 1 yuan. Rare quality adventurers are worth 5,000 yuan. The novice protection mechanism has 3 chances to revive. In addition, there are also questions about how to obtain new recruitment scrolls. It seems that you can get new recruitment qualifications by improving the player's evaluation level or participating in activities such as guild wars. As for the role of Krypton Gold is not very useful. It can be said to be almost equivalent to nothing. At most, it will give some initial equipment or resurrection coins. But the resurrection coin can only revive the player, so once the adventurer dies, it will be an absolute hellish disaster for the player. After confirming that there was no useful information, Su Xian closed the world channel. He thought to himself that there seemed to be no information about epic adventurers on the world channel. This might be because other players have not successfully recruited epic adventurers, or only those high-level players who have created guilds have adventurers of this quality. However, high-level players may be busy with land reclamation and exploration, and have no time to chat on the world channel. Unfortunately, due to his insufficient player rating, Su Xian could not view the guild ranking and the adventurer information of high-level players. Improve the player rating first and try to create a guild within 3 months. Su Xian took a deep breath and set a goal for himself. Since the internal test of the game was launched 3 months ago, he was one of the last batch of internal test players. Since other players can create a guild within 3 months, he can naturally do so, not to mention that he started as an epic adventurer, so there is no reason to fall behind. While Su Xian was browsing the game content, Issa had completed the task and returned to the guild. The white light flashed, and the door of the guild was slowly pushed open. Issa was holding a beautiful flower basket filled with lavender snowflakes, exuding a charming fragrance. "Mr. Su Xian, I have brought you the task props you need." She handed over the flower basket as a task prop. The moment Su Xian took the flower basket, he immediately clicked the submit button and handed in the task props. With a flash of light, the task props disappeared in his hand, and at the same time, the words task completed were displayed. Add 50 copper coins, add 50 experience. Get 1 free entry refresh. This is your reward. Su Xian handed 25 copper coins to Issa. According to the fixed 5-to-5 split ratio set in the game, this is the reward Issa deserves after completing the task. Thank you. Issa took the copper coins and put the money into the pocket of her nun's uniform. Also, here are 5 copper coins. Su Xian handed over another 5 copper coins. What is this? Issa was slightly surprised. She didn't understand what the 5 copper coins Su Xian gave her meant. This is my extra dividend for you. I hope you can keep it secret from the adventurers who come later. Su Xian smiled faintly. The reason why he gave an extra dividend was because he could feel that Issa needed money very much, and so was her purpose of coming here. Although money is very important to the guild in the early stage of development, it is not so important that it is overwhelmed, especially since 5 copper coins are only worth 50 cents. On the contrary, Issa needed this money more, even if the amount was not much. Mr. Su Xian. A faint heart pattern flashed in Issa's eyes for Su Xian's generosity. Issa's emotions became a little excited, and she was even more glad that the person she signed the contract with was a reliable person. She once hesitated, worried that she would fall into the abyss because of signing the adventurer's contract. After all, her race is succubus. Even if she was raised by the nuns of the church, she was still worried that she might reveal her true nature. But now, she has no worries. She firmly believes that even if she reveals her true nature, Su Xian will be the one she can trust. Thank you very much for your generosity. Please believe that I will never let you down. Issa's eyes flashed, and she said gently and charmingly, I will be your most reliable helper. Issa's favorability increases by 1. Issa's favorability reaches 100. Issa's role mission has been unlocked. The Succubus Nun in the Church. Chapter 4. Succubus Nun in the Church. Recommended mission level, level 5. Mission description. Issa was abandoned since childhood and was raised by 2 nuns in Silver Moon Town. Due to her stunning appearance and proud figure, she became the most watched nun in the church, and her prayer time often caused a grand occasion of thousands of people emptying the streets. But something happened recently, causing the church to urgently need a sum of money. For this reason, the church manager seemed to be planning to reactivate some kind of ancient trading system. Mission goal: resolve the crisis of the church. Mission reward: Issa's upgrade materials. A new entry can be obtained. Hidden mission: save Issa. Mission reward: ? There are hidden missions? Su Xian touched his chin and was slightly surprised. The mission description gave him a general idea of the type of mission. To put it bluntly, the church was short of money and needed a sum of money. As for the hidden mission, there was no further description, and even the mission reward was an unknown. Recommended level 5? There's no need to rush. You can upgrade Issa's level first. Su Xian was not in a hurry to complete the role mission without any preparation. Judging from the recommended level of the mission, and the existence of hidden missions, Issa's role mission is obviously challenging and requires some preparation. Since there are still 2 commission tasks to be completed, and it's still early, Su Xian decided to complete the commission tasks first. He asked Issa, there are still a few commission tasks to be completed today. Are you interested? Of course. As long as it's you. I can accept more. When Issa heard that Su Xian was going to give her a new task, her beautiful face showed an excited and expectant smile. Let's go, I complete the task with you. Su Xian pushed open the side door of the bar and walked out. Are you going to do the task with me? Issa asked in surprise. Yes. Su Xian nodded. Due to the unswerving loyalty entry, he can bring Issa a 100% increase in combat power. And, as the guild leader, he also needs to accumulate combat experience, at least to know how his own adventurers fight. And the efficiency of on-site observation must be higher than the video projection. Okay, I will try my best to protect you. A trace of worry appeared in Issa's eyes. She was afraid that Su Xian would be injured in the next task. In response, Su Xian did not say anything, but calmly walked to the door of the guild and stepped into the teleportation array. When the white light flashed, the scene in Su Xian's vision quickly switched. When he regained his sight, he found himself in a ruin, surrounded by burnt houses and buildings. In addition, several shadows passed through the burnt wooden houses in the distance, so fast that it was difficult for him to capture the other party's information. Is that the mission target, the infernal rat? Su Xian muttered. It seems that the fire in this village was caused by the mission target this time. While Su Xian was observing the surrounding environment, Issa was surprised. How could it be? When Issa arrived at the mission location, an incredible glow appeared on her face. She was surprised to find that her fighting power had increased a lot for no reason, and the source of this power confused her. Is it because of Mr. Su Xian? She couldn't help but look at Su Xian in the distance with curiosity, her eyes full of surprise and confusion. The fire rats are hiding under the collapsed ruins. Is there any way to make them appear? Su Xian didn't notice Issa's sight, but focused on the surrounding environment, looking for the mission target hidden in the corner. Well, Issa quickly came back to her senses, and said softly, "Leave it to me." As she spoke, she took a step forward. Then, Issa clasped her fingers together, and chanted magic softly. In just a blink of an eye, a ray of light magic flashed in her palm, illuminating the surroundings. Illumination illuminates the surrounding area and dispels weak monsters. Even the monsters hiding in the shadows could not resist the erosion of light magic, and they fled in all directions, away from Issa's surroundings. Su Xian stared at the fleeing monsters, looking for the shadow of the inferno rat. Finally, a fat, red-haired rat the size of a house cat jumped out of the ruins and fled away at a high speed. It's out! Su Xian was about to take action, but Issa just raised her fingertips lightly. In an instant, dark purple flames jumped out from her fingertips and instantly engulfed the inferno rat. With a deafening bang, the inferno rat's body exploded instantly and turned into a pool of blood mist. The task progress prompt also popped up in Su Xian's vision. Kill the inferno rat, 1 out of 5. What an efficient magic. Su Xian looked at Issa with some surprise. Issa can use both light magic and dark magic. Her potential and plasticity far exceeded expectations. After getting rid of a fire rat, Su Xian and Issa continued to use the same method to find the fire rat hiding in the ruins. Soon, Su Xian successfully solved the 5 fire rats required for the task. However, after completing the task, he always felt that something was wrong. Although the fire rats can use the fire element in the air to cause fire, the scale of this village is quite large, and it is impossible to completely destroy the village with only a few fire rats. This made him wonder, are there other monsters in the village? Is there anything wrong? Issa walked towards Su Xian. Due to the harsh environment, her nun's clothes became a little dirty and covered with dust produced by burning. Well, there may be other monsters in the village. Su Xian nodded. He was sure that there were definitely other monsters in the village. Moreover, judging from Issa's role mission, there may be hidden missions in the mission. As for how to trigger it, it may require preconditions, or some kind of witness. Now, what he is doing is the initial commission mission. Even if there are hidden missions, the difficulty should not be too high. Other monsters? If there are other monsters in the village. Issa seemed to recall something and continued, the place where they may appear is the village's granary, where the fire is relatively small. Granary? Su Xian's eyes brightened instantly, and he immediately took a big step and rushed towards the granary. It should be there. Let's go! A few minutes later, they arrived at the granary. The granary is located on the edge of the village. Because the fire here is small, Su Xian just ignored it. And this abnormality is the proof that there may be other monsters. Issa thought of this, which is very careful. Su Xian walked towards the granary, and was about to push the door in. Be careful. Issa seemed to sense the danger and immediately rushed towards him. Before Su Xian could react, he found himself being pressed down by Iphusa's soft body. The heavy weight made his pupils tremble slightly. What a real touch! The developer of this game is really amazing, right? It was as if a peerless beauty was really pressing down on him, and Iphusa's figure is really great. At the same time, at the moment when Su Xian was thrown to the ground by Iphusa, the wooden door of the granary was suddenly destroyed by a huge claw and exploded instantly. Immediately afterwards, a giant fire rat as big as a tiger and leopard slowly walked out of the granary, staring at the 2 people lying on the ground. Chapter 5. Mr. Su Xian, are you okay? Yisha pressed on him and asked with concern. It's okay. Su Xian shook his head. He just felt that he couldn't breathe because of the pressure from the Snow White. And there was a strange fragrance floating between his nose, the body fragrance of Yafusha? Or was it the temptation that was unconsciously triggered after close contact with the succubus? It made it difficult for him to control his body. He had to separate quickly. Su Xian turned his head suddenly and looked directly at the giant fire rat not far away. The size of the fire rat was several times larger than that of an ordinary fire rat. The violent flames on its back were like fire elves dancing on it, as if ready to burn any enemy who dared to approach at any time. If Yafusha hadn't sensed the danger just now, he would probably have been seriously injured by the other party. It seems that he is not yet fully accustomed to the keen perception of crisis. Even if this is just a game, he must always be vigilant. Fire rat leader? Su Xian frowned. He knew that it was the culprit of the fire, although the commission did not require it to be killed. But killing a leader-level monster will definitely give you a special reward. It seems to be a very difficult opponent. Issa stared at the fire rat leader, feeling a little uneasy. At this time, the panel attributes of the fire rat leader appeared in Su Xian's field of vision. Fire rat leader, normal, level 3, 120/300, race, rat. Strength, 30/agility, 20 magic, 30/constitution, 30. Growth, 5 points of all attribute increase for each level up. Although the level is 3, the attributes are much lower than Issa. After comparing the attribute panels of the fire rat leader and Ifusa, Su Xian couldn't help but sigh at the horror of the epic adventurer. Even though the level was 2 levels lower, the attributes still crushed the opponent. Ifusa, let's get up first. Su Xian was just about to let Ifusa, who was pressing on him, get up first, but before he finished speaking, the fire rat leader had already opened his bloody mouth, and a handful of flame surged and condensed between his sharp teeth, as if ready to explode at any time. Danger? Ifusa felt bad. She immediately hugged Su Xian's waist tightly. Before Su Xian could react, he saw a pair of dark demon wings suddenly stretched out from behind Ifusa. With just a slight wave, they flew to a height of dozens of meters. At the same time, the flames condensed between the teeth of the fire rat leader gushed out. The violent flames seemed to be able to destroy everything, but they only hit nothing. It had no anti-air capability, so it could only stare at Su Xian and Issa in the sky, and furious on the ground. What a dangerous creature! Issa was suspended in the air, her clear eyes staring at the fiery rat leader below. But Su Xian, who was in her arms, could not see the situation on the battlefield. He was buried in the gentle land, and when he looked up slightly, he could see 2 black horns of succubus sticking out from Issa's dark purple hair. As for other aspects, it seemed that nothing had changed. But if there was any change, it might be her temperament. It seemed that she had broken free from some kind of bondage, shed the disguise of a pure nun, and transformed into a charming and enchanting succubus that made people dream. It may be inconvenient to hold Mr. Su Xian all the time. Yifsha stared at Su Xian in her arms, with a faint blush on her cheeks. This was not because holding Su Xian brought her inconvenience in fighting, but more because some kind of emotion in her heart was quietly surging. The close contact made her heart beat fast, as if the nature from the depths of her blood made her want to do something to Su Xian. Unfortunately, now is not a good time. She noticed that there was a flat area on the top of the granary where she could land, and immediately took Su Xian there, and landed smoothly. Mr. Su Xian, please wait a moment, I will go to deal with that monster. After speaking, Yifsha immediately turned around, and cast her eyes on the fire rat leader below. She clasped her hands together, and chanted a magic spell softly. In an instant, a dark purple flame suddenly appeared above the fire rat leader. The leader of the fire rats keenly sensed the approach of the crisis. It tried to move its limbs to avoid it, but was surprised to find that its limbs were tightly bound by light pink tentacles at some point, unable to move, and its movements were completely restrained. The monster that destroyed the village. Unforgivable, Yifsha said in a cold voice. The next second, dark purple flames fell from the sky. Boom! A loud bang. The flames instantly engulfed the leader of the fire rats, and the earth-shaking explosion sounded from the center of the flames. The rolling heat waves were blown away by the strong airflow. Su Xian took a step back to avoid being hurt by the heat wave. He was a little surprised that the power of Yafusha's magic seemed to be more powerful than he expected. At the same time, a prompt popped up in Su Xian's vision. Kill the hidden elite monster flame rat leader. Experience plus 200. Reward weapon silver long sword. Silver long sword, rarest sword from the Silver City Law Enforcement Knight, exquisitely crafted, with a sharp blade, as if it can cut iron like mud. Attack power plus 50. Rare weapon. Su Xian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect to find a rare quality weapon. What good luck! Just as Su Xian was about to leave, Issa hurriedly reminded, Mr. Su Xian, there seems to be something on the body of that monster? Su Xian looked at the body of the flame rat leader, and when the flames gradually dissipated, a red gem was floating above its body. Su Xian's eyes flashed. He was surprised to find that the ruby was absorbing the surrounding flames. Even if his dark purple magic flames could be absorbed, he immediately walked towards the ruby and stretched out his hand to try to take it away, but was blocked by its scorching high temperature and could not touch it. Can't get it? Su Xian frowned slightly. The scorching heat made it impossible for him to get the ruby. Maybe I can. Yifsha reached out to the ruby on behalf of Su Xian. As a succubus, her physique made her resistant to the high temperature of the ruby. So soon, she successfully grabbed the ruby. Got it! Just when Yifsha was about to hand the ruby to Su Xian, the flame suddenly ignited in her palm and quickly spread along her sleeve to her body. Throw it away. Su Xian hurriedly asked Yifsha to throw away the ruby. Yifsha immediately followed the instructions and threw the ruby on the ground. This successfully stopped the spread of the flame, but the sleeves of her nun's clothes had been completely burned, revealing two white and smooth arms like jade. Yifsha covered her chest with both hands, looking helpless. Her nun's clothes were completely killed in this battle. The demon's wings spread out, causing two cracks on her back, revealing her jade-white back. Then the sleeves were burned by the flames. If she returned to the church in this state, she would probably be questioned by the nuns. I buy you a new set when we go back later, Su Xian said, walking towards the ruby that fell on the ground. It seemed that after being touched by Yifsha, its temperature dropped a lot, and it dropped to a range that he could touch. When he picked up the ruby, information about it jumped out in his vision. Flame gem, rare jade that can absorb flames. Wearing it on your body can reduce flame damage. Fire damage is reduced by 80%. There is an absorption limit. Chapter 6. Flame gem, rare jade that can absorb flames. Wearing it can reduce flame damage. Flame damage is reduced by 80%. There is an absorption limit. Rare quality item? Su Xian picked up the ruby with surprise. This mission trip was quite rewarding. Let's go back. Yes. After Su Xian put the ruby into his pocket, he immediately walked towards the direction of the portal. The environment here is bad, and he doesn't want to stay for another second. With the flashing of white light, Su Xian and Issa returned to the guild smoothly. Go take a bath first. I will help you choose a new nun's uniform, Su Xian said to Issa. There is an area for adventurers to bathe in the guild, and there is also an option to buy ordinary items in the trading mall. An ordinary nun's uniform is only 5 copper coins. Is it okay? Is it too much trouble for you? Issa was a little flattered, and was afraid that she would bother Su Xian. Don't be so polite. You have completed the task brilliantly today. Su Xian responded with a smile, his tone full of sincerity and appreciation. A rare weapon and a rare ruby, they are worth at least thousands of copper coins. And this is thanks to Issa, who solved a level 3 fire rat leader. Really? It seems that I have satisfied Mr. Su Xian very much. Issa heard this and smiled happily. Then I will go to take a bath first. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Su Xian. Yes. Issa immediately walked into the bathroom in the inner room. She needed a comfortable bath to wash away the dust and fatigue left by the battle. Su Xian did not have such troubles. He sat at the bar and first bought a nun's uniform in the system mall that was exactly the same as Issa's before. Since he already knew Issa's size, he did not need to ask her again and placed an order directly. Then he took out the flame gem from his pocket. Since no one in the trading mall was selling this item, it was impossible to estimate its price. Su Xian thought about it and found that reducing fire damage by 80% seemed to be effective only in special occasions. If the price was right, he would not mind selling this ruby as a starting fund. It just so happened that Issa's role mission required a large sum of money. He copied and pasted the information of the flame gem on the world channel, and then attached a message, selling at a low price. If interested, please chat privately. When he posted this message on the world channel, it immediately triggered heated discussions and attention from players about the item. Handsome guy A, it's a rare elemental gem. Passerby B, this thing is worth a lot. It's a pity that the effect is limited. If you can collect elemental gems of 5 elements, you can also synthesize an elemental pendant. I'm really a big shot. Elemental pendant? That's an epic quality item that reduces all elemental damage. It's worth at least dozens of gold coins. Handsome guy, it's a pity that elemental gems are difficult to collect. Now there are only 3 elemental gems. Good-hearted person, if it's a single elemental gem, it's worth at most 50 silver coins. The flame gem is more versatile, and should be able to sell for 80 silver coins. Can it be sold for 80 silver coins? Su Xian's eyes flashed. The currency ratio in this world is 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. Getting a flame gem worth 8,000 copper coins in a novice mission is indeed a huge gain. If you can get the other 4 elemental gems and synthesize them into an elemental pendant, the value will be dozens of times higher. The only problem is that it seems that a single elemental gem is difficult to sell. After all, its effect is limited. Just as Su Xian was thinking about how to deal with this elemental gem, a private message popped up in his sight. Su Xian opened the chat window and checked the private message. Hong, can you sell me the flame gem? I bid 80 silver coins. Su Xian saw the other party's simple and clear offer, but he was a little confused. Excuse me, do you want to synthesize the element pendant? Hong, no, I just happened to encounter a task related to the flame terrain. Flame terrain task? Su Xian thought about it. Indeed, if you encounter a flame terrain task, the flame gem is a very practical prop. Although the commission tasks are random, he cannot guarantee that he will never encounter a flame terrain task in the future, so the value of the flame gem will always be revealed at a specific time. He thought for a moment and replied to the other party, I can rent the flame gem to you for only 1,000 copper coins. Rent? Red, okay, but aren't you afraid that I won't pay you back? You trade 8,000 copper coins with me first, and I pay you 7,000 when the time comes. Red, okay. Player Red initiates a trade with you. Trade successful. Flame gem -1. Copper coins plus 8,000. After the transaction, the other party immediately closed the chat channel. Su Xian smiled faintly at this. Now that he suddenly had a huge sum of money on hand, he felt a little excited, and an inexplicable sense of pleasure surged in his heart. Sure enough, only money can make people feel at ease. Mr. Su Xian? Just when Su Xian was immersed in the joy of holding a huge sum of money, his voice came from the bathroom in the inner room. At the same time, there was the sound of gurgling water, which made him subconsciously begin to imagine the scene inside. Ahem. What's the matter? Su Xian asked. Do you have a bath towel? Wait. Su Xian immediately bought a bath towel in the mall, then came to the bathroom door and knocked gently. The bathroom door was opened a crack, and a strong fragrance accompanied by rising steam rushed towards him. Ilsa hid behind the door, shyly stretched out her white jade arms to Su Xian, and took the snow-white bath towel. Thank you. After a simple thank you, the bathroom door was closed again. Su Xian didn't have too many thoughts, and was about to turn around and leave. But he remembered that he needed to learn more about Ilsa's role mission, so he asked casually, what is Ilsa's reason for joining the guild? Can you tell me? While speaking, he submitted the task options he had just completed. Add 50 copper coins, add 100 experience points. Get 1 free refresh entry. With the 2 missions, and the experience gained from killing the fire rat leader, Su Xian's guild experience pool already has 350 experience points. Ilsa can be upgraded to level 3. While thinking, he has already taken action to help Ilsa upgrade her level. The reason for joining the guild? Ilsa was in the bathroom at the moment, with hot water flowing on her white jade-like body. She raised her head slightly, and stared at the light above her head. A faint fluorescence was reflected in her clear eyes, as if she had thousands of words hidden in her eyes, and was eager to talk. After a moment of silence, she said softly, the nuns in the church are worried about money. I think if I can earn some money, even if I can't completely fill the gap, I can share some of their worries. Although she said so, the real situation was not revealed to Su Xian. She accidentally heard that the church's high-level officials were preparing to make a dirty deal with a rich businessman in the town, and asked the nuns in the church to go to the rich businessman's mansion for a multi-to-many confession prayer. Fortunately, this matter was stopped in time by 2 respected old nuns in the church and was not implemented in the end. But during this period, the church's deficit and some recent events forced the church to bow to the president of the rich businessman again. This may lead to the possibility of dirty deals again. She wanted to stop all this, so she signed a contract with the world. Became an adventurer who worked for the guild created by the player, but in their world, they did not know the existence of the player, but just called them the guild president. So that's how it is. How much money do you need? About 50 silver coins. 50 silver coins? Not a lot. As long as you work hard for me, you can earn 50 silver coins in 10 days. Su Xian was confident that Issa could earn 50 silver coins in 10 days, and he was not worried that Issa would leave. Because if an adventurer goes against the will of the guild leader and leaves alone, he will be punished by the world, which is a crime that most people cannot bear. Only 10 days? Issa heard this, and her legs were slightly clamped together, her body trembling. 50 silver coins are the church's annual revenue, and it only takes 10 days to earn it in Su Xian's guild. This seems to be far beyond her expectations. Just when Issa was deeply surprised, a white light fell from the sky and gently sprinkled on her skin, moisturizing her soul, and giving her a boost in combat power. Your adventurer Issa has been promoted to LV3. Chapter 7. Your adventurer Issa has been promoted to LV3. Experience 300? What is this? The gentle white light made Issa feel very comfortable, and the improvement of all attributes made her lavender pupils tremble slightly, showing an incredible look. She naturally knew who this power came from. It is rumored that the presidents of the guild have the ability to give special powers to the adventurers who join the guild. Although Issa had only heard of this power, she was extremely excited when she felt it for the first time. This represents Su Xian's recognition and trust in her, which makes her feel extremely honored. And Su Xian is observing the changes brought about by Issa's upgrade. Issa, Epic, Level 30/300, Race, Succubus. Strength, 70/Agility, 70/Magic, 70/Constitution, 70. Growth, 10 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features. Loyalty. Succubus. None. Su Xian stared at the attribute panel of Issa, thinking. It seems that within the range of level 10, there is no other effect enhancement except the attribute enhancement, but when the adventurer crosses the 10th level, he will get a big breakthrough. Although the required experience will be greatly increased, it will allow them to comprehend new skills or gain new features. Just as Su Xian was looking forward to Issa's future evolution, the bathroom door was slowly opened. He turned his eyes, and a snow-white figure broke into his eyes. Issa stood at the door of the bathroom. The bath towel on her body gently wrapped her graceful body, close to her fair and smooth skin, revealing her seductive curves. Because she had just come out of the bath, her skin was slightly rosy under the influence of the high temperature. The dewdrops that had not been wiped off were suspended on it, flashing a faint fluorescence. At this moment, Issa was like a newly ripe apple, exuding an alluring scent, which made Su Xian stare at her with a little fascination. Succubus, it was amazing. Mr. Su Xian. Issa noticed Su Xian's gaze, and a blush appeared on her face. She asked softly, "Where are the clothes you bought for me?" "Wait, I get it for you." Su Xian hurried to get the nun's clothes he bought, but his mind was still lingering with the scene he had just seen. Sure enough, the wet bath towel had a weak perspective effect. Even if Issa deliberately blocked it, he still captured an unforgettable picture. Su Xian sighed from the bottom of his heart. His favorite color was pink here. Su Xian handed the nun's clothes to Issa. "Thank you." Yisha took the nun's clothes and prepared to change into them. Su Xian did not avoid her gaze, because he thought that Yafusha would close the bathroom door before changing clothes. But when he saw Yafusha gently taking off the bath towel in front of him and changing into the nun's clothes without paying attention to others, he was completely stunned. Yifsha is so generous. Facing Su Xian's direct gaze, Yafusha did not feel the slightest disgust. On the contrary, her heart was filled with joy. After all, she was a succubus, and even though she had been living in the church, she still could not completely get rid of the instinctive throbbing deep in her blood. Of course, she was determined to do this. This is just a special treatment for Su Xian, only for this person unique. Soon, Issa put on a new nun's uniform. She turned around with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Mr. Su Xian, this nun's uniform really fits me." "It's good that it fits me," Su Xian said with a faint smile. At the same time, he complained in his heart, "Why doesn't this game have a screenshot function? It's a pity that the shocking picture just now was not saved. By the way, this is your reward for this mission." Su Xian handed a heavy purse to Issa. "This is 100 copper coins." Issa's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She was flattered and said, "The reward for this mission should not be that much, right? Here is also a reward for killing high-level monsters." Su Xian explained. Of course, how much of the hidden mission reward should be given to Issa is decided by Su Xian himself. "That's so lucky." Yifsha smiled, and put the 100 copper coins into her pocket. Adding the 30 copper coins from the previous task, she earned 130 copper coins in one day. This was unimaginable in her backward town. "It's getting late today." Su Xian glanced at the sky outside the window, and the dark night had already fallen. Originally, he planned to complete all 3 commissioned tasks, but the appearance of hidden tasks took them a lot of time. Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you in the guild. Okay, I wish Mr. Su Xian a good dream tonight. After leaving a meaningful word, Yafusha left the guild through the teleportation array. After she left, Su Xian sat exhausted on a wooden chair. He was not tired from the long mission, but being with Issa made his heart beat faster, and it was difficult to calm down. Especially when Issa took off her nun clothes and bathed naked. As if the seal had been unlocked, the air of the guild was filled with a seductive charm that made people unconsciously attracted. If it weren't for his strong skills, he would have been immersed in the gentle countryside long ago. Damn, this game is too real, but why? He always felt that an adventure management game was played by himself as a first-person game. Quit the game first, that's all for today. Su Xian immediately quit the game. When he took off his VR glasses, he found that his body was doing some kind of taboo ritual on its own. No! I have to take a bath. Su Xian hurried to the bathroom and used ice water to extinguish the fire in his heart. At the same time, Issa also returned to the church. When she came back, it was late at night. The nuns in the church had fallen asleep. She tried to return to her bed quietly, but was stopped by a fat old nun. Issa, come with me. Sister Kelly. What's the matter? The church is going to negotiate with the wealthy businessmen in the town about the debts owed by the church. Several of our old nuns want to hear your opinion. Mine? Well, you are the most outstanding nun of the younger generation in our church, and you are qualified to know the difficulties the church is facing now. Huh? Su Xian suddenly gasped and woke up from his sleep. He didn't have a nightmare, but a beautiful dream woke him up. In the dream, he actually dreamed of Issa, and... Ahem. Su Xian rushed into the bathroom and slapped his cheeks with cold water to wake himself up. The authenticity of the game terrified him. He didn't expect that even reality would be deeply affected, or was it because he had been single for too long? In addition, Su Xian recalled the strange entries that appeared when he was recruiting adventurers. Is that a loophole in the game? Or is it a unique ability generated by being a game player? He couldn't know, and he didn't find a corresponding post in the game forum. There was a player who posted that the tasks he accepted would change randomly for no reason, which made her very confused. But no one could answer her question, so she could only regard it as a loophole in the game. Chapter 8. After calming down, Su Xian put on his school bag and headed to school. As the college entrance examination was approaching, there were fewer courses, and most of the time was spent on self-study. Sitting in the classroom, Su Xian kept thinking back to the scenes in the game last night. Ivessa's role mission required about 50 silver coins, but judging from the hidden mission, her role mission was not that simple. Although he had a huge sum of 80 silver coins, it was only temporary. When the player returned the flame gem after completing the mission, he would need to return 70 of them to the other party. Of course, the price of 50 silver coins was actually only a few hundred yuan. If you were willing to spend money, Ivessa's role mission was not that difficult. But Su Xian did not think that the church was just short of funds. From Ivessa's narration, the entire church was in a state of deficit. Just making up for the deficit in funds may not bring the church back to life. Su Xian sighed. He didn't expect that he would be completely addicted to the game. Ding ding. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Su Xian picked up the phone and glanced at it. It turned out to be a message from the boss lady of the place where he worked before, asking him if he was free on Saturday and Sunday and whether he could go to work for her. He thought about it and realized that he didn't have much money on hand and really needed to rely on working to make a living. Although the mysterious game might change his fate, that was after he grew up. Su Xian had to solve the trivial matters in front of him first, such as satisfying the problem of food and clothing. I will go. Su Xian immediately sent a message. Soon, he got a reply. Sister Ling, still follow the old rules, 300 yuan a day, including food. Okay. He stuffed his phone into his school bag, thinking that Sister Ling still took care of him, and 300 yuan a day for a temporary worker was not a small amount. In a blink of an eye, time came to 5:30 in the afternoon. Su Xian carried his school bag and rushed out of the classroom as the school bell rang. He couldn't wait to go home, start the game, and work hard to develop his own guild. After arriving home, Su Xian first ate some simple food as dinner. Then he put on VR glasses and entered the game world. When he appeared in the guild again, he was surprised to find that Issa had been waiting in the guild for a long time. You are finally here. When Issa saw Su Xian appear, a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. like a little wife waiting for her husband to come home. I've been waiting for a long time, Su Xian said, glancing at the time. The time in the game was 10 o'clock in the morning, and it seemed that the time in the game world was about 8 hours different from the real world. Are there any new commissions today? Issa asked expectantly. Yes. Su Xian nodded and handed the last task to Issa. Kill the desert puppet. When he was browsing the world channel, he heard that this novice task was difficult. Many adventurers of ordinary quality could not cause too much effective damage to the desert puppet, and finally relied on attrition warfare to wear it out. After all, the desert puppet was isolated and had a low IQ, so it was only a matter of time to defeat it. However, Su Xian did not think that he needed to work as hard as others, and he believed that Issa could easily defeat the desert puppet. Let's go! Yes! Accompanied by the flashing white light, Su Xian and Issa were teleported to the area where the desert puppet was. But when Su Xian arrived at the mission location, his face suddenly froze. He looked around and found that there was an endless desert around him. There seemed to be no living creatures within a radius of 10 kilometers. Only not far away, there stood a desert puppet more than 3 meters tall, waiting for its fate to be destroyed. This mission should not be hidden, right? Su Xian frowned. The surrounding sand looked almost exactly the same, and the range was even more vast. Looking for hidden missions in the desert is simply a waste of time. I'm afraid that in the end, even the way back will be forgotten. So Su Xian gave up the idea of looking for hidden missions and set his sights on the desert puppet. Desert puppet, normal, level 5, 400/500, race, elemental creature. Strength, 80/agility, 20 magic, 0/constitution, 100. Growth, 5, gain 5 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. No wonder it's so difficult to deal with. It turns out to be a level 5 monster. After seeing the attribute panel of the desert puppet, Su Xian understood why other players were wailing. Ifusa, can you handle it? Su Xian turned to look at Ifusa. Although it may have damage reduction to magic, with the enhancement given by Mr. Su Xian, I can easily defeat it. Ifusa smiled confidently. Amplification? Su Xian understood that it should be the effect of the unwavering loyalty entry. A 100% combat power enhancement is still very attractive. While thinking, Ifusa had already walked towards the desert puppet. She put her hands together and chanted a spell softly. As she chanted, a golden magic circle appeared above the desert puppet, and a shining golden holy sword appeared in the center of the magic circle. Holy magic. Su Xian stared at Issa's every move, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A succubus, who can use holy magic, must be a unique existence? When Issa finished chanting magic, the desert puppet realized that an enemy was approaching. It stood up slowly, and wanted to fight. The golden holy sword above its head was ready to go. Destroy it. Issa's voice sounded lightly, and the golden holy sword above fell like lightning. With a loud bang, the desert puppet was instantly turned into a pile of gravel under the fierce attack of the golden holy sword, drifting away with the wind and disappearing without a trace. Su Xian was delighted. As he guessed, Issa could easily defeat the desert puppet. Well done, Issa. This is all the power that Mr. Su Xian has given me. After getting rid of the desert puppet, the two immediately returned to the guild and submitted the task. Add 100 copper coins and 150 experience points. Get 1 free entry refresh. Congratulations on completing the current 3 commission tasks. Get a special task, the soul of the dead. Task description: the truth hidden in the ghost ship for 100 years. Retrieve the letter hidden in the captain's treasure chest, and give it to the law enforcement knight Luo Xia in Sunset City. Task target: a family letter. Task recommended level 4. Task reward: 5 silver coins, 500 experience points. After completing this special task, the player's evaluation will be upgraded to F+, and an adventurer recruitment scroll, white, will be obtained. 5 silver coins, plus 500 experience points, and an adventurer recruitment scroll? Su Xian saw the reward for the special task, and felt a little excited and expectant. I didn't expect the second recruitment qualification to come so quickly. However, this is a game after all. Only by giving players enough benefits can the game's retention rate be saved. Yifsha. Yes, Mr. Su Xian. There is a new task. Let's go. Yes, sir. Chapter 9. Accompanied by the flashing blue fluorescence, Su Xian and Issa came to the location of the special mission. The mission location is located on a pale shoal, where lies an old ship that has experienced the frost and frost. The central part of the ship seems to have been hit violently by the reef, forming a terrifying hole. The sails are broken, the masts are broken, and the whole ship is like a tragic picture, telling the misfortune. As for the crew inside, Su Xian's eyes are condensed, and he found that around the hull of the shoal, there are several small skeletons watering. They must be the sailors who once sailed on this ancient ship. Now only these remains are left, watering on the beach. If Sister Kelly were here, she would definitely purify them all and send them to heaven. Issa looked at the skeletons in the distance and murmured softly, "Sister Kelly?" Sister Kelly is one of the 2 most respected old nuns in our church. It was she who brought me back to the church when I was still a baby, Issa explained. She is a kind person. Yes, but sometimes, excessive kindness can turn people into puppets at the mercy of others, Issa said. A cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. It seemed that some established things affected her mood. Su Xian did not respond to this. He would not affect Issa's own judgment, but just said to her lightly, "Let's go, we have to complete the task before dark." Issa heard this, her eyes condensed slightly. But soon, she showed a faint smile again and responded softly, "Yeah." After approaching the sunken ship, the skeletons wandering in the shallows came towards them one after another. Because they were undead units, they were extremely afraid of Issa's sacred magic. Before they could get close, golden light bloomed in Issa's palm. In an instant, the undead that tried to approach were transcended and turned into a pile of real skeletons. So, Su Xian came to the door of the captain's room of the sunken ship without any effort. Before pushing the door of the captain's room, he looked around to make sure that the surroundings were safe. Then, he slowly opened the door of the captain's room with extremely cautious methods. Empty room? After opening the door, Su Xian found that the captain's room was empty, with only a treasure chest placed in the corner of the room. This confused him deeply. Although there were indeed some skeletons wandering around the sunken ship, their level was only level 1, and the threat level was not high. In this case, the recommended level of the task reached level 4, which was obviously unreasonable. Then, Su Xian's eyes were fixed on the treasure chest. He secretly speculated in his heart that if there was any danger here, it might come from this treasure chest. Yisha, release a holy magic to the treasure chest. Okay. Yisha immediately chanted the magic and released a holy magic to the treasure chest. The golden light fell on the treasure chest. There was no sound at first, but when the golden light gradually enveloped the entire treasure chest, the monster hidden in the treasure chest could no longer resist the erosion of the holy light. Ouch! The treasure chest monster hidden, as the treasure opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Yisha. Monster! Yisha frowned slightly. She was still wondering why Su Xian asked her to cast a holy magic on a treasure chest. It turned out to reveal its true face. Facing the treasure chest monster that pounced on her, she reacted quickly and chanted a magic spell. Suddenly, a golden holy sword condensed in midair, then fell suddenly and pierced the treasure chest monster directly. After the treasure chest monster jumped a few times on the ground, it finally lost its sound. Su Xian took out his silver long sword and gently poked the treasure chest monster with the tip of the sword. After confirming that the monster was dead, he began to touch the corpse and search for loot. The inside of the treasure chest monster was filled with pink flesh and blood, and the surface of the flesh and blood was stained with slippery liquid, which made the touch very strange. But for the purpose of the mission, Su Xian still reached his hand in. After stirring inside the treasure chest monster, Su Xian finally took out a letter from it. The letter was also decorated with the family emblem of a knight family, which must be the family emblem of the Lozia knight mentioned in the mission. In addition, he also touched out an earring. But it was just an ordinary item, so he didn't take it seriously. Does this mean the mission is completed? It's pretty simple. Su Xian muttered to himself, and was about to walk around in the sunken ship to find out if there was anything hidden. But suddenly he found that the whole ship began to shake violently. What's going on? Su Xian frowned and looked up. He was surprised to find that a huge octopus tentacle was attached to the hull, and was gradually dragging the hull into the deep sea. Giant deep sea octopus, rare, level, 40, 1500/20,000, race, deep sea type strength, 500/agility, 200 magic, 400/constitution, 800 growth, 6 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Level 40 monster? Su Xian frowned and shouted to Issa, "Let's get out of here. It's too late to run away." Issa quickly analyzed the current situation. She clearly realized that it would be difficult to escape from this sunken ship relying solely on her legs. She immediately spread her wings, picked up Su Xian, and flew away from the sunken ship. It was a close call. We almost went into the sea. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the hull in Issa's arms. sinking to the bottom of the sea under the drag of the giant octopus. But from the dying skeletons on the sea, the octopus didn't seem to be very interested in them, but simply wanted the ship. In other words, even if they were dragged to the bottom of the sea, they could successfully escape the octopus's attack. That meets the recommended level 4 conditions. I didn't expect there would be a legendary monster here, but fortunately it is not interested in us. Issa said softly. What a pity. There may be some treasure in the sunken ship, which made the monster drag the sunken ship to the bottom of the sea. Su Xian guessed thoughtfully. Really? Maybe? Issa smiled indifferently. However, her attention was not on the sunken ship that was gradually sinking to the bottom of the sea, but she kept staring at the man in her arms, with a light pink heart pattern flashing in her eyes. Until Su Xian reminded her, she flapped her wings and returned to the land. After watching the hull completely sink to the bottom of the sea, Su Xian turned around and left. After launching the teleportation array, he returned to the guild. The first thing Su Xian did after returning was to submit the task prompt. The letter will be delivered to the knight named Luo Xia in a special way. The prompt word of task completion popped up. Add 5 silver coins, add 500 experience. Get 1 free refresh entry. Congratulations on completing the special mission. Your player rating has been upgraded to F+, and you have received an adventurer recruitment scroll, white. Accompanied by an ethereal sound, a white recruitment scroll landed silently on the bar. The moment Su Xian picked it up, several entries came into his sight again. But this time, it was a little different. One of the entries actually flashed with a strange glow, which made people unable to help but pay attention. White Rose and Oath Knight, rare entry. Combine with this entry to recruit epic quality adventurers at least. Trigger reason, Oath Earrings. Chapter 10. White Rose and Oath Knight. Su Xian stared at the entry that flashed with strange brilliance and fell into deep thought. He took out the earring from his pocket. Although this thing was just an ordinary item, it could trigger the entry about the identity of its original owner. If so, if I get the relics of the gods, can I summon the gods? While thinking, other entries also popped up at this moment. Undead. Idol. Wife. Lost soul. Glowing. Uncle. No emotions. The strange entries made Su Xian frown. He did not immediately combine the entries, but handed 3 silver coins and 60 copper coins to Ivsa. This is your reward for today's task. Thank you. Ivsa excitedly took the 3 silver coins and 60 copper coins, and a trace of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. This amount of money is a huge sum for her. You know, the dozens of nuns in the church worked hard all day and only earned dozens of copper coins. But she only needed to work in Su Xian's guild for 1 or 2 days to earn more than 10 times. Not only that, but she also gained a boost in combat power. It's no wonder that people in their world would voluntarily become adventurers in the guild. That kind of power that transcends the world is indeed irresistible. By the way, your nun's uniform. Su Xian suddenly recalled Ivsa's nun's uniform. Because of the wings, 2 holes were torn on the back. So he asked if she wanted to buy a new one? It's okay. I just sew it. Ivsa shook her head and took out a sewing kit from her pocket. She seemed to have guessed that something like this would happen. Su Xian didn't say much about this. He just thought that if the nun's uniform was designed with a backless design, then Ivsa wouldn't have to worry about it when she transformed and spread her wings. But it seems that for the conservative nuns in the Middle Ages, the version is still a little too advanced. While thinking, Su Xian's eyes fell on the 8 new entries. An emotionless undead uncle? Su Xian shook his head. He had to combine the rare entries. The adventurer with guaranteed epic quality should not be wasted. But it seems that in this way, the combination of entries has become a little difficult. The White Rose and the Oath Knight, who have no emotions but can glow, there is a hint of joy in the weirdness. After repeated choices, Su Xian decided to refresh the existing entries. He refreshed the 3 entries. No emotions. Can glow. Uncle. Refresh. The entry has been refreshed. Aunt. I like you very much. Abstract. Refresh. Swimming athlete. Big waves. Great body. Su Xian frowned and clicked refresh again. Crystal structure. Fat. Careless. Crystal structure? Su Xian looked at the new entry and thought about it. It seems to be an uncommon combination. If it is matched with the inherent entry, it will become the crystal structure of White Rose and Oath Knight. Add a little affix? Or subject? After some thought, an option was born in Su Xian's mind. The undead crystal structure of White Rose and Oath Knight. Although it sounds a bit awkward, the effect should be the most outstanding among the existing entries, unless there is a surprise in the married woman entry. The entry composition is being compiled. Your choice is White Rose and the undead crystal structure of the Oath Knight. We are recruiting qualified adventurers for you. While waiting, Su Xian accidentally glanced at Issa, who was mending her clothes, and this glance made him almost unable to look away. Issa took off the whole nun's uniform, revealing her graceful figure. The snow-white scenery was only blocked by the thin lining, and the white suspender stockings were tightly attached to the white and plump skin of the legs, outlining the round figure. In addition, the nun's hat on Issa's head was somewhat incompatible with her plump figure, as if it had become a sexy embellishment, making her more attractive. It was like representing her last remaining holiness. Ahem, Su Xian touched the tip of his nose. Perhaps Issa gradually adapted to the life in the guild, which led to her bold style. It is also possible that because there are only 2 of them in the guild, Issa may feel more relaxed and comfortable, and there are no other people present, so her style has become more bold and casual. Although Su Xian likes to appreciate the beautiful scenery, there will always be other people joining the guild. So, he reminded Issa, Issa, you can go to the inner room to sew clothes next time. Issa's face showed a trace of embarrassment after hearing Su Xian's reminder. She quickly responded, oh sorry. It's really not appropriate to do it in the hall of the guild. It's okay, just pay attention next time. Su Xian smiled faintly. Then Issa smiled and continued, while there is no one here, can I change back to my original form? I feel a little uncomfortable to keep the human form. I don't care. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, not knowing that he would pay the price for this decision. That's great, thank you. Mr. Su Xian Issa's beautiful face, eyes flowing, revealing a charming look. At the moment the voice fell, Issa's figure suddenly changed. Her dark purple hair revealed a dark curved devil horn, and the wings of the succubus also spread from the back. At the same time, a playful peach hardtail grew from the tail of the spine, swaying gently. Perhaps because of Issa's return to her original form, Su Xian always felt that the air in the guild was stained with a layer of crimson. He even found countless hearts in the air. What's going on? Has he been bewitched by the succubus, or has his willpower reached its limit? Especially the peach-shaped tail of Issa swaying in the wind, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, tempting Su Xian's sight. He had a strong urge to reach out and touch it gently, to feel its touch. Gurgle. Saliva surged in Su Xian's Adam's apple, making his mouth dry, as if there was a raging fire. Ah, this feels so great. While mending her nun's clothes, Issa said excitedly, Sister Kelly told me not to reveal my identity as a succubus, so in the past 20 years, I have never shown any characteristics of a succubus. But since I turned back to my original form in the last battle, I felt the throbbing from the depths of my blood for the first time. Her eyes were full of excitement and anticipation, as if a new world had opened up after that battle. In the guild, you can change back to your original appearance at will, but you are forbidden to mess around in front of other guild members. Su Xian reminded Issa. After all, this kind of thing is like a cat's natural instinct to catch mice. It is natural for Issa to show a desire for that kind of thing. As the guild leader, he needs to provide her with the right guidance. Don't worry, Mr. Su Xian. Issa hurriedly explained with a smile, I can restrain my inner impulse. Sister Kelly's education has made me understand the special feelings between the opposite sex, and I know that those things can only be asked from the person I love the most. That's good. Su Xian nodded. He didn't want his guild to become a silver party scene. But, Issa continued, if sometimes I can't control my overflowing desire, can I ask you for help? If it's something I can do, I think I will agree. Su Xian hesitated and replied. Although he didn't know what kind of help Issa would ask for from him, as the guild leader, he did feel that he should take on this responsibility. If it's our 18 content, please give it more. As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt popped up in his vision. Issa's favorability increased by 5. Issa has developed a special feeling for you. She regards you as her master and craves you to give her food. Chapter 11. Yafusa's favorability increased by 5. Yafusa has developed a special feeling for you. She regards you as her master and craves you to give her food. Su Xian was a little confused by the prompt that suddenly popped up. While he was thinking, a charming but shy voice sounded in his ears. Really? Su Xian's affirmative answer seemed to give Yafusa courage. Great, with Mr. Su Xian's words, I feel relieved. Sister Kelly once told me that the nuns in the church, as servants of the Lord of Light, can only show their kindness and loyalty in front of the world. She walked towards Su Xian lightly. Although her belly was slightly fat due to lack of exercise, it did not affect her beauty. On the contrary, This figure made her look more plump and attractive. Su Xian wanted to remind Yafusha that she had not put on her nun's uniform yet. However, in a trance, Yafusha had come to him. She gently pressed Su Xian's lips with her slender fingertips, her clear eyes flashing with a faint pink halo, staring at his eyes tightly, as if there was a magic power intertwined through the eyes, conveying the slightest emotion to each other. But Sister Kelly also said that in front of the person you love most, you can show your unknown side without restraint. And you, Mr. Su Xian, can you tolerate my greed and give me some of what the succubus desires? Huh, where is the life magic? My master. Hiss, the extremely charming voice lingered in Su Xian's ears, and the extreme charm mixed with the alluring fragrance stirred randomly in his consciousness. At this moment, Issa had already abandoned her disguise as a nun and restored her true appearance. Succubus, according to legend, creatures that feed on the life magic of the opposite sex, ordinary people have no ability to resist them. Even if this is just a game, Su Xian can hardly resist the temptation of the succubus, and is easily captured by Issa. Let Issa's cold fingertips gently stroke his skin. He felt as if he was gradually becoming Issa's food. The only resistance was to reach out and grab Issa's tail, which seemed to be the last obsession. When the tail was grabbed, Issa seemed to have been caught in a weakness. Her jade body trembled slightly, and her snow-white skin was dyed with a beautiful pink. Issa didn't expect Su Xian to have such a hobby. This directly controlled her organ that stored magic power as a succubus, just like grabbing the wings of a butterfly. The succubus whose tail was caught might become strange, but she didn't want to stop. This was the critical moment for her graduation as a succubus. Do you prefer the succubus tail? Issa smiled charmingly, and her tail gently wrapped around Su Xian's wrist, like a gentle ribbon. The peach heart on the tip of the tail flashed a light pink light, and a trace of magic quietly emanated from there. Wait. Issa. Su Xian's willpower collapsed instantly, without even a trace of resistance. The succubus's charm magic is so strong, it hasn't been activated yet, but it can make people fall willingly. Only the right hand tightly grasped Issa's tail, which became Su Xian's last stubbornness. The succubus tail. Feels really good. Don't worry, my master, I won't ask for too much, just a little, just a little. Issa smiled charmingly, and slowly leaned down. The following is a plot description of feeding the succubus. 10,000 words are omitted below. Sunset City. A female knight with long golden hair was sitting in the study, dealing with the accumulated events in the town. Her name is Luo Xia, a family member of the Yearman Knight family in Sunset City, and a righteous law enforcement knight, whose duty is to manage the order of Sunset City. But some recent events have made her upset and insomniac. Luo Xia, you should rest well at this time. A middle-aged man with gray hair walked into the study where Luo Xia was, and told her with concern. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Mero. I will go to rest after these things are dealt with. Luo Xia responded indifferently. Her blue eyes never left the case in her hands. The turmoil of Warcraft is not a problem that we, a knight family, can solve. You don't have to take all the responsibility on yourself. Mello continued. But this incident was caused by our family's mistakes. As the heir of the Yearman family, I can't blame it. Luo Xia sighed lightly, and a trace of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. It's not your fault. No one expected that our family would fall into such a state in just 10 years. If your parents were still alive, maybe the situation would be different. Unfortunately. Mello sighed bitterly, missing the past. It has happened, we can't change the past. Luo Xia frowned slightly, her nose moved slightly, and she whispered, now, the only thing we can do is to make up for our mistakes. As long as I can become a new Oath Knight, everything is still in time to save it. Luo Xia's eyes were full of determination, and she vowed to become a new Oath Knight and receive the Oath gift from the White Rose. Luo Xia, as your uncle, I am very optimistic about your talent. Mello heard the words and said in agreement, you are the most talented knight after your aunt. I believe that in this year's Oath Knight selection, you will definitely win and become the new Oath Knight of our Yearman family. Yeah. Luo Xia smiled faintly, but her heart was full of worries. After all, there are many young knights with outstanding talents in Sunset City. Although Yearman is the most powerful knight family in Sunset City, the loss of many family backbones in a mission has led to the loneliness of the entire family. Even the family's only sworn knight, Rashia's aunt, died in that mission. Knight Rashia, there is a letter for you. Suddenly, a knight from the family called out to Rashia at the door, holding a letter with the Yearman family crest in his hand. Whose letter? It's not signed. Send it in. The knight handed the letter to Rashia, and when she took the letter, her face instantly became solemn. A letter from the family? But why is there no signature? Mello asked Rashia curiously. Not sure, but from the dirt on the surface of the letter, it can be seen that the letter was delayed for a long time on the way. Rashia deduced that it was a late letter based on the dirt on the surface of the letter. But the crest on the envelope made Rashia feel a little strange. She carefully observed the crest, and found that it was slightly different from the current crest of her family. Although the overall composition and elements are similar, there are some differences in the details, which seem to be more ancient and complicated. It seems to be a style from 10 years ago? It may be an envelope left in the post station. There should be nothing important, otherwise it would not be forgotten. Mero stretched out his hand and asked Luo Xia for it. I will help you throw it away. No need to bother you, uncle. Luo Xia threw the letter into the trash can without paying much attention. Seeing this, Mero did not say anything, leaving a sentence, you should rest early. Then he turned and left Luo Xia's study. After Mero left, Luo Xia picked up the letter again and gently opened it. When she saw the content of the letter, her blue eyes flickered slightly in an instant, revealing a trace of disbelief. Is it a letter from Aunt? Chapter 12. Sha, Yifsha licked her fingertips gently, with a satisfied smile on her beautiful face. Her eyes became soft and blurred, as if she was recalling the beauty just now. Mr. Su Xian, you should eat less sweets. Su Xian only glanced at Yifusha's suggestion indifferently. He whispered, Yifsha, you are a nun, you should pay attention to your demeanor and manners. He said this just to hope that Yifusha could be more gentle and delicate, with more skills and methods, instead of simply relying on brute force to absorb. But my master, I am not only a nun, but also a succubus. Yifusha smiled playfully, but kept Su Xian's request firmly in mind. Okay, put on your clothes quickly, there will be new adventurers coming soon. Yeah. Su Xian shrugged and quickly asked Yifusha to put on her clothes. He also went to the bathroom, tidied up his appearance, and prepared to welcome new adventurers. As for the identity of Efusa as a succubus, would there be any concerns? Su Xian did not take it to heart. The existence of the unwavering loyalty entry made Efusa interesting only to him. This was the reason why he gave this game a good review. As an ML player, Efusa's design was absolutely qualified. When he sorted out his manners and returned to the guild, Efusa had already put on her nun's clothes. The neat black robe set off her elegant and refined temperament. The erotic look just now was gone. This sudden change surprised Su Xian. Efusa's switching was really free and fast. Mr. Su Xian, that new adventurer. What kind of person is he? Efsa asked Su Xian curiously. Su Xian was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know what kind of adventurer he had recruited, but from the words Oath Knight, he could be sure that he should be a very serious person. In the moment of thinking, Su Xian summoned the new adventurer to the guild. A bright light flashed, and the door of the guild slowly opened. A Oath Knight wearing platinum armor walked into the guild with heavy steps, and Su Xian's sight was instantly attracted by him. The heavy armor wrapped its body tightly, giving people a feeling of incomparable solidity. The platinum helmet completely blocked its appearance, giving people a sense of mystery. Su Xian couldn't see its appearance, so he could only focus on admiring the heavy armor. The armor was made very finely, and the family emblem and golden gilded edges on it looked noble and majestic. Also, the armor plate on the chest was obviously bulging, and it can be imagined that it was once filled with burdens. But now, Su Xian glanced at the hands of the Oath Knight, which were the only exposed parts of its body. However, he did not see the other party's palms, but the hand bones that were as bright as diamonds. Undead, as the combination of the term suggests, the undead crystal structure of White Rose and Oath Knight. Undead Knight constructed of diamond crystal bones. There is only a skeleton in that armor. Isha was also staring at the new adventurer closely, and her eyes revealed a sense of urgency and fear from deep in her heart. This new colleague always exuded an invisible pressure that made her feel suffocated. You? Su Xian was about to ask when he saw the information of the new adventurer. Lose line, legend, level, 10, 0/2000, race, undead/human. Strength, 200/agility, 200/magic, 200/constitution, 200. Growth, 12 points of all attribute increase for each level up. Features, White Rose and Oath Knight. Undead. Crystal structure, level 10 legendary adventurer. Su Xian's eyes flashed. He was lucky to recruit an adventurer of legendary quality. White Rose and Oath Knight. It had received the oath gift of the White Rose. In the White Rose state, all attributes increased by 100%, danger perception increased by 100%, But pain perception also increased by 100%. Danger perception increased by 100%. Pain perception increased by 100%. Undead creature. Immune to pain, immune to mental control, but the power of holy magic increases by 100%. Perfect combination. Crystal structure, a body made of crystals. Hardness increased by 100%, strength increased by 100%, immune to elemental damage. Su Xian was immediately shocked by the rough attributes of Rosalind's entry. Its entry is simply outrageous. A pure super fighter. Rosalind. Welcome to join my guild. Su Xian excitedly welcomed the other party, but did not receive any response. The other party just stared at him quietly, with a strange light shooting out of the gap in the helmet. Mr. Su Xian, it seems that it can't speak? Yisha also noticed Rosalind's uniqueness and asked. Su Xian stared at the prompt that just popped up, without giving a corresponding answer. Because? This adventurer has memory defects because he turned into a ghost, and has lost the ability to speak. Only fragments of his previous memories remain. Amnesia? Mute? Su Xian's brows tightened slightly. This is not a good thing. But from the display of the status bar, it seems that this is just a temporary state, which can be resolved in some way. Lose line? Su Xian called the name of the undead knight again, trying to establish a connection with it. Lu's line seemed to have some reaction to his call. Its crystal-like finger bones jumped slightly, and finally stretched straight to Su Xian's eyes. This move surprised Su Xian. He didn't know what Lu's line wanted to express, or what kind of information she wanted to convey to him. Can you write? Su Xian asked again. Lu's line nodded slightly, as if responding to Su Xian's call. However, she soon shook her head again, which made Su Xian very confused. He didn't understand what the undead knight meant. While he was confused, Luo Saline stretched out her bone finger and carved a few words on the bar. I don't need payment. Please help me regain my memory. No payment? Su Xian raised his eyebrows, a little surprised that Luo Saline didn't need payment, but at the same time he thought it was an advantage. Of course, this is for him, the guild leader. In general, this is an adventurer with clear advantages and disadvantages. Although Luo Saline can't speak and has lost her past memories, her strong strength is enough to become a solid pillar for the guild to move forward. Just after Su Xian successfully recruited the second adventurer, the ethereal voice sounded again in his mind. Your current player rating is F+. You currently have 5 commission tasks and 2 role tasks. Commission tasks. Commission tasks 1, guarding Luoxia. 72 hours remaining, recommended task level, level 8. Task rewards. 10 silver coins, 1,000 experience points. Special rewards. A piece of memory fragment. Chapter 13. A memory fragment reward? Su Xian's eyes instantly focused when he saw the special reward of the first commission task. Judging from the key figure Luoxia, this task is a new commission derived from the special task that has just been completed. In addition, the difficulty of this task has reached E level for the first time, while the difficulty of the other 4 commission tasks is only F+. Correspondingly, the reward of this task is also much higher than other tasks. In addition, there are 2 role tasks. One of them is Issa's role task. Succubus nun in the church. And the new role task comes from Luo Saline. Its role task has not been fully opened. Since Luo Saline's favorability is only 60, it is necessary to improve the role favorability before unlocking the role task. But what puzzles Su Xian is that Luo Saline's role task seems to be related to its family, and the name Luoxia that always appears seems to be inextricably linked to Luo Saline. Since there is a time limit, we can give priority to completing this task. After quickly browsing all the commissioned tasks, Su Xian decided to complete this difficulty commission task first. He glanced at the sky outside the window again. There were still 2 or 3 hours before nightfall. From the description of the task, it seemed that this was a commission that required a long period of time, rather than a task that could be completed quickly by simply killing a monster or collecting some materials. Let's go and get a brief understanding of the situation first. Su Xian made a decision. He planned to go to the mission location to get a brief understanding and survey, and be fully prepared for the next task. But before setting off, he had to upgrade Issa's level first. There were still 700 experience points left in the experience pool, just enough to upgrade Issa to level 5. Upgrade. When Su Xian clicked the upgrade button, Issa's level instantly increased to LV5. The comfortable white light gently sprinkled on Issa's skin, making her eyes flicker with a heartbeat. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, outlining a charming and seductive smile, as if she was enjoying this wonderful moment. Su Xian frowned slightly at Issa's reaction. Is this the reaction to upgrading? Issa is becoming more and more like a succubus. No, she is a succubus. Thank you. Issa also thanked Su Xian specially. The free switching between charm and elegance made Su Xian feel a little dry in the throat. He subconsciously wanted to find something to moisten his throat. Ahem. Su Xian cleared his throat and said, let's go to the next mission site to investigate before it gets dark. Yes, sir. They followed Su Xian's steps and stepped into the teleportation array together. With a flickering of light, Su Xian was instantly teleported to the mission site. This mission site is completely different from the previous ones. The previous areas were all desolate and uninhabited. Shoals, deserts, and villages spread by fire. But now, they were teleported to a prosperous city. There were all kinds of buildings in front of them. The prosperous streets were crowded with cars and people. Occasionally, patrolling soldiers passed by, but they did not notice Su Xian and others in the corner of the street. Is this Sunset City? It's really prosperous. Su Xian walked out of the street corner and came to the wide road. Although it is a Western medieval-style building, lacking technological elements, you can still feel the charm of humanity. Moreover, due to the existence of magic, the productivity of the city will not lag behind too much. Mr. Su Xian, the target of this mission, Knight Laxia, is the heir of the Yerman family. We should be able to easily find her location by asking passers-by. Issa stared at the vast crowd and said softly, generally, there will be a client for this kind of mission commission. Su Xian shook his head and explained, we just need to wait at the agreed place. So that's the case, then what is the agreed place? A coffee shop on the west side of the city, it should be nearby. During the conversation, Su Xian had found the location of the coffee shop, and he immediately walked towards it. They entered the coffee shop, found a quiet corner to sit down, and waited for the client to appear. But their arrival immediately attracted the attention of passers-by around them. People cast curious eyes one after another, and some people even couldn't help whispering. This made Su Xian deeply puzzled. They shouldn't be too ostentatious, right? Besides, he even changed into medieval clothes on purpose. The undead oath knight Lu's line was wrapped in armor, which should have hidden her identity as an undead, and Issa was also a seemingly ordinary nun. But why did they attract the attention of passers-by? Just as Su Xian was puzzled, a beautiful lady in a puffy skirt walked into the coffee shop waving a rose folding fan. The coffee shop usually gathers the rich people in the town. The strange clothes of Su Xian and others naturally made the lady recognize their identities at a glance. But when she came to Su Xian and saw Lorslan sitting next to him, her beautiful eyes suddenly froze, surprised and speechless. Hello? Madam? Su Xian frowned, and was very confused about the client's reaction of standing there like a log when he saw them. Could it be related to Lorslan? Lorslan? Is it you? Lorslan. The lady asked Lorslan in shock, and she looked at this person, who had long been considered dead, and she was a little unbelievable, and she actually appeared in front of her at this moment. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her inner excitement and confusion. But Lorslan did not make any response to the lady's inquiry. It just sat there quietly, staring at the coffee on the table, and fell into deep thought. It seemed that it could not eat anything in its current state, and even if it ate something, it might leak out. Lorslan. The lady's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and Lorslan's indifference made her confused. Madam, it's not the Rosalind you are familiar with. Su Xian reminded the lady. That's right. Rosalind died 10 years ago. Even if the armor is similar, how can the deceased be resurrected? The lady sighed and sat down opposite Su Xian. My name is Natasha, and I am a friend of Rashia's mother. I entrusted you this time, hoping that you can help Rashia become a sworn knight. What do you think I need to do? Su Xian asked bluntly. He knew nothing about the selection process of the sworn knight, so he hoped to learn more about the relevant situation from people in the know. You only need to protect Rashia's safety in the selection competition the day after tomorrow. I'm afraid that someone will do something bad to her in the competition. Natasha narrated. Okay, then have you learned who wants to harm Rashia? Su Xian asked. I don't know who the other party is, but I know that they have also issued a similar commission. They want to prevent Rashia from becoming a sworn knight. Chapter 14. Someone in Sunset City hired adventurers to prevent Luoxia from becoming a sworn knight. Natasha said anxiously, that's the situation. I hope Mr. Su Xian can protect Luoxia's safety in the sworn knight selection the day after tomorrow. Okay, I understand. After briefly discussing the main situation of the mission, Ms. Natasha got up and left because she had other things to do. But when she left, She always looked back at Luo Saline, and her bright eyes seemed to reveal her special concern and attention to Luo Saline, as if it contained some deep meaning. Mr. Su Xian, I have investigated. Yisha whispered in Su Xian's ear. Luo Saline seems to have been a sworn knight of the Yerman family, but died in a mission 10 years ago. So they are relatives of the same family? Su Xian whispered thoughtfully. And according to the intelligence, the sworn knight is the guardian who receives the gift of the White Rose and guards the city. You can imagine how powerful she is. Of course, after Lorthelin was recruited into Su Xian's guild, she turned into a dead spirit and her level dropped to level 10. If she still maintained her state before her death, her level would probably be at least level 30. But now Lorthelin. Su Xian turned his head and looked at Lorthelin sitting next to him. It was gently stirring the coffee in the cup with its jade fingers. As a dead spirit, it had forgotten everything. It even lost the ability to speak. It's getting late. We should go back. Su Xian drank the coffee in one breath, then calmly put down a few copper coins, got up and left the coffee shop. As soon as he stepped out of the coffee shop, a man in a black robe on the street suddenly caught his attention. But soon, the man disappeared in the vast crowd. Other players? Su Xian muttered to himself. According to the information provided by Natasha, someone else in Sunset City has launched a commission to the guild created by players, aiming to let adventurers obstruct Luo Xia during the selection process of the Oath Knight. This made Su Xian feel a little bit of anticipation. It was the first time he met other players in the game. Although they were hostile, as an online game, it was reasonable to have PvP. Of course, he would never show mercy. As for the strength of the other guild, it was expected that it should be similar to his. After all, this was just an E-level difficulty task. Mr. Su Xian, what are you looking at? Aisha noticed that Su Xian was standing there in a daze, and asked curiously. Nothing, let's go back. Yerman family castle. Aunt Natasha, you mean you met your aunt? Luo Xia suddenly stood up from her seat, her face full of shock. Yes. Natasha nodded and said, I am sure she is definitely Luo Saline. I will never forget her white and gold armor, and the family emblem on her breastplate. But her condition is a little strange. Aunt Natasha, did you see it wrong? Aunt Luo Saline died in that shipwreck 10 years ago. Luo Xia still found it hard to believe that her Aunt Luo Saline might still be alive. After all, it has been 10 years since the shipwreck. If her aunt is really still alive, how could there be no news at all? How could I be wrong? Luo Xia. I'm only 34 years old, not old enough to see clearly. Natasha was eager to make Luo Xia believe her. In this regard, Luo Xia was slightly shaken by Natasha's sincere tone. If Aunt Luo Saline is really still alive, then this Oath Knight selection. Who is Aunt Luo Saline with? Luo Xia asked eagerly. I hired the adventurer with money. Adventurer? Aunt Natasha, what do you hire adventurers for? Luo Xia was full of doubts. I heard that someone wanted to harm you in the Oath Knight selection, so I hired a few adventurers to prevent you from being prepared. Natasha explained. Luo Xia was silent for a while because of Natasha's concern. She knew in her heart that everything Aunt Natasha did was for her sake. However, this selection was under the protection of the White Rose, and all the knight families in Sunset City participated and supervised. It was almost impossible to sabotage it. However, this is Natasha's intention. She will not refuse. Natasha, you have been immersed in sadness for too long. Luo Saline died a long time ago, and Luo Xia's parents were buried in that shipwreck. At this time, after hearing their conversation outside the door, Mello immediately walked into Luo Xia's study and scolded coldly. Uncle? Luo Xia, I hope you can understand Natasha's mental disorder. Mello glanced at Natasha coldly, and continued, she and your mother and aunt are the best friends. They were even called three inseparable golden flowers by the citizens of Sunset City more than a decade ago. That represents the best friendship between the three of them. It is natural that she has the illusion that Rosalind is still alive. She just misses your mother and aunt too much. How could it be? Natasha's eyes were wet, and she wanted to explain to Luo Xia that she was definitely not hallucinating. Rosalind really appeared in Sunset City again, but Mero did not seem to intend to give Natasha more opportunities to speak, and said, but you have to believe that Natasha loves you. She spent a lot of money to hire adventurers for you. Even if those adventurers can't help much, it's her intention. Hearing this, Luo Xia smiled at Natasha and thanked her. Aunt Natasha, thank you for your motherly care and concern for me. Please believe that I will stand out in the Oath Knight selection the day after tomorrow, and will not disappoint your expectations of me. Luo Xia. Okay. Luo Xia, you should go to the church for the weekly worship. Yes. At Mero's urging, Luo Xia left the study. When Melo left, he deliberately turned back to glance at Natasha, who was still standing in the study. His eyes seemed to contain some deep meaning. This glance made Natasha feel a little afraid, but she didn't dare to tell Luo Xia. Then Mr. Su Xian, see you tomorrow. After saying hello to Su Xian, Issa left the guild. Su Xian was also ready to quit the game. Although today was Friday, he had to go to Sister Ling's store to work tomorrow morning. Just as he was about to close the game, he suddenly found that Luo Saline was still sitting on the wooden chair in the guild. I don't know what it was thinking, just gently stroked the wooden table with its jade fingers. In a short while, the wooden table had been carved with flowers. This made Su Xian frown. If Luo Saline continued to carve, the wooden tables in his guild would be in trouble. After some thought, Su Xian bought a puzzle of Along the River during the Qingming festival from the mall. He walked to Lurlin, put the puzzle on the table, and said gently, if you are bored, you can play this. Lurlin looked at Su Xian, and then looked at the puzzle on the table. The pair of empty eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Suddenly, a prompt popped up in Su Xian's vision. Triggering the character development task gets so itchy. I need to grow my brain. Task description. Lurlin completes the Qingming Shanghe 2 puzzle alone. Task reward. Random high-level swordsmanship. Su Xian, Chapter 15. Character development task? Su Xian raised his eyebrows. Who would have thought that giving Lorslin a puzzle would trigger a hidden task? When he looked at Lorslin again, he found that it had raised 2 bone fingers, gently picked up a puzzle piece, and started to piece it together. However, its skull was empty, as if every piece of the puzzle needed to be carefully considered. I hope you have fun. Su Xian took off his VR glasses and smiled. Now, the guild's wooden table is finally safe. I just hope that Lorslin's skull won't explode too quickly. After returning to reality, Su Xian simply washed up and went to bed. The next day, after he put on his clothes, he left home. Sister Ling's real name is Lu Ling. Her shop is near Su Xian's home. It is a noodle shop with dozens of square meters. Since the entire shop is supported by only Sister Ling, a waiter needs to be hired during the busy holiday time. It just so happened that Su Xian also needed to make money to support himself, so this started. By the way, Lu Ling has a younger sister named Lu Shui. She is 7 years younger than Lu Ling and the same age as Su Xian, but for some reason, Lu Ling is reluctant to let Lu Shui help in the store. It seems that she is afraid of delaying Lu Shui's studies, but this is a good thing for Su Xian. If Lu Shui helps in the store, he will lose this job. Sister Ling, I'm here. Su Xian walked into a store called I Want to See You Once. It's only 6 o'clock in the morning, but the store is already full of customers eating breakfast. Su Xian, you're here. A beautiful lady boss in an apron came out from the kitchen, holding 2 bowls of hot noodles. The aroma was overflowing. I help you. Eat something first. You have the strength to work after you're full. Okay. Time went by in the blink of an eye, and it was afternoon. Lu Ling's noodle shop was usually only busy in the morning and at noon, and there were fewer customers in the afternoon. But their lunch time was also postponed to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you for your hard work. Your favorite seafood noodles. Lu Ling brought a bowl of hot seafood noodles to Su Xian. The fresh fragrance was overflowing, making people salivate. Su Xian thanked him gratefully, then picked up the chopsticks and tasted it eagerly. A day's work made him hungry. Eat slowly, I go call Xiu Xue. Lu Ling saw Su Xian wolfing down his food, covered her mouth and smiled, then walked into the inner room to call Lu Shui to eat. Su Xian ate noodles while looking at the half-open door. Lu Ling's gentle and magnetic voice came from the room. Xia Xue, pause the game for a while. It's time to eat. Got it. Can you take down the game console first? You go eat first. I be out soon. Slurp, slurp. Su Xian ate noodles while listening to the conversation between the 2 sisters. Although Lu Ling is only 25 years old, her tone is not like that of a sister, but more like a mother. Even though she is not married yet, she gives people a wife feeling. This may be because their parents died in a car accident a few years ago, causing Lu Ling to give up her studies early and shoulder the burden of the family. After a while, Lu Ling came out from the inner room. She muttered, Xiao Shui is really something. She has been addicted to games. I don't know if it will affect her studies. It shouldn't be. Her academic performance has always been in the top 5 in the school. Su Xian gulped down half a bowl of soup. I feel relieved when you say that. As long as it doesn't affect her studies, it's fine. Lu Ling breathed a sigh of relief. She is not the kind of person who hates games. As long as Lu Shue's studies are not affected, she can play as long as she wants. What game is she playing? Su Xian asked curiously. It seems to be a VR game? Xiao Shui said this is the most powerful game she has ever seen. The pictures in the game are just like the real thing. Lu Ling recalled. Really? Su Xian couldn't help but feel a little curious. Could it be that Lu Shui was playing the same game as him? While thinking, Lu Shui walked out of the room. Compared to Lu Ling's gentle and virtuous mature personality, Lu Shui is more like a girl next door who likes to play games. Her short black hair is a little messy, but it can't hide her clear and beautiful beauty. Although her appearance is far from that of Ivisa, she is also a school beauty among students. Good afternoon. Lu Shui greeted Su Xian, then sat down and ate noodles obediently. Su Xian just nodded. Although he and Lu Shui are classmates, their relationship is really average. They don't say a few words in a week. I go clean up, you guys eat slowly. After Lu Ling brought a stack of snacks, she ran to the kitchen to work. Su Xian and Lu Shui were left alone, trapped in a subtle awkward atmosphere. He could almost feel the air gradually solidifying, like a heavy frost, making people feel suffocated and depressed. Su Xian took out his mobile phone, picked up a piece of crispy fish and put it in his mouth, but his eyes were fixed on the screen of the mobile phone, without moving away for a moment. On his mobile phone screen, the scene in the game was connected, and the scene of the character Lorthelin piecing together along the river during the Qingming festival was playing. Although Lorthelin had become a dead spirit, lost most of her memory and thinking ability, and her brain was empty, her persistence in a certain thing seemed to have never disappeared. The bone fingers that sparkled like diamonds lightly picked up a piece of puzzle, and after a few minutes of careful consideration, placed it in a position. However, it seemed that the position was not correct. So, it was picked up again and replaced with another piece of puzzle. But it seemed to be another wrong option. Lorthelin was stunned and fell into deep thought. Puff, its dumbfounded appearance made Su Xian couldn't help but chuckle. The little skeleton was in a daze, and, judging from the current progress of the puzzle, Rosalind should not be bored in this month. Su Xian, can I ask you a question? Suddenly, Lu Shui's gentle voice came into Su Xian's ears. What's the question? Su Xian put down his phone and looked at Lu Shui curiously. This little girl would not ask him actively, maybe she encountered some difficult problem. Do you know any way to catch mice hiding in dark corners? Lu Shui put down the chopsticks in her hand, raised her head, and stared into Su Xian's eyes with her clear and bright eyes, like a spring. Catch mice? Are there mice in your noodle shop? No, it's something in the game. Game? Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Is it really such a coincidence? Lu Shui also got the qualification for that mysterious game? Is it the fire rat? How do you know? When Lu Shui heard the 3 words fire rat from Su Xian's mouth, her pupils dilated slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Seeing Lu Shui's reaction, Su Xian knew that he had met a game player in reality. There are only 100,000 internal test qualifications in the world, and he didn't expect that there would be someone he knew. Maybe this is fate. Also, it seems that Lu Shui's game progress seems to be a little slower than his. Then he is a senior. If you want to lure out the fire rat, you can go to the mall to buy the magic scroll of illumination. A magic scroll of illumination only costs 2 copper coins. Su Xian gave advice to Lu Shui. Of course, this was also thanks to Ivisa's practical teaching, which made him know the wonderful use of illumination. Lighting technique? Does it really work? Lu Shui's beautiful eyes turned, and she murmured in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? I believe you. But I didn't expect you to play the game too. Lu Shui's eyes turned, with a hint of surprise in them. I didn't expect it either. Su Xian shrugged. That? Lu Shui suddenly showed a curious look, and she asked softly, Can I ask what quality of adventurers you recruited? Although her voice was soft, it revealed an urgent expectation for the answer. Su Xian thought for a while, and replied calmly, Elite. Elite. When Lu Shui heard this answer, her pretty face was instantly stained with a layer of jealousy, and a trace of envy flashed in her eyes. She thought she was lucky enough to recruit only 3% of rare quality adventurers. But Su Xian recruited only 1 in 10,000 elite quality adventurers? What a dog, take my kick. Chapter 16. Su Xian glanced at Lu Shui. Ever since he said that he had recruited an elite adventurer, Lu Shui had remained silent and ate noodles quietly. Occasionally, she raised her head and stared at him with a strange look, full of admiration. Ahem, if Lu Shui knew that he had recruited an epic adventurer, and even now there was a legendary adventurer in the guild, Wouldn't this little girl be envious? By the way, there is a hidden task in that commission, which is to hide a fiery rat leader in the village's granary. Su Xian kindly reminded, this leader has 3 levels. If you plan to complete the hidden task, it's best to make some preparations in advance. Although he and Lu Shui are not close, because Sister Ling takes good care of him, Su Xian will naturally be willing to give her sister some help. Oh, thank you for your reminder. Lu Shui responded softly. Her eyes moved, and she believed Su Xian's words without a doubt. She could tell the difference between hating Ogo and accepting his kindness. Su Xian, I have transferred today's salary to you on WeChat. Please accept it. At this time, Lu Ling finished cleaning the kitchen and came over with a warm smile. Because the business was so hot today, the ingredients were almost consumed, so there was no need to continue business in the evening. Su Xian opened WeChat, and 300 yuan was waiting for him to receive it. Thank you, Sister Ling. You're welcome. It's still 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will prepare breakfast for you. Okay. Then I leave first. See you tomorrow. Su Xian wiped his mouth, then stood up and left Lu Ling's noodle shop. Su Xian did not go home immediately after get off work. He first went to the supermarket and bought some food and daily necessities. Then, he went to the fruit store and bought some fresh fruits. Even so, there was still 230 yuan left from the 300 yuan salary, which was not enough to spend. After buying things, Su Xian rushed back home. He put the fruit food in the refrigerator, then put on VR glasses and entered the game world. When Su Xian came to the guild, Issa had been waiting in the guild for a long time as usual. Although Su Xian arrived an hour earlier today, Issa still arrived at the guild earlier than him. And Lu's line had been staying in the guild, fiddling with the puzzle. Good morning, Mr. Su Xian. Issa saw Su Xian coming and immediately stood up to greet him. There was a smile on her beautiful face, as if she was happy about something. Are you in a good mood today? Su Xian asked curiously. Well, Sister Kelly and the others found a young baron who is willing to pay a sum of money to help the church through the crisis. Issa explained. Really? That's a good thing. Su Xian smiled slightly after hearing this. He was deeply puzzled. If the crisis of the church was resolved, the role mission should have changed. But he did not get any feedback. Maybe this is indeed a good thing, but for some reason, the Baron's eyes always make me feel something is wrong. Issa's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a trace of worry. Although she was grateful to the Baron for solving the crisis of the church, the other's eyes made her feel an inexplicable sense of crisis, as if hiding some unknown secrets. Really? Su Xian heard this, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. If the other party's goodwill is based on other purposes, or even to harm Issa, then he will not agree. Maybe I think too much. Sister Kelly said that the Baron is still a law enforcement knight who has just shown his talent. I hope he can follow the justice of the law enforcement knight. Issa said softly. What is his character like? We will know it after 2 days if we meet him. Su Xian suggested, it just so happens that I also want to go to the church where you are to take a look. Are you really going to the church? That's great. I have been mentioning you to Sister Kelly, and she has wanted to see you for a long time. Issa said to Su Xian excitedly. There was a gleam of excitement in her eyes, and she seemed to be looking forward to Su Xian meeting Sister Kelly. Why did you mention me to Sister Kelly? Su Xian raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. This? Yisha's voice suddenly stopped. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and she said shyly, I told her that you are the person I admire most. After that, she raised her head, and her clear and bright eyes stared at Su Xian's eyes tightly, with a trace of greedy love in her eyes. Ahem. Su Xian quickly shifted his sight. He didn't think that Yafusha's feelings were admiration. Mr. Su Xian, your face is red, are you shy? The weather is hot, and blushing is a normal phenomenon. Is it? Okay, we should go to solve the commission tasks. After completing the commission of Sunset City tomorrow, we will go back to the church together. Su Xian said lightly. Today Su Xian cannot go to the church of Issa, because he has an appointment with Ms. Natasha. Although the appointment is at 2 p.m., Issa's role mission is very important, so he needs to make adequate preparations in advance to ensure the smooth progress of the mission, rather than rushing it. At the very least, he has to be prepared to stay up all night. So, he decided to solve 2 relatively simple commission tasks first, and then go to Sunset City. Commission Task 2, F+ collect lava or 0/10, task reward, silver coin 3, experience 300. Commission Task 3, F+ defeat the flame golem, 0/3, task reward, silver coin 5, Experience 500. 2 flame terrain tasks? Su Xian frowned, always feeling a bad premonition. But he decided to solve these 2 commission tasks first, because they are in the same map, which takes relatively less time. When he was about to step into the portal, his footsteps suddenly paused, as if he remembered something important. Turning his head, he looked at Lorthelin and shouted at it. "Stop playing with the puzzle. It's time to start working." Lorthelin was stunned by Su Xian's order. Its bone fingers were suspended in the air and never fell. After a few seconds of hesitation, it decided to put the puzzle pieces back to the pile. Then, it stood up and followed Su Xian's footsteps. A few hours later, when the white light of the teleportation array flashed, Su Xian and Issa returned to the guild. However, their conditions were not very good. Su Xian's clothes were burned and incomplete, and he looked very embarrassed. And Issa was not much better. Her nun's clothes were cracked again because of the use of wings, and the burning of the flames had damaged them so badly that she needed to buy a new one. Only Lorthelin was an exception. She was immune to elemental magic, and the special material of the platinum armor made her unscathed. "Is this the fire terrain? It's so disgusting," Su Xian complained. Both of these commissions were carried out in the fire terrain. The sudden eruption of fire caught Su Xian off guard, leading to this scene. And it was this mission that made him understand the preciousness of the fire gem. Fortunately, these 2 commissions were relatively simple. The level 5 fire puppet was killed by Lorthelin in 2 strikes, which was not difficult at all. The only loss was 2 pieces of clothing. Su Xian turned his head to look at Issa beside him, and saw that her nun's clothes were burned by the flames, revealing a small part of her snow-white skin. Although her private parts were not exposed, it was always a hassle to sew them because of the spread of the devil's wings. Su Xian felt that he should buy a special combat outfit for Issa. After all, he had to protect Issa. How could he show his wife to others? "Issa, go take a bath first. I buy you a new style of nun's clothes." Su Xian told Issa to take a bath first. Issa first looked at the clock, then glanced at Su Xian's condition, and whispered, "Mr. Su Xian, there is only 1 hour left before the time agreed by Ms. Natasha. Time is running out. How about we take a bath together?" Her voice was a little shy, but her eyes revealed a hint of pleasure, as if she had found an opportunity again. Chapter 17. Only 1 hour left? Su Xian glanced at the clock. Just as Ivessa said, there was only 1 hour left until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If the 2 of them took turns bathing, the time might be a little tight, but it should be in time. It should be. Su Xian was about to refuse, but Ivessa came up and took his arm. "Don't worry, Mr. Su Xian, I will help you clean every dirt carefully." As she spoke, a pattern of love flashed in Ivessa's eyes. At some point, Su Xian's wrist had been wrapped around by her peach-hard tail, which seemed to convey a hint of charm. With such a warm invitation, he really had no reason to refuse. "Then I trouble you." "It's my honor." Ivessa gently took Su Xian's arm, and the 2 walked towards the bathroom together. Luzlin stood there blankly for a while, and then continued to fiddle with her puzzle. As a dead spirit, it would not have strange thoughts. A few minutes later, white mist was rising in the guild's bathroom. Su Xian sat quietly in the water, waiting for Issa to wash him. While waiting, his heartbeat gradually accelerated, roaring like an engine. Obviously, it was the first time for a girl to bathe him. "Mr. Su Xian, since I tasted the white blanching last time, I have been thinking about the beauty of that moment." Issa applied the shower gel to her palm, patted it gently, rubbed out the foam, and then evenly washed her favorite. And then, Su Xian closed his eyes, feeling the tranquility like a feather passing over the lake. But his mind was in a mess, and he urged himself not to fantasize, but his mind was full of strange images. So, Issa scooped up a spoonful of warm water, poured it gently, and washed away the fire ashes on the surface of the skin. Of course, this is not the end, but just the beginning. She applied shower gel again, but this time it was not on the palm of her hand. "I hope to receive your favor again. Of course, if possible, I want to stay by your side and feel your love." After speaking, Issa came up again. Although Su Xian, who closed his eyes, temporarily lost his vision, his other senses were significantly improved. Especially the sense of touch. He could clearly feel the heavy pressure from his back. It seems that Issa did a good job of washing him. "Issa, try to be quick, we don't have much time." Su Xian reminded Issa. "There is only 1 hour, and we have to hurry to complete the task." "Hurry up." Issa was stunned for a moment when she heard this, but soon showed a look of understanding. She raised her lips in a charming arc and smiled charmingly. "Mr. Su Xian, This is what you asked for. As soon as she finished speaking, the playful heart-shaped tail gently wrapped around Su Xian's wrist. The following is a plot description of the baptism of the soul, and the following 20,000 words are omitted. In the hall of the guild, Lortharin was still concentrating on her jigsaw puzzle. After a day and a night of unremitting efforts, it has successfully completed 1/10 of the progress of the jigsaw puzzle. It temporarily put down the jigsaw puzzle pieces and looked at the clock. There were still 20 minutes left until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But Su Xian and Issa didn't come out of the bathroom for a long time. This made it a little confused. The skull, as bright as a diamond, tilted slightly. It didn't understand what they were busy with. When the minute hand moved to 1:45, the bathroom door slowly opened. At the same time, Su Xian's voice came. Issa, we have to move faster. It's almost 2 o'clock. Sorry, Mr. Su Xian, it's my problem. Your willpower is beyond my prediction. You underestimated me. Su Xian and Issa walked out of the bathroom. They have changed into new clothes. Su Xian is wearing a light yellow casual medieval-style long dress. It's just an ordinary dress bought in the mall for 10 copper coins. Issa changed into a brand new nun's dress. This nun's dress is mainly black, with delicate black silk. The style is simple and elegant, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. The long skirt sways gently with her steps, giving people a holy and mysterious feeling. But the most important thing is, the full name of this nun's uniform is called Combat Nun's Uniform. Its material is a special magical material that can make corresponding adjustments according to the changes in the wearer's body shape. It is as soft as water, fits tightly to the body, and moves with the shape. Of course, this nun's uniform also costs Su Xian 5 silver coins. It's expensive for a reason. The new style of nun's uniform is really interesting. Yisha swayed her body and raised her lips slightly. When she wanted to spread her wings, the nun's uniform would perfectly fit her demon wings and change. This change was so smooth and natural, as if the clothes themselves were part of her body. It expanded as her wings spread, but it would not be torn or damaged, saving the trouble of sewing. Even, Issa can secretly hide the heart-shaped tail in her skirt, which is not easy to be noticed by others. Su Xian adjusted her sleeves and urged Issa slightly. Issa, we should set off. Yeah. Issa nodded softly, and hid her wings and tail. As Su Xian walked towards the teleportation array, he threw a white robe to Lorslin. Since Natasha almost discovered Lorslin's true identity last time, Su Xian knew that he must be careful to hide Lorslin's armor. That set of armor is too dazzling, and it is inevitable that it will cause some unnecessary trouble and danger. When the teleportation array flashed white light, Su Xian and his friends came to Sunset City again and immediately rushed to the agreed place. This time it was not the cafe in the west of the city, but the castle of the Yearman family. Although Ms. Natasha was not a member of the Yearman family, her relationship with Lorslin's mother and aunt made her eligible to live here. Of course, she herself is also a daughter of a noble. You are finally here. Mr. Su Xian. Natasha waited outside the Yearman castle for a long time. When she saw Su Xian coming, a smile appeared on her lips. But her sight was mainly on Lin. Although Lin was wearing a white robe this time, covering most of her dazzling platinum armor, how could Natasha, who had seen Lordislin's armor before, not recognize her completely? Natasha didn't know why Lin appeared in Su Xian's guild, but she firmly believed that Su Xian was not a hateful necromancer. Moreover, she knew very well that Lin was a sworn knight chosen by the White Rose, with an extremely tough soul and noble character. In her opinion, no necromancer could control or defile Lordislin's soul and body. Perhaps, Lorthalin had her own reasons? Sorry to have kept you waiting. Su Xian smiled slightly to apologize. He seemed to be 5 minutes late. Please follow me. Coffee and desserts are ready in the reception room. Natasha swayed and led Su Xian and the others into the Yearman castle. At the same time, she introduced, the Yearman family has a history of 100 years in Sunset City. It is the most powerful knight family in Sunset City, but lost several of the most important family members in a shipwreck 10 years ago. While speaking, she glanced at Lorthalin on Su Xian's right. He continued, among them is the only sworn knight of the Yearman family, Lorslin, and Lortia's parents. This shipwreck has caused heavy losses to the Yearman family. Our only hope is to let Lortia be elected as the new sworn knight in the White Rose ceremony held every 20 years. This is the only chance. But now? Natasha's eyes flickered slightly, and she sighed softly. Someone wants to destroy all this. She turned around and stared at Su Xian with her affectionate eyes, and said in an almost begging tone, I sincerely hope that you can stop all this from happening, no matter what method you use. As long as you can ensure Lorcia's safety, I am willing to give you this precious item as a reward for this mission." After speaking, Natasha took out a green pendant from the snow-white room. At the same time, a prompt jumped out of Su Xian's sight. New mission reward, Natasha's Heart Pendant Elite. Chapter 18. Natasha's Psychic Pendant, Elite immune to the influence of psychic magic. Elite quality, pendant immune to psychic magic. Su Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that there would be an elite quality pendant as a reward for the mission. What was even more surprising was that the effect of this pendant was extraordinary, and had the unique property of being directly immune to the influence of psychic magic. "Can I ask you, Mr. Su Xian?" Natasha gazed at Su Xian with deep affection, and her expectant eyes revealed a subtle desire, hoping that he would accept her request. "Since I have accepted the mission commission, I will naturally be responsible for the whole process and fulfill my duties." Su Xian replied calmly. Even without the pendant given by Natasha, he would go all out to ensure the smooth completion of the mission. But if the other party insisted on giving it, he would also consider the other party's feelings and accept it politely. "Great, I will give you this pendant first. Please don't refuse. In addition, I have a small request." Natasha smiled and continued. "What request? Can I see her true face?" Natasha looked at Rosalind standing behind Su Xian and asked expectantly. She wanted to know if it was Rosalind in the armor. If it was Rosalind. "Yes, but after the mission is over," Su Xian replied. "After the mission is over, it is not impossible for Natasha to meet Rosalind. I just hope she can calmly accept the fact that Rosalind has passed away." "Really? Thank you so much." Natasha smiled and handed the pendant in her hand to Su Xian. After Su Xian received the pendant, he was about to put it in his shirt pocket, but was surprised to smell a trace of fragrance on the pendant. He recalled the place where Natasha kept the pendant, and was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he carefully put it into his pocket. "Luo Xia should be back soon. I will let her meet you immediately. Please wait a moment." After Natasha led Su Xian and the others to the reception room of the castle, she immediately left the room. The reason she asked Su Xian to meet Luo Xia was to let Su Xian meet Luo Xia. At least, she wanted Su Xian to know the target he wanted to protect. Su Xian sat on the sofa, waiting for Luo Xia to arrive. He picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip. It was a bit bitter. He didn't like such bitter coffee, so he put down the coffee cup in his hand. While waiting, Su Xian looked around. There were portraits of the core members of the Yerman family in the reception room. Among them, a portrait of a woman attracted Su Xian's attention. He stood up and walked to the portrait. The person in the portrait was a heroic blonde knight, wearing platinum shining armor and holding a sharp sword. The pair of green eyes were as bright as stars, and the delicate facial features were impeccable, which was amazing, and in the corner of the portrait, there was a line of small words. "Portrait of Lortharin." "Lortharin, is this you?" Su Xian pointed at the portrait and asked Lortharin. Lortharin, in the form of a dead ghost, stared blankly at the portrait of herself when she was alive, and did not respond immediately. After more than 10 seconds, it slowly shook its head, seeming a little confused, indicating that the person in the portrait might not be it. Su Xian sighed. Lu's line really forgot everything. She even forgot what she looked like. "She's perfect, isn't she?" Suddenly, a male voice came from behind Su Xian. Su Xian turned around, and saw a male knight in silver armor standing at the door. "Who are you?" "My name is Mei Xing, and I'm Luo Xiao's cousin." The male knight took a step closer, his brown-black pupils staring at the portrait of Rosaline hanging on the wall, and continued, "I'm also one of Ms. Rosaline's many admirers." Rosaline's admirer? Su Xian was silent for a moment, and glanced at Rosaline. Rosaline remained indifferent, and sat quietly on the sofa. "I can see that we are the same kind of people." Mei Xing smiled and stared at Su Xian, his eyes full of admiration and recognition for Su Xian. "You have also heard the legendary stories of Ms. Rosalind, and you admire her, am I right?" Su Xian frowned. Admiring Rosalind? Did this brother misunderstand something? But Su Xian could clearly feel that the brother named Mei Xing's admiration for Rosalind in his eyes seemed to have reached the point of madness. Indeed, Rosalind's story is shocking. Su Xian was too lazy to say anything more, so he just agreed. "Yes. Ms. Rosalind's legendary story makes people's blood boil. It is a must-read publication before I go to bed every night." Mei Xing shouted excitedly. His enthusiasm made Su Xian consciously take a step back. What fanatical fans! You know what? Although I haven't had the honor of meeting Lady Lortharin many times, my admiration for her is like a torrent of water, endless. Su Xian kept silent, just acting as a listener. He glanced at the male knight beside him, and the other party's basic information came into his eyes. Mei Xing, rare, level 11, 500/2200, race, human. Strength, 100/agility, 80/magic, 80/constitution, 120. Growth, 6 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Level 11? Su Xian touched his chin and thought for a moment. Since he entered the Yerming Castle, the highest level knight he had seen was only level 15. It seems that the top combat power of Sunset City is at most around level 20. Mei Xing? Why are you here? At this time, two beautiful figures appeared at the door of the reception room, attracting Su Xian's attention. He turned his head and saw that one of them was Natasha, and next to her stood a female knight with long golden hair. At first glance, Su Xian mistakenly thought it was Luosalin, but after a closer look, he found that the woman was slightly different from Luosalin, less dashing and more girlish. But it must be said that she really looks like Luosalin in the portrait. Is she Luoxia? Su Xian couldn't help but murmur. He didn't expect that his aunt and niece looked so similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. And Su Xian's eyes inadvertently glanced at another portrait on the wall, which was a portrait of Luoxia's father. The man in the painting also had blonde hair. Although he was a man, his appearance was extremely beautiful, and he had a striking resemblance to Luoxia. The only difference was that Luoxia's father and Luosalin both had a pair of emerald green eyes, while Luoxia's pupils were emerald blue. This must be a feature inherited from her mother. Su Xian glanced, and the information box popped up. Luoxia, elite, level 12, 0/2400, race, human. Strength, 140/agility, 140/magic, 100/constitution, 140. Growth, 8 points of all attribute increase per level. Status, curse, unknown, curse. Chapter 19. Curse? Su Xian glanced at Luoxia's attribute panel, and the curse displayed on the status bar made him confused. He tried to check what curse the other party had suffered, but it showed that the intimacy was insufficient and could not be queried. Su Xian reluctantly gave up the idea and turned his attention to the other people present. At this time, Luoxia and Natasha walked into the reception room together, and they asked Mei Xing, "Why are you here?" "Cousin Aunt Natasha." Mei Xing smiled and replied, "I just happened to pass by here, and I talked to this gentleman about my interests and hobbies. Since there is nothing else, then leave first. Remember to practice swordsmanship more, and be fully prepared for tomorrow's selection." Luoxia said in a calm tone. "Okay, I understand." Mei Xing nodded, without saying anything more, turned around and left the reception room. After Mei Xing left, Luoxia gently closed the door of the reception room. Then, she walked to Su Xian with light steps. Her blue eyes stared at Su Xian deeply, with a cold look on her face. A clear and calm voice said, "Please sit down first." Several people sat down. But the place where Su Xian sat before was now occupied by Luoxia. He was thinking about taking his coffee back. Although it seemed that he had not drunk it, there were still traces of him on the rim of the cup. But before he stood up, Luoxia picked up the cup of coffee and took a sip. This? Su Xian hesitated to speak, and thought about it, and decided to forget it. There was no need for this anymore. Adventurers from foreign lands. Luoxia put down the cup, staring at Su Xian with her blue eyes, and smiled faintly. "Aunt Natasha once mentioned you to me. Thank you very much for coming from afar, accepting the commission, and protecting my safety." While speaking, Luoxia's eyes kept wandering over Su Xian and the others, carefully observing everything about them, as if judging whether the adventurers hired by Natasha are reliable. First of all, Su Xian. She accurately judged that Su Xian was just an ordinary person, not to mention the aura of magic, and he might not even have received training in swordsmanship, writing, etc. Luoxia couldn't help but have doubts in her heart. Is this person really an adventurer? Although the opponent's body has traces of exercise, it seems that he has only reached the level of strengthening his body. If a close combat is carried out, Luoxia is confident that he can defeat her in just one round. Then there is Issa. Although Issa's aura is well hidden, Luoxia still judges that her strength is extraordinary, especially in terms of magic attainments, but still not to the point where she was moved. But the third person. Luoxia frowned slightly. She stared at the man in the white robe, but could not see through his true face under the robe. What confused her even more was that she could not sense any breath of that person. Strange. Since we have accepted Ms. Natasha's commission, we will definitely fulfill our duties. Su Xian replied calmly. Luo Xia, Mr. Su Xian and his team are very good, they will definitely be able to protect your safety. Natasha smiled happily, full of confidence in Su Xian and others. Even though she knew nothing about Su Xian's strength, she believed that Luo Saling could definitely protect her niece. Then, I will introduce you to the rules of the White Rose ceremony and related security matters. Luo Xia smiled and nodded to Natasha, and then she began to explain the rules of the White Rose ceremony. The selection of the pledged knights will be carried out under the witness of the White Rose. Each of the 6 knight families in Sunset City will send 2 young knights to participate in the selection and accept the test from the White Rose. At that time, the White Rose will unfold the magic circle, and only the 12 qualified knights can enter it. In the magic circle, I am in a competitive relationship with other knights, and each is in a different trial venue, so you don't need to be responsible for protection at that time. The area you need to be responsible for is the time period before and after the selection begins. After hearing what Luo Xia said, Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and he felt something was wrong. So he asked, "Are you sure you won't be disturbed by other things when you are in the magic circle?" Obviously, the best time to take action should be when the selection is in progress. Please rest assured, the magic circle created by the White Rose is very powerful. In addition to the qualified knights, only the sworn knights who have received the White Rose ceremony can enter. No matter how strong other people are, they cannot break into this magic circle. Unless that person's strength is enough to destroy the entire Sunset City, otherwise this magic circle is absolutely safe. Luo Xia said confidently. Can other sworn knights who have received the White Rose ceremony also enter? Su Xian was suddenly a little surprised when he heard this. Doesn't that mean that Luo Saling can also enter? Yes, but the previous sworn knights have all passed away, and their bones have long been buried. Luo Xia added. When she said this, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, as if she remembered the deceased and felt a little sad. In response, Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew in his heart that this mission would definitely not be that simple. Since the enemy guild accepted the commissioned mission, they must have a way to interfere with the selection of the Oath Knights. However, he did not know what means the other party would use, nor did he know their identities. In this mission, he was in the open, while the enemy was in the dark, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty and risk of the mission. After explaining the details of the mission in detail, Luo Xia stood up and smiled. I still have some things to deal with, so I leave first. If you want to know about other knight families, or about the distribution of forces in Sunset City, you can ask Aunt Natasha. She is more familiar with this city than I am. After speaking, she nodded slightly to Su Xian and others, and then left the reception room. After Luo Xia left, Natasha came up and asked gently, Mr. Su Xian, is there anything else I can help you with? No other questions at the moment. Su Xian shook his head, and then continued, by the way, Ms. Natasha, do you have any clues about who hired the adventurers to stop Luo Xia from becoming a pledged knight? This? Natasha shook her head gently, not yet, but I got some clues. Clues? Well, the other party's goal is also to become a pledged knight. I think it should be a competitor from other knight families. Natasha replied. It is possible. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully, and this guess was reliable. I believe Mr. Su Xian will be able to successfully stop those bad guys and ensure Luo Xia's safety. Natasha said with a smile. She picked up the coffee that Luo Xia had drunk and prepared to drink it. Wait, this cup is what Luo Xia drank. Su Xian wanted to stop Natasha, but was rejected by her with a smile. It's okay. Luo Xia and I are as close as mother and daughter. I don't mind. After Natasha finished speaking, she drank the coffee without hesitation. Actually, Su Xian wanted to tell her that he had drunk this cup of coffee. But now he had to remain silent, thinking, mother and daughter. Cough cough, they have a really good relationship. I'm going to the bathroom. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Su Xian. After Natasha finished her coffee, she stood up and left the living room. At this time, Issa whispered, I also want to go to the bathroom, Mr. Su Xian. Well, go ahead. Su Xian nodded and replied lightly. A few minutes later, Issa suddenly returned to Su Xian's side and whispered in his ear, Mr. Su Xian, please follow me. I found a very interesting secret. Chapter 20. Mr. Su Xian, I found a very interesting secret. What interesting secret? Su Xian's eyes flashed with curiosity. He didn't know what interesting secret Issa had found. You will know if you follow me. Issa took Su Xian's hand and led him through the corridor towards a certain place. When they arrived at their destination, Su Xian was surprised to find that Issa took him to a blocked room in the Yerman castle. And This room was emitting a magical atmosphere that was familiar to him. Should we go in and take a look? Ifsa suggested with a smile. This is not good, right? Before Su Xian finished speaking, Ifsa had already opened the door. When the door was opened, Su Xian's pupils trembled slightly, but Su returned to calm. He originally thought that this room would be filled with all kinds of prohibited items. After all, judging from the atmosphere outside, this place should be full of mystery. However, what shocked him greatly was that the room was not filled with prohibited items, but a cozy little house with white as the main color, gold embellishments, and various plush toys. The style of the room was obviously girlish. Whose room is this? Huh? But what shocked Su Xian even more was yet to come. On the bed in the room, a translucent woman's figure vaguely emerged, as if a wisp of floating soul. And the appearance of this woman was surprisingly similar to Luo Xia. The only difference was that her figure was more plump, and in some aspects, she was far better than Luo Xia. This may be because Luo Xia is still young, under the age of 18, and has a lot of room for growth. Then, Su Xian touched his chin and thought, is this woman the soul of Lorthalin? While thinking, a hint popped up in his vision. Lorthalin's memory fragment. Is this the memory fragment? Su Xian was a little surprised. He originally thought that the memory fragment was a real fragment. It turned out that it was presented in the form of a soul. This room is really nice. Such a soft bed. Yissa walked to the bedside, her fingertips gently touched the mattress, and the comfortable feeling made her smile charmingly, whispering softly, if I can perform a life magic ceremony on this soft bed, how great it would be. Yissa's voice was very weak, but Su Xian still caught it. She better said the life magic ceremony. In response, Yissa glanced at Su Xian meaningfully. The purpose of her coming here was not just for these. At this moment, a figure appeared behind him silently and asked softly, Mr. Su Xian, why are you here? Su Xian was startled when he heard this. He turned around suddenly and found Natasha standing behind him. Su Xian hesitated for a moment. He couldn't tell Natasha that he came here to explore the secret, right? After some thought, he replied, I felt that something was calling me here, so I came here unconsciously. What is calling you here? Natasha looked at the wandering soul on the bed in the room with a dazed look. Her beautiful almond eyes blinked, as if she understood what Su Xian meant. Is it because of Lorthalin? You and Lorthalin know each other, right? Natasha looked at Su Xian excitedly. She still held the hope that Lorthalin was still alive. Su Xian was silent for a few seconds, and said lightly, maybe, is this Lorthalin's room? Although he had guessed it long ago, he still pretended to ask. Yeah. Natasha nodded, her eyes flickering. Since that incident, Lorthalin's room has been empty, and I am responsible for cleaning it. What is that soul? Su Xian looked at the soul in the room. Although he knew that it was a memory fragment belonging to Lorthalin, Natasha didn't know about it. It was a soul mark left in the white rose. Since Lorthalin disappeared, we took it home. Natasha explained. So that's it. Su Xian heard it, and nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Su Xian, this is the forbidden land of the Yearman family after all, so we should not stay here for too long. Natasha said gently with a smile. Oh, okay. Su Xian took a few steps back. It was better for him to step into other people's family forbidden land as little as possible. As for how to obtain this memory fragment, he needed to think about it carefully. In the following hour, Su Xian learned from Natasha about the intricate relationship between several knight families. After that, he returned to the guild. When he left, Natasha returned to Lorthalin's room again. She walked to Lorthalin's memory fragment and gently touched it with her jade finger. Surprisingly, the soul body that was supposed to be untouchable and uncommunicable responded at this moment. Lorthalin, is that you? Natasha asked the soul. The soul didn't speak, but just nodded gently. Great. After getting an accurate response, Natasha's beautiful face showed a beautiful smile, and her beautiful eyes even bloomed a faint light golden halo at this moment. Although she was over 30 years old, under the nourishment of magic, Natasha's skin still maintained the tenderness and luster of an 18-year-old girl, and compared with an 18-year-old girl, she had a unique mature charm. At this time, Lorthalin's soul body made a slight sound. Thank you. Lorthalin. Natasha heard the words, and a little light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She smiled and said, Don't worry, I will find a way to revive you, I swear on my soul. As soon as the voice fell, Natasha's fingertips moved gently, and a wisp of magic flowed out, gradually wrapping Lorthalin's soul. In just a blink of an eye, Rosalind's soul disappeared without a trace, and finally turned into a rose petal, attached to Natasha's collarbone. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Aunt Natasha? The person who came was Luo Xia. She was slightly stunned when she saw Natasha in her Aunt Rosalind's room. But soon, she realized that Natasha must have missed Rosalind again, so she appeared here. Sorry, I always think of them when I am alone, Natasha said, lowering her head slightly. Aunt Natasha. Luo Xia was about to comfort her, but Natasha smiled and said, I'm fine, I'm just sentimental when I get older, don't take it too seriously. She wiped the tears from her eyes and said, You are here for something important, right? Yes. Luo Xia nodded. She came here to take away the sword that Rosalind had worn before her death, and prepare for tomorrow's selection. Then I leave first, you go ahead. Natasha swayed and turned away. Luo Xia didn't think much about this. After she took down the sword hanging on the wall, she left the place. I'm right, Mr. Su Xian. It's a very interesting secret. Yisha stared at the screen with excitement. Yes. Su Xian nodded, his face solemn. The screen was naturally the scene in Rosalind's room. Yafusha left a wisp of her magic there, and with the player's unique god's perspective, she could monitor the scene. Although it could only last about 30 minutes, it also let Su Xian know a piece of news. Natasha lied. That memory fragment of Lortharin did not come from the White Rose at all. Even Lorcia and the others did not know that it existed. And Su Xian frowned. He had tried to observe Natasha's panel, but found that he could not sense it. This made him very confused. At first, he thought that the other party was just a plot-oriented NPC, and there was no attribute panel, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Mr. Su Xian, do you think I have done a good deed? Issa suddenly held Su Xian's arm tightly, her heart-shaped tail swayed gently, and she asked Su Xian for credit and reward with expectation. Wait, Issa. Didn't we just leave for Sunset City? Su Xian frowned. He clearly remembered that he had just rewarded Issa before leaving for Sunset City. Why now? But? Issa sucked her fingertips lightly, and a heart pattern flashed in her pupils. Charmingly said, This is far from enough, my master. Chapter 21. Hiss. Su Xian took off his VR glasses. He was almost overwhelmed by Issa's greed. Is this the succubus? Fortunately, it's only in the game. Wait, why do I feel weak in reality? Su Xian trembled all over and was amazed. What a terrible succubus. It can actually affect reality. As for what Natasha is hiding, he still needs to carefully uncover her layers of disguise and witness it with his own eyes. Although this does not affect the progress of the commission task, if possible, he still wants to help Lortha find the memory fragment, and it would be best to achieve this goal in a peaceful way. 10 o'clock? Su Xian glanced at his phone. He didn't expect it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. It must be the time to reward Issa, and he forgot the passage of time. I have to get up early to go to work tomorrow, so I must take a shower and go to bed the next day. Su Xian came to Lu Ling's noodle shop again, tasted a bowl of hot breakfast, and began to devote himself to work. The busy work lasted for several hours, and gradually became idle. Su Xian sat on a chair to rest, thinking about the current assets of the guild. After completing several commission tasks and deducting some expenses, Su Xian found that there were still 80 silver coins left in the guild account, of which 70 silver coins were only temporarily stored with him, waiting for the player to complete the commission task and then return it. However, after waiting for 2 days, he still did not receive any news from the player, which made him start to worry. Could it be? Ahem, perhaps it was a more difficult commission task that would take a few days. After all, the commission he was currently carrying out had lasted for 2 days, and he had to speed up to complete it. The plot was indeed a bit too long. The meal is ready. While Su Xian was thinking, Lu Ling brought the hot dishes. This time, Lu Shui consciously walked out of the room and ate on time, but she had a purpose. She took the initiative to sit next to Su Xian and said softly, I went to the granary in the village as you said, and there was indeed a fire rat leader there. After I killed it, I dropped a weapon of ordinary quality. Only one weapon of ordinary quality. Su Xian raised his eyebrows. He dropped a weapon of rare quality and a flame gem. There is also a flame fragment that can temporarily enchant the weapon. The market price is about 5 silver coins. Lu Shui continued, her eyes full of admiration and gratitude for Su Xian. That's good. Su Xian smiled, but in his heart he was thinking, so the same hidden elite monster drops different things? After lunch, Su Xian worked in the store for another 2 hours, and he didn't get off work until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Another 300 came in today, and his wallet gradually filled up. After returning home, Su Xian didn't enter the game immediately. He felt a little tired and wanted to take a nap. He set an alarm for himself, set it to 1 hour later, which was exactly the time agreed with Luo Xia. On the other side, when the knights of the Yerman family were ready to go and prepare for the upcoming Oath Knights election, Luo Xia's uncle Mero sneaked back to his bedroom. When he closed the door, a shadow appeared silently behind him. The shadow reported to Mello, "We have arranged everything according to your request." "Very good." Mello smiled coldly. "As long as my son succeeds in becoming a sworn knight, you will definitely benefit from it. Since I have accepted your commission, I will naturally be responsible to the end." The shadow replied, "However, besides Luo Xia, don't knights from other families need to be guarded? Thanks to your help, I have a few more good undead. How can that group of trash be compared with the knights trained by the Yerman family? Even if the Yerman family has declined, they can't easily catch up," Mello said with a chuckle. "In that case, I will just follow your instructions." "Yes." Mello nodded and continued. "However, Natasha has hired several adventurers. Will they have an impact on this matter?" "Don't worry about that," the shadow said confidently. "I have met the guild leader. He is only rated F+, and I have been promoted to E a month ago. How can he be my opponent? Since you are so confident, I am relieved." Mello was relieved after hearing this. A cold light flashed in his sharp eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Luo Xia, don't blame your uncle. If you become a vowed knight, the curse imprinted in our blood will never be shaken off. 10 years ago, your mother successfully completed the mission. Now it's your turn." Ding ding ding. When the alarm rang, Su Xian woke up on time. He simply washed his face, then put on VR glasses, and entered the game world. When Su Xian came to the guild, he found that Issa was not there, only Luo Selen was concentrating on the puzzle. He glanced at the time. It was 9:05, and there were about 20 minutes left before the time he and Luo Xia agreed. Did Issa get delayed today? He was a little confused, because according to usual experience, Issa should have been sitting in the guild at this time. Could it be that something delayed her? While he was wondering, the door of the guild was suddenly pushed open, and Issa rushed in hurriedly. "Mr. Su Xian, I'm sorry. I'm late," Issa said a little breathlessly. "It's okay, it's still early," Su Xian said lightly. "Is there anything going on in the church today?" "Yes." Yisha nodded and continued. "For some reason, the Baron wants to meet all the nuns in our church." "Nothing else?" "Yes, the Baron left after taking a look at everyone," Yisha added. Su Xian frowned slightly. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell where it was. It seems that after completing today's task, he has to go to the church. "Let's go and complete the commission of Sunset City first." "Yes." The light flashed, and Su Xian came to Sunset City again. When they arrived outside the castle of the Yerman family, they saw a group of knights of the Yerman family ready to go to their destination. "Mr. Su Xian, you are finally here." Natasha showed a joyful smile after seeing Su Xian appear. Of course, only his employer came to greet Su Xian. The other knights of the Yerman family did not know him, and were not very interested in adventurers. They even expressed deep doubts about Natasha's behavior of hiring adventurers. Luo Xia was busy with other matters, and had no time to take care of it. "Are we about to set off?" Su Xian walked in front of Natasha and admired her beauty. Today, Natasha was wearing a light brown puffy skirt. The sapphire necklace on her snow-white neck made her look more elegant and dignified, especially the deepness between the snow and white, exuding a unique charm. "Well, we will set off in about 10 minutes. Natasha nodded and continued with a smile. "I leave you the area you are responsible for at that time." "Okay," Su Xian responded, and his eyes glanced at the knights of the Yerman family. He found that most people were between level 5 and 8, and there were still a few knights above level 10, and only 2 or 3 knights above level 15. In short, although Lorslyn was only level 10, with her attributes and entries, she might be able to single-handedly defeat this group of knights. 10 minutes later, the Yerman family team began to set off for the selection address. Su Xian followed closely behind the team. Of course, he didn't need to walk. Natasha's carriage could just accommodate 4 people, although it was a bit crowded, but he didn't mind sticking to Issa. Soon, they arrived at the location where the White Rose ceremony was held. However, before they got off the carriage, Su Xian was attracted by the scene in the distance. He was surprised to see a huge white rose flower floating in the sky. Chapter 22. What is that? Su Xian stared at the white rose floating in the sky. The size of this rose is amazing. Its overall size is at least tens of meters. Even a petal is several meters long. At the same time, it ripples white magic in a wave-like manner, exuding a refreshing fragrance. That is the White Rose, the guardian of our Sunset City. Natasha said with a smile. It has stood in Sunset City for countless years, however, no one can reveal its true origin. Some people firmly believe that it is a generous blessing from the gods to Sunset City, representing the protection and blessing of the gods. Others believe that it is the soul of a saint, and it will always protect the city in this way. I see. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. Curious about the origin of the White Rose, she couldn't help but think, could there be a hidden mission here? White Rose's soul detected. Not opened, really? Su Xian's pupils trembled slightly. Is there really a hidden mission? Yisha, who was sitting next to Su Xian, looked at him curiously. Because they were very close, Su Xian's slight trembling due to surprise was felt by her. This made Yafusha feel a little confused. She couldn't help but think, is it because her president is interested in the White Rose? Or did he find out that she secretly exposed her succubus tail in the carriage? It doesn't make sense. She has obviously restrained her charm magic very much. It's all because the carriage is too crowded, and the two are too close. Under Luo Xiao's arrangement, Su Xian was led to a viewing stand close to the venue. The venue for the selection of the Oath Knights is an area similar to an arena, surrounded by a circle of stands, and an open space in the middle. The huge white rose flower is quietly suspended above the venue, and the white magic is rippling like water waves, spreading around. This magic seems to have formed an invisible magic barrier, wrapping the entire venue. Let's sit here. Natasha invited Su Xian to take a seat. Su Xian nodded, and after sitting down, he looked around. The 6 knight families have all arrived, and the number is roughly estimated to be at least 200 or 300. As for strength, it seems that they are not as strong as he had judged before. The highest level of Sunset City may be only about level 18, not the 20 level he originally estimated. Only those knights who have received the White Rose ceremony can undergo qualitative changes. And only the Yerman family is an orthodox knight family with a long heritage. Although other knight families also have heritage, they can only be regarded as small family forces compared to the Yerman family. Unfortunately, the shipwreck caused heavy losses to the Yerman family, resulting in the overall combat power of Sunset City being quite weak. Later, Luo Xiao will enter there to receive the White Rose ceremony. Natasha pointed to the venue in the distance covered by the magic of the White Rose. If any emergency occurs, then I will ask Mr. Su Xian to take care of it. Okay. Su Xian responded, looked around, and began to look for suspicious people in the crowd. They did not encounter any ambushes along the way, nor did they hear any unusual movements. This confused Su Xian, what conspiracy the other party was planning. At the same time, he was more convinced that the enemy guild would take action at the selection ceremony of the Oath Knights. In the interval of the conversation, 12 young knights from 6 knight families were ready to enter the arena. They were surrounded by several knights from their respective families to ensure their safety. Regarding the 2 candidates of the Yerman family, one of them was Luo Xia, which was not surprising. However, the other one was her cousin Mei Xing, which was a bit unexpected. However, in this world, the family system is somewhat different, not simply dominated by paternal bloodline. When the 12 young knights appeared in the public eye, they immediately attracted exclamations from the audience. Is that Miss Laxia from the Yerman family? She is so stunning. It is said that she is the most talented young knight in Sunset City after Knight Lothalin. After all, she is my niece, and Knight Lothalin is the most powerful sworn knight in the past 100 years. She is also extremely beautiful, with the style of Knight Lothalin when he was young. Everyone shouted, amazed at Laxia's beauty and strength. Everyone, please be quiet. At this time, a low voice exploded in the entire venue like thunder. The heads or acting heads of 6 knight families successively stepped onto the main stand, and their majesty made the young knights present immediately keep quiet. Among them, an old knight belonging to the Yerman family took a step forward and took out the prepared speech in his pocket. According to convention, before the selection of the sworn knights began, he needed to read the knight's declaration. The White Rose ceremony is the most grand selection ceremony held in Sunset City every 20 years. It represents. That's all. Finally, the long and solemn declaration ended, and the old knight finally announced, now, the selection ceremony for the Oath Knight officially begins. After the words fell, the audience on the scene became excited. Is it finally starting? I can't wait. Let's witness whether the Oath Knight is still in the Yerman family. Knight Laxia is still far superior to the young knights of the same generation in other families. I believe she is still the best candidate to inherit the title of Oath Knight. That may not be the case. I heard that several other knight families have also made great efforts and carefully cultivated their young generation. Especially the Yerman family has been hit hard for 10 years, but it has not yet fully recovered. It is hard to say whether they can revive this time. Amid cheers, the 12 young knights walked towards the place where the white rose flowers bloomed. When they stepped into the venue covered by the magic of the white rose, everyone was covered with a layer of golden light. That was the proof of their qualifications. Only with this layer of golden light could they avoid being expelled by the magic of the white rose. Su Xian stared at the surroundings of Luo Xia with full concentration, carefully searching for any traces of magic fluctuations. Once a dangerous situation appeared, he would immediately let Luo Salin take action. At this moment, Su Xian noticed that rose petals floated silently into the selection venue, isolating the 12 young knights participating in the selection in their own independent venues. As the white rose flower bloomed, its magic gradually condensed into the phantoms of knights. After performing a knight salute, these phantoms waved their swords at the 12 young knights. The young knights drew out their swords from their waists one after another to welcome the first round of tests from the white rose ceremony. Huh? Luo Xia stood there and took a deep breath. Her blue eyes flickered with a faint light, and her fingertips gently grasped the hilt of the sword, slowly pulling out the golden sword from her waist. Sword of the Oath, a golden long sword made of special or iron, containing a trace of the power of the oath. Attack power increased by 300. Causes an additional 50% damage to evil units. Elite quality sword? Su Xian naturally noticed the sword in Luo Xia's hand. An elite quality sword is indeed good. If Luo Salin can also get one, her combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be further improved. What is this breath? Just as Su Xian was concentrating on the situation in the arena, Ivsa, a nun, sensed a trace of dangerous breath. Her eyes flickered, and she quickly approached Su Xian's ear and whispered, "Mr. Su Xian, I sense the breath of death and decay nearby." Death and decay? Yes. Ivsa nodded, and then said, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be a necromancer hiding around us." Chapter 23. Necromancer? Su Xian couldn't help but frown when he heard what Ivsa said. Is that necromancer an adventurer from the enemy guild? How can he affect the selection of the Oath Knights? Wait. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Luo Xia said that only the Oath Knights could enter the selection ceremony. Then, what if it is the undead of the Oath Knights? According to this, the conditions for the other party to influence the selection seem to be almost the same as his side. Ivsa, can you find the necromancer? Su Xian asked Ivsa. I try. Ivsa nodded, then put her hands together and spread her magic power. At the same time, Su Xian told Luo Salin, be prepared, there may be a fierce battle later. He handed over the rare quality silver moon long sword. After receiving the sword, Lorslin nodded, staring at Luo Xia in the distance with empty eyes, ready to go to the rescue at any time. Mr. Su Xian. Natasha, who was sitting next to her, naturally heard the instructions Su Xian gave to Ivsa and the others. Although she didn't understand Su Xian's specific arrangements, his attitude towards the commission tasks was serious, which made Natasha feel at ease and smiled with relief. At this moment, Mello was standing on a viewing stand, smiling and looking forward to his plan to succeed. Of course, he didn't intend to let Luo Xia die, but wanted her to lose the opportunity to become a sworn knight. Only in this way can he implement the next plan. While thinking, Mello's eyes swept over Natasha and Su Xian sitting next to her, and his eyes instantly became cold. He whispered in a voice that no one else could hear, "Nosy woman, you and your adventurers can't stop this, and Luo Xia will never become a sworn knight today." After speaking, he cast his eyes to a certain position in the crowd again, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, because he saw that the necromancer he hired had already started to act. Gulagala. The necromancer whispered softly, chanting the spell of necromancy. The audience around him were all focused on the white rose ceremony, and no one noticed his presence. Pool, how long will it take? A man's voice came from the mind of the necromancer Pool. About 10 minutes. Pool replied in a hoarse voice. Hurry up, as soon as this commission is over, our guild can be upgraded to E+ rating. A man in a suit sat in the guild, smoking a cigar and said, Yes, sir. The man's name was Wang Qi. He was the guild leader of the necromancer. He was observing everything at the scene from the player's perspective. When his eyes fell on Su Xian, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A player with an F+ rating, who looks like a novice who has just entered the game, is such a poor unlucky guy that he actually met me in the mission. Wang Qi sneered, You can only blame the unfair matching system of this game. It actually matched you who just got promoted to F+ with me, who is about to break through to E+. What's more, my necromancer is a rare adventurer. My friend, you have no chance of winning, Wang Qi said, and spread his hands self-righteously to show that he was sure to win. As an old player who has been playing in the game world for nearly 2 months, Wang Qi knows how big the gap between players' evaluations is. Moreover, he is about to break through to E+, and he will definitely crush players who are only F+. His adventurer pool is a rare quality necromancer. Although his own combat ability is not outstanding, he can command undeads that are far beyond his own strength to fight. Even Pool's level has reached level 16, which is a dimensionality reduction attack for novice players who have just entered the game. My magic is ready. At this time, the necromancer Pool sent a message. Very good. Wang Qi immediately ordered, let's start. Let's finish this mission. Yes, sir. Wang Qi looked at the screen expectantly. In the arena of the Oath Knight selection, Luo Xia was waving her sword and fighting fiercely with the phantom created by the magic of the White Rose. Under Luo Xia's fierce attack, the phantom retreated step by step. The sword of Oath flashed in her hand, and quickly tore the body of the phantom. After several rounds, the Shadow Knight was devastated. Finally, Luo Xia stabbed the Shadow Knight's heart accurately with a sword. The fatal blow turned the Shadow Knight's body into the petals of a white rose, and quickly dissipated. This also means that she successfully passed the first test of the White Rose. So powerful. Luo Xia is the first person to defeat the Shadow Knight. It's so strong. Is this the top strength of the younger generation of the Airman family? The young knights of other families are still trying to resist the attacks of the Shadow, but she has already defeated the Shadow. It seems that she is the only one who can qualify as the Oath Knight this time. When everyone saw that Luo Xia defeated the Phantom cleanly, the scene immediately fell into an exclamation. Her strength far exceeded that of other contestants, making her the focus of the scene. Huh? Luo Xia stood in place, her chest rising and falling with her breathing, adjusting her breath. Her blue eyes stared at the white rose flower floating in the air. Although she could not touch it, a huge white rose petal had already fallen in the center of the venue. After passing the layers of tests, the 12 knights can use this petal to climb the white rose flower in the sky and accept the final test of the white rose ceremony. After Luo Xia found the target, she walked towards the white rose flower with a sword. Just as she took a step, the countless white rose flowers scattered around gathered again, turned into 2 phantoms, and performed a knight salute to Luo Xia. Second round. Luo Xia whispered softly, and tightened her sword again, ready to fight the 2 phantoms. At this moment, a faint voice echoed in Luo Xia's mind, causing her body to tremble slightly, and she almost fell to the ground. The voice of the White Rose, which was also one of the tests of the White Rose, would interfere with Luo Xia's judgment as a knight, and she almost lost her mind. Did it come here this way? It's really a tricky test. Luo Xia exhaled lightly, stabilized her body, and launched a fierce attack on the 2 phantoms again. Just as she slashed at one of the phantoms with a sword, suddenly, yellow skeletons broke out of the ground outside the range of the magic radiation of the white rose flower. Although those skeletons were wearing ancient armor and holding rusty iron swords, they exuded a chilling breath. Especially one of the black skeletons. The giant sword on its back was particularly amazing, more than 2 meters long. What is that? It's an undead skeleton. Someone is trying to disrupt the selection ceremony. Humph! The venue is protected by the magic of the white rose flower. How can it be destroyed by just a few skeletons? Although I don't know who is doing it, send someone to deal with them quickly, and don't let them disturb the scene. Wait, why do the armors worn by these skeletons look so familiar? Everyone was confused and didn't understand why several skeletons suddenly attacked during this selection ceremony, but they didn't worry too much. The knights guarding the venue rushed towards the skeletons, trying to quickly deal with these uninvited guests. The knights had just started to act, but were suddenly stunned by the scene in front of them. They were horrified to find that the skeletons that broke out of the ground actually passed through the magic barrier created by the white rose flower one after another and broke into the selection venue. Chapter 24. When the skeletons emerged from the ground one after another and broke into the magic barrier cast by the white rose flower, the faces of the people who saw the scene turned pale instantly, with astonishment and fear intertwined in their eyes. How is this possible? Why can they enter the arena without being blocked by the white rose? Damn it! Those skeletons were once the Oath Knights. Who stole the remains buried in the cemetery? The cemetery where the Guardian Knights are buried is only known to the superiors in each family, and one must have the Guardian key of the cemetery to enter. Someone betrayed us. The skeletons of the Oath Knights were given to the evil necromancer. Asshole! Those skeletons are coming for Luo Xia. Quick! Stop the selection ceremony of the Oath Knights. Impossible. We can't interfere with the White Rose ceremony at all. Luo Xia can only choose to leave the arena, but this also means that she has lost the qualification to become an Oath Knight. Suddenly, everyone's face turned pale. Facing the intrusion of the skeletons, they were helpless. They could only watch the 7 skeletons that originally belonged to the Oath Knights gradually approach Luo Xia in the venue. The Knights of the Yerman family immediately rushed to the edge of the magic barrier, trying to break it and enter it. However, an invisible force shook them away, and they fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Oops. Luo Xia bit her teeth lightly, and a trace of worry appeared on her cold face. The ones who surrounded her were the former Oath Knights, whose strength in life had stood at the top of Sunset City. Although their combat power would drop significantly after death, it was still not something that a novice knight like Luo Xia could easily deal with. In addition, there are 2 phantoms created by the White Rose flower, and the situation is extremely unfavorable to her. Even if she is talented, she seems powerless in the face of this double-bread cheese sandwich. What to do? Luo Xia tightly grasped the Sword of Oath in her hand, her eyes flickering. Is it really the only choice for her to give up? But she is unwilling. This is the selection of the Oath Knight that only happens once every 20 years. If she misses it, she will lose the only chance in her life. Moreover, she also carries the prosperity of the Yerman family. If she chooses to give up, then everything she wants to protect will become a bubble. It's not time to give up yet. Luo Xia took a deep breath and tried to calm down. The light in her eyes gradually became firm, and she held the Sword of Oath tightly with both hands, ready to fight against the Oath Knight undead, who was gradually surrounding her. Mr. Su Xian, this? Natasha, who was sitting in the stands, looked at Su Xian anxiously, her beautiful eyes full of worry. Due to the existence of the White Rose flower, the knights on the field could not pass through the magic barrier and repel the skeletons that threatened Luo Xia, which put Luo Xia in danger. Now, the only person she could put her hope in was Su Xian. In other words, from the beginning, she firmly believed that only Su Xian could save Luo Xia. Don't worry, Ms. Natasha, Luo has already been dispatched. Su Xian comforted Natasha and signaled her to stay calm. He just carefully observed this group of undead skeletons transformed from the Oath Knights. Their levels seemed to be suppressed to level 16, and most of their attributes were lower than Luo. Only the skeleton with a dark black skeleton had a slightly higher attribute than Luo. Therefore, Luo, with the addition of the entry, has the possibility of fighting 7 people alone. Although Rosalind had lost her memory, when she saw Luo Xia in danger, her skeleton could not help but lean forward, and she could not wait to act immediately to save her niece. He was full of confidence in Rosalind. Even when facing 7 Oath Knights with equal strength, he firmly believed that Rosalind could win. Moreover, Rosalind only needed to prevent the 7 Oath Knights from interfering with Luo Xia. When Luo Xia successfully passed the test, all the conspiracies and tricks would disappear. Go! Rosalind! Su Xian encouraged Rosalind. Smash them. Encouragement, all attributes plus 10%, lasting 30 minutes, yeah. Rosalind replied softly, and her figure instantly rushed to Luo Xia's position like a cheetah. Seeing Rosalind's fighting spirit, Su Xian smiled with satisfaction. It seems that what was said in the game forum is true. His encouragement has indeed inspired the passion and strength of the adventurers. Wait! Su Xian was suddenly shocked. Did Luo speak just now? Before Su Xian could react, there were bursts of exclamations around him. Look! A knight in a white robe is rushing towards the selection venue. She is so fast! Is she going to save Luo Xia? Impossible. Because of the magic of the White Rose, she can't enter the venue at all. Let Luo Xia give up. Don't ruin your life for your dream. Everyone was confused by Luo appearance, and couldn't understand what she was going to do. The rules of the White Rose ceremony made them feel desperate, and they couldn't think of how to break the inevitable defeat ending for Luo Xia. Amid the doubts, Lorslan had successfully broken through the magic barrier created by the White Rose and ran towards Laxia. This scene immediately made the scene fall into silence, and then... What the hell? How did she do it? Is there still a sworn knight alive in this world? Impossible. The previous sworn knights are all resting in the cemetery, and only the body of Knight Lorslan disappeared in the shipwreck. Could it be Knight Lorslan? Absolutely impossible. The shipwreck took away most of the elite of the Yerman family. Even the head of the family and the sworn knights were buried in it. If someone survived, there would be no news in 10 years. Then how did she do it? She could break through the rules of the White Rose ceremony and break into the selection venue. The exclamations echoed in the air like waves, and everyone couldn't understand how this knight in a white robe broke into this election venue. For everyone's confusion, Lorcelin naturally would not give them an answer. It drew out the sword from its waist, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the battlefield where Luo Xia was. You? Luo Xia's beautiful eyes were slightly stunned. She certainly knew that this knight in a white robe was an adventurer hired by Aunt Natasha, but she didn't understand how he got here? Wait, Luo Xia suddenly recalled what Natasha said before, that she had seen her aunt before. Could it be? Ding. Before Luo Xia could come to her senses, Luo Selin's sword had already swung down, accurately slashing at a skeleton that was attacking Luo Xia. The sound of the golden weapon suddenly exploded in her ears, and at the same time, a terrifying sword wind instantly swept the entire scene. This forced Luo Xia to take several steps back before she could barely stabilize her body. So strong. Luo Xia's pupils trembled. The combat power of this white-robed knight exceeded her expectations. She was sure that there could not be such a powerful person in Sunset City today, unless it was true as Natasha said, that the white-robed knight was really her aunt. Just as Rashia was in a state of confusion and could not calm down, a sharp sword wind swept through again, with unparalleled power, completely blowing away the white robe wrapped around Rosalind. The unique platinum armor was revealed, shining brightly under the sunlight, showing the true identity of its owner to the world without reservation. Chapter 25. What is that armor? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the platinum armor, and disbelief was clearly visible on their faces. Loseline? Is it Knight Loseline? But isn't she already? Everyone showed disbelief. They couldn't believe that Loseline, who had passed away for many years, would appear in front of them again. The light of the platinum armor was too dazzling, and it had left a deep impression on them. They couldn't imagine that besides Loseline, there would be someone else who could wear this armor. Mero, who was watching the battle from a distance, was so frightened when he saw Loseline that his face turned pale. Loseline, Loseline? His voice trembled slightly, and his fingers tapped the guardrail on the stands involuntarily, trying to calm his restless emotions. How is this possible? Mero gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice, "You can't be alive. That adult said you have sunk to the bottom of the sea." He couldn't accept the fact that Lorcelin was still alive. She had been declared dead 10 years ago, but why? She appeared here. Fear, anger, various emotions burst out like fireworks in Mero's mind, interweaving into one. Lorcelin's appearance brought him an indescribable sense of crisis, like a sharp sword hanging over his head. It's okay, there's still a chance. He muttered to himself, his clenched fists hinting at the tension and anxiety in his heart. Although Lorcelin's appearance disrupted the plan, he was well prepared. With the skeletons of the 7 sworn knights, even Lorcelin could not resist their joint attack. Moreover, was that really Lorcelin? Even if the armor was similar, it was not easy to conclude that a dead person could be revived. And, compared to Melo's anger and fear, Lorcelin looked dazed when she saw her aunt standing in front of her, as if she had just drunk a pound of drugs. When her deceased relative appeared in front of her again, the shock made her stand there for a while, at a loss. However, Lorcelin could not understand Lorcelin's call. Because it had lost its memory after becoming an undead, it could not recognize its niece even if Lorcelin stood in front of it. There was only one voice in Lorcelin's heart that was to complete the task given by Su Xian. Kill. Lorcelin's body made of jade bones rushed towards the nearest skeleton knight without hesitation, and the silver moon sword in her hand flashed with sparkling white light, as fast as lightning. Before the skeleton knight could react, Lorcelin's sword had already chopped at his cervical vertebrae. This sword was like a thunderbolt, instantly cutting off the cervical vertebrae of the skeleton knight. The sound of bones breaking echoed in the air, and the figure of the skeleton knight was shaking violently. Without stopping, Lorcelin quickly swung down with a sword. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking exploded. The withered skeleton of the skeleton knight collapsed in an instant, cracking continuously from the cervical vertebrae, gradually extending to the pelvis. Then with a bang, it exploded into pieces. One sword. Killed in seconds? The scene of Lorcelin killing the skeleton knight in one sword made everyone present widen their eyes. That powerful strength made them more convinced that the person in the platinum armor was the legendary Oath Knight, Lothran. Damn it! The necromancer who lost a skeleton felt a tearing pain in his soul. Poole gritted his yellow teeth and whispered, "Come on!" As the order was issued, the other 6 skeleton knights attacked Lothran at the same time. I deal with it. Faced with the aggressive skeleton knights, Lothran raised her hand and made a gesture. This gesture was very firm, indicating Lothran to quickly complete the selection of the Oath Knight. In the short delay just now, the other 11 knights who participated in this election had successfully completed the first round of tests and caught up with Lothrin's progress. If it continues like this, Lothrin will lose the qualification to become an Oath Knight. I understand. Lothrin nodded and ran towards the two shadows guarding the white rose petals without hesitation. When Luo Xia left, Luo Salin's empty eyes turned to the 6 skeletons of the Oath Knights rushing towards her. Creak, creak, it took a sword stance, and the sound of gems colliding was heard. It focused on the skeleton knights rushing over, and calmly faced the upcoming battle. In the blink of an eye, 2 skeleton knights had arrived in front of Luo Salin, holding up their rusty iron swords and slashing down. Facing the attack, Luo Salin quickly swung a sword, like moonlight pouring into the sky, easily breaking the sword moves from the enemy. And then launched a counterattack. The sword light passed quickly like a shadow, and before the enemy could react, dozens of deep sword marks were left on their bones. The 2 skeleton knights were forced to retreat repeatedly by the terrifying sword light, and they had no power to resist. And at this moment, Lorcelin's left hand, which was not holding the sword, suddenly flashed with platinum light. In an instant, a platinum beam of light burst out and shot directly at one of the skeleton knights. The skeleton knight had no time to react, and was hit by the flash, and was crushed into powder in an instant. After dealing with one skeleton knight, Lorcelin immediately rushed towards the other skeleton knight. However, just as it was about to take action, a giant sword more than 2 meters long suddenly fell from the sky and fell towards it. Lorcelin felt the crisis, and immediately stopped chasing, and quickly took a step back. Although the giant sword missed, it tore a half-meter wide crack on the ground. It stabilized its body, and looked to the right. The skeleton knight with black bones was walking towards it with heavy steps. As the most powerful of the 7 sworn knights, its attributes are slightly higher than Lorcelin, and it is also a sworn knight with a legendary experience 100 years ago. But Lorcelin was not afraid of this powerful opponent, and she went forward with a sword. This move seemed to arouse the fighting spirit of the dark skeleton knight. It held the giant sword inserted into the ground, and started fighting with Lorcelin. Clang! The sound of gold clashing rang between heaven and earth, and the flashes of swords and shadows broke out in the venue. With the burst of magic, the scene of this battle was extremely gorgeous, shocking everyone. So handsome. She must be Lorcelin. I'm sure. Familiar platinum armor, invincible strength. She is undoubtedly the knight of Lorcelin. The terrifying strength of the white-robed knight against 7 made everyone believe that she was Lorcelin, who was once known as the strongest sworn knight. Lorcelin. Seeing this scene, Natasha was so excited that she shed tears. She is indeed Lorcelin. Mr. Su Xian. You are so mean. Natasha wiped away the tears flowing from the corners of her eyes with her fingertips. Her eyes were shining with excitement, and she showed an unconcealable joy when she glanced at Su Xian. Su Xian was stunned, not knowing what Natasha was talking about, and what was wrong with him. In the battle between Lorcelin and 7, good news came from Ivsa. Mr. Su Xian. Ivsa whispered in Su Xian's ear, I found the necromancer. Chapter 26. Mr. Su Xian, I found the necromancer. Ivsa reported to Su Xian. Found it. Su Xian's eyes flashed with joy, and he finally found the culprit. Where is he? There. Ivsa pointed to a location. Su Xian looked in the direction Ivsa pointed, and saw a middle-aged man in a black robe sitting quietly on the stands in the distance, using the crowd around him as a cover, chanting magic unscrupulously, and controlling the remaining 5 skeletons of the Oath Knights. Ivsa, can you get rid of that guy? Yes, but it will take some time. Ivsa nodded. Although her level was far lower than that of the necromancer, the other party was mainly good at controlling the undead, and his own combat power was not outstanding. Some necromancers are even no different from ordinary people. As a nun, Ivsa has a holy light attribute, which has a good restraining effect on necromancers. I leave it to you. No need to keep them alive. Su Xian instructed. Yes, sir. Ivsa nodded and immediately set out to get rid of the necromancer. Mr. Su Xian, did you find the necromancer? Natasha cast an earnest look at Su Xian. Yes. Great. If the necromancer is solved, the controlled skeletons of the Oath Knights will lose their magic supply and gradually lose their ability to move. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had seen the dawn of victory. Yes, now all we need is for Lorcelin to hold on. Su Xian nodded, and looked at Lorcelin, who was fighting fiercely with 5 skeletons of the Oath Knights in the distance. Whether Ivsa solved the necromancer, or Luo Xia successfully became a pledge knight, it was necessary for Luo Salin to successfully block the 5 pledge knight skeletons. In this commissioned mission, Luo Saline played the most important role. Its performance did not disappoint Su Xian. Its exquisite sword skills made it still not lose out under the siege of the 5 pledged knights. The wonderful and gorgeous battle attracted everyone's attention, making them exclaim in admiration. It's these sword skills. That's right. She is Lorcelin. Oh my god. Lorcelin is back. The most powerful knight of the Yearman family is back. Back. All back. Fighting against the undead spirits of 7 sworn knights alone. Is this the gold content of the strongest sworn knight in 100 years? Too powerful. Knight Lorcelin will always be my idol. But the situation is still a little bad. The sworn knight, holding the giant sword, was once known as the most powerful sworn knight. His strength should not be underestimated. It's still too difficult to fight 7 alone. We can only hope that Lorcelin will quickly pass the test of the White Rose and relieve the pressure from the outside. Everyone talked about it, but they were still not optimistic about whether Lorcelin could defeat the 7 former sworn knights. Even though Lorcelin was known as the most powerful sworn knight, it could not avoid being at a disadvantage under the joint attack of the undead spirits of the 5 sworn knights. And, clang, the 2-meter-long giant sword hit the silver moon-long sword in Loseline's hand like a cannonball. The violent shock made its crystal bones tremble slightly, but its fighting posture remained firm. However, the rare-quality silver moon-long sword seemed unable to withstand the attack of the giant sword, and it made a clanging sound as if it was about to break. Although the silver moon sword can still hold out for a while, it may not be enough to get rid of the Oath Knight holding the giant sword. Just as Lorcelin retreated and temporarily distanced herself from the enemy, a call came, "Take the sword." Then, a long sword shining with golden light was thrown to her. Lorcelin quickly took the sword and looked back. It turned out that Lashia had successfully passed the second round of the test. She handed the Oath sword in her hand to Lorcelin. This sword was once Lorcelin's sword. When the sword returned to the owner's hands again, the familiar feeling made her feel a long-lost warmth in her heart. Even if she lost her memory, Lorcelin could still feel this long-lost intimacy. Be careful. Just as Lorcelin felt the power contained in the Oath sword, 2 skeleton knights had already rushed towards it. Luo Xia just opened her mouth to remind him, and the next second, swish, a flash of white light passed by, and the 2 skeleton knights were instantly torn into pieces by the platinum light and disappeared without a trace. So strong. Luo Xia was shocked when she saw the sword. She had never thought that the same weapon could have such different effects in the hands of different people. With just one sword, 2 people who had been sworn knights with Luo Saline were killed in seconds. In a trance, Luo Xia came back to her senses and immediately ran towards the huge white rose petals. After completing the test of the battle level, she will face the test of her character next. Only by passing the test of her character can she become the sworn knight of this session. Damn it! Pool! Stop her! When Wang Qi, the president of the hostile guild, saw Luo Xia running towards the white rose through the screen, he panicked instantly. If Luo Xia became a pledge knight, it would mean that his commission mission failed, and he would need to restart the evaluation of the special mission, which would waste a lot of his time and energy. I know. Pool clenched his teeth. Of course, he wanted to stop the other party, but it was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't do it. The white-robed knight who suddenly broke in was too strong and could withstand the attack of all his undead. This was the undead he had refined with all his strength. He even paid the price of hard work for these corpses, but was stopped by a guy of unknown origin. In order to ensure the progress of the mission, Pool had to choose to use the magic of the undead, at the cost of part of his soul, to enhance the combat power of the undead. Poof! Pool spat out a mouthful of blood and added his own strength to the dark skeleton knight, temporarily increasing its all attributes by 50. The skeleton knight, who gained strength, immediately raised the giant sword and launched a fierce attack on Lorcelin. This time, you will definitely die. Pool sneered. How could the undead magic he activated at the cost of part of his soul fail? He stared at Lorcelin coldly, looking forward to the moment when she was wiped out by his skeleton knight. However, before Pool's voice fell, the battle was already nearing its end. Although the dark skeleton knight, with all attributes enhanced, had faster speed and stronger power, Lorcelin, who regained the Sword of Oath, had truly undergone earth-shaking changes. Lorcelin held the Sword of Oath tightly and injected her own magic power. In an instant, the Sword of Oath shone brightly, as if to illuminate the whole world. Then, Lorcelin quickly swung the Sword of Oath, and the golden sword light instantly turned into a light wave, slashing fiercely at the dark skeleton knight. The speed was so fast that the opponent was swallowed by the golden light wave before he could react. When the golden light dissipated, the figure of the skeleton knight had already disappeared, leaving only a pile of black ashes. This is impossible. Poole took a step back in disbelief, his eyes full of astonishment. He couldn't believe that the skeleton knight, who he had spent a lot of effort to refine and even gave birth to at the cost of part of his soul, was killed by the opponent in one move. How is this possible? Just as Poole was panicking, a golden dagger quietly pierced his heart. Chapter 27. Puff. Poole lowered his head slightly due to the severe pain in his heart, and was horrified to find that a dagger woven from golden magic had pierced his heart. Damn it! Poole gritted his teeth, his eyes wandered around, and finally fell on the crowd in the distance. There, a breathtakingly beautiful woman was staring at him with cold eyes. Her existence was like frost in the cold winter, exuding a biting chill. Her hands were interlocked, and golden spots flashed in her palms. You? Poole's last words had not yet been spoken, and several more golden daggers pierced into his body, completely ending his life. Solved. Issa stood in the distance, watching the necromancer's breath completely dissipate, and then she was relieved, turned around, and returned to Su Xian's side. And Poole's death was a huge blow to Wang Qi, who was sitting in the guild watching the battle. His face turned pale in an instant, and the panic in his heart surged like a tide. How could this happen? The dry voice stretched to the limit at the corner of his lips, and he was speechless for a moment. Wang Qi never dreamed that the necromancer he had high hopes for would die in this mission commission. He had poured all his resources and hopes into this necromancer, resulting in the remaining 2 ordinary quality adventurers being only level 5 and 6. And now, his strongest combat force has fallen, which is not only a matter of mission failure, but also means that his guild will lose the ability to complete subsequent tasks. If he does not recharge Krypton Gold, his extraordinary gaming career will end here. It was not just Wang Qi who was desperate. When Mello saw the undead souls of the 7 sworn knights turned into dust, his eyes revealed anger and disappointment. Damn it! Why did it turn out like this? Mello gritted his teeth and stared at Luo Xia, who was gradually walking towards the white rose petals. As the first place, she will use the petals to lightly fly to the towering white rose flower, and receive the blessing from the white rose. And the root of all this is the appearance of Lorcelin, who disrupted the original plan. It was difficult for Mello to hide the deep hatred in his heart. His sharp eyes, like eagle eyes, stared at Lorcelin standing in the center of the battlefield, as if to tear her into pieces. It's her again. She destroyed everything. If it weren't for Lorcelin's existence, the Yerman family would have disappeared completely, and the white rose flower should have dissipated 10 years ago. Lorcelin! Marrow shouted Lozelin's name in a trembling voice, but he didn't dare to expose his existence. Once the knights of the Yerman family knew that he was the necromancer hired by him, he would die without a burial place. The only way was to continue waiting until the selection ceremony of the sworn knights was over, and then go to see that lord and find a way out. When Marrow and Wang Qi fell into the pain of failure, deafening cheers rang out at the scene. Lorcelin! Lorcelin! They shouted Lozelin's name loudly, praising her legendary story for continuing. It seemed to be back to the most glorious moment of the Yerman family 20 years ago, when Lorcelin easily passed the test of the White Rose at the age of only 15 and successfully became a sworn knight. However, for the cheers of the crowd, Lozeline could not hear it at all. Its empty eyes looked at Su Xian in the distance, and a trace of joy surged in its heart. This was not a response to standing in the cheers, but because it had excellently completed the task assigned by the guild. Well done. Su Xian nodded to it with satisfaction, expressing his approval. At the same time, Issa had returned to his side. Mr. Su Xian, it has been solved. Issa reported to Su Xian. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Su Xian smiled and gently rubbed Issa's hair as a reward for her. Of course, for Issa, any physical contact with Su Xian can be regarded as a reward. It can arouse her inner joy. Now, we just need to wait for Luo Xia to complete the test of the Oath Knight. Su Xian raised his head and looked at the white rose flower above. Luo Xia has entered the white rose flower and started the final test. As long as she can pass the final test, she will become this year's sworn knight. And Su Xian's eyes have been fixed on Mello in the distance. From the beginning, he noticed that the enemy guild might have a secret client. Natasha once guessed that it might be someone from another knight family, but this was not an absolute conclusion. Therefore, Su Xian kept observing everything around him, and he didn't have a definite clue until the moment when Lorcelin appeared. The reaction shown by this uncle of Latia did not seem to be in line with the performance of a member of the Yerman family. He did not show excitement, but instead showed fear and anger. This makes people wonder about his identity and motives, and whether there are other hidden secrets that are unknown to the public. And when Lorslin killed the skeletons of the 7 sworn knights, the reaction shown by Marrow made Su Xian believe that he was the client of this mission. Of course, getting rid of the client is not a necessary condition for completing the mission. In addition, Marrow is the uncle of Luo Xia, so Su Xian decided to tell Luo Xia about this matter. As for how to deal with Marrow, he believed that Luo Xia would make her own decision. Look! The white rose flower is moving. At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out. Everyone's eyes were cast on the white rose flower in the sky, and they saw that the white rose flower began to emit a dazzling golden light. The originally closed buds also slowly bloomed at this moment, emitting a refreshing fragrance. She succeeded. Luo Xia succeeded. I didn't expect that she could still pass the test of the white rose under interference. The blood of the Yerman family is really powerful. It is worthy of being the most powerful guardian knight family in Sunset City. Even after that incident, this family heritage still makes it difficult for other knight families to compete. Luo Xia is so amazing. She and her aunt Luo Selen are simply the peerless pride of our Sunset City. The crowd exclaimed. It seemed that Luo Xia's becoming a sworn knight was what everyone expected, and no one questioned her success. The other 11 young knights, who failed to pass the White Rose test, put away their weapons, and left the venue one after another. Their departure focused the attention of the whole audience on the White Rose that was gradually falling to the ground, waiting for Luo Xia to emerge from it. Su Xian was also like this. His eyes were fixed on the gradually falling White Rose. The light from the White Rose made his heart beat faster. For some reason, he felt like he was about to meet his young, beautiful mother-in-law who liked to practice yoga, and his body temperature rose slightly. When the White Rose landed, the bud finally bloomed, showing a gorgeous view. Luo Xia stood on the White Rose, showing her in a new posture in the eyes of everyone, attracting exclamations. However, Su Xian's focus was not on Luo Xia, because he saw that a soul was standing side by side with Luo Xia, standing on the White Rose, and even smiling at him? What's going on? Moreover, it seems that no one else noticed the existence of that soul, only he could see it. Wait, Su Xian suddenly found that the appearance of that soul was exactly the same as Natasha sitting next to him. What's going on? Before Su Xian could figure it out, a related prompt suddenly popped up in his field of vision. Soul of the White Rose, opened. Recommended level for hidden tasks, level 25. Chapter 28. Soul of the White Rose, opened. Recommended level for hidden tasks, level 25. Task description. The soul sealed in the White Rose has been guarding this city for thousands of years. She has witnessed countless beautiful stories in this city, but now, someone wants to take away everything she has guarded. Task goal. Protect Sunset City in the Bee's Tide 2 weeks later. Task reward. 20 gold coins, 20,000 experience points. Special reward, Sage Soul. Do you want to accept this hidden task? Hint. Accepting this task will get an additional entry. Soulmate asterisk. Additional entry. You can directly add an entry for the adventurer. Additional entry? Su Xian saw the content in the prompt box and showed a surprised expression. When he selected adventurer entries, he could only combine 3 entries, but the additional entry could add another entry to the existing 3 entry combinations, or directly add a new entry to the adventurer that has been recruited. No one would refuse to add an extra entry, which is the icing on the cake. Accept. Hidden task accepted successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the additional entry Soulmate asterisk. Su Xian stared at the new entry, his mouth slightly raised. It was just the recommended level of the task. Fortunately, there are still 2 weeks for him to improve the strength of the guild, so everything is still in time. And why is that soulmate so similar to Natasha? What is the relationship between it and Natasha? Is Natasha the magical incarnation of the White Rose? Su Xian glanced at Natasha, who was sitting next to him, and his heart was full of confusion. But Natasha did not notice Su Xian's sight. She was staring at Luo Xia, who was walking down from the White Rose flower, with a happy smile on her lips. After receiving the blessing of the White Rose gift, Luo Xia became radiant. Her skin seemed to be endowed with magic, shining with bright light, and her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, which move people. Is this the power of the oath? Luo Xia looked at her hands in a trance, feeling the terrifying power bestowed by the White Rose gift stirring in her body, waiting for her to discover. When she raised her head and looked forward, hundreds of law enforcement knights in Sunset City knelt down and greeted their new sworn knight with the highest knight's etiquette. Welcome to the sworn knight. The deafening cheers echoed in the arena. The support and respect of the crowd made Luo Xia's eyes sparkle with stars, and her heart was filled with joy. She liked this feeling very much, just like the pleasure of being surrounded by stars, which made her feel extremely satisfied. Great, Luo Xia, you finally succeeded. Natasha wiped away the happy tears from the corners of her eyes. She finally witnessed the moment when Luo Xia became a sworn knight. In this way, Luo Xia's parents can rest in peace in the underworld. Wipe your tears. Su Xian handed Natasha a handkerchief. Thank you. Natasha took the handkerchief and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. However, this scene made Isha, who was sitting next to her, stunned, and her expression was a little confused. Because her Mr. Su Xian seemed to have forgotten what the handkerchief had been used to wipe. Mr. Su Xian, let's go! Natasha wiped her tears, returned the handkerchief to Su Xian, then took his hand and stood up. The selection ceremony of the pledged knights is over, the magic barrier of the white rose has disappeared, and we can go to congratulate Luo Xia up close, Natasha said with a smile. Oh! Su Xian nodded, but he was confused. Natasha's little hand was soft and smooth, as if it really existed, making him unable to believe that this was the magic incarnation of the white rose. Let's go! Natasha gently took Su Xian's hand and ran towards Luo Xia's position. Not only the two of them, but also the members of the Yerman family gathered towards Luo Xia. Luo Xia, you are so outstanding. Our Yerman family has another honorary sworn knight again, which is the supreme glory of our family. Luo Xia, as the heir of the Yerman family, you will legitimately lead the entire Yerman family. You are our pride, and your achievements make all of us proud. Members of the Yerman family expressed their joy to Luo Xia, and Mero, as an uncle, also took a step forward. He forced himself to squeeze out a smile and congratulated Luo Xia. Luo Xia, congratulations on becoming a sworn knight. I knew you would succeed. Thank you very much for your trust and support, uncle. Luo Xia smiled and nodded to Mero, but in the next second, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes that others could not detect. Afterwards, Luo Xia said to everyone, since the selection of the sworn knight is over, everyone should prepare to return. Yes! Amidst the congratulations from various knight families, the selection of the Oath Knights finally came to a successful conclusion. Before returning, the first thing Luo Xia did was to run to where Su Xian was. She wanted to see her aunt Luo Saline, but when she came to Su Xian, she found that Luo Saline's figure had disappeared. Aunt, where is that knight? Luo Xia asked Su Xian. I want to thank her. There were too many people surrounding her just now, so I asked her to go back first. Su Xian explained to Luo Xia. He was frightened by the fanatical worship and persistence of those law enforcement knights for Luo Saline, so he quickly teleported Luo Saline back to the guild. I see. Luo Xia heard this, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She was not in a hurry to meet for a while. As long as Su Xian was still there, she would have the opportunity to see her aunt again. But she was very confused. Why did her aunt join Su Xian's guild? Become an adventurer? And he? Luo Xia's blue eyes were shining with colorful light, staring at Su Xian closely, as if trying to find some important secrets from him. Su Xian did not avoid her gaze, on the contrary, he also observed Luo Xia carefully. Since Luo Xia became a vowed knight, she seemed to have undergone many subtle changes, but she couldn't tell the details. For example, her skin became whiter, smoother and more shiny? Su Xian's mind turned, and Luo Xia's attribute panel appeared in his sight. Luo Xia, Elite, Level, 12, 0/2400, Race, Human. Strength, 140/Agility, 140/Magic, 100/Constitution, 140. Growth, 8 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features: White Rose and Oath Knight. Status: Curse, Magic Liquid Fragrance. Can I see the curse type? What is Magic Liquid Fragrance? Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, and was surprised to find that he seemed to be able to see the curse type of Luo Xia. It seems that it is because the intimacy with Luo Xia has reached the conditions for viewing. Magic Liquid Fragrance. The cursed person will secrete a sweet liquid that attracts monsters, and it will reach its peak between the ages of 18 and 35. The curse will continue with the bloodline and only accompany female members. Chapter 29. Magic Liquid Fragrance. The cursed person will secrete a sweet liquid that attracts monsters, reaching its peak between the ages of 18 and 35. The curse will continue with the bloodline and only with female members. Will secrete a sweet liquid that attracts monsters? Su Xian was full of doubts when he saw the curse on Luo Xia. What is that smell? At least he hasn't smelled it yet, probably because Luo Xia is not yet 18 years old. The smell is not strong enough. Ahem, and... Su Xian suddenly remembered the beast tied in 2 weeks. Could it be related to Luo Xia's curse? Luo Xia, you have to thank Mr. Su Xian and his adventurers. At this time, Natasha smiled and said to Luo Xia. Yes. Luo Xia nodded and agreed, looking at Su Xian with burning eyes. Thanks to you this time, I can successfully become a pledged knight. Please be sure to follow me back, and let me express my highest gratitude to you. Su Xian naturally had no reason to refuse Luo Xia's enthusiasm. On the way back, Su Xian revealed his guess about the client to Luo Xia. When Luo Xia and Natasha heard that Uncle Mero might be the client of the hostile guild, they both widened their eyes in surprise. Natasha was even a little unbelievable, but Luo Xia regained her composure after a brief surprise, as if she had been mentally prepared for this. After returning to the castle of the Yerman family held a grand celebration banquet. Although Su Xian was invited to sit at the main table, he politely declined. Because except for Luo Xia, the main table was full of old knights, he felt that there was an age gap between them, and it would be awkward to sit at the same table. So, he chose a table near the edge and sat next to Natasha. Mr. Su Xian, we are all women at this table. If you sit here, no one will drink with you. Natasha said with a smile. I don't drink well, I'm not good at drinking. Su Xian waved his hand, thinking that this table was more suitable for him. Moreover, Issa could also sit next to him and dine with him. Although there were many people present, Issa did not restrain her succubus temperament in her bones. She always looked for opportunities to get close to Su Xian, pick up dishes, pour wine, and feed him in one go. She also mixed her magic power into Su Xian's wine glass to make the wine more fragrant. After eating and drinking, he began to deal with business. Su Xian glanced at Natasha, who was sitting next to him. Natasha, who had drunk some wine, had a slightly red cheek, exuding a charming charm. Ms. Natasha, can I take up a few minutes of your time? Su Xian asked Natasha. Natasha seemed a little confused about Su Xian's private invitation, but she still stood up and followed his footsteps. They came to an empty room. After closing the door, the quiet environment and the body fragrance and wine aroma emanating from Natasha intertwined, making the atmosphere in the air a little subtle and ambiguous. Mr. Su Xian. Natasha stared at Su Xian in confusion, with a little light flashing in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know the real purpose of Su Xian's invitation, but for some reason, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated at this moment, and even had an inexplicable expectation. Ms. Natasha. Su Xian turned around and said, I asked you to come here because of the soul fragment. He still hoped to get the soul fragment for Lorslyn. Lorslyn had not only lost her memory, but also had trouble speaking. And the soul fragment could help Lorslyn get out of this state. That soul fragment? Natasha's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She thought Su Xian had something else to ask her. She felt a little disappointed. After hesitating for a moment, Natasha smiled and said softly, Mr. Su Xian, are you interested in Lorslyn's soul fragment? I can ask Luo Xia for help. Maybe she will. Luo Xia should not know the existence of that soul fragment, right? Su Xian suddenly interrupted Natasha and asked back. This? Natasha trembled slightly when she heard this. She naturally heard the meaning of Su Xian's words. And she knew that her secret had been discovered by Su Xian. After a period of silence, Natasha gently opened her clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders. She whispered, if I pay a price, can Mr. Su Xian keep this secret for me? Price? Su Xian was a little surprised to see Natasha's reaction. What is Natasha going to do? Can I? Natasha's gentle words sounded again, and her figure moved closer, close to Su Xian's chest, slightly raised her head, her brown eyes stared at Su Xian's eyes, and her soft red lips exhaled a breath mixed with the aroma of wine. Gulp! Su Xian could clearly feel Natasha's body temperature, as well as the aroma of wine and body in his nose. In addition to the drinking just now, his brain began to become a little confused, and he began to repeat a paragraph of text. So what's the price? Okay. Really? That's great. Natasha's lips curled up into a smile, and then her fingertips gently touched the white rose on the collarbone. Instantly, a white light flashed. Then, Lorthalin's soul was released. Natasha's voice sounded again, I am willing to give this piece of Lorthalin's soul fragment to Mr. Su Xian. No! I think it originally belongs to you, because you are now the president of Lorthalin. That's it? Su Xian was stunned, and a trace of loss flashed in his eyes. He thought there was some hidden plot, and while Su Xian was thinking, Natasha gently stroked Su Xian's chest with her slender fingertips, then hugged his shoulders tightly and kissed him affectionately on his left cheek. The sudden kiss made Su Xian's eyes light up. Although it was just a simple kiss, for some reason, he felt his soul trembling. A few seconds later, Natasha let go of Su Xian, licked the corner of her lips with the tip of her tongue, and said with a smile, "This is to thank Mr. Su Xian for successfully completing the commission task. Please keep this secret, Mr. Su Xian. I summoned that soul fragment using the family's soul secret method. That method is a taboo in Sunset City. Please understand." "So that's the case. Don't worry, I won't tell Luo Xia." Su Xian smiled and shrugged. His employer is Natasha, not Luo Xia. Mr. Su Xian is really interesting. Natasha said with a smile, "It would be great if I could live with you forever. I think we would be a good match." "I think so." Su Xian smiled slightly. He thought, if I live with Natasha, I will probably live a life of working from sunrise to sunset every day, right? During the conversation, Su Xian summoned Lorcelin, who was far away in the guild. Since he promised Natasha to let her meet Lorcelin, he would not break his promise. At the same time, he also wanted to see how much effect the memory fragments had on Lorcelin. Lorcelin. When Lorcelin appeared in front of Natasha again, her eyes gradually became red. Su Xian asked Lorcelin to take off her helmet, and showed the skull that had turned into a ghost to Natasha. Natasha's legs trembled slightly after seeing this truth, and she fell weakly into Su Xian's arms. Although she had long known that Lorcelin had passed away, when this friend who had known her for 20 years appeared in front of her again in this state, she could not suppress the sadness in her heart, and tears rolled in her eyes. Su Xian hugged Natasha with one hand, giving her a shoulder to lean on, and at the same time, told Luo Saline to absorb the soul memory that belonged to her. Luo Saline nodded, and walked towards her soul memory. When her jade finger touched the soul fragment, a dazzling blue light burst out instantly. Su Xian also saw a prompt. Luo Saline found a memory fragment. Her memory is gradually recovering, and her soul is returning. Favorability increased by 20. Chapter 30. Luzline found a memory fragment. Her memory is gradually recovering, and her soul is returning. Favorability plus 20. All attributes plus 20. There are 3 memory fragments left. After collecting all of them, your adventurer Luzline will get a new entry. 3 more? Su Xian thought after reading the prompt. Coincidentally, after submitting the commission, there was still a memory fragment. So, now there are only 2 memory fragments left. It is true that each memory fragment can increase all attributes by 20 points. It is a surprise to increase all attributes by 80 points for no reason. After Luzline absorbed the soul fragment quickly disappeared without a trace. On the contrary, Luzline's originally empty skeleton was gradually covered by a layer of azure, slowly wrapping her former appearance around the skeleton constructed of crystal bones. Despite this, she still maintained the form of a ghost, but with an extra layer of translucent appearance. Simply put, a layer of translucent ghost wrapped around the skeleton. Although it was still strange, at least her appearance could be seen. And Natasha. As the light voice came out of Rosalind's mouth, she recovered her memory and the ability to speak. Rosalind. Natasha was a little excited when she heard Rosalind's voice. I really didn't expect that I could see you again. All this is incredible, Rosalind said with a smile, and then her gentle eyes turned to Su Xian. The reason why she was able to return to this world again was entirely because of Su Xian's help. The guild leader from another world felt her call, which led to the current scene. Thanks to your help, President. Rosalind knelt on one knee in front of Su Xian to express her gratitude. Get up quickly. Su Xian quickly helped Rosalind up. However, when he touched Rosalind's soul skin, he found that it felt a little strange. It doesn't feel like flesh and blood, nor like plastic, but it feels a bit like touching pure water? But you can't penetrate it. What a strange touch. Natasha. After standing up, Luocelin said to Natasha, I am now a member of the guild, so I can no longer help you protect Sunset City. It's okay. Natasha smiled and shook her head. Luo Xia has successfully become a sworn knight. I believe she can take over your mission. Luo Xia? When Luocelin heard the name Luo Xia, a trace of tenderness flashed in her eyes. She smiled and said, I remember when I left, Luo Xia was still a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. I didn't expect that she has inherited the title of sworn knight now. She is really a very good child. Yes, she works very hard and has always regarded you as her goal. I believe she has the ability to take on the responsibility of protecting the Yerman family and Sunset City. The two met again after a long time and talked happily. However, Rosalind's memory has not yet fully recovered, so her narration is always paused, as if the signal is not very good. In addition, Su Xian also learned Natasha's identity from their conversation. It turned out that Natasha was the descendant of the family that had been guarding the White Rose for generations. Despite hundreds of years of changes, the name of the guardian family has long been in name only, and now the Oath Knight is responsible for guarding the White Rose. But Natasha is still the person closest to the White Rose, and Su Xian understands that the White Rose is the guardian of Sunset City, and Natasha looks the same as the soul in the White Rose, so she will definitely play an important role in the mission. It's just that he needs to slowly explore how the plot will go. Of course, Natasha knows nothing about the White Rose. Natasha, after I find all the memory fragments, I will come back often to see you. After Luceline finished speaking intermittently, she lost her voice. This may be because only a quarter of the memory fragments were recovered, causing her signal to often short-circuit. Natasha couldn't help laughing when she saw Rosalind's reaction. She never thought that Rosalind, who was once so glorious, would become like this. Until Rosalind completely lost her reaction, Natasha said to Su Xian, "Then I ask Mr. Su Xian to take good care of Rosalind." "Yes." Su Xian nodded and agreed. Mr. Su Xian is really a trustworthy man. I hope to have more in-depth exchanges with you in the future, Natasha said with a smile. "It's a deal," Su Xian responded. After the conversation ended, Natasha swayed and left. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The commission was finally completed successfully. Now it was time to return to the guild. Before leaving, Su Xian glanced at Luo Saline, who was standing beside him. Her eyes revealed a kind of confusion and bewilderment. Although she had recovered some of her memories, she was still a little dazed. It seemed that she needed to collect 4 pieces of memory fragments to fully recover. Let's go back. Late at night, Luo Xia sat in the study, holding a yellowed letter tightly in her hand. This letter was sent by her aunt Luo Saline. The letter only contained some words of longing, not only what Luo Saline said to her, but also the longing of her father and mother. In addition, the letter also revealed the mission of this voyage. They were going to find a medicine, which was used to treat her mother's disease. As for the specific disease her mother suffered from, the letter did not mention it clearly, only saying that it was a genetic disease. "Father, mother," she murmured in a low voice, with a faint fire flashing in her blue eyes. In silence, a middle-aged knight walked into her study and whispered, "The man has been caught." "I know." Luo Xia nodded, stood up, and picked up the sword on the table. Her eyes became firm and cold at this time, and she said coldly, "Let's go. This time we must thoroughly find out the truth of the shipwreck." In the blink of an eye, Su Xian returned to his guild. The first thing he did when he returned to the guild was to submit the task. Congratulations on completing the task. Add 10 silver coins, 1,000 experience points. Add 1 memory fragment. Get the qualification to refresh the entry for free. Yifsha, this is yours. Su Xian handed 4 silver coins to Ifsa. "Thank you, Mr. Su Xian." Ifsa took the purse, her beautiful eyes full of gratitude to Su Xian. "You deserve it," Su Xian said with a smile, and then looked at Lorslin. He was about to let Lorslin absorb the new memory fragments, but was told that Lorslin's soul was not stable yet. Please use it after 12 hours. So he had to give up, but there was no need to rush, and he would be able to let Lorslin absorb it after he came back from a sleep. "Then Mr. Su Xian, I will go back to the church first, but don't forget what you promised me, to go to the church with me tomorrow." "Well, see you tomorrow." Ifsa smiled and walked into the teleportation array, and a white light flashed in an instant, and she had returned to her church. However, just as she walked into the church, a bloated and fat old nun suddenly called her. "Efsa." "Sister Kelly? What's the matter?" Efsa turned around in confusion, and saw the old nun handing her a cross pendant. "Efsa, all the nuns need to be baptized by the holy light in the church tomorrow. Although you have lived in the church for nearly 20 years, and have long been immune to the influence of the holy light on the demons, you should still wear this for safety reasons. The town has not been very peaceful recently." Chapter 31. The next day, Su Xian sat in the classroom, his mind full of thoughts about the game plot. He had successfully completed the Sunset City commission tasks, and now only 2 F+ commission tasks and Ives's role tasks were left to be completed. Also, White Rose's hidden task was not something he could challenge now, and the time point of the task had not yet arrived. Start with Ives's role task, and solve the 2 F+ commission tasks when you have time, and start the special tasks with E-level evaluation. Su Xian arranged the next task schedule in an orderly manner. "Su Xian, classmate?" At this time, A figure sat in the seat in front of Su Xian. Su Xian raised his head, and found that it was a pretty face staring at him closely. Lu Shui? What's the matter? Su Xian was a little surprised by Lu Shui's sudden visit. Generally speaking, Lu Shui would not take the initiative to talk to him in class, and of course, she would not talk to him when she was in the noodle shop. However, since they found out that they were both gamers, Lu Shui has become a different person, becoming clingy, just like now. I want to ask you a question. Lu Shui pushed her black glasses, giving her a scholarly air. What's the question? Su Xian asked back. Lu Shui was about to speak, but felt that there were strange eyes staring at them, and the classmates seemed to smell the sour smell of love. I tell you on WeChat. Lu Shui took out her phone. Oh! Su Xian nodded, and didn't care. He took out his phone, and waited for Lu Shui to contact him on WeChat. However, he waited for a long time, but didn't get a reply. Until Lu Shui said, I don't have your WeChat friend. Why didn't you say it earlier? After adding WeChat, Su Xian received a message from Lu Shui on WeChat. Kana's bunny. The adventurer I recruited for the second time was a flower fairy of rare quality. I was a little confused about her ability, so I asked everyone's opinions in a game group to see if this adventurer was worth cultivating. Because she didn't seem to have any combat ability. As a result, someone actually offered 20,000 to buy my flower fairy. Do you think I should sell it? After all, 20,000 is not a small amount. Flower fairy? Su Xian couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart when he heard this. He thought for a moment, then typed and asked, what exactly is her ability? It can't be completely ineffective, right? Kana's bunny replied, yes, her ability is to increase the task reward and luck value by 20%. Su Xian's eyes flashed with a look of surprise, and he secretly pondered the value of this ability. Increased quest rewards and luck points, this is undoubtedly a very powerful ability, especially in the game. This means that Lu Shui can earn more rewards, and has a higher chance of obtaining rare items and equipment. He immediately replied to Lu Shui, don't sell this flower fairy easily. Her ability is very outstanding and much rarer than ordinary adventurers. Kana's bunny sent a surprised expression. Really? Yes, although her effect may not be significant at this stage, she will definitely become invincible in the later stages of the game. Su Xian replied firmly, and sent a like expression to show his attitude. Kana's bunny sent a thank you expression. Okay, I understand, thank you. You're welcome. If you have a chance in the future, lend me your flower fairy. Kana's bunny, well okay. Su Xian took a deep breath, and couldn't help but envy Lu Shui. She was able to get such a rare adventurer, which not only increased the task rewards, but also increased the luck value. Fortunately, I can borrow it. If there are any particularly rare tasks in the future, I must bring Lu Shui's flower fairy. In addition, Su Xian glanced at Lu Shui's avatar in WeChat. Why is it Snow White? Such a simple avatar. As soon as the school bell rang, Su Xian immediately picked up his school bag and hurried home. He looked anxious, as if there was a beautiful wife waiting for him at home. After returning home, he threw his school bag aside, ate something simple, and put on VR glasses. When he came to the game world, his eyes immediately turned to Lortharin sitting in the guild. Louisalyn was still concentrating on the puzzle, and from the progress, she had completed half of it. It seemed that the absorption of a piece of memory fragment had significantly improved Louisalyn's IQ. Huh? There's a letter? Su Xian's eyes fell on the letter on the wooden table. He walked over, picked it up gently, and then opened the envelope. Natasha, dear Mr. Su Xian, after you left last night, a lot of things happened to the Yerman family. Luo Xiao led the family's knights to arrest her uncle Mero. As you guessed, it was Mero who hired the adventurer to prevent Luo Xiao from becoming a sworn knight. I was shocked and angry. I didn't expect Mr. Mero to be such a person. He has always been regarded as a trustworthy relative by family members, but he did such a thing. It really makes me angry. Since you left in a hurry last night, Luo Xiao was unable to say goodbye to you, so she asked me to send you greetings. In addition, she has sent the Sword of Oath to your guild and said that the sword should be returned to its true owner. This child is still so bad at expressing his emotions. Please forgive me. By the way, I made delicious apple pie. If Mr. Su Xian has time, you are welcome to come to Sunset City to share it with me. Sword of Oath? Su Xian looked around, looking for the Sword of Oath, but did not find any trace of it. However, when his eyes fell on Louisalyn's waist, he saw a golden sword already worn on her waist. Su Xian sighed lightly. Louisalyn was not as innocent and kind as before since she recovered some of her memories. He waved his hand and summoned the second memory fragment for Luosaline to absorb. After absorbing it, all of Lorthalin's attributes increased by 20 points again, but her favorability only increased by 10 points. It seems that it is a bit difficult to start Lorthalin's role mission, and at least one memory fragment is needed. It is worth mentioning that after absorbing the second memory fragment, Lorthalin's soul color became a little richer, a bit like the feeling of water slime. At this time, Issa walked into the guild with a smile on her face and said gently, "Mr. Suxian, good morning." "Good morning." Suxian responded softly, and at the same time noticed that there was a cross pendant on Issa's chest. A thought came to her mind. Holy Light Pendant. Rare reduces the influence of holy light by 50%. What is this pendant? Suxian asked curiously. Sister Kelly asked me to wear this pendant. Today, the nuns in the church need to be baptized by holy light. Ivessa replied. Baptism of holy light? Yes, the baptism of holy light can drive away the evil thoughts of the world and have a restraining effect on evil monsters. Ivessa nodded and continued, Mr. Suxian, you don't have to worry. Although I am a succubus, I have lived in the church for nearly 20 years, and I am no longer afraid of holy light. Can I watch the baptism of holy light? Although Suxian knew that Ivessa was completely immune to holy light, he was still a little worried. Of course, the baptism of holy light only allows the nuns to stand under the bright holy light, and it is not a private ceremony. Ivsa smiled brightly when she heard that Suxian wanted to watch. If you want, you can experience it yourself after the nuns finish the baptism. Forget about experiencing it yourself. Suxian quickly refused. He didn't want his evil thoughts to disappear. It's okay. It's not as serious as you think. Ivsa came forward. She gently put her lips to Suxian's ear and said gently, If you are scared, I can hug you tightly. This is our church's special service for Mr. Suxian. Chapter 32. If you feel scared, I can hold you tightly. This is a special service for Mr. Suxian in our church. The charming voice of Ivsa echoed in Suxian's ears, causing his body to tremble slightly. He was surprised to find that despite having experienced it many times, he still could not completely resist Ivsa's temptation. What a succubus. Ahem. I think about it. Now let's get ready to go to the church. Luosaline, we should go? Suxian immediately asked Luosaline, who was working on the puzzle, to get ready to go with him to the church. Luosaline nodded, put down the puzzle in her hand, stood up, and followed Suxian's steps. Please believe me, Mr. Suxian, the baptism of holy light can really get rid of your evil thoughts. Yifsha, if my evil thoughts are eliminated, then I will never be able to give you rewards again. Ah, forget it. Mr. Suxian does not need the baptism of holy light. In a flash, the three arrived at Yifusha's church. This church is located in the center of Silver Moon Town. Although it is not large in scale, it is crowded with many people at this moment. Suxian carefully observed the crowd around him, and found that some townspeople looked extremely pale, as if they had lost their blood color. What's going on? Suxian asked Yifusha in confusion. Recently, there are often evil demons in Silver Moon Town, and the law enforcement knights have not been able to capture the evil demon. Yifusha explained to Suxian, town residents affected by the evil demons have come to the church for help, which has also become one of the reasons for the church's financial deficit. In that case, shouldn't the mayor of the town provide financial support for the church? Suxian asked. Silver Moon Town was not originally a wealthy town, and it has recently fallen into chaos due to the evil spirits. The mayor himself can hardly protect himself. Ivsa continued, What's more, the number of nuns in our church is far more than that of other churches, and the expenses are huge, so it has been in a state of loss. Suxian looked around after hearing this. Indeed, there are at least 60 or 70 nuns in Ivsa church, most of whom are orphans like Ivsa, and were later adopted by the church. After a brief acquaintance, Suxian gradually understood why the church was facing the dilemma of impending bankruptcy. The only profitable products in the church include exorcism, prayer and selling holy objects, but the profit is very meager. Although many townspeople have been affected by evil spirits recently, the church has difficulty making enough income due to the general poor economic conditions of the townspeople. Due to the philosophy of the Church of Light, the church often needs to provide free treatment for believers, which undoubtedly increases the financial burden of the church. In addition, there are 60 or 70 nuns living in the church. Although they eat very little, daily expenses are inevitable. Not to mention the cost of rebuilding the church and dormitories after natural disasters. These factors have caused the church to gradually fall into financial difficulties and be on the verge of bankruptcy. However, it is strange that the Silver Moon town is not located in a remote area, so why are the townspeople so poor? Yisha, what kind of people are the top leaders of the church? Su Xian asked Yisha. They are 2 priests sent from the Cathedral of Blue Moon City, but they are not in the church most of the time, but live in Blue Moon City. Yisha explained. Airborne management? Su Xian frowned, speechless. Why did the church use such a weird method? Efsa, the baptism of holy light is about to begin. At this time, a young nun ran over. She was about 1.4 meters tall, looked petite and full of youthful and lively breath. It was estimated that she was only 11 or 12 years old. Okay, Emily, I come right over. Efsa nodded gently, then stood up and prepared to be baptized by holy light with other nuns. By the way, Mr. Su Xian, this is for you. Efsa suddenly handed Su Xian a talisman engraved with the image of a nun. What is this? Su Xian asked in confusion. This is one of the holy objects sold in our church, called the nun's amulet. Of course, I made this myself. Efsa explained. Please wait for me for a moment. I will be back after I finish the baptism of the holy light. Yes. Su Xian nodded, and then cast his eyes on the nun's amulet in his hand. Nun's amulet? Nun's amulet, rare luck value +5, trigger the loyal clause, the effect is increased by 100%, an item that increases the luck value. Su Xian's eyes flashed with a faint light. 5 points of luck may not be a big deal for people in this world, but it is an extremely precious item for players. Of course, the same item cannot be used in combination. Su Xian put Ifsa's loving amulet into his pocket, and then cast his eyes forward. The nuns of the church were gathered in the center of the church, standing neatly in several rows, waiting for the baptism of the holy light. In front of them, a chubby old nun was holding a book in her hand. It should be the Bible of the Church of Light. When the old nun began to chant the Bible, golden light flickered gently above the heads of all the nuns. Dozens of nuns interlocked their fingers and chanted hymns together. The brilliant picture made Su Xian intoxicated, and, what kind of church is this? Why are all the girls so beautiful? Just as Su Xian was immersed in the baptism of the holy light of the nuns, a figure caught his attention. It was a tall and thin knight with bright yellow short hair and a handsome face. From the outside, he seemed to be only 24 or 25 years old. Who is he? Su Xian's eyes condensed, and he saw the other party's information at a glance. Nota, Elite, Level, 20, 500/6000, Race, Human. Strength, 350/Agility, 360/Magic, 300/Constitution, 380. Growth, 8 points of all attribute increase for each level up, a level 20 knight. All attributes are higher than Lorthalin. It seems that he is not easy to deal with. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It was obvious that he was the young baron mentioned by Ifsa. Judging from the opponent's attributes, it is not easy to defeat this young baron head-on. But it is not that he has no power to fight. If all means are used... Su Xian suddenly noticed that a tall and thin old nun walked towards Baron Noda. What are they talking about? Although Su Xian is a little distance away from them, the 5 senses of players in the other world are more acute than ordinary people. This may be because the player's hearing, vision, touch, etc. come from the transmission of brain waves by the game console. Therefore, he could barely hear the conversation between the two. It seems that the target you are looking for is not in our church. The tall and thin nun said to Baron Norda. This is just a baptism of holy light, and the final result cannot be determined. Norda said calmly, I will definitely find the demon hidden in the church and bring it back to the royal city to report. I believe that the recent disaster in Silver Moon Town should also be related to it. In this case, we will naturally not interfere with the Baron. The tall and thin nun said expressionlessly, however, please keep your promise to us at that time. I promised you, and I will not break my promise. Norda continued lightly, but if I find out that the church is harboring the existence of the devil, don't blame me for turning my face against you. Naturally. After the conversation ended, Baron Norda turned and left the church. His target is Ifsa. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He could conclude that the purpose of the Baron coming to Silver Moon Town must be related to Ifsa. The evil demon that appeared in Silver Moon Town recently should be the work of Ifsa, which the Baron misjudged. Su Xian understood that Ifsa would not attack the townspeople, and the evil demon must be someone else. And, according to the Baron's words, he was sent to capture Ifsa. The guy far away in the royal city is the real culprit? This is probably the hidden task mentioned in this role mission, saving Ifsa. Su Xian's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. He would never let the other party succeed. Issa is an adventurer and is killed. No one can hurt her. Sir, are you here to pray in the church? Suddenly, a voice sounded in front of him. It was the tall and thin nun. She stared at Su Xian coldly, with a strange dark red light flashing in her eyes. Chapter 33. Sir, are you here to pray in the church? The tall and thin nun appeared in front of Su Xian without knowing when, staring at him coldly. Yes, one of my relatives is sick, and I want to pray to the god of light to bring her health. Su Xian calmly answered the tall and thin nun. He always felt that this nun was a little strange, so he thought about it and unfolded her information panel. Molan, rare, level 10, 400/2000, race, human, ? Strength, 100/agility, 100/magic, 100/constitution, 100. Growth, 6 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Status, ? Unable to query, why are there 2 question marks? Su Xian frowned. Could it be that Sister Moran is the devil mentioned in the quest? So that's how it is. We have holy water for treating illnesses for sale in our church. If you need it, you can buy some. That thing should be more effective than prayer. The tall and thin nun always had a stern face, as if someone owed her money. Thank you for the reminder. I will buy some back. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Then, the tall and thin nun left. But she always looked back at Su Xian, as if she regarded Su Xian as an enemy? Mr. Su Xian, what were you talking about with Sister Moran? Issa suddenly appeared beside Su Xian and asked with a smile. Nothing. Su Xian shook his head and continued. Issa, who else in the church knows your identity besides Sister Kelly? And Sister Moran, she and Sister Kelly are the 2 most prestigious nuns in the church, and they are the ones who support this church. Issa replied. Oh, Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. Issa, this should be Mr. Su Xian you often mention, right? At this time, a group of nuns gathered around. Among them, the chubby nun squinted her eyes and asked Su Xian with a smile. Yes, Sister Kelly, he is Mr. Su Xian. Issa smiled and held Su Xian's arm tightly. Hello, Sister Kelly, I am very happy to meet you. Su Xian felt a little nervous. He felt like he was meeting Issa's parents. This boy is quite handsome. Suddenly, a blue-haired nun praised Su Xian. Indeed, and he doesn't look like someone from our Silver Moon town. He should be from another country. He's so handsome. No wonder Issa is obsessed with him. Ah, Mr. Su Xian, ah, my Mr. Su Xian, please punish me. What are you talking about? Ha ha ha. The nuns were talking about it, and they were very curious about Su Xian's sudden arrival. Su Xian responded with a smile. He felt that the big family where Issa lived was full of warmth and happiness. Just as everyone was enjoying a leisurely time with laughter and joy, a group of people suddenly broke into the church and broke the tranquility. Beautiful nuns, what are you discussing enthusiastically? Would you like to share it, and let me listen? A piercing and sharp voice came, which made Su Xian feel a little pain in his eardrums. He turned his head, and saw a bloated rich businessman covered in gold and silver, accompanied by servants, walking towards him and Issa. The surrounding townspeople seemed to be afraid of this man, and retreated one after another. He's here again! What a bad guy! When the nuns saw him, they all stepped back, their eyes full of deep disgust. Only Sister Kelly took a step forward, and stood in front of the rich businessman and many servants. She asked calmly, Mr. Muller, is there anything special about your visit today? Nothing special, just come to the church to take a look at the world. The rich businessman Muller looked around with a sarcastic smile, and seemed to enjoy the plight of the townspeople. What a sin! Sister Kelly frowned slightly, holding the cross on her chest tightly with both hands. Sin? Sister Kelly, the world has changed. In this world, you can't survive just by kindness. The rich businessman Muller laughed grimly, and his sharp rat eyes swept over the nuns behind Kelly. His eyes were full of greed and joy, until he saw Su Xian. A trace of anger flashed across his eyes. Strangers? Recently more and more strangers have come to Silver Moon Town, and I don't know what they are doing. The rich businessman said coldly, I hope Sister Kelly can keep the nuns in the church away from these strangers, so as not to be abducted by them and hurt your heart. Mr. Muller doesn't need to worry about this. The nuns in the church are very obedient. They know who are the bad guys, and who are the good guys. Sister Kelly replied calmly. Really? I don't think so. Muller took a big step, and walked in front of Sister Kelly. His tall figure formed a sharp contrast with Sister Kelly's short figure. However, Su Xian did not see any fear in Sister Kelly's eyes, but calm and steady. After a moment of silence, Muller continued, I hope you and Sister Moran can clearly realize that the church is on the verge of bankruptcy. You can only save the church by agreeing to my request. At the same time, protect your group of proud nuns. Hee hee. Mahler's greedy eyes swept over the nuns behind him again, and he smiled and showed his row of golden teeth. Put away your hypocrisy. We can protect the church ourselves. The young nun Emily rushed out and shouted bravely, to hand over the church to people like you is to fall into the abyss. Emily! The older nun immediately protected Emily behind her, fearing that the servants of the rich businessman would use brutal means to deal with her. Do you think you can protect the church? Morlet raised his fat palm, smoothed his hair that was about to be blown away by the wind, and sneered, Who can you rely on? The Baron from the royal city? He can only solve your temporary needs. Without my support, the church's closure is only a matter of time. I think you should know it clearly. As for falling into the abyss? Mollet smiled evilly and stretched out his hands to Emily. You haven't experienced it. How can you say it is deep? Lose line. Before Mollet finished speaking, a sharp sword was already at his throat. You? Morleb was trembling with fear at the sudden threat of murderous intent. He never expected that someone in Silver Moon Town would dare to attack him. Mahler tried to order his servants to rescue him quickly, but the knight in platinum armor made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He had to look at Su Xian in panic and asked, You. What are you going to do? You are too noisy. The church needs quiet, Su Xian said indifferently. The rich businessman's words made him feel sick, and after confirming that the other party's servants' comprehensive combat power was lower than that of Lorthelin, he decisively chose to start a group. After all, Su Xian had no reason to hesitate when he was sure that his combat power was higher than that of the other party, and that the other party was an absolute bad guy. Moreover, he learned about the rich businessman's background from Ivsa, and he was just a nouveau riche. As a player, why should he spoil an NPC? Lorthelin, ask him to get out. Su Xian gave a cold order. Yes. You dare? I am, Before Mahler could speak, Lorthelin kicked him in the stomach. This was Su Xian's special instruction, so as to prevent the rich businessman's blood from polluting the holy place of the church and frightening the young nuns in the church. In an instant, the rich businessman Mahler was kicked out of the church gate like a ball. Chapter 34. Mole came to a stop after rolling for more than 10 meters. As soon as he stood up, Lorthelin broke through the siege of several servants and came to him. She swung the long sword in her hand, and a golden sword energy passed through. Although there were no external scars, the rich businessman's internal organs and bones were severely damaged. He was not unable to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. Mole uttered a scream, and the pain spread throughout his body. His fat body hurriedly stepped back a few steps, staggered, and fell heavily to the ground. This time, he even lost the ability to stand up and fainted directly. This horrible scene frightened the servants so much that they dared not breathe heavily. Lorthelin's fighting power was beyond their imagination. They could not understand how there could be such a powerful knight in the town of Silver Moon. Unfortunately, he could not kill people in front of so many people in the town. If he attracted the siege of the law enforcement knights, it would be extremely difficult for him to complete the role mission of Ivsa. Otherwise, we can solve an uncertainty in the mission now. Lord Muller. Seeing that Lorthelin did not continue to chase, the servants of the wealthy Muller rushed over to help him up. Muller, who had fainted, could not respond, and was eventually carried by 4 servants out of the church and back to his manor. So handsome. What a powerful knight. That bad guy often insulted the nuns in our church with words, thanks to Mr. Su Xian for teaching him a lesson. Bad guy. Supreme Lord. Make him disappear from Silver Moon Town. Seeing this scene, the nuns gathered around and thanked Su Xian and Lorthelin. Su Xian just smiled and thought to himself, this plot is good. After teaching the hateful villain a lesson, I am admired by the nuns. As a player, this feels pretty good. Then she turned her eyes to Sister Kelly, who didn't seem to mind her reckless behavior. It seems that Sister Kelly had no intention of cooperating with the wealthy businessman Muller from the beginning, and the idea of the 2 airborne priests was not feasible. In a corner that Su Xian couldn't see, Sister Moran was secretly observing everything that had just happened. Her eyes were cold and deep, and she seemed to be thinking about something in her heart. Mr. Su Xian, this is the dilemma our church is facing now. If we can't find an effective solution, even if someone is willing to donate, it will only temporarily alleviate the problem and cannot fundamentally solve the problem. Su Xian and Sister Kelly walked side by side, listening carefully to the current dilemma of the church. Behind them, dozens of nuns followed curiously, listening to the future of the church. If we can find a way to turn the church from loss to profit, Perhaps we can really solve the crisis of the church, Su Xian said, touching his chin. Even the compensation that Issa earned in the guild could not fill the financial gap of the church. Although Issa had said before that the church was currently only losing 50 silver coins per month, Su Xian found that the situation was not that simple after a deeper understanding. According to a rough estimate, the monthly deficit of the church is much greater than 50 silver coins, and as the influence of monsters on Silver Moon Town becomes increasingly serious, this deficit may become larger and larger. Su Xian recalled the nun amulet that Issa gave him, and thought to himself that if he could know the production and cost of the nun amulet, he might have a way to help the church. But before that, he needed to know the market value of this amulet. After all, only by knowing how much it can be sold for can we make the next plan. But we have to go back to the guild first. Thank you very much for your concern and help. We accept this kindness. Sister Kelly smiled and thanked Su Xian. She looked at the sky outside, which was gradually getting dark. If you don't mind, let's have dinner in the church tonight. Then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Su Xian nodded and gladly accepted Sister Kelly's invitation. I have something to leave first, so I let Issa take you around. Yes. Sister Kelly left a word and turned away. Then let's go, Mr. Su Xian. Let me take you to visit other areas of the church and the nuns' dormitories. Issa smiled and took Su Xian's arm, saying softly, What am I going to do in the nuns' dormitories? Su Xian asked in confusion. Issa smiled mischievously, and did not answer his question directly, but gently took his arm and led him in a direction. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and it was evening. Su Xian sat in the church. He had just finished dinner with the nuns. Although it was in the game, for some reason, he actually felt full, but he did not eat too much, because the nuns' food was not quite to his taste. And Su Xian glanced at Issa, who was standing in the distance praying. He was more puzzled as to how the food in the church could keep Issa so moist, still so rich. What do you usually do on duty? Su Xian asked Issa. Today is Issa's duty time. The door of the church has been closed. The other nuns are praying in the evening. No one will come here. There is nothing to do. Just spend an hour or two in the church and make sure the candles are not extinguished during the period. Issa said, but blew away several candles on the edge, leaving only 2 candles near the statue in the center. Don't you have to make sure the candles are not extinguished? Su Xian asked doubtfully. Yes, as long as those 2 lights are not extinguished, the other lights. Issa said, and she had walked to the position next to Su Xian and sat down next to him. Ying smiled, they are a bit in the way, so I blew them out. Su Xian slowly typed a question mark, but found that Issa leaned over and came close. The dark purple pupils flickered in the dim environment, staring closely at Su Xian's eyes. During the time they looked at each other, the color of love overflowed, and a trace of magic rippled. His heartbeat began to accelerate, like a flood beast. Wait, this is a church. Issa couldn't possibly want to do something in the sacred and inviolable church. What a fuckable succubus. I like people like you. Although this is a sacred church, I can't always suppress my inner desires. Issa said, and she sat on it. The slender white fingertips gently passed, gradually clearing the mist. Look, he also wants to violate the sacred contract and experience the fun of betraying the holy light with me. Issa smiled excitedly, and her mischievous peach hardtail swayed gently, as if she had found happiness. Issa, what if the nuns come? Su Xian was still a little worried, afraid of being discovered. But for some reason, it was quite exciting to think about it carefully. Don't worry. Issa leaned down slightly and said softly, Evening prayer, Gu, needs to last for an hour, they won't come. Really? That's good. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt something was strange. Please rest assured, Mr. Su Xian, leave everything to me, it will be done soon. Issa. Sister Kelly is calling you. Just as Issa was about to immerse herself in the holy light she had dreamed of, a nun shout suddenly came. It seems that we need to wait a while. Issa hid the food lostly, and then responded, I'm coming. Then she swayed her body, and walked towards the side door on the right. Huh? Su Xian exhaled lightly. The plot of the game was a bit bold. From this point of view, the god of light must be a bad guy in the later plot. It was indeed a bit exciting to blaspheme the holy light. He had to go outside to blow the cold wind for a while, and calm down, in order not to send it too quickly. Just when Su Xian stood up and prepared to cool the magazine, he suddenly found that a woman with long wine-red hair appeared in the church without knowing when. What's more exciting is that she looks a bit like Issa. Chapter 35. In the dim church, a woman was sitting there dignified and elegant. She was wearing a bright red dress, which made her particularly eye-catching. Her delicate facial features were like sculptures, stunningly beautiful. Her long wine red hair was as smooth as silk, and her skin was as white as jade and as delicate as the first snow. Her plump figure showed beautiful curves, which made it impossible to take your eyes off her. The most important thing was that Su Xian noticed that the woman's appearance was somewhat similar to Issa, but she was more cold and noble, as if she didn't take anything seriously. Gulp. Su Xian swallowed nervously. When did this person appear? She was here all the time. Then what I did with Issa was also seen clearly by her? And why didn't I notice her existence just now? Who is this woman? Su Xian glanced and unfolded the other party's information panel. Eve's myth, level, ? Race, succubus. Growth, 15 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features: sin of pride, sin of lust, curse of rose, succubus. Su Xian's eyes froze instantly, and it seemed as if thousands of troops were galloping through his heart. This is not only a succubus, but also a succubus of mythical quality. Who is she? Why is she here? What is her relationship with Issa? The tense atmosphere seemed to freeze the air, and Su Xian couldn't say anything for a while. He could only stare at the other party with his deep black eyes, fearing that it would trigger a strange plot. The woman also stared at him calmly, with a faint fluorescence flashing in her dark red eyes. Su Xian was fascinated by her eyes, which were very similar to Issa's. No, it should be said that they were exactly the same. If she changed her hair color and put on a nun's uniform, he might even mistake them for each other. You? After a few minutes, Su Xian managed to utter a word. However, before he finished speaking, a faint red magic began to permeate the surrounding space. After just a moment, Su Xian realized that his world seemed to be frozen. Vision, hearing, touch. All senses were stagnant at this moment. Only the woman slowly stood up and walked towards him lightly. Every time she got closer, Su Xian could smell an intoxicating fragrance, which filled his nose. The fragrance is so strong that it makes people intoxicated and crazy. Add to that her stunning face. Su Xian dared to assert that unless there was a problem with sexual orientation, no one could resist the temptation of this woman. Quietly, the woman came to Su Xian. She slightly opened her red lips, and a cold and elegant voice came out slowly. Am I that beautiful? Not bad. Su Xian touched his nose. He didn't expect that the first sentence the other party said was this, but he had to say that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. The words beautiful and charming are perfect for her. Really? The woman glanced at him, and the corners of her bright red lips opened slightly, exhaling a breath of fragrance. Before Su Xian could react, his body involuntarily leaned towards the woman. But at this moment, a strong sense of crisis suddenly erupted in his mind, causing him to stabilize his body and quickly retreat. Oh! Su Xian's abnormal behavior made the woman's eyebrows move slightly. She didn't expect that there would be someone in the world who could resist her charm. This is indeed a rare situation. Is it because of Issa? But the surprised expression was fleeting, replaced by a cold look like a snowy mountain. Young man, can I hand Issa over to you with confidence? The woman asked Su Xian. Of course. Su Xian answered without hesitation. However, his heart was full of doubts. What is the relationship between this woman and Issa? Are they sisters? Or is there any other relationship? I hope you remember what you said, the woman said, with a hint of ice in her eyes. After speaking, the woman turned around and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she raised her fingertips and gently picked it up. I saw a ray of dark red magic flowing into Su Xian's nasal cavity. What is this? Su Xian frowned slightly, not knowing what the woman had done to him, until he saw a prompt pop up in his sight. Get a wisp of pure lust magic. Your body has undergone subtle changes. Pure lust magic. Su Xian's eyes flickered. Is this a blessing? Or inheritance? Just as he was wondering, the woman's body had gradually disappeared in the dark night. Wait! Who are you? Su Xian hurriedly shouted to the woman. He didn't get any response, only a wisp of fragrance lingering in his nose. Who is she? Su Xian was full of doubts. He could sense the dangerous aura emanating from this woman. If one day they become enemies, then I will definitely be played around by her. Mr. Su Xian, what's wrong? At this moment, Evisa returned to the church again. Nothing. Su Xian shook his head and asked her, Evisa, do you have sisters? Sisters? No, Mr. Su Xian, have you forgotten that I am an orphan adopted by the church? How can I have sisters? Evisa replied with a smile. That's right. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully, and the woman with long wine red hair was still in his mind. While thinking, Evisa had already pounced on him. Okay, Mr. Su Xian, the nun's evening prayer is about to end. Let's have a wonderful life ceremony before that. Wait, Evisa, all I'm thinking about now is... I can't wait even a moment. The following is a plot about punishing the succubus. 50,000 words omitted below. On the roof of the church, Edith was standing in the moonlight, staring at everything happening in the church with a cold face. Even with the obstruction of the wall, the picture was still clear in her eyes, and she could even see every movement and every breath. She looked at Evisa, feeling the power from the succubus bloodline, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Boring instinct, she whispered, as if she was not very interested in this throbbing from the depths of the bloodline. Master. And at this moment, a nun appeared behind Edith. It was Sister Moran. Are you ready? Edith asked Sister Moran, while observing everything happening in the church. Yes, everything is ready. Sister Moran nodded. Very good. Edith flicked her fingertips, and a ray of magic fell on Sister Moran's head. Thank you for your kindness, Master. Sister Moran immediately knelt in front of Edith to express her gratitude. Edith warned, remember, you must protect the secrets here, even if it costs you your life. Yes. Chapter 36. Mr. Su Xian, you look so delicious today for some reason. Su Xian took off his VR glasses, and his mind was filled with Evisa's praise for him. The charming voice echoed in his ears, like the sound of nature, making him tremble. Recalling that he had desecrated nuns in a medieval church. Sin! Sin! Su Xian stood up and rushed to the bathroom to wash, hoping to wash away his sins and his trembling legs. After taking a bath, Su Xian returned to bed and planned to check his phone for a while before going to bed. He opened his phone and saw an extra message on WeChat. Su Xian opened WeChat. Since he didn't have much social interaction, few people usually sent him messages in the middle of the night. Therefore, he felt a little uncomfortable when he suddenly received a message vibration. Kanai's bunny. Student Su Xian, are you asleep? It turned out to be a message from Lu Shui, and he didn't know what it was. I didn't sleep. What's wrong? Kana's rabbit. There will be an event in the game in a few days. As long as you complete the event tasks, you can get a lot of character upgrade experience. Can I team up with you? Event? How come I don't know? Su Xian was a little surprised that he didn't receive any notification from the game. Kana's rabbit, didn't you receive it? I asked the group. Yeah. A few minutes later. Kana's rabbit, I asked, and there is indeed an event, but only players with a rating of E or below can participate. It's a welfare event for novices. Kana's rabbit, your player rating is E. No. Su Xian was confused. Wasn't his player rating always F+? Could it be because he completed the E-level commission? Kana's bunny. Since you haven't reached the E-level rating, you can participate. I invite you to try it then? Okay. Su Xian would naturally not refuse the free experience event, but he was deeply puzzled by the fact that he didn't receive the event information. Sure enough, every game always has some strange bugs, or is it not a bug? Don't think about it. Go to sleep. Su Xian was too lazy to think about it, threw his phone aside, and fell asleep. Aisha's influence on him has penetrated into reality, and cannot be shaken off. On the other side. Xiaoxue, I'm fine, you can use the bathroom. Okay, got it. Lu Shui lay on the bed, holding the plush toy tightly in her arms, her two slender white legs slightly clamped together, and her eyes focused on the phone in her hand. As if waiting for something. But after a few minutes, the anticipation gradually dissipated, so she put her phone aside and buried her head in the stuffed toy until her face turned red. She sat up, gently took off the lace white socks, and walked towards the bathroom. The next day. Su Xian yawned and came to school. He felt dizzy, as if he had lost his energy and vitality. While it was still early before the morning self-study, there were not many students in the class, so he might be able to catch up on some sleep. Didn't you sleep well last night? Lu Shui quietly came to Su Xian's side and asked curiously. Maybe. Su Xian couldn't give a reason, so he had to answer perfunctorily. What's the matter? About the event task. The event will start the day after tomorrow, and we will be teleported to a specific venue at that time, and the final experience reward will be calculated based on the number of slimes killed. Lu Shui told Su Xian about the completion conditions of the event task. Slime? Su Xian imagined the strange texture of slime in his mind. The slime setting in this game is not so abnormal, only a few slimes will corrode clothes, and most slimes are just a group of ordinary round monsters. Not to mention the low combat power, the offensiveness is also very weak, which is indeed suitable for novices as a training object. Is there an upper limit? Su Xian asked. Yes, it seems that each person can only kill 100 slimes at most, but we should not be able to kill them all, and the event will only last for an hour. Lu Shui thought about it and answered. A total of 200 slimes? Su Xian silently calculated in his mind. It seems not a lot. I just don't know how much experience this can get, at least tens of thousands, right? While thinking, Lu Shui has been standing beside Su Xian, staring at his face with a pair of beautiful eyes. It's not because she likes Su Xian, but because she thinks Su Xian is a little unusual today, exuding an indescribable charm. Lu Shui shook her head gently, laughing at herself in her heart. I'm not in love. How can I have such an idea? She quickly turned around and left, returning to her seat. After school, Su Xian ran home as usual. After putting on VR glasses, he came to the game world. In the guild, Issa and Lu's line had been waiting for a long time. When Su Xian appeared, Issa immediately came up to him, and she was greedy and wanted to ask for some rewards. She asked, and he gave it to her. Who made her want it? Can a candy pendant that increases the luck value by 1 point be sold for 1 silver coin? Su Xian browsed in the mall, trying to evaluate the value of the nun's amulet. Although there are no other equivalent items for sale, a candy pendant that increases the luck value by 1 point is worth 1 silver coin. So a nun's amulet that increases the luck value by 5 points should be worth at least 30 silver coins. After all, the effects of the same luck item cannot be stacked, and the higher the luck value, the higher its value. Issa, have you heard of the name Ides? Su Xian looked at Issa, who was enjoying the food, and asked curiously. Ides? No, my master, I have never heard of this name. Issa shook her head, and had no impression of this name. No. Su Xian showed a trace of confusion. Who is that woman with long wine-red hair? Perhaps Sister Kelly, and the others will know something about her. Such an existence cannot be unknown. Mr. Su Xian, have you done any exercise recently? Issa suddenly asked Su Xian curiously. No. Really? But I think you are getting better and better, and more delicious. Issa licked her fingertips, with pink hearts flashing in her eyes. Hearing this, Su Xian recalled the pure lust magic that Edith had cast on him, which might be related to this. Although I don't know what the effect is for, it seems that I am more attractive to the succubus now, probably. Sniff, suddenly Issa came closer, her nose wings fluttered slightly, like a puppy, sniffing Su Xian. What's wrong? Su Xian was stunned, not understanding what Issa was doing. However, Issa did not answer him, but continued to sniff every inch of his skin, finally stopping at the flickering holy light. She whispered, My master, how can your body smell like other succubi? Chapter 37. Sniff, my master, why do you smell like other succubi? Issa sniffed Su Xian's skin gently, and she keenly caught the scent of other succubi. This made her eyebrows slightly frowned, revealing a little surprise. In response, Su Xian opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. Could he smell this? Sniff. Issa sniffed her beloved thing again, and a trace of doubt appeared on her beautiful face. Her dark purple pupils flashed with a strange light. She stared at Su Xian and whispered to herself, This doesn't seem to be the smell of other succubi. Is it my own? Su Xian was silent for a moment, then asked, Does Issa hate me contacting other women? That's not the case. Issa shook her head and explained, I don't mind sharing Mr. Su Xian with others, but I'm a little worried that you will be hurt by the greedy succubus. Su Xian didn't know what to say for a while. It turned out that Issa also knew that this would hurt the body. In addition, he was sure that what Issa smelled was probably the pure lust magic power given by Edith. But why did Issa mistakenly think it was her own breath? This point may only be answered by asking Edith. When Issa ate her food with satisfaction, today's task commission officially began. Now, there are still 2 unfinished F+ commissions on hand, which can be solved while there is still some time before going to the church. Commission Mission 4, F+ Kill the Water Elf, 0/10, Task Reward, 5 silver coins, 500 experience. Commission Mission 5, F+ Kill the Water Fairy, 0/1, Task Reward, 10 silver coins, 1000 experience. How come the reward for the 5th commission mission is twice as much as the other missions? Su Xian was a little surprised. The reward for killing the water elf was far beyond his expectations. However, it was impossible to understand the inside story by just looking at the task description. Essa, Lorslin, it's time for us to set out to complete the task. Yes, sir. With the flickering white light in the teleportation array, Su Xian and others appeared at the task location. The locations of the two commissioned tasks were in the same area, which saved a lot of trouble. Su Xian looked around and found that the task location was next to a lake. The quiet lake was only blue by the breeze, and the lake surface was sparkling under the sunlight. However, the lake was surrounded by yellow sand, and only a few withered old trees could be seen lingering on, showing loneliness. What a strange task location. Su Xian whispered to himself. The task environment was more peculiar than he had imagined. Generally speaking, water elves should exist in places with lush flowers, plants and trees. Even if there are no large forests, they will not appear in such a desolate place. Mr. Su Xian, the water elves here seem to be more violent? Essa pointed out to Su Xian the water elves floating on the lake, and their state seemed a little abnormal. Yeah. Su Xian nodded, and he also noticed this abnormality. Water elves are generally humanoid monsters that tend to be neutral and lawful. Their bodies are made of water elements, and do not have changeable emotions. Only when they encounter an enemy will they passively launch a counterattack. But now the water elves look like they have rabies, and are looking for targets to attack. Is it because of the water elves? But the water elves are not evil units? Just as he was wondering, the water elves all cast their eyes towards their location. Then, with a fierce killing intent, he rushed towards them. Luz Lin. At Su Xian's command, Luz Lin immediately took action. Her sword was as sharp as lightning, instantly destroying all the water elves approaching them. Kill the water elves June 10th. The mission is not very difficult. Su Xian said to himself that with Luz Lin's high combat power, he could easily get through the novice period. However, just as Luz Lin was about to swing her sword to destroy the remaining few water elves, suddenly, a huge water column gushed out from the center of the lake and rushed straight into the sky. What is that? Before the rain curtain fell, a water dragon made of lake water had already hovered above the lake. Su Xian's eyes flashed, and the attribute panel of the water dragon unfolded in his field of vision. Water Fairy Dragon, Elite, Level 19, 3799/3800, Race, Elemental/Fairy. Strength, 300/Agility, 200/Magic, 400/Constitution, 500. Growth, 8 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features: Water Fairy. This additional attribute can be obtained after defeating the target. Status: Corrosion. New additional attribute? Su Xian was surprised when he saw the additional attribute of the Water Fairy. Corrosion? In addition to the new additional attribute, he also noticed that there was a word of corrosion in the status bar of the Water Fairy. Corrosion. It is being corroded by dark magic, becoming more violent and cruel. Be careful, the enemy this time is very powerful. Su Xian reminded Issa and Luz Lin. Well? Leave it to us. As soon as the words fell, Lorthelin immediately rushed forward with her sword. Her heavy armor did not become a burden. The bottom of her iron boots burst into golden magic, which supported her to run fast on the lake. At the same time, magic surged from Issa's fingertips. The golden holy light and the dark purple fallen fire intertwined with each other, aiming at the water fairy in the center of the lake, and fell quickly. Roar! The water dragon transformed by the water fairy sensed the danger, and immediately sprayed a strong water column to try to stop Lorthelin from approaching. At the same time, it opened a huge water curtain and successfully blocked Issa's fire and holy light attacks. Facing the gushing water column, Lorthelin did not hesitate. Her sword passed through and cut off the water column in an instant. She ran quickly and came to the water fairy in the blink of an eye. The O sword flashing with golden light clanged and chopped at the head of the water dragon head transformed by the water fairy. One sword cut through the water curtain and cut off the dragon head. However, it is not realistic to kill the water fairy with just this one blow. The level of the water fairy is much higher than that of the water elf. Even if the power of oath is contained in the blade of Lorthelin's sword, it cannot cause damage to its origin. In just a moment, the water fairy recondensed, opened its huge mouth, and sprayed a fierce water column at Lorthelin. However, when the water column sprayed Lorthelin, only bright stars flashed around her body, but did not cause any damage. It was the ability of the crystal to be immune to elemental damage that made Lorthelin not afraid of the higher-level water fairy at all. She swung her sword again to cut off the dragon head and consume the magic power of the water fairy. For this battle, Su Xian could not intervene directly, but he was always observing the situation on the battlefield, looking for the weakness of the water fairy. Although Lorthelin was immune to elemental damage, if they could find the weakness of the water fairy, they could end the battle faster. Suddenly, Su Xian noticed that there was a wisp of black breath lingering at the bottom of the lake, exuding a strange breath. Is this thing causing trouble? Su Xian frowned slightly, and tried to find out the information of the object. Witch's remnant soul. From. Just when Su Xian was checking what this thing was, a silver bell-like laughter came from his mind. Hee hee, what a unique soul, I will accept your soul. However, this playful laughter just sounded, but it stopped abruptly and turned into a scream of astonishment. Why? Why do you have her pendant? No. Don't. Ah. Chapter 38. Su Xian listened to the voice in his mind gradually disappearing, and he was in a daze. It seemed that he had done nothing, and it seemed that he had done everything. Su Xian took out the soul pendant from his pocket, and the pendant was emitting a faint halo. This thing seemed to have saved his life. Ms. Natasha is really a lucky goddess. As the witch's residual soul dissipated, the water fairy seemed to have lost the source of its magic power. After Lortharing cut off its head for the 7th time, it turned into a pool of clear water and stopped moving. Kill the water fairy, 1/1, and when the water fairy died, the lake dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not a drop left? Su Xian stared at the dry riverbed, showing a little surprise. Fortunately, both commissioned tasks were completed. Although the task difficulty was not high, the witch's residual soul just now did make him feel scared. Even if players can use resurrection coins to revive, they will still feel fear and uneasiness when facing the threat of death. Besides, he was afraid of pain. Nothing left? Su Xian walked to the center of the dry riverbed. The entire lake had completely disappeared, leaving only a few rocks. There were also entries suspended in the air that only Su Xian could see. Su Xian put away the entries. Water Fairy, *, with the previously acquired Soulmate, *, Su Xian now has 2 additional entries to use. Since Soulmate, * is not suitable for Issa and Lorslin, it has not been used, but Water Fairy, *, Su Xian turned his attention to Issa and Lorslin. Perhaps he could consider choosing one to try the effect of the additional entry. Mr. Su Xian, look, there is a strange stone here. Yifsha suddenly sensed a faint magic power and pointed it to Su Xian. Stone? Su Xian walked to Yifusha with doubts and picked up the black stone. Strange stone? ? It is really a strange stone. Although he didn't know what effect this stone had, he knew very well that items with question marks must be extraordinary. Pick it up first. Go back. Yes. With a flash of white light, Su Xian returned to the guild. After submitting the task, the experience pool accumulated 2,300 points, but these experiences were only enough to upgrade Lu's line by 1 level. Lack of experience. Su Xian sighed lightly and injected all the experience into Yifusha. Experience 1800. Your adventurer Yifusha has been upgraded to level 8. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Su Xian. Yifsha gave Su Xian a grateful look to express her inner gratitude. Then, Su Xian added the Water Fairy, * entry to Lurlin. As for why he didn't give it to Issa, because Issa never lacks water. Lurlin has added a new entry. Water Fairy, a companion spirit created by soul elements. A companion spirit created by soul elements? Su Xian was very curious about the new entry Lurlin had obtained. When he set his eyes on Lurlin, he was surprised to find a small water snake made of water elements lying on her shoulder. And because it was transformed from Lordislin's soul elements, it was a small female snake, and how did this little snake have a pair of small wings? Su Xian stretched out his finger and gently poked the little snake lying on Lorthalin's shoulder guard. It felt very smooth, like poking a ball of jelly. However, his touch did not cause the little snake to react, and it was still in a sleeping state. Forget it, I won't wake it up. Su Xian did not intend to wake up the little snake. Let it continue to sleep. Let's go, while it's still early, let's go to the church again. Yes, sir. The scene changed, and Su Xian came to the church again. He came here to ask Sister Kelly about the production of nun amulets. This kind of holy object condensed by the blessing power of the nun usually does not have a high production, and there are differences between individuals. For example, a nun with a higher magic value may only need 2 weeks to produce a nun amulet, while a nun with weak magic may need a month or even longer. Regarding the arrangement of these cumbersome numbers, Issa certainly does not understand, so he needs to ask Sister Kelly. After some inquiries, Su Xian roughly learned that the nuns in the church could only use magic to weave about 20 nun amulets a month. When Sister Kelly learned that Su Xian was willing to help them sell these backlogged nun amulets, she was a little surprised. After all, the profit of nun amulets is meager. Each nun amulet is sold for 5 silver coins, and the material cost is as high as 4 silver coins. Moreover, Props that increase the slight luck value are not a necessity for the townspeople, so the sales have been unsatisfactory. This made Sister Kelly very confused about how Su Xian sold these amulets. However, Sister Kelly did not reject Su Xian's proposal, and even handed 10 nun amulets directly to him, letting him play freely. As for how to distribute the future profits, she decided to discuss it after the success of the matter. Su Xian knew that the reason why Sister Kelly trusted him unconditionally was largely because of the relationship between Issa and the church. Issa's close connection with the church made other nuns have a deep affection for him. In order to respond to the trust of the nuns, Su Xian decided to buy a collective prayer of 50 young nuns. The prayer of the nuns has the magical power to bring temporary attribute enhancement and various gain states to the praying, such as the increase of luck value, etc. The more nuns pray for him, the stronger the effect. And for players, these enhancement effects are definitely not a loss, and they may even make a lot of money. Of course, what Su Xian is most looking forward to is the scene of 50 nuns praying for him at the same time. His move also brought a considerable income to the church, which made the nuns express their gratitude to him and immediately prepare for the prayer. Mr. Su Xian is so generous. Issa has no words to thank you. I can only give myself to you. While the other nuns were busy preparing, Issa quietly took Su Xian's arm and said charmingly, "Warm the bed, bathe, wrap, etc. As long as Mr. Su Xian wants, I am willing to serve you." Ahem. Su Xian turned his head away shyly. The nuns were all watching. Issa was getting bolder and bolder. "This is for you." At this moment, the little nun Emily, who had met before, suddenly handed Su Xian a rag doll. "Is this for me?" Su Xian asked curiously. "Yes." Emily nodded and showed an innocent and kind smile. She wanted to express her gratitude to Su Xian by giving her favorite toy. "I accept your kindness, but this rag doll." Su Xian was about to refuse this gift. He was about to enter college, and was no longer old enough to play with rag dolls. However, wait! Su Xian's voice stopped abruptly, his eyes fell on the doll, and the flashing entry caught his attention. Magic doll, rare entry. Combining with this entry will guarantee the recruitment of epic quality adventurers. Trigger reason, Emily's doll. I like this gift very much, thank you, Emily. Chapter 39. I like this gift very much, thank you, Emily. Su Xian took the gift from Emily with a smile. This doll is just right for him now. When he recruits next time, he will be lucky enough to get another adventurer of epic quality or above. You're welcome, big brother, you are a good person. Emily smiled sweetly. Girls of this age are in the best stage of their lives. She only needs to smile slightly to make people feel warm. After giving the gift, the little nun hurried away to prepare for the prayer ceremony that was about to begin. Mr. Su Xian, you are really popular. Even Emily admires you very much. She gave you her most beloved doll. Aisha smiled beside him. Really? Su Xian smiled faintly and glanced at the doll in his hand. This pink doll with twin ponytails has soft cloth skin, so smooth that it seems to reflect a faint luster. Its face is round and cute, pink and tender, just like the peach blossoms blooming in spring. The ponytails are neatly tied, and every strand of hair is meticulously detailed. The glass-inlaid eyes are also bright and shining. Paired with exquisite sweet Lolita clothing, the design of this doll is full of innocence and vitality. However, he was full of curiosity. How could the little nun Emily have such a strange item? He remembered the earrings from last time. It was Rosaline's personal item, so it could trigger rare entries. But Emily is just an ordinary nun. How could she have such a thing? Is there a secret about Emily? But then I thought, Emily's information panel is very ordinary, nothing special. Maybe she just happened to get this doll. Su Xian put the doll into his backpack, but he didn't notice that when he put the doll in, a mysterious smile appeared on its face. Soon after, the nuns' collective prayer was ready, and they led Su Xian to the basement of the church. Su Xian was surprised to find that there was such a wide space under the church. Before going to the prayer room, Su Xian noticed a room that had been closed for a long time, and it seemed that no one had been in it for decades. What is that place? Su Xian asked Evisa curiously. Evisa hesitated for a moment and replied, That's the confessional, but it was closed decades ago. Confessional? Su Xian raised his eyebrows, and some strange plots emerged in his mind. Mr. Su Xian, are you interested there? Aisha continued, although it is no longer open to the public, if you really want to know, I can take you in secretly. No need for that. Su Xian shook his head quickly, not wanting to break the church rules just because of himself, and then followed the nuns. Aisha? What do you think if the guild builds a prayer room? That would be great. If Mr. Suxian could do that, I would be very grateful to you. After a while, they came to the prayer room located underground in the church. Although the space here seems a bit narrow compared to the ground, there is no debris, and it can accommodate more people. In addition, the prayer needs to last for a while, so the ground area of the church cannot be occupied. However, Suxian felt that the atmosphere here seemed better than on the ground. In this quiet basement, 50 nuns prayed for him alone. Issa helped Suxian to a chair, and then returned to the nuns' queue. Suxian looked straight ahead. Because the seat was built on the steps, the geographical location was high, giving people a feeling of being high above. And the young nuns neatly arranged in front of the site, each of them was beautiful and charming. Especially Issa standing in the center, it was even more eye-catching. Such a beautiful scenery made Suxian understand a little bit of the taste of the king not attending the morning court. Then, Issa looked at Suxian, her charming eyes seemed to speak, exuding a hint of charm. She whispered, "Let's start." As soon as the voice fell, 50 nuns interlocked their fingers and chanted hymns. The golden light immediately flashed in the prayer room, illuminating the dark environment. Soft holy light scattered, and Suxian could feel a magical power gradually blessing him. Get the nun's blessing. All attributes +10. Luck +1. Desire +1. Curse removal +1. Countless blessings gathered on Suxian, making him feel unprecedented relaxation and peace. This feeling seemed to be washing his body and purifying his soul. Spiritual enlightenment +1. Suxian was a little curious about the new state, and clicked to view it. Spiritual enlightenment, your mind has been enlightened by the saints. The enlightenment of the saints? Suxian raised his eyebrows, still a little confused about the effect of this state. Just as his thoughts fluctuated, a faint fragrance came to his nose. Suxian raised his head, and was surprised to find that Ivisa was swaying and walking towards him lightly. Suxian was full of doubts, but Ivisa's actions made him a little nervous and a little expectant. Ivisa leaned down and whispered in his ear, "This is to help you better feel the atmosphere of prayer, Mr. Suxian." As soon as she finished speaking, her slender fingertips gently stroked the skin on Suxian's chest, and the cold touch made his body tremble slightly. Then, she tried to unsheath the holy sword. "Wait! Ifsha!" Suxian panicked at this moment. What was Ifsha going to do? Was she going to do it in front of the other 49 nuns? Ah! "My master, look!" Ifsha suddenly pointed at the nuns. Suxian looked over and was surprised to find that Ifsha was still standing among the nuns. If she was the real Ifsha, then who was next to him? Suxian turned his head and looked at Ifsha, who was teasing the holy light. There was a bright love in her pupils. Charming magic? Is all this an illusion created by Ifsha? In other words, in the real world, he sat upright and felt the nuns' prayers. However, in the illusion created by the succubus, he was experiencing Issa's special prayer? Don't be shy, my master. Issa stared at the holy light and laughed excitedly. Please relax, I will let you feel the joy of prayer, I promise. The following is a plot detail describing the nun's prayer. 10,000 words are omitted below. The nun's prayer lasted for an hour. When the sacred hymn ended, Suxian slowly opened his eyes. His eyes swept to the nuns in front of him, and when he met Issa's charming eyes, his handsome face suddenly blushed. Who would have thought that Issa was thinking about something indescribable even at this time? Is this the charm of the succubus? In addition, the nun's prayers also brought a series of buff enhancements to Suxian. Although these effects are not particularly powerful, they are too large. Psychic enlightenment triggered. Suddenly the psychic enlightenment that appeared before jumped into Suxian's side again. Is the effect triggered? Suxian's eyes flashed, and he immediately clicked the information box. Your adventurer Isha received enlightenment from you, and learned the high-level magic Fallen Glory. Chapter 40. Your adventurer Issa has received your enlightenment, and learned the high-level magic Fallen Glory. Suxian was shocked. Issa received his enlightenment? What enlightenment? When? Oh, Mr. Suxian, how do you feel? Issa walked towards Suxian, with a charming smile on her lips. The other nuns also gathered around him, their eyes full of expectation, as if asking Suxian how he felt. Of course, Suxian knew in his heart that Issa's question about how it felt was not what he meant. Not bad. Suxian replied with a smile, but his mind was still full of Issa's figure. The nuns' prayers? Not much. After the prayer, the nuns dispersed and went about their own business. Suxian left the prayer room in high spirits. The increase brought by the prayers of 50 nuns brought his condition to its peak. Even though Issa secretly ate some, it didn't have much impact on his body. Of course, 50 nuns praying for him came at a price, and 20 silver coins flew out of his pocket. The duration of the buff is 3 days, and I hope I can gain something in these 3 days. Back to the church. Su Xian's eyes swept over the people coming and going in the church. Due to the influence of the monster, the townspeople have been going in and out of the church frequently recently. If we provide funds for the church, we can solve the problem of funding shortage. But as long as the monster is not eliminated, the church will not be at peace. Huh? Su Xian suddenly noticed a familiar figure. The Baron Norda appeared in the church again. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, staring at every nun in the church, as if looking for a specific target. And Su Xian's sight quickly attracted Norda's attention. Norda immediately took a step and walked towards Su Xian. Feeling the enemy approaching, Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not choose to escape. With Lorslin present, it was not so easy for the other party to hurt him. This, sir. Norda walked in front of Su Xian and said expressionlessly, I haven't seen you in Silver Moon Town before. Have you just come to Silver Moon Town recently? Well, is there anything? Su Xian asked calmly. Nothing, just as a law enforcement knight, I remind you that Silver Moon Town is not very peaceful recently. Norda said coldly, and there was a warning in his tone, as if reminding Su Xian to be careful. At the same time, it seemed to be testing Su Xian's reaction. Okay, I be careful. Su Xian smiled faintly, and said nothing more. Norda didn't say much about this and turned away. But before he left, he took a special look at Rosalind standing behind Su Xian. Su Xian saw a hint of doubt in Baron Norda's expression. He seemed to know Rosalind, or was confused by the fact that Rosalind, who was also a law enforcement knight, appeared in Silver Moon Town. Royal Knight. Suddenly Rosalind, who had been silent, opened her mouth and said these 4 words. Royal Knight? Su Xian looked at Rosalind with a hint of curiosity. She seemed to have provided a very critical piece of information. Yes. Luzline nodded affirmatively, and then said, he is a royal knight who serves the royal family. Serving the royal family? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a doubt surged in his heart. Could it be that those who wanted to capture Issa were from the royal family of the Star Kingdom? Just as he was full of doubts, a nun quietly appeared behind him. Mr. Su Xian. Sister Moran's tone seemed indifferent, and she said, I have a letter for you here. Letter? Su Xian looked at Sister Moran in doubt, not quite understanding why he had a letter from her. It was from a lady. Sister Moran didn't say any extra nonsense, and directly handed a letter to Su Xian. Then, she turned and left. Su Xian stared at the letter in his hand with doubts, and when he saw the rose badge decorated on the letter, he immediately realized that it was a letter from Edith to him. He then put the letter into his backpack, and waited to check it after returning to the guild. Mr. Su Xian, I have taken care of this. Do you want to go back to the guild? Perhaps I can pray for you again before dark. Issa walked towards him, her eyes flickering with a lingering light. After all, it was just an illusion created by the succubus. How can it be compared with reality? Then go back first. Su Xian nodded, and the goal was very clear now. In addition to solving the problem of funding shortage, the crisis of the church must also solve the existence of demons. As for Issa's hidden mission, he realized that this matter might be more complicated than he imagined. Perhaps, killing Norda can complete the hidden mission. But the subsequent progress may need to be established through some key figures. A few minutes later, Su Xian returned to the guild. The first thing Issa did after returning to the church was to go to the bathroom to take a bath. After a long prelude, she hoped to enjoy the delicious food in the best condition. And Su Xian opened the letter. There was no signature of the sender on the letter, but the unique fragrance made Su Xian immediately recall the figure of the woman. Letter, young man, due to some things, I must return to the royal city. Baron Norda from the royal city is a subordinate of one of my competitors. I have arranged countermeasures to deal with him. You don't need to intervene in this matter. Making Issa happy is the only thing you have to do. In addition, I know that you care about the relationship between Issa and me. Unfortunately, I can't tell you all this. But I can give you a hint. Issa and I have the same blood. Finally, I will teach you a magic that can release the power of the succubus. It can release the power hidden deep in the blood of the succubus. Since Ivessa has never returned to the tribe, she doesn't know much about it. So you can only help her. Remember, take good care of her. Su Xian stared at the contents of the letter and fell into deep thought. Although he didn't know what countermeasures Ides had prepared, he still chose to believe it. But, who is she to Ivessa? Flowing. The same blood? Ides's identity gradually narrowed down the scope: mother, sister, younger sister, aunt, grandmother. But compared to the latter options, Su Xian prefers mother and sister, at least he thinks so. And the magic that Idessa taught him. The magic used to liberate the blood of the succubus, maybe he can try it, and see the true power of the succubus with his own eyes? Mr. Su Xian, it's time to start praying. Just as he was thinking about Idessa's identity, a charming and beautiful voice came from behind him. At the same time, he felt a heavy touch and an extreme softness on his back. Chapter 41. It's time to pray, my master. Yifsha's charming voice echoed gently in Su Xian's ears, like an alluring magic. The soft body pressed against his back, and even through the clothes, he could feel the extreme temptation. Yifsha. Su Xian slowly turned around and looked at Yifsha with a smile. Yifsha took a step back, and the Snow White lightly collided, depicting a perfect picture. Ahem. Su Xian paused and said softly, I just learned a magic. Magic? Yifsha touched her cheek with her fingertips, revealing a confused expression. But the next second, she suddenly understood, and the corners of her mouth curled up with an alluring smile. Oh, I understand. What new wisdom did Mr. Su Xian learn? Do you want me to see it? Su Xian's nose moved slightly. Did Issa understand again? I really learned a magic. Issa, lie down first. He decided to prove himself with practical actions. Okay. Issa lay down expectantly, with pink hearts dancing in her beautiful eyes, waiting for Su Xian to cast magic for her. Ahem, this is my first time trying to use magic, maybe? It's okay. Issa said tenderly, as long as it's everything about you, I can tolerate it. Then I start. Su Xian took a deep breath, and his fingertips gently fell on Issa's belly. Although she had a little fat on her belly when she was standing, her figure was perfect when she lay down. The soft skin seemed to be as soft as a blow, plump and attractive, unlike those skeletons with a body but lack of moisture. Su Xian tried to awaken the hidden power in Issa according to the method taught by Edith. Although he had never used magic before and seemed a little unfamiliar and stiff at first, Issa patiently taught him and helped him gradually master the initial skills of magic. After some efforts, Su Xian finally completed the basic movements and processes of magic. Although he was not very proficient, he had already formed a prototype. His fingertips flickered with magic power, slowly invading Issa's skin. This is. When the magic power poured in, Issa noticed something wrong. Issa originally thought that the magic Su Xian mentioned was just a cut scene for flirting, but the fact surprised her. Did he really learn magic? Yes. At this moment, Su Xian stared at Issa's belly, and he clearly saw a mysterious pattern slowly emerging on her skin. This pattern seemed to be hidden under her skin, and gradually appeared with the activation of magic. This is the magic pattern of the succubus. No wonder I always felt that Issa was missing something. It turned out to be this, and when the magic pattern appeared, Issa's skin gradually turned a layer of cherry red, and her aura also changed at this moment. The love in her pupils flashed more frequently, and the naughty peach heart tail had already wrapped around the prey, and her love for Su Xian was about to overflow. My master. Before Su Xian could do anything, Issa hugged his body. The charming voice lingered. You have touched the forbidden switch. Huh? The following is a plot description of the unlocking of the magic pattern. 100,000 words omitted below. In a manor in Silver Moon Town, Mahler was lying in a wooden barrel full of liquid, his expression twisted and painful, his skin showing an unnatural red, as if his muscles were being torn. Damn night! Mahler shouted angrily, hating the revenge of Lortharin's kick. Lord Mahler, the priest is here. At this time, a servant's voice came from outside the door. Let him in. Mahler immediately showed an excited smile on his face when he heard the news of the priest's arrival. Squeak, the door was gently pushed open, and a man in a priest's robe walked into Mahler's room. He walked solemnly to the wooden barrel full of liquid, concentrating on observing Mahler's fat body and the dark green bath water. How does it feel? The holy water bath from the church? The priest asked with a smile. Great. I have never experienced such a wonderful feeling. Mahler raised his arms excitedly, and the veins on his thick arms bulged, as if filled with endless power. After bathing in holy water, even if you are an ordinary person, you can gain power beyond ordinary people. The priest said with a smile, including this time, you have been soaked in holy water 10 times. By the end of today, your body will have undergone earth-shaking changes. Really? Then I am really looking forward to that moment. Mahler's eyes flashed brightly, looking forward to the qualitative change of his body. As long as you are willing to provide funds for the church, the holy water bath is only the first step, and there will be more benefits waiting for you in the future. The pastor continued. Then, there is a deal with the church. Mahler narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a look of expectation. Don't worry, as long as you follow the arrangements of the church, everything you ask for will be met. The pastor assured Mahler. Is that really the case? That's great. Ha ha ha. Mahler laughed happily. Then you continue, I leave first. The pastor smiled kindly and left the room. However, after he left, Mahler's originally happy face suddenly became gloomy. He raised his left arm and noticed that a dark green blood vessel was beating slightly, which looked extremely amazing. Using me as an experimental subject? And putting on a kind attitude? It really makes me sick. Bah! Mahler whispered coldly. He stood up from the barrel and picked up a piece of clothing and put it on. Then, he walked to a wall, turned the candle hanging on the wall, and opened the door of a secret room. It is a wise choice to prepare for both situations. Your grandfather Muller will not be played by you like a fool. After saying this, he walked into the secret room and disappeared into the darkness. In the dim secret room, a little devil with deep red skin was chained in a corner. It was hideous and terrifying, but when it saw Muller coming in, it immediately showed a look of fear, as if it was afraid of Muller. After absorbing the blood and energy of so many townspeople, your strength should have recovered almost enough, right? Muller stared at the little devil and smiled grimly. This little demon is the culprit who has been causing trouble in Silver Moon Town recently. It was discovered by Muller and kept in captivity in the manor, because the little demon's strength has not recovered, and he is worried that the law enforcement knight will track him down. Muller restricts its actions, and at most allows it to absorb the blood of the townspeople, but dares not harm their lives. This is also the reason why the townspeople are in a state of depression on a large scale, but the law enforcement knights cannot find the culprit. But now, the appearance of Su Xian and Baron Norda makes him feel a crisis. Therefore, he decided to speed up the cultivation of demons to get rid of the enemy as soon as possible. It seems that it is still a little short, but it doesn't matter. Muller sneered. There are several slaves in my manor, and their flesh and blood should be enough for you to fully recover. I have worked hard for you. Don't let me down when night falls tomorrow. Help me kill those people who are in the way. They all deserve to die. After speaking, Muller took out a silver bell and shook it gently. However, he did not realize that a tall and thin nun was secretly watching all this closely. Ice voice said, foolish. Inside the guild, Su Xian tried to pick up a glass of water on the bedside table, but his trembling right hand seemed to be unable to listen to him and could not reach it. Master, do you want to drink water? Issa's charming voice sounded leisurely. Come, I help you. Wait! I don't want to drink this. Chapter 42. Ha, Su Xian sighed lightly. He finally finished unsealing the magic pattern of Isha. This magic was much more troublesome than he thought. Once it starts, it cannot be paused. 7 times. 7 rituals of life magic. He raised his head and looked out the window. The originally bright sky had gradually dimmed. The moon quietly hung on the branches, like a bright pearl, sprinkling soft moonlight. It was really fascinating. Thank you, Mr. Su Xian, for the gift, Isha said gratefully with satisfaction. The magic pattern on her lower abdomen flickered with a faint light, which meant that the first layer of magic pattern had been completely unsealed. However, this was only the first layer. As for how many layers of magic pattern there were, Su Xian didn't know. But judging from the pattern of the magic pattern, there were at least 3 layers. This meant that he needed to perform at least 2 rounds of life magic rituals. Su Xian's hands trembled slightly. He didn't know if he could still hold on. This was also the first time he felt the threat to his life from the succubus. At this time, a prompt popped up. Your adventurer Issa successfully unlocked the first layer of magic pattern. All attributes increased by 50. Magic power increased by 30%. 50 points of all attribute increase? Magic power increased by 30%. Su Xian saw the prompt content and smiled with relief. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. Then, Mr. Su Xian, I will go back to the church first. I wish you a good dream. Yes. After Issa left, Su Xian quit the game. He took off his VR glasses, and the trembling state in the game remained in reality. It was hard for him to even imagine how he managed to hold on, even though it was really comfortable. Let's go to bed. Su Xian muttered softly, and after taking a shower, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after Su Xian woke up, he still felt physically and mentally exhausted. The stamina that Ivisa gave him was too great, which was far from being explained by a simple lack of sleep. His body seemed to be completely squeezed to the limit. After a simple wash, Su Xian put on his school bag and went to school. Because he was too tired, he lay directly on the seat, closed his eyes and rested, but his mind was full of Ivisa's charming figure last night. Although he was really tired, he still wanted to. The school bell rang, and Su Xian put on his school bag and went home immediately. After eating something simple, he couldn't wait to enter the game world. When he entered the guild, he found that Ivisa was already in the guild. She sat quietly aside, staring intently at the puzzle in Losline's hand. Su Xian walked towards the two with curiosity. Usually, Ivisa had no interest in Losline's puzzle. When he approached the two women, he realized that Losline was about to complete the puzzle of the Qingming Shanghe 2. Based on the current speed, it would take about half an hour to complete. Su Xian started his operation calmly. He opened the game mall, and put a nun amulet on sale in the transaction column. He was not very clear about the actual price of the nun amulet, so he chose a slightly higher price to sell it. 50 silver coins apiece. I wonder if it can be sold smoothly? Su Xian speculated in his heart. Then he put a nun amulet on the trading column, and within a few minutes, he received a private message. Super handsome Guogua, friend, can the nun amulet be cheaper? You sell the amulet with 5 points of luck for 50 silver coins? Then you name a price. Super handsome Guogua, 10 silver coins. Su Xian closed the chat interface without hesitation. Want to buy a nun amulet with 5 points of luck for 10 silver coins? This is simply a daydream. Just at this time, Issa sent good news. Mr. Su Xian, Losline will succeed soon. Oh! Su Xian's eyes immediately turned to Losline, and she saw her put down the last piece of the puzzle steadily. In an instant, the whole puzzle flashed a dazzling light, as if celebrating the completion of the task. The next moment, a prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. Your adventurer has completed the character development task. Learn high-level swordsmanship Shuiwei. Shuiwei? A trace of curiosity flashed in Su Xian's eyes, and he became very interested in the swordsmanship that Losline had just learned. Similarly, he was full of expectations for the high-level magic that Issa had just learned. Let's go to the practice room. I want to see your high-level magic and high-level swordsmanship, Su Xian said to the two women. Since Mr. Su Xian wants to see it, it's naturally possible. Yes, sir. With a flash of white light, Su Xian took them to the practice room in the guild. The practice room was a blank room, with only a metal dummy standing in the distance. Who goes first? Su Xian looked at Issa and Losline, wondering who would perform for him first. I go first. Losline took a step forward, walked lightly to the metal dummy, and slowly drew out the sword of oath from her waist. Although the skeletons don't breathe, Su Xian can still see the fluorescence flowing from the corners of Rosalind's mouth. Water moon! As Rosalind shouted, a crescent moon quietly appeared behind her. Then, the sword of oath in her hand poured down like water, cutting through the air and slashing towards the metal dummy in front of her. This sword was like a dream, like a poem, like a painting, as if time was frozen at this moment. The metal dummy couldn't move, couldn't dodge, and could only silently bear the power of this sword. A crisp metallic sound burst out in the air, like blue ripples rippling on the water. When the sword energy dissipated, the metal dummy turned into countless fragments, scattered all over the ground like hail. Su Xian showed a touch of surprise. He knew that the material of the metal dummy was made of fine iron, and was extremely hard, but in front of Rosalind's swordsmanship, it was as fragile as a piece of tofu. Not hard enough. Luo Selen said lightly, and returned to Su Xian's side. Su Xian just glanced at Luo Selen after hearing this. Is refined iron not hard enough? Then what is hard enough? At the same time, a prompt popped up in his sight. Simulated combat power, 500? 500 combat power? Su Xian raised his eyebrows, and estimated secretly in his heart. 500 combat power? This is already the top combat power value among adventurers below level 20. Of course, this is the value excluding myth adventurers. After all, from the current situation, it seems that there has been no myth adventurer in the 100,000 player guild, at least on the surface. In addition, this is only the value of sword power, not comprehensive combat power. Then it's my turn next. Yisha took a few steps forward. Her steps were as light as the breeze, as if she was integrated with the world. She did not walk towards the metal mannequin, but stopped about 20 meters away. Yisha clasped her fingers together, and chanted the magic spell in a low voice. At first, Su Xian did not feel anything wrong. However, a few seconds later, his eyes were attracted by a nun shadow floating above the metal mannequin. It was a shadow condensed by the magic of light, emitting a dazzling golden light. But what surprised him was that the center of the golden shadow was actually flashing with dark purple fallen flames. Before Su Xian could understand the secret of Yisha's magic, suddenly, boom, a loud noise. The nun shadow exploded instantly, and the earth-shaking magic of light mixed with the dark purple fallen fire spread out in an instant. The whole practice room was shaken by the aftermath of the explosion, as if it was about to be torn apart. Su Xian was stunned by the scene in front of him. The sound of the explosion echoed in his ears, and the metal dummy disappeared without a trace. He had never seen such powerful magic, nor had he ever felt such a strong energy impact. Issa's magic. Is it so outrageous? And at this moment, a number jumped out in his sight. Simulated combat power, 520. Chapter 43. Simulated combat power, 520. Is Issa's magic power beyond that of Lorthalin? Su Xian witnessed Issa releasing the high-level magic Falling Glory, and her magic power actually surpassed Lorthalin's high-level swordsmanship Water Moon. Is it true? You know, Issa's level is only 8, and she is still an epic unit. Is all this the power brought by the magic pattern? Su Xian showed an incredible expression. The 30% increase in magic power, and the 50-point increase in all attributes did make Issa a qualitative leap, but he didn't expect that Issa would grow to such a terrible level. Mr. Su Xian, this metal dummy is not as good as you. Issa walked to Su Xian with a smile, as if praising him. After the test, Su Xian asked them to recover their magic power in the guild first. Release of high-level swordsmanship and high-level magic always brings huge consumption. Lorthalin's Water Moon can be released about 3 times, while Issa's Fallen Glory can only be released twice. During this period, Su Xian opened the trading mall again. This time, he received several private messages. Super handsome Guogua, friend, why are you ignoring me? How about 20 silver coins? Super handsome Guogua, 25. How about 25 silver coins? Invincible little fairy, brother, can you sell me the nun amulet for 15 silver coins? My sister wants it. Super charmer, brother, your amulet is very good. How about selling it to me for 30 silver coins? I have already offered the highest price. Several private messages were about the nun amulet that Su Xian was selling, and the highest price of each one was only 30 silver coins, which obviously did not meet his expectations. He sent a private message to Super Handsome Guogua, 40 silver coins, no bargaining. Su Xian received a reply from the other party as soon as he sent the private message. Super Handsome Guogua, 40 silver coins? Are you robbing me? Su Xian glanced at it and was about to close the chat interface again, when suddenly, the other party sent another message. Super Handsome Guogua, okay. 40 silver coins each. No more price increases. Selling it cheap? Su Xian raised his eyebrows, but he still changed the nun amulet to 40 silver coins. As soon as he posted it, it was snapped up by someone else. Then, he received a private message from the other party. Super Handsome Guogua, swindler. I curse you to never get a girlfriend. Su Xian was stunned for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders as if nothing had happened, making a huge profit of 40 silver coins, and judging from the other party's attitude, it seemed that 40 silver coins was the highest price he could afford, which was in line with his initial expectations. So, Su Xian also put the other 9 nun amulets up for sale. He didn't care how fast they sold, as long as someone bought them. Okay. After selling all the nun amulets, Su Xian closed the trading mall. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be sold out within a day. Next, Su Xian glanced at the task panel. All the F+ commission tasks had been completed, and now only the role tasks and hidden tasks were left. And he glanced at the special tasks for promotion to E-level rating. Special task, Whisper of the Witch. Task description, a witch created a magic pupa wrapped in flames for revenge. Once the magic pupa is born, it will destroy a city. Task target, destroy the flame pupa. Task recommended level, level 15. Task reward, 20 silver coins, 2,000 experience. After completing this special task, the player's rating will be upgraded to E, and an adventurer recruitment scroll, green, will be obtained. Flame pupa. Su Xian murmured. This demon pupa, once hatched, is enough to destroy a city, indicating that this special mission is very dangerous. Moreover, the recommended level of the mission is 15. Is the difficulty of this promotion mission a bit too exaggerated? Fortunately, there is no time limit. Although the reason is unclear, you can wait until Issa's role mission is over before considering it. Of course, there are also activity missions tomorrow. He really needs the experience gained from killing slimes to upgrade the level of Issa and others. By the way, Su Xian took out the strange black stone he had picked up in the lake where the water goblins lived before, and looked at it carefully for a moment. He still didn't know its specific purpose. After observing for a long time, but couldn't find any clues, he gave up helplessly. It's almost time, and it's time to go to the church. Su Xian put away the stone, stood up, and was about to go to the church. At this time, a wisp of cold air suddenly emerged from behind him, making him feel creepy. Su Xian was so frightened by the sudden cold that his whole body trembled, and he even felt as if a pair of hands were tightly grasping his heart. What's going on? Su Xian turned his head in confusion, looking for the source of the cold. At some point, the ragdoll Emily gave him appeared behind him, placed upright on a wooden chair. Su Xian walked towards the magic doll with doubts. Although it was called the magic doll, he had not yet felt its magic. Perhaps it will be revealed now. Su Xian stretched out his hand and held the magic doll tightly in his hand. The soft texture made him feel magical, and he could not describe this feeling in words. It was like a real person, but at the same time, it was like an ordinary rag doll. What's so magical about you? Su Xian fiddled with the magic doll in his hand, but it didn't react at all. Only the sweet smile seemed to contain a magical power, which made him feel a little concerned. Sniff, what a nice smell. Su Xian brought the magic doll to his nose, and smelled a strong and strange fragrance. This fragrance was different from the body fragrance of Ivisa and the others. It was more like the smell of artificial perfume, slightly pungent, but it could arouse the desire in people's hearts. Hey, too close. Su Xian was slightly stunned. The charming whisper just now made him a little unable to react. What's going on? Did it speak? Su Xian stared at the magic doll in his hand. Did it really speak just now? Hey, you just spoke, right? Su Xian confirmed with the magic doll, but did not get an answer. For this situation, he gently pinched the face of the magic doll. Because it was made of cotton, he could pinch the pink face until it was deformed and ravaged it severely. It hurts, don't do this, please. The doll spoke tenderly again, and Su Xian stopped what he was doing. Tell me, what kind of existence are you? Su Xian flicked the doll's pink face, and asked her. I'm just a toy given to you by your master, what else can it be? The doll replied angrily. Don't try to lie to me. Su Xian would not be fooled by the doll's words. If you don't tell the truth, I continue to do it. No, no, no. I'm telling the truth now. The doll said softly, looking a little anxious. I'm a rag doll blessed by the witch, and the second little master gave me to you. I know you are the president of a guild that transcends the rules of the world. The witch who created me said that only people like you can give me real life. Please, please summon me. I can bring you good luck. Another witch? Su Xian's eyes condensed slightly, and he seemed to be involved with witches too much recently. Can I? Can I? Summon me, please. The delicate voice of the magic doll sounded again. I can really bring you good luck. Su Xian was silent for a moment. He originally planned to recruit the magic doll as the next adventurer of the guild. But he never expected that the magic doll that appeared as a game entry was actually a living being. I consider it. Su Xian replied lightly. Thank you so much, you are my favorite master, the magic doll said excitedly. At this time, a prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. Attention! Magic doll has an additional sub-entry. I like you a little. Combined with a new entry. Magic doll who likes you a little. Chapter 44. I like your magic doll a little bit. Su Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the magic doll's entry to change. But he soon realized that this change seemed to happen only before recruitment. Once the character was recruited, their entry would be fixed. Can you give me that stone? The magic doll suddenly pleaded with Su Xian. Stone? Su Xian thought about it, and took out the strange black stone again. Although this stone is related to the witch, he didn't understand what the magic doll wanted it for. You want it? The magic doll nodded. The witch's breath is the best nutrient to nourish my soul. Please, my good master, give it to me. Then give it to you. Su Xian put the black stone in the magic doll's little hand. Although she was just a rag doll, she magically exuded a suction force, sucking the small stone into her palm. Then, a faint pink fluorescence flashed, as if by magic, and in a flash, the black pebble disappeared without a trace. At this time, a delicate scissor-shaped hairpin emerged in the light, and was pinned on the pink curly hair of the magic doll. Thank you, master, the magic doll thanked softly. Attention! The magic doll who likes you slightly, changes to the magic doll who likes you a little. Su Xian rubbed his chin. If he kept being nice to the magic doll, wouldn't it be possible to gradually upgrade to the magic doll who likes you very much? Wouldn't it be invincible if the favorability was full at the beginning? Aw, I'm sleepy, master. I want to sleep, sleep. Suddenly, the voice of the magic doll became lazy, and then it lost its voice. Is it a creation of the witch? Why did it appear in Emily's hand? Su Xian glanced at the magic doll in his hand, and muttered to himself. With a flickering of white light, Su Xian came to the church again. It is now 4:30 in the afternoon, and the nuns are busy preparing dinner. Su Xian asked Evisa curiously, "What are you preparing?" "So grand." Evisa patiently explained, "Today is the last day of each month. We will prepare a sumptuous dinner to thank everyone for their hard work in this month." "I see." Su Xian nodded thoughtfully and looked around. Although it can't be called a feast, the dinner is still prepared with care. On the table are various fresh flowers, fruits and vegetables grown by the nuns in the church, as well as some chicken donated by townspeople and believers. "Mr. Su Xian, let's enjoy dinner in the church?" Several nuns smiled and invited Su Xian. "Okay." Su Xian agreed readily. "Great, I hope the food we make will suit your taste," the nuns said happily, and then continued to devote themselves to the busy preparations. Because Su Xian was a distinguished guest, he only had to sit quietly and wait, and Rosaline was also with him. This time, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was getting closer and closer to dinner time. At this time, Su Xian noticed that Sister Kelly's expression became anxious, as if something had happened. "Sister Kelly, what happened?" Su Xian walked over and asked with concern. "Mr. Su Xian." Sister Kelly raised her head worriedly, her chubby face full of worry. She explained softly, "Sister Moran has not come back since she went out this morning. I am a little worried about her." "Did she say where she was going?" Su Xian asked. "I remember it was the manor where Baron Norda lived," Sister Kelly replied. Baron Norda was once a law enforcement knight in Silver Moon Town. Later, he was appreciated by the royal family, so he went to the royal city to serve. When he returned to his hometown this time, everyone knew that he came with a mission. "I go there," Su Xian took the initiative to say. "Great, then I leave it to Mr. Su Xian," Sister Kelly said gratefully. In the Baron's manor, Norda was sitting in the garden, enjoying coffee. On the table in front of him were several photos of nuns, including Ivisa. He looked at the photos carefully, his sharp eyes flashing coldly. "Who is the target the princess is looking for?" Norda whispered to himself, lost in thought. His mission is to capture the demon hidden in the church of Silver Moon Town and bring it back to the royal city. However, due to the sudden appearance of a demon in Silver Moon Town, his mission progress has been disrupted. Now, after several days of hard work, he has narrowed down his target to 5 nuns. And Noda picked up the photo of Issa, and her stunning beauty made him keep an eye on Issa's every move. However, he could not find Issa's trace, resulting in nothing. But Noda firmly believed that if there really was a demon in the church, Issa was most likely the demon. He has been looking for clues to confirm this speculation. However, he never understood why the princess had given him this mission, asking him to come to Silver Moon Town, thousands of miles away from the royal city, to capture a demon. What exactly was the princess's intention? Efsa. Norda whispered the name, but could not understand the reason. Suddenly, a rustling sound came, attracting Norda's attention. He immediately focused and looked at the source of the sound. I saw a blood-red, hideous demon flapping its wings and slowly landing on the branches of a big tree. "Mr. Su Xian, are you saying that you sold all those nun amulets?" Efsa asked in surprise. "Yes, I sold them, and I got a considerable income." Su Xian smiled and nodded. "Then, what about the nun amulet I gave you?" Efsa's beautiful eyes flickered. She didn't seem to care about how much the nun amulet could be sold for, but was more concerned about the answer to this question. "Of course, I always carry the amulet you gave me." Su Xian gently patted the pocket on his chest, where the nun amulet given to him by Ifsa was placed. How could he bear to sell this precious gift? "Oh, that's great." Ifsa breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, and tears flashed in her beautiful eyes. Not long after, they arrived at Baron Norda's manor smoothly. However, when they were close to the manor, Rosalind suddenly stopped. "There are fighting sounds in the manor," Rosalind reminded Su Xian. "Fighting sounds?" Su Xian was stunned when he heard this, and then immediately recalled the content of Edith's letter. Could it be? "Let's go in quietly," Su Xian urged. Thinking, Edith and Sister Moran should know each other. So now, is Sister Moran fighting Baron Norda? However, this idea was immediately rejected by him, because Sister Moran's strength was not enough to fight Baron Norda. When they just entered the manor, They saw Baron Norda being chased by a mysterious black shadow and kept retreating. Suddenly, the black shadow's body accelerated instantly, and its claws turned into sharp blades, directly piercing Baron Norda's heart. Chapter 45. Puff. The demon's claws pierced Baron Norda's heart like piercing through paper. The intense pain made Baron Norda unable to stand, and he could only use the sword to support his trembling body. Damn it! Baron Norda endured the pain and slowly raised his head. But before his eyes fell on the demon, he was kicked several meters away and fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Is the battle over? Su Xian and Issa hid in the dark, quietly observing everything. He glanced slightly, and the demon's attribute panel immediately unfolded in his sight. Bloodthirsty Demon, Elite, Level, 22, 600/6600, Race, Demon. Strength, 400/Agility, 416/Magic, 250/Constitution, 486. Growth, 8 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. A level 22 demon? Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder this demon was able to defeat Baron Norda head-on. Its level was actually 2 levels higher than the Baron. Is it the demon that harmed the residents of Silver Moon Town? Issa stared at the demon and asked softly. Yes. Su Xian nodded. He did not rush to take action, but chose to continue observing. At this moment, a figure walked leisurely towards Baron Norda, who was lying on the ground. Mole. The man was Mahler. He held a silver bell in his hand, and walked towards the defeated Norda with great pride. He laughed sarcastically. Baron? Royal Knight? So he is just that. You were defeated by your grandfather Mahler. Humph. As he said that, he kicked Baron Norda's armor with a proud smile. This guy has been dealt with next. Mahler shook the silver bell in his hand gently, and ordered the bloodthirsty demon, it's time to find those stupid nuns to scare them. If the church building is destroyed, I don't know how the already impoverished church will deal with it. At that time, you can only come to me for help like a dog, right? Ha ha ha. And those 2 damn foreigners. I want you to die without a burial place. Mahler said, the dark green blood vessels on his arm swelled even more, and his eyes were filled with green bloodshot, which looked extremely terrifying and chilling. It seemed that his mind was controlled by something, revealing a hostility far beyond that of ordinary people. However, when he thought that the bloodthirsty demon would obey his orders and go to the church to cause damage, he was surprised to find that the bloodthirsty demon was still standing there, motionless. Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and move. Mahler kicked the bloodthirsty demon angrily, trying to make it obey his orders. However, before his foot landed on the demon, a flash of blood flashed. The thick thigh was instantly cut in half. Ah! Mahler's screams resounded through the sky. He fell in a pool of blood, covering his wound in pain, staring at the bloodthirsty demon with a pair of blood-red eyes in disbelief, unable to understand what was happening in front of him. Why did the bloodthirsty demon no longer obey his orders? Just when Mahler was full of doubts, a figure appeared silently beside him and picked up the silver bell that fell in the blood. He said coldly, Mr. Mahler, the holy objects in the church are not used to control demons. When Mahler saw that the person coming was Sister Moran, a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. You? He stared at Sister Moran with his eyes wide open in disbelief, and then looked at the silver bell in her hand. Asshole. This is all your conspiracy. Mahler suddenly understood everything and said angrily to Sister Moran. Conspiracy? I just sold you a holy object according to your request. Moran said indifferently, and then turned his eyes to Baron Norda, who fell to the ground. She wanted to ensure the death of Baron Norda. Compared with the stupid Mahler, Baron Norda was the real enemy. Damn it! Damn bastard! Mahler roared angrily, and his muscles began to swell. He had been soaked in holy water 10 times, and his physique could not be generalized with ordinary people. However, before he could take any action, Sister Moran just waved her hand gently, and the bloodthirsty demon instantly broke his hands, causing him to faint from the pain. Sister Moran walked towards Baron Norda with a steady step. She had to ensure that her master's mission was completed, so Baron Norda must not be allowed to live in this world. Devour his body. Sister Moran gave the bloodthirsty demon an order. Roar! The bloodthirsty demon let out a deafening roar, and then pounced on Baron Norda's body. Just as it took Baron Norda's body into its mouth and prepared to devour it, suddenly, Baron Norda's heart, which was pierced, flashed a dazzling golden light. This sudden flash made Sister Moran and the bloodthirsty demon unable to see the scene in front of them. Is this the secret technique of the Royal Knights? Sister Moran was surprised when she saw this scene. Before she could take action, Baron Norda's palm flashed with golden light again, condensing into a golden sword, directly cutting off the bloodthirsty demon's arm. Then, another sword cut the bloodthirsty demon's wings. The bloodthirsty demon wanted to fight back, but was surprised to find that his strength, speed and magic power were far inferior to the opponent. Die! With a light shout, Baron Norda's sword instantly pierced the bloodthirsty demon's heart and killed it completely. It all happened very quickly, and it was over in just 5 seconds. I didn't expect it was you who was controlling the demon. Sister Moran? Baron Norda looked at Sister Moran, with a flash of anger in his eyes. Sister Moran looked at the scene in front of her, and her face became extremely serious. She whispered, using the secret technique of the Paladin's last whisper means that your life will end before dawn. Noda raised the lightsaber condensed by golden magic in his hand, and pointed it at Sister Moran. Before that, it is enough to kill you. That's all. Sister Moran did not show any emotion about this, as if she didn't care about the result. Moreover, her goal has been achieved. All the enemies of Ifsa will disappear before the end of tonight. Kill! Baron Norda held the golden lightsaber, and swung it fiercely at Sister Moran. At the critical moment, a crescent moon suddenly flashed in the sky, followed by a sound of metal clashing. Baron Norda's sword was blocked by a force at the moment when he was about to kill Sister Moran. How could it be? Baron Norda saw the person coming, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. The platinum armor and the white rose badge on his chest made Baron Norda frown. Although he knew that the opponent's level was lower than his, he felt a hint of danger when he first met Lorslan, so he wanted to avoid fighting with her as much as possible. At this time, Su Xian and Ifsa also walked out of the darkness. Their appearance made Baron Norda feel more worried and his brows furrowed deeper. Fortunately, we caught up. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Baron Norda's sword was so fast that he almost couldn't complete Sister Kelly's entrustment. Sister Moran, are you okay? Ifsa quickly walked to Sister Moran and asked about her injuries with concern. Ifsa? Why are you here? Sister Moran asked in surprise. Sister Kelly asked us to come find you. Ifsa looked at Baron Norda, who was confronting Lu's line in the distance, and Mahler, who was lying in a pool of blood, with a flicker in her eyes. She obviously realized that Sister Moran was hiding something, and did not tell the other nuns in the church. At the same time, Su Xian also understood what Ida said in the letter. No wonder she told him not to worry. It turned out that she had planned everything. However, they may not have expected that Baron Norda had learned the secret technique that only high-level royal knights could master. Chapter 46. You? Baron Norda's eyes flashed with coldness. He was surprised that Su Xian, an outsider, would appear here. He originally thought that Sister Moran's means of controlling demons were definitely closely related to the target he was looking for. If he could interrogate Sister Moran about the identity of the demon in the church before he died, he could use magic to transmit the information back to the royal city, so as to complete the task assigned to him by the princess, and repay the princess for saving his life. But obviously, Su Xian's appearance disrupted everything. Forget it. Just kill all of you. Baron Norda held the lightsaber tightly, and took a step back. Before dawn, his vitality could still be maintained. He just needed to kill all of these people during this period of time. However, the battle with the demon just now had consumed a lot of his magic power, and coupled with the burning of his soul, his strength was greatly reduced, and all attributes were reduced by 30%. Facing this baron from the royal city, Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sharp murderous intent flashed in his eyes. They were in opposing camps, and he couldn't let the other party leave alive no matter what. Lu's line, kill him! Su Xian ordered Lu's line. Yes! Lu's line responded lightly, and then took a fighting stance, with the long sword in her hand flashing a cold light. The sworn knight of the White Rose? Although I don't know why you dance with the devil, Baron Norda said coldly, but since you violated the knight's oath, let the sword in my hand give the betrayer death. As soon as the voice fell, Baron Norda rushed towards Lu's line waving the lightsaber. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the night sky. The two knights engaged in a fierce battle at this time, with swords flashing and sword shadows interlaced, and the wind of the swords waving around was raging. Su Xian took a few steps back. It was better for an ordinary person like him to stay away from this fierce battle. Also, it was difficult for him to see the sword moves of both sides. He only felt the afterimages flickering. Although the scene was a bit confusing, it was pleasing to the eye. I go help her. Ifsa wanted to go forward to help Lorslan. Su Xian stopped her and shook his head slightly. He couldn't let Ifsa reveal any information about the succubus, so as not to leave clues to the other party and cause unexpected information leakage. At the same time, He was convinced of Lorselin's strength. Even if Baron Norda was higher in level and stronger in attributes, so what? He firmly believed Lorselin would win. In addition, Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a character's attribute panel appeared in his vision. In addition, there are enemies hiding in the dark, and he can't rush to expose all his cards. At the same time, Sister Moran on the side was watching Su Xian intently. She knew very little about Su Xian, only that he was the president of IFSA, or the object of life magic being absorbed. However, judging from the current situation, this does not seem to be the case. The role played by this man is more like a lover or a master, and IFSA is obedient and well behaved to him, like a docile cat. As far as she knows, even the guild president, who can transcend the rules of the world, can hardly make adventurers so loyal to him. What did he do to IFSA? Did he conquer IFSA, a succubus, by some means? If there is anything that can make a succubus willing. Sister Moran quickly threw this boring idea aside and thought to herself, even a child created by the master can hardly get rid of the lust in the succubus blood? Sure enough, the master is the only succubus in the world. At this moment, the night duel is about to come to an end. Water Moon. Luzlin performed a high-level swordsmanship Water Moon. Instantly, a crescent moon emerged. The sharp sword skills poured towards Baron Norda like moonlight. Not good. Baron Norda felt a burst of fear and quickly retreated, trying to avoid Luzlin's fatal sword. However, although he successfully dodged the attack, he was still injured by the sword energy, and one arm was cut off and fell to the ground. So strong. Baron Norda widened his eyes in horror and looked down at his broken right arm. He had never expected that Lorselin would be so powerful. Even if he was in his prime, he could not guarantee that he could defeat Lorselin, not to mention the current disadvantage. Lorselin said indifferently, "It's time to end." After she finished speaking, a crescent moon rose again from behind her. The oppressive feeling from the extreme sword skills made Baron Norda feel deeply desperate. This is the gap in talent. He firmly believed that even if he learned this sword skill, he could not show an unmatched posture like Lorselin. Water Moon. The exquisite sword skills fell like moonlight again. Baron Norda was finally unable to resist Lorselin's swordsmanship, and his body fell heavily in a pool of blood. Still a qualified knight, but only qualified. Luzlin said coldly. She sheathed her sword again and turned away. Thank you for your hard work. Su Xian nodded to Rosaline, who was walking towards him. Rosalind is still as reliable as ever. Ivisa also smiled at Rosaline. As the strongest fighting force of the guild, Rosaline has always been very reliable. Thanks to you, you saved my life this time. Sister Moran expressed her gratitude to Su Xian. Although I don't know why Sister Moran got involved in this battle, I believe Sister Moran will never do anything to harm the church. Ivisa said with a smile, full of trust in Sister Moran. Her affirmation made Sister Moran startled, as if she recalled some memories. But compared to the church, only Ivisa is the most important to her. At this time, Su Xian had already walked to the side of Baron Norda. The defeated Baron Norda was already dying, and with his soul gradually fading away, death was only a matter of time for him. Devil. Princess. Baron Norda murmured softly, his voice weak. Su Xian couldn't hear clearly, and only caught the two key words devil and princess. Suddenly, Su Xian noticed that Baron Norda's chest was glowing slightly. He reached out and took out the glowing object, and found that it was a badge. Badge. A knight badge from a princess, which only represents identity. Is it a badge representing identity? Su Xian whispered to himself, and at the same time learned from the badge that the person behind Baron Norda was a noble princess. This can also be regarded as knowing a clue. Su Xian suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Baron Norda's heart. The paladin's whisper made his heart shine with a last flash, but when the golden light dimmed, he found a strange mark in Baron Norda's heart. His eyes flashed, and he explored the information of the mark. Which mark? A symbol of swearing loyalty. Why is there a witch's mark in his heart? Su Xian was slightly surprised, and couldn't know the reason, but he knew that Edith must know about it. Only she, a big succubus, knew everything, but now... Su Xian looked at the dark corner not far away, and said coldly, after observing in secret for so long, "It's time for you to show up, right?" "Oh! Have you discovered me a long time ago?" Just as Su Xian finished speaking, a middle-aged man with short light yellow hair walked out of the darkness leisurely. At this moment, in a gorgeous palace, Edisi sat at the jade table. Her snow-white and slender jade hands gently picked up the teacup, and her charming eyes glanced at the girl sitting opposite. She lifted her veil slightly, took a sip of fragrant tea, then put down the teacup and asked in a gentle voice, "What does your highness want to see me for?" Lady Adice, the most beautiful woman in the Star Kingdom, the object of countless men's dreams, even the greatest king has succumbed to your beauty, and is even willing to use the fate of the entire country as a price to marry you. Your charm is really incomparable. The girl praised. You are too flattering. Your Highness is also very beautiful. Adice smiled elegantly. But the girl's tone suddenly became cold. I heard that no one has seen your true face. You always hide your beauty under the veil. Even when you take off the veil, there is still magic. I wonder why. Nothing special. Really? Then, the girl took out a photo and handed it to Adice. Excuse me, what is your relationship with this nun? Edith looked at the photo. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Because the nun in the photo was Issa, who was far away in Silver Moon Town. She raised her head slightly and looked at the girl opposite. The girl was smiling at her, but her light golden pupils were flashing with a dazzling golden halo. Chapter 47. Oh! Have you found me a long time ago? A man walked out of the darkness. He was wearing a black priest's uniform and a pair of glasses. He looked like a gentleman. But Su Xian knew that the person standing in front of him was a priest of level 22. His attributes were even slightly higher than Baron Norda. However, Su Xian thought, this priest house seemed to only use holy light magic. Reverend House? When the priest appeared, Sister Ifsa and Sister Moran immediately recognized his identity. Oh! Sister Ifsa and Sister Moran? It's been a long time since we last met. Reverend House pushed his glasses, then glanced at the two corpses on the ground and the unconscious Mahler. A trace of murderous intent flashed across his face, and he said coldly, as nuns, you should not have anything to do with demons. Moreover, you broke the experiment that I have cultivated for a long time, which makes me very angry. Experiment? While everyone was confused, Reverend House had already walked to the unconscious Mahler. He kicked Mahler's body with his foot, and after confirming that he was no different from dead, he sighed. You ruined it all. It's really annoying. Pastor House's tone became angry, staring at Su Xian and others with wide eyes. The angry eyes seemed to want to eat them alive. A failure makes you so angry? It seems that the priests of the Holy Sea of Light are not very generous. At this time, Su Xian smiled calmly. He had just checked Mahler's condition. Although he didn't know what the church had done to Mahler, Mahler's body would definitely not be able to support the completion of the experiment. In a few months at most, he will die because he cannot bear the strange power. Failure? That is my masterpiece that I spent many years to create. When Pastor House heard Su Xian call his masterpiece a failure, his anger made him smile ugly. It seems that you know nothing. Forget it. People who can go along with the devil are not smart. They are just rats in the sewer. Pastor House pushed his glasses and took out a blue book from his priest's robe. Sister Ifsa, Sister Moran? He turned his eyes to Sister Ifsa and Sister Moran again, and said coldly, your special relationship with the devil violates the laws of the Church of Light. As the deputy pastor of Blue Moon City, I grant you the salvation of death. Due to your stupidity, the church in Silver Moon Town will also be subject to the review of the supervisor until it is confirmed that no other nuns are related to the devil. You dare. Sister Moran bit her silver teeth lightly, revealing a trace of worry. As for you, Reverend House glanced at Su Xian and Lorslin with a sinister look. I sentence you to death for raising demons, bewitching nuns, and using despicable means to kill a baron of the Star Kingdom. Now, Reverend House said, and the blue book in his hand began to shine brightly. Begin the execution. After speaking, a golden light shone in the sky, and a terrifying sacred atmosphere filled the air at this moment. Not good. It's the holy light judgment. Sister Moran's face turned pale when she saw this scene. She immediately said to Su Xian, take Ifsa and leave quickly, I hold him back. No problem. Su Xian shook his head, it was not yet time to retreat. Don't be so stubborn. Sister Moran changed her usual indifferent attitude and shouted anxiously to Su Xian, this is the sacred magic used by the Holy Sea of Light to judge sins. Only priests with the blue code can cast it. You are not his opponent. She was very anxious, and she didn't expect that Pastor House had already obtained the blue code. Pastor House with the blue code is several times stronger than Baron Norda. In order to fulfill the master's instructions, she would rather sacrifice herself to ensure that Issa left safely. We can deal with him. However, Su Xian's attitude was still calm and composed, and he seemed to have never considered the possibility of failure. You? Sister Moran stared at Su Xian in disbelief. She didn't understand why Su Xian was so confident. Issa, leave it to you. Su Xian looked at Issa and ordered. Yes, Mr. Su Xian. Ifsa nodded and took a few steps forward. When Pastor House saw Ifsa coming out, he sneered. You are just a trivial nun, and you want to compete with me? It's ridiculous. Forget it. Pastor House pushed his glasses, flipped through the chapters of the book, and said coldly, First, I will grant you salvation, and then I will get rid of them. As soon as the voice fell, the holy light flashing in the sky condensed into a golden giant sword, aiming at Ifsa on the ground. As if it would fall at any time. I won't let you hurt Mr. Su Xian, or anyone else. Ifsa spoke softly, and the devil wings behind her slowly spread out. So you are a devil? Pastor House saw the devil wings behind Ifsa, and showed a look of astonishment. But then, he immediately covered his face, and laughed excitedly. I really didn't expect that there was a devil hidden in our church, but no one knew about it. Very good. It seems that your church in Silver Moon Town really needs to be thoroughly cleaned up. After tomorrow, every nun in the church will be branded as a sinner. It's all because you are in league with the devil. You won't succeed. Ifsa slowly clasped her fingers together, and began to chant magic. In an instant, a nun shadow woven by golden holy light slowly emerged in the sky, shining brightly. A demon actually learned divine magic? How ridiculous. Pastor House sneered, flipped through the book again, and said coldly, Die under the glory of the church. Despicable demon. As soon as the voice fell, several huge lightsabers in the sky fell violently towards Ifsa. Ifsa. Sister Moran was anxious as she watched the giant sword of light about to hit Ifsa. Even she couldn't stop it now, and could only watch Ifsa endure the divine magic that restrained the existence of demons. I promised the master that I must protect her. Sister Moran covered her chest with both hands and looked at Su Xian anxiously. However, when she saw Su Xian's expression, she was suddenly stunned. At this moment, Su Xian did not do anything, he just stared at the battlefield with his eyes. His eyes were filled with only one emotion, that is trust, from the bottom of my heart. Absolute trust. This trust confused Sister Moran, but for some reason, it was Su Xian's absolute trust in Ifsa that made her gradually calm down, no longer so anxious, and continued to look at the battlefield. At this moment, the giant sword of light suddenly fell, boom, with a loud bang. The golden holy light instantly bloomed with Ifsa's position as the center, and spread out like a wave. The terrifying breath seemed to destroy everything on the scene, and drown everything in the holy light. This is the end of the devil. Pastor House sneered, and just as he was about to deal with Su Xian and others, suddenly, the holy light on the ground began to rotate, forming a huge vortex, gradually converging to the center. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling holy light disappeared without a trace. And when the holy light dissipated, Ifsa's figure appeared in everyone's sight again. After experiencing the baptism of holy light, she was safe and sound, and even her clothes were not damaged at all. Seeing this, Su Xian smiled faintly. Do you understand the value of holy light immunity? Chapter 48. How is it possible? Nothing happened. Pastor House stared at Ifsa, who appeared in the holy light unscathed, with a strong sense of doubt in his heart. He couldn't imagine that there were demons who could resist the judgment of the holy light. This simply overturned the common sense of the Church of Light. Ifsa? Sister Moran was also deeply shocked. Ifsa grew up in the church, but that didn't mean she was immune to the holy light. She is a succubus. Even the master couldn't resist the holy light judgment of the same level, but Ifsa could? How did she do it? Could it be him? Sister Moran suddenly cast an inquiring look at Su Xian, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. However, Su Xian did not notice Sister Moran's gaze. His eyes were fixed on Ifsa in the distance. He ordered in a deep voice, Get rid of him quickly, the church is about to start dinner. Yes, sir, Ifsa replied softly. The shadow of the nun woven by holy light flickered again. This time, several sharp lightsabers appeared behind the shadow of the nun, flashing dazzling light. Damn it! At this moment, Pastor House felt an unprecedented crisis. He immediately flipped through the book in his hand, and chanted magic continuously. In an instant, the golden blade appeared in the sky again, drew arcs, and finally fell to the position of Ifsa. However, his magic still had no effect on Ifsa. The holy light magic power was even gradually controlled by Ifsa, constantly increasing the power of the fallen glory. How is this possible? Impossible. Impossible. How could a demon not be afraid of holy light? Reverend House was completely panicked at this moment. He would never have dreamed that there would be a demon immune to holy light. He wanted to escape, and escape back to the church in Blue Moon City. But Ifsa's magic had already locked him firmly. The sacred chains emerged from nothingness, and bound his limbs tightly. Damn it! Reverend House struggled with all his might, but found that his strength was so insignificant in front of Issa's magic. At this time, Issa's gentle voice came coldly. Any enemy who dares to hurt Mr. Su Xian must be completely eradicated. As soon as the voice fell, the golden nun shadow in the sky waved the lightsaber and stabbed at Reverend House fiercely. Ah! A shrill scream instantly spread throughout the world, and Reverend House's body was instantly pierced by the golden blade, and blood stained his whole body red. Asshole! I'm the deputy pastor of the Church of Light. How could I die here? Pastor House's whole body began to shine with golden light, and he tried to make a final resistance. At this time, the shadow of the nun suddenly exploded. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the golden holy light mixed with the dark purple fallen fire spread out from Pastor House. The gorgeous magic light illuminated the sky like daylight, and the townspeople of the entire Silver Moon town walked out of their houses to witness this miraculous scene. After a few seconds, the holy light gradually dissipated. Pastor House's figure had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the blue book that fell to the ground and turned pages in the wind. Directly annihilated? Su Xian watched this scene and couldn't help whispering. The power of Issa's fallen glory was so terrifying that it could instantly destroy a person without leaving even ashes. Sister Moran saw Issa solve Pastor House with the magic, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. The first thing she thought of was that this might be the power of the Master's bloodline, but she immediately dismissed this idea. Instead, she turned her eyes to Su Xian, concluding in her heart that this should be the power given by the guild president. A power that transcends the boundaries of succubus. At this time, Issa walked toward Su Xian and said calmly, "The enemy has been solved, Mr. Su Xian." Su Xian gently kneaded Issa's hair and expressed his approval. "Well done." He continued, however, "We have to leave quickly after making such a big noise. Okay, by the way, don't forget to clean up their bodies." "Yes, sir." After cleaning up the scene, Su Xian left the place immediately. But before leaving, he noticed the blue book that fell on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and examined it carefully. Imitation of the Holy Book of Light. Blue imitation of the Holy Book of Light, a magical instrument that increases the speed and power of magic chanting. Only the profession of the Holy Book of Light can use it. Only the profession of the Holy Book of Light can use it? Su Xian was puzzled when he saw this note. "What's wrong, Mr. Su Xian?" Issa came over curiously and asked him. "Issa, what do you think about me being a priest?" Su Xian asked jokingly. "Priest?" Issa was stunned at first, then smiled brightly. "I believe Mr. Su Xian will become an excellent priest. Your wisdom will allow the nuns in the church to personally feel the true meaning of the Lord of Light, and let everyone get closer to the existence of the gods." Ahem. Su Xian was a little embarrassed by Issa's praise. Speaking of which, let the nuns feel the true meaning of the Lord of Light in person. Why does this sentence feel so strange? After returning to the church, Su Xian and the nuns enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. After dinner, Sister Kelly expressed her sincere gratitude to Su Xian. Then, Su Xian discussed with her about the price of the nun's amulet. Sister Kelly was shocked when she heard that each nun's amulet was sold for 40 silver coins. Because the nun's amulet sold in the church only costs 5 silver coins. However, such a lucrative profit did not make Sister Kelly greedy. After some discussion, it was finally decided to sell it to Su Xian at a price of 20 silver coins each. In this way, Su Xian can get half of the profit without any investment. In fact, Sister Kelly initially only wanted to sell each piece to Su Xian for 10 silver coins, but this price was almost a drop in the bucket for the church's financial situation, and could not completely solve the church's crisis. Therefore, Su Xian raised the price to 20 silver coins. This can meet the requirements of the task. After all, the manufacturing cost of the nun's amulet is as high as 4 silver coins, and the selling price of only 10 silver coins is indeed too low. Sister Kelly is too kind-hearted, but this kindness is not suitable for getting involved in business affairs. Of course, it is precisely because of her kindness that there is a warm church now. And it has created the kind nuns in the church. Su Xian expressed his gratitude to her. In addition, regarding the death of Baron Noda and Pastor House, Sister Moran said that she would handle everything. This seems to be because of Edith's identity? Let Sister Moran be fearless. But when Su Xian asked her, he didn't get any answer, only one sentence. When the master wants to tell you, he will naturally tell you in person. With a flash of white light, Su Xian and Issa returned to the guild smoothly. After this, the crisis of the church was completely resolved, and Issa's hidden mission was also declared completed. It's finally solved. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief and submitted the mission. Succubus nun in the church. Mission completed. Get 1 free refresh entry. Get the item succubus candy. Succubus candy? A pink candy appeared out of thin air in Su Xian's backpack. Succubus candy, Issa's upgrade material. Su Xian took out the succubus candy from his backpack and observed it carefully, but found that it was nothing special. Just when he was full of doubts, Issa quietly appeared behind Su Xian, holding her cheeks with both hands, and a heart pattern flashing in her eyes. She said in a soft voice, "Master, want?" Chapter 49. Master, I want it. Issa pleaded with Su Xian coquettishly, her eyes full of desire for the succubus candy. Su Xian looked at Issa with confusion, and then looked at the candy in his hand. Is this candy like catnip, specially used to attract succubus? He even noticed that Issa's peach heart-shaped tail was swaying like a branch in the wind at this time, eager for him to give her the succubus candy. Issa, is this candy really attractive to you, succubus? Su Xian asked Issa curiously. At the same time, Su Xian opened the candy package. Inside was a small pink candy in the shape of a heart. Well, although I don't know why. Issa nodded and replied, but deep in my heart, I long for this item, just like longing for the master's life magic. Su Xian was a little surprised. This might be another thing that attracted Issa besides life magic. As for whether it works on all succubi, he didn't know. Open your mouth, Su Xian said softly. Ah. Issa raised her head and opened her mouth. This posture and angle allowed Su Xian to clearly see the inside of Issa's mouth. The inside of her mouth was very clean, with a healthy pink tongue and flawless white teeth, without any dirt, only some sticky saliva. Ahem, he looked too closely. Su Xian gently put the heart-shaped succubus candy into Issa's mouth. Then, he noticed that Issa's tongue clamped the candy and stirred it back and forth. Her movements were a little awkward and needed more practice. Why didn't Issa close her mouth when she ate the candy? At this time, a prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. You give the adventurer Issa to obtain the upgrade materials. Issa's level is raised to level 10. Add 20 to all attributes. Unlock the bond skill, Succubus's love. Succubus's love. The charm you exude makes Issa feel extremely happy. When you are on the battlefield, the combat power of all succubus units is increased by 50%, and the amplification effect of this skill on Issa is doubled. Succubus's love? All-around amplification skill? Su Xian murmured, looking at Issa's newly unlocked bond skill. A trace of surprise surged in his heart. It's another standing skill, only he can play the do effect when he is present. Su Xian pondered. This game seems to encourage the guild leader to personally go into battle to increase the game experience? Otherwise, many buff effects cannot be achieved. It seems that I also need to improve my strength appropriately. Just as his thoughts were flying, a new prompt popped up. Get a new entry. Please choose one of the following 3 entries. The entry is being refreshed, please wait. Like sweet? Yandra? No worries. Su Xian stared at the 3 new entries and fell into deep thought. It seems they are all useless entries. He now has 11 times to refresh the entry. It's not much, but it can be refreshed. Refresh. The entry has been refreshed. Astronaut. Cute. Big XQ girl, refresh. Take off from the spot. For my king. Orator, refresh. Long golden hair. Idol. Fire of desire, fire of desire? Su Xian saw this newly refreshed entry and couldn't help but feel a little curious. It seems to be a good choice. It's you. Su Xian took a deep breath, clicked to confirm, and added the Fire of Desire entry for Issa. Fire of Desire. The desire from the depths of the heart is the most powerful driving force in the world and the most deadly weapon. The stronger Issa's desire is, the more powerful her magic will be, up to 520%. Due to the restrictions of the unwavering loyalty entry, this desire can only be provided by you for her. Up to 520% increase in magic power. Su Xian was stunned by the effect of the Fire of Desire. Is this a bit too outrageous? Combat power collapse? A 520% increase in magic power. Although this does not directly increase combat power, the increase in magic power alone is enough to make Issa's magic lethality reach a devastating level. This is simply the ultimate weapon for long-range mages. However, he couldn't help but worry whether the triggering conditions of this entry were too harsh. Su Xian glanced at Issa's status panel, and the increased data of the Fire of Desire was clearly visible. Current desire, 50. Magic power increase, 50%, only 50% now. Su Xian raised his eyebrows. In order to reach the upper limit of 520%, Under what circumstances would it be triggered? Just as Su Xian was thinking, Issa had gently cleared the clouds. The succubus candy spun in her mouth, constantly stimulating her inner desires. When she saw the flickering holy light, the love in her pupils flickered even more. Yisha's desire is rising rapidly. Before Su Xian could react, Yafusha swallowed the holy light. The succubus candy was stirred by the tongue, rippling with magic, as if to completely destroy the holy light. Su Xian immediately concentrated his mind, and tried his best to avoid the holy light from bursting out. At this moment, he clearly saw that Yafusha's desire value was rising sharply, jumping directly from 50 to 120. Wait, this is only 120 desires? What kind of posture can 520 desires be displayed? Shaha. Yisha gently spit out the holy light, and slightly opened her mouth. The pink candy lay quietly on her tongue, and it was stained with some afterglow of the holy light. What a beautiful taste! Next, it's time to enjoy the main course. Yisha's desire is rising rapidly. 200. Next is a detailed description of the dessert, and the following 100,000 words are omitted. 1 hour later. Don't eat it again for a short time. Su Xian snatched the succubus candy from Issa, and stopped her never-ending desire in time. Issa, who held the succubus candy in her mouth, seemed to have opened the Pandora's box of desire, asking him for more endlessly, almost killing him. Don't. Issa licked her lips and teeth gently, with a little bit of reluctance. However, Su Xian could no longer bear more temptation. He even felt his heart flashing red, as if it would break with just a slight touch. He finally understood that the increase in magic power not only increased the power of magic, but also enhanced the temptation of succubus. Issa is now several times stronger than when she first joined the guild. I am really grateful that this is just a game that I can hold on until now. If it weren't for the game, he might have turned into a mummy long ago, and... Su Xian looked at the candy in his hand that was covered with Issa's saliva, and some doubts arose in his heart. This candy didn't show any signs of melting, which made him feel a little puzzled. He was forced to try the taste of this candy just now, and he only felt that the taste was slightly sweet, and it seemed to be no different from other ordinary candies, and it didn't have any special attraction to him. This made Su Xian feel a little confused. I don't know what special magic this candy has to attract a succubus like Issa. In between thoughts, Su Xian stored the succubus candy in his backpack. He didn't want to hand it directly to Issa. Otherwise, it would cause serious harm to his health. After being tormented by Issa, Su Xian realized that he had not submitted the hidden task in the role task. He quickly opened the task panel and submitted the hidden task. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Mission reward, ? Receive this reward, and you will receive a Guild Achievement Badge. Guild Achievement Badge. A symbol of the Guild's strength, it can provide special effect enhancements for Guild members. Do you want to receive it? Receive it. Congratulations on receiving the Guild Achievement Badge Silver Desire. Silver Desire. All Guild members' desires are increased by 10, attack power is increased by 10%, defense power is increased by 10%, and magic power is increased by 10%. Chapter 50. Guild Achievement Badge? Su Xian stared at the badge floating in the air, and fell into deep thought. The badge was silver-white, with a woman's silhouette carved on it, surrounded by several hearts. Su Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the reward for the hidden task was the Guild's Achievement Badge. The amplification effect was quite good. However, what does this plus 10 desires mean? Forget it, at least it's not a negative effect. Su Xian didn't think about it anymore, and closed the Achievement Badge interface. Seeing that the night was deep, Su Xian asked Issa to go back to the church. He was also ready to take off the VR glasses and leave the game. But before leaving, Su Xian took a special look at the trading mall. 6 of the 9 nun amulets on sale had been sold. It seemed that everyone could still accept this price. As for the private messages from those buyers, he didn't open any of them. Out of sight, out of mind. There is another private message? Su Xian suddenly found that there was a private message not from the trading mall, but from a friend. He immediately opened the chat panel and checked the private message. The private message was, "Are you there? I have used up your flame gems. When can I trade again?" Oh! Su Xian was a little surprised. Did the player who rented him the flame gems finally have news? However, he saw that the other party had gone offline, so he left a message, "Trade tomorrow morning, I will come to you then." After leaving the message, he left the game. Su Xian took off his VR glasses and exhaled a long breath. Although Aisha's role mission had ended, he knew in his heart that things were not that simple. Baron Norda is just a chess piece in the chess game. The one who really wants to deal with Issa is a princess of a kingdom hidden behind. All this has just begun. However, with the existence of Edith, there should be no problem for the time being. Take a shower. Go to bed. The next morning. Go to school, go home, start the game. Mr. Su Xian want to. As soon as he entered the guild, Issa walked towards Su Xian with light steps. Issa, there are many things to deal with today. Su Xian quickly interrupted Issa's thoughts, and asked her to concentrate on her work. This is all for the development of the guild and his health. Okay, listen to Mr. Su Xian. Issa did not feel too disappointed, but full of expectations. As if enjoying the occasional rejection, it made her inner desire even higher. Su Xian glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock in the morning of the game time. After a while, he would go to Sunset City first. There are 2 reasons why he wants to go to Sunset City. Reason 1. The special commission task of upgrading F-level rating to E-level rating happens to be located in Sunset City. After Ifsha advances, this special task can be scheduled. Reason 2. Ms. Natasha invites him to have afternoon tea, which makes it difficult for him to refuse. However, before that, he needs to buy back the flame gem. Su Xian opened the chat interface, and found that the player named Red had replied to his message. Red, okay. I'm online, let's trade. Su Xian immediately sent a message and received a reply in just 1 second. Red, come on. Player Red has made a trade request to you. Our trade item, 70 silver coins. Other trade item, flame gem. Do you agree? Agree. Silver coins minus 70. Obtain item flame gem, rare, red. Let me remind you that although this item can reduce fire damage, your own fire magic will also be absorbed by it. And there is an upper limit to its tolerance. In my opinion, the magic power of a flame mage with more than 1,000 magic points can break it. Okay, thank you. Su Xian thanked the other party. He didn't expect the other party to be so nice. By the way, a flame mage with more than 1,000 magic points? Then it needs to be at least level 40 or 50, and the quality can't be too low. While thinking, Su Xian took out the flame gem, which was just right for dealing with the flame pupa in the special mission. Essa, Lorthalin, let's go. Su Xian held the flame gem tightly, and walked towards the teleportation array. Just as he was about to step into the teleportation array, a voice suddenly came. Master, please take me with you. Su Xian turned his head, and saw the magic doll that Emily gave him calling him. Do you want to go too? Okay, come together. Su Xian didn't mind taking the magic doll with him. He walked over, picked up the magic doll, and put it in his backpack. Thank you, master. With a flash of white light, Su Xian came to Sunset City again. After a few days, seeing Sunset City again, Su Xian found that the atmosphere here was a little strange, and there seemed to be many more soldiers walking around than before. I feel it. It's the breath of the witch. The magic doll suddenly shouted excitedly. Can you help me find the mission target? Su Xian asked the magic doll immediately after hearing what it said. The mission did not mark the exact location this time. Only the approximate location was in the center of Sunset City. Yes. The magic doll nodded. I will show the way to the master. Master. Under the guidance of the magic doll, Su Xian passed through a cellar entrance and entered the underground of Sunset City. When he came to the underground, a complex sewer appeared in front of him. After passing through the sewer, the front suddenly became clear, and Su Xian couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Because he saw that under the city of Sunset City, there was actually a huge underground city hidden. The scale of this underground city is no less than that of a small city. However, rather than calling it an underground city, it is better to say that it is a city defense building facility, which seems to be a defensive fortification built to protect the city's citizens during wartime. I didn't expect there was an underground city under Sunset City. Su Xian muttered in disbelief, and walked towards the underground city. The underground city was empty at this time, and there were rats and insects everywhere. In addition, there was a pile of abandoned weapons and armor. It hurts. Suddenly, Luotian cried with her head in her hands, and her face instantly became painful. Luotian, what's wrong with you? Su Xian frowned and asked hurriedly. Luotian has become a dead soul, and logically she shouldn't feel pain anymore. Unless the pain comes from the soul. Memory. Memory is surging. Tearing. Luotian bit her lower lip and answered with difficulty. Memory is surging? Before Su Xian finished speaking, Luotian suddenly ran in a certain direction. Luotian! Su Xian hurriedly chased after her. There must be something in this underground city that caused Luotian to be in this situation. The moment he caught up with Luotian, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He was surprised to find that the central area of the dungeon was actually a pile of ashes. In the center of the ashes, a huge flame pupa was trembling violently, and violent flames spread from all sides, as if to burn everything. Flame pupa, mission target. A mysterious creature suspected to be created by a witch, and it seems to have a fallen life form hidden inside it. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to see through the silkworm pupa and see its true nature. This method seemed to have a certain effect. He vaguely saw that there seemed to be a butterfly lying inside the flame pupa. Magic swallowtail, epic. Level, ? Race, insect monster. Skill, ? Taming probability, 0.1%. Chapter 51. Is this the target of the mission, the flame pupa? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and finally understood why Rosalind was attracted to this thing. In addition, the magic butterfly in the flame pupa can be tamed. It's a pet. At this time, Rosalind slowly raised her hands, and a gentle blue magic power floated out of her hands, and slowly floated towards the flame pupa. Just when Su Xian was puzzled, the next scene made his eyes flash. A ray of blue fluorescent soul emerged from the flame pupa, floating above the endless flames. The third memory fragment of Rosalind? How could it be here? Su Xian frowned, feeling very puzzled about everything in front of him. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came into his ears. Auntie once defeated the witch's apostle here, a powerful monster that could destroy the city, the flame silk magic butterfly. It was also in that battle that made the lady named Rosalind become the strongest oath knight in hundreds of years. Su Xian turned his head and looked, and Luo Xia appeared behind them at some point. When did you come here? He asked curiously. Then again, this special mission doesn't seem to have a clear client, or the client won't show up directly. When you appeared in Sunset City, a knight reported to me and followed you all the way. Luo Xia walked in front of Su Xian. At first, I was confused as to why you wanted to enter the dungeon, but now it seems to be related to my aunt. The faint fragrance drifted into Su Xian's nose, making him raise his eyebrows. Luo Xia's body fragrance seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. I wonder if the effect of attracting monsters is true or false. Just using this to trigger a beast tide. It's a bit outrageous no matter how you think about it. However, before that, he needed to let Rosalind pause for a while. Rosalind, wait a minute. Hearing his order, Rosalind's footsteps slowly stopped. As the president of the guild, she would still follow Su Xian's instructions, and try to suppress the throbbing of her soul. Rosalind stood there, looking at Su Xian with flickering eyes, like a puppy waiting for its owner to feed it. After temporarily restraining Rosalind, Su Xian turned his gaze to Luo Xia again. He noticed that Luo Xia was staring at him with a strange look. What's that look? He asked. Nothing. Luo Xia shook her head, but she was a little surprised. Her once glorious aunt was so obedient in front of this man. You just said that Rosalind had defeated the witch's apostle here? Su Xian continued to ask. Yes. Luo Xia nodded, and then said, haven't you read the children's magazine in Sunset City? There are many legendary stories about Auntie, such as the fire-extinguishing butterfly, the earth dragon, the giant demon, etc. Children's magazine? Su Xian opened his mouth slightly, a little surprised. However, being praised by the world as a legendary hero will make people excited no matter how. Not to mention becoming the childhood of those children. So, the one in the flame chrysalis is the flame silk demon swallowtail butterfly? Su Xian asked. Yes. Luo Xia explained, the flame silk demon swallowtail butterfly defeated by Auntie did not die, but fell into a deep sleep. No one could break the chrysalis it turned into, so it has been left here. But for some reason, its flames have gradually become violent recently. Su Xian glanced at Luo Xia, thinking, what is the reason? Don't you know it yourself? You mean, even when she was alive? At that time, Luo Xia couldn't break the flame pupa? Yes. Luo Xia nodded, its flames are too brutal, and the surface of the pupa is as hard as iron. Even my aunt can't break it open. That's troublesome. Su Xian frowned slightly, and stared at the flame pupa in the distance. The living Luo Xia is at least level 30, but she can't break it open? The recommended level for this special task is only level 15, so it shouldn't be that difficult. This flame pupa has been here since my aunt defeated it. Luo Xia continued, however, we are not waiting for it to hatch gradually, but we have prepared props to deal with it. Props to deal with it? Su Xian's eyes flashed a trace of white light. Yes. Luo Xia nodded. We found a piece of ice fragment, which is the magic essence from the ice snow girl, enough to completely destroy the flame pupa. Where is the fragment? It will be delivered tomorrow. I see. Su Xian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If Luo Xia helps, it seems that this task will become simple again. But he turned his eyes to the flame pupa. The flame pupa is trembling rhythmically, and the life inside seems to be eager to break out of the pupa. If you want to tame the magic butterfly in the flame pupa, it seems that you have to reject Luo Xia's proposal first. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. At least now, he has no good way to deal with the magic swallowtail butterfly, and the probability of taming it is only a pitiful 0.1%. I want to get closer. At this time, Luo Salin's voice came softly. Want to get closer? Su Xian was a little confused about Luo Salin's active request. Is it because she is eager to get that piece of memory fragment? However, the flame will not cause much harm to her. Go, but try to be careful. Yes. Luo Salin responded and took a step forward. And the moment she took that step, the violent flames poured out from the pupa as the center. In just a moment, the area within a kilometer radius turned into a sea of fire. And, seeing this scene, Luo Xia's heart tightened, and she showed a worried look. Don't worry, she will be fine. Su Xian hurriedly comforted. Since Lorthalin has the crystallization attribute, she is completely immune to elemental magic, and that little flame can't hurt her at all. Moreover, your adventurer Lorthalin is absorbing memory fragments. The water fairy is resisting the erosion of the flame. The purity of magic power is increased by 0.1%. Is this a pleasant surprise? Su Xian's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't expect that the flame of the magic butterfly could be used to purify the magic power of the water fairy. This? Luo Xia was shocked, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. That was a flame that could melt even steel, but her aunt Lorthalin could be safe and sound in it. Could it be that after becoming a dead spirit the aunt became even more powerful? Let's leave first. She needs to stay here for a long time. Su Xian turned and left. Judging from the speed at which the purity of the water fairy increased, it would take at least several hours. He didn't have to worry about Lorthalin's safety. The magic swallowtail butterfly couldn't break out of its cocoon in the next few days, and there would be no monsters here. Even if there were monsters, they couldn't break into this sea of fire. In a blink of an eye, the scene switched to the castle of the Yerman family. Hee. The nightingale-like singing floated in the air, and Natasha carefully prepared desserts for afternoon tea. Su Xian sat here, and Issa sat beside him. Please try the desserts I made by myself. Natasha brought a box of exquisite desserts, and placed them on the tea table. Thank you. Su Xian smiled slightly, and glanced at the desserts on the table. It was a plate of colorful cakes, cookies, and other desserts, with various styles, each carefully made, and looked very tempting. However, Su Xian didn't like to eat these. In comparison, he preferred to eat delicious meat. Mr. Su Xian, please have tea. Natasha poured a cup of strong tea for Su Xian. Su Xian picked up the teacup, and was about to take a sip. But for some reason, the scent of this tea seemed familiar. I felt like I had smelled it somewhere before. Chapter 52. This familiar aroma made Su Xian pause holding the teacup. He searched for the memory of this aroma in his mind, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Forget it, why bother? How could the kind and beautiful Ms. Natasha hurt him? Su Xian took a sip and savored the aftertaste of the tea. He asked Natasha, what kind of tea is this? It has a very special tea aroma. It tastes good, right? Natasha said with a smile, because I added some special honey-dew, that's it. As she said that, she took out a delicate small bottle with crystal clear liquid flowing in it. Special honey-dew? Su Xian asked curiously. Shoo. Natasha gently put a finger on the corner of Su Xian's lips, and smiled softly. This is a secret. Su Xian was a little speechless. Does this need to be kept secret? Is it some top-secret formula? However, he would not care too much. After all, the taste of this tea is really good, mellow and delicious, making people feel a little intoxicated by the tea fragrance. And just then, Luo Xia walked in. Has Aunt Natasha told you about that matter? The day after tomorrow is my birthday, and I sincerely hope that you can all attend. Is the day after tomorrow your birthday? Su Xian said while savoring the tea fragrance. Okay, we will attend. The day after tomorrow is Luo Xia's coming-of-age ceremony, but for some special reasons, she does not plan to hold it in a big way, but only invites some close friends to attend. Natasha explained with a smile, and at the same time, she filled Su Xian's cup of black tea again. Just inviting some friends? That's fine. I don't like crowds. Su Xian drank a cup, and Natasha continued to fill it for him. This black tea with special honey-dew made him a little drunk, and he couldn't stop drinking. They are all friends from the Night Academy. Luo Xia once went to the Night Academy in the royal city to study. Natasha continued. The Night Academy in the royal city? Su Xian glanced at Luo Xia, who was sitting opposite him. She was picking up a puff and putting it in her mouth. Yes. Natasha sat dignifiedly beside Su Xian and handed him a piece of cream cake. Luo Xia was one of the top 3 law enforcement knights in the academy at that time. I heard that a princess invited her to become a royal knight. Princess? Well, not only that princess, but also... Okay, Aunt Natasha. Why do you tell him everything? Luo Xia interrupted Natasha's words, fearing that she would tell Su Xian all about her childhood. Okay, let's not talk about this topic anymore. Natasha quickly changed the topic and turned her gentle eyes to Evisa. Ms. Evisa, how do you take care of your skin? At the girls' tea party, Su Xian felt that he could not fit in the topic at all. He was like a listener, listening to their conversation silently. In this regard, Luo Xia seemed to have inherited the excellent genes of her family. Like her aunt, she was not good at speaking and rarely took the initiative to participate in the conversation. Evisa and Natasha's chat made the atmosphere on the scene more relaxed. Su Xian also poured himself a cup of tea and savored it carefully. He asked curiously, Luo Xia, how many years have you been in the royal city? Luo Xia was stunned and replied, 3 years. Then you should be familiar with the things in the royal city? Well, the scale of the royal city is far from comparable to the remote Sunset City. Luo Xia's eyes flickered with a glimmer, and it was obvious that she still had a yearning for the royal city. The area of the royal city is hundreds of times that of Sunset City, and the population is difficult to calculate. Excellent law enforcement knights can be seen everywhere in the royal city, and I was fortunate enough to meet a star knight. Star knight? Su Xian narrowed his eyes and thought carefully. Luo Xia nodded affirmatively, with a trace of regret in his eyes. Yes, they represent the most powerful combat power of our star kingdom. If my aunt was still alive, she might have the possibility of becoming a star knight. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Lu's Lin is a legendary quality. If she were still alive, she might indeed become a star knight. Suddenly, Luo Xia frowned and looked at Su Xian. Mr. Su Xian, your face. At the same time, Evisa and Natasha also turned their attention to Su Xian. Su Xian glanced at the mirror on the table in confusion and found that his face suddenly turned red, and even white mist rose from his head. What's going on? Su Xian frowned and immediately checked his status bar. Status: beastly excitement. Reason: please do not eat things given by strangers. This state can be relieved by drinking salt water. Beastly excitement. Su Xian widened his eyes and recalled that he had just poured the most into his stomach. He stared at the black tea in the teacup and fell into deep thought. Then, he looked at Natasha with suspicion and asked, Ms. Natasha, what did you add to the black tea? How could it be? There was no problem at all. Natasha took out the delicate little bottle, her face full of confusion. She and Issa also drank black tea. How come there was no problem? Give me water. Su Xian couldn't stand the effect of excitement, and his muscles began to tremble slightly. He accidentally lost his balance and his hand slipped, grabbing Natasha's wrist. Ah! Natasha moaned softly and said softly, Mr. Su Xian, please don't do it here, at least not in front of Luo Xia. Su Xian, eh? Luo Xia? Question mark. After drinking a lot of salt water, Su Xian finally eliminated the state of animal excitement. However, even at the end of the tea party, he still didn't get Natasha's answer. What was added to the cup of black tea became a mystery. After Su Xian left, Luo Xia asked Natasha curiously, Aunt Natasha, what did you add to the black tea? Natasha's beautiful eyes flickered with a subtle light. After thinking for a moment, she replied softly, the night before yesterday, I went to your study and saw you fell asleep. I wanted to cover you with a quilt. Suddenly, I smelled a strange fragrance, so I... Luo Xia's face flushed instantly when she heard it. You mean, it was shed after I fell asleep? It's tears, it's tears. Natasha explained anxiously, fearing that Luo Xia had misunderstood something. However, Natasha's explanation made Luo Xia's face even more rosy. It turned out that she was overthinking, but at this time, a bigger doubt emerged in Luo Xia's mind. She learned from Marrow that the curse in their blood would secrete a special body fluid, which would only have an effect on magic beasts. But why would the curse have an effect on Su Xian? Could it be? He is a magic beast. Ah! Su Xian, who returned to the dungeon, sneezed and rubbed his nose with his hand. "Who is thinking about me?" He raised his head, his eyes penetrated the white mist in front of him, and looked straight ahead. The sea of fire that the flame pupa had caused had disappeared without a trace, turning into steaming white mist, making the entire dungeon shrouded in smoke. In this white mist, Louisaline stood there quietly. After absorbing the third memory fragment, her soul body underwent subtle changes. It seemed that there was starlight flashing in her body, and with a skeleton constructed of diamond crystals, her body was like a bright star, dazzling to the extreme. The little snake transformed by the soul magic power also changed. The snake, which was only a dozen centimeters long, has now grown to about half a meter. The aqua blue snake body is gleaming with faint starlight, just like Lorthalin. Although it looks cute, it carries a danger that cannot be ignored. The purity of the water fairy's magic power has increased to 50%. The power of water element magic has increased by 50%. Lorthalin has absorbed the third memory fragment. All attributes increased by 20. Some past events emerged in her memory, involving the witch hidden in the Star Kingdom. Chapter 53. Some past events emerged in her memory, involving the witch hidden in the Star Kingdom. The witch hidden in the Star Kingdom? Su Xian touched his chin and pondered slightly. He had a brief understanding of the background of the game. Witches often cause serious damage to the country and society due to strange magic fantasies, uncontrollable desires, and frenzied magic factors, making them characters hated and despised by the world. They are not recognized by any country, race, or force. Their situation may be slightly better than that of Warcraft. At least they are still beautiful women, but they still face people's disgust and hunting. However, from the memory fragments of Lorthalin, it can be learned that she not only had contact with the witch hidden in the Star Kingdom, but also seemed to have had some confrontations with her, rather than just defeating the witch's apostle. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Lorthalin slowly walked over. The fragments of memory are still a little fuzzy, but I vaguely remember that the witch had a pair of golden eyes, which would emit a strange light. Louisaline tried to recall those fragments and describe them to Su Xian. Glowing golden eyes? Well, the curse on Luo Xia and her mother is also related to her. Louisaline continued. The source of the tsunami was also caused by her. The truth of everything? Su Xian pondered in his heart. He didn't expect that all these things were caused by the witch. The water fairy, the flame silk magic butterfly, the magic doll, Luo Xia's mother, all have 1,000 connections with the witch. However, they still have too few clues now. Just relying on the pair of golden and glowing eyes is not enough to find the trace of the witch. It's getting late. Let's go back to the guild first. We still have to do the activity tasks later. Okay. At this moment, outside the castle gate of the Yearman family, an extremely gorgeous carriage quietly stopped by the roadside. Its noble temperament and exquisite decoration undoubtedly showed that the ride was extraordinary. Its arrival was like throwing a stone on a calm lake, instantly stirring up layers of ripples. All the knights of the Yearman family came out after hearing the news, and stood in front of the castle gate in unison, waiting for some important person. And Luo Xia, as the acting head of the family, also walked to the front of the carriage with great respect, knelt on one knee and said, "Welcome to Her Royal Highness the Princess." As soon as the voice fell, a brisk footsteps came from the carriage. Under the attention of everyone, a girl with long light orange hair and golden pupils walked out of the carriage gracefully. Every step she took was full of confidence and nobility, as if even the sun became more dazzling because of her appearance. She smiled gently at Luo Xia and said, "Long time no see, Luo Xia. It has been 3 years since we parted at the academy. This time I came here specially to celebrate your birthday. I hope you can feel happy." With a flash of white light, Su Xian returned to the guild. However, he had one more thing on him, that is, Louisaline's soul water snake. It was wrapped around Su Xian's waist, rubbing his cheek gently with its little head. Okay. Su Xian was a little itchy from being rubbed, not to mention that the snake tongue of this little guy always gently spit out, leaving crystal clear water elements on his skin. This cold touch made him shiver involuntarily. "This little guy seems to like Mr. Su Xian very much," Issa said with a smile. "He likes it a little too much." Su Xian gently grabbed the wings of the little water snake, picked it up, and returned it to Lu's line. This little guy seemed to be too obsessed with himself. Although it felt soft and cold like a water ball, silky and tender, and irresistible, it always made people feel a little uncomfortable to have a snake wrapped around it. After a short rest in the guild, an invitation jumped into Su Xian's sight. "Player Kana's bunny invites you to participate in the event slime battle." "Has the event mission started?" Su Xian muttered to himself, and then clicked to agree. You could only send one adventurer to participate in the battle. Can you only send one adventurer? Su Xian thought for a moment, and finally decided to take Issa with him. After all, mages are better at tasks such as clearing monsters. With a flashing of white light, Su Xian and Issa were teleported to the event location. When he arrived at his destination, he found himself standing on an endless plain, surrounded by green grass, and there was no trace of monsters in the pure air. Not far away, two figures stood quietly, as if waiting for someone to come. Su Xian, one of the girls, wearing a wizard robe and a wizard hat, waved and called Su Xian. Su Xian looked closely, and found that it was Lu Shui. Next to Lu Shui, there was also a beautiful female elf. She was tall and slender, with a high appearance, like a beautiful painting. Elf? Not bad. Su Xian looked at the female elf carefully, and her unique temperament and elegant manners left a deep impression on him. He thought to himself, if he could recruit an elf, it would be such a wonderful thing. Rumor has it that high elves are not only more beautiful, but also have good combat power. They are undoubtedly the most ideal adventurer choice for Su Xian's guild. However, in this game, the setting of elves seems a little special. Is this your adventurer? Lu Shui and the elf walked lightly to Su Xian. When she saw Issa standing next to Su Xian, her eyes instantly flashed with amazing light. Issa's beauty made her a little amazed. Even the outstanding female elf next to her would appear eclipsed in front of Issa. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This woman is so beautiful, has a good figure, and has a big breast. Yeah. Su Xian nodded, and then introduced. Issa, she is the first adventurer in my guild. And she is a... None. Hello. Issa smiled, and greeted Lu Shui. But Lu Shui still seemed a little nervous, and didn't answer for a long time. Lu Shui? Su Xian shook Lu Shui's eyes with his hand. Why was she stunned? Ah. Nothing. Hello. Lu Shui quickly came back to her senses, and introduced Su Xian. My first adventurer is the female elf Winnie. She is very good at bows and arrows and wind magic. It's our first meeting. Please give me your advice. The female elf also smiled at Su Xian. As a race known for its kindness and friendliness, her smile is as warm as the spring breeze, making people feel extremely comfortable and happy. Elves, so nice. According to the time, the event should have started, but why is there nothing here? Lu Shui looked around in confusion, not quite understanding why there was nothing around. Wait a little longer. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and a green slime appeared out of thin air on the grass. Got it! Lu Shui saw the slime. Her beautiful eyes flashed. She immediately ordered her elves to attack the slime. The elf Winnie drew his bow and arrow, and with a whoosh, he easily killed the slime. Kill one slime, plus 50 experience points. 50 experience points for one slime? Not bad. Su Xian murmured. Moreover, it is 50 points per person, not just for the killer. At this moment, the white light flashed again, and slimes began to appear in groups in front of them. Lu Shui continued to order her elves to clean up the slimes that appeared one after another. When Su Xian was about to order Issa to take action, several prompts suddenly popped up in his sight. Abnormal data detected. Obtain the hidden task Slime War * Ultimate Edition. Task target. Kill the Slime King. Task reward. Slime Condensate * 1, Slime King's Blessing. Chapter 54. Task reward. Slime Condensate * 1, Blessing of the Slime King. Su Xian was a little surprised. The activity mission changed. Was it because of his joining? Slime Condensate. Normal mucus produced by the slime, which can be applied on the body to reduce the aggressiveness of monsters. A one-time item to reduce the aggressiveness of monsters? Blessing of the Slime King. Are you a slime? No. I am a slime. Get the protection of the Slime King once. Su Xian was skeptical about the effect of this blessing. What is the protection of the Slime King? Su Xian. What a big slime. Just when he was questioning in his heart, Lu Shui's shout suddenly reached his ears. Su Xian looked up and found that an extremely large slime appeared behind many small slimes. It has a crown on its head and a red cape on its back, fluttering in the wind. Slime King, Elite, Level 10, 0/2000, Race, Slime. Strength, 100/Agility, 100/Magic, 100/Constitution, 200. Growth, 8 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. What a handsome Slime King. Su Xian couldn't help but exclaim, how could this Slime King be so different, wearing a crown and a cape? Moreover, its body was fiery red, as if the flames were burning inside its body. It looked pretty good. How could this happen? Isn't this a novice activity? Why is there a level 10 Slime King? Lu Shui panicked when she saw the attribute panel of the Slime King. According to the description of the event, there should only be level 5 slimes for novice players to defeat and gain experience. But what about this Slime King? She couldn't help but worry. With her female elf Winnie at only level 6, it would be impossible to deal with a level 10 Slime King. Don't worry, Su Xian said calmly, I deal with it. At the same time, he knew that Lu Shui didn't see the prompt that just popped up. Was it because of his joining that the event tasks were changed? Although the specific reason was unclear, the result was gratifying. A level 10 Slime King would not be too much of a challenge for him. Ivsa, do it. Yes, sir. Ivsa nodded slightly, then put her hands together and began to chant the spell of holy light magic in a low voice. In an instant, the dazzling light gradually bloomed around her with her as the center. Wherever the holy light went, groups of slimes turned into ashes in an instant. At the same time as the kill, the experience reward also popped up. Kill 1 slime, experience plus 50. Kill 3 slimes, experience plus 150. Kill, good, so strong. The powerful strength displayed by Ivsa made Lu Shui's beautiful eyes widen in surprise. Although she knew that the adventurers of Su Xian Guild were much stronger than her, she didn't expect them to be so strong. One magic spell cleared the field. This is much stronger than the players she met before. There is a master. Holy light. Ivsa sang softly, and the song floated. In an instant, a golden giant sword appeared out of thin air above the head of the Slime King. As the magic chant ended, the golden giant sword fell instantly, piercing through the fiery red body of the Slime King. Gurgle gurgle, the Slime King made a strange sound, followed by a bang. The huge body instantly turned into a sea of fire, the red cloak burned to ashes, and the crown on the head also blew away, just landing at Su Xian's feet. Kill Slime King *1, experience plus 500. Oh! Su Xian picked up the crown and looked at it carefully. Slime crown, ordinary charm plus 1. Su Xian gently pinched the slime crown. He originally thought that this golden crown was made of gold, but it turned out not to be the case. Its material was a bit puzzling. At this time, Ivsa had successfully solved all the slimes. Su Xian simply counted and gained a total of 10,500 experience points this time, killing 200 ordinary slimes and 1 Slime King. Combined with the previous experience, it can barely upgrade Ivsa and the others by 5 levels. The experience is still not enough. Is it over? Lu Shui's beautiful eyes flickered, revealing an expression of disbelief. This activity task is simpler than she thought. No, it's Su Xian who is much stronger than she thought. Since the task is over, I leave first. Su Xian waved his hand and prepared to leave. An hour's task was over in 5 minutes, which was really easy. Wait! Lu Shui suddenly ran over and handed an item to Su Xian. This is for you, to express my gratitude. Su Xian took the item handed over by Lu Shui, which was a green branch. What is this? Elf, general item. Combine with this item to recruit elite adventurers. Trigger reason, elf mother tree bud. Wow, it's an elf. This is the item I got during the mission. Although it has no special effect, it can purify the turbid magic power and make the air in the guild fresher. Lu Shui explained to Su Xian. Thank you. Su Xian smiled slightly, and put the elven mother tree bud into his backpack. Although it was not a rare item, the recruited race was just what he wanted. By the way, my sister asked me to tell you that you don't need to come to the noodle shop this weekend. We are going to the amusement park. Before Su Xian was about to leave, Lu Shui added. Oh, okay. Have fun. Su Xian waved his hand, and then took Ivsa away from the event site. Lu Shui stayed there for a moment, watching Su Xian's figure gradually disappear, and then took the female elf Winnie into the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, Su Xian returned to the guild. The first thing to do is to upgrade the levels of Ivsa and Lorslin. Ivsa upgraded 2 levels, Lorslin upgraded 3 levels. Experience 10800. In terms of level gains, Lorslin's gains are slightly higher, but Ivsa's level cannot be ignored. There is a letter? Su Xian's eyes suddenly fell on the guild bar, where there was an extra letter. The familiar rose badge, and the faint fragrance, came from that woman. Su Xian opened the letter, and began to browse the contents of the letter. Letter, I want to see you at the church tomorrow night. Su Xian, ? It must be something important. Mr. Su Xian, whose letter is it? Ivsa suddenly hugged Su Xian tightly from behind, her soft white body pressed against her back, and her charming tone revealed some jealousy. She had seen the letter with the rose badge twice, but she had never been able to guess who the other party was. But the most important thing is that she smelled a scent from other succubi on the letter. Someone is stealing the food. Chapter 55. Master, whose letter is it? Yifsha's charming voice echoed in Su Xian's ears, as if it was a bewitching fairy, which made Su Xian feel a little excited. Ahem, it's a letter from a lady. She knows Sister Morin, and asked me to meet her tomorrow. Su Xian explained simply. That's all he knew. Sister Morin knows her? Yifsha showed a trace of confusion. However, when she thought of Sister Morin, who was always a little cold, such doubts gradually dissipated. Although I don't know how Mr. Su Xian knew her, but, Yifsha said, gently showing her wings and peach-hard tail. She didn't even take off her nun's clothes, but used her sharp nails to cut a hole in the surface of the troublesome fabric, just enough to receive the blazing holy light. I just want the Master's holy light to always have my flavor. Su Xian paused for a moment, then asked casually Yifsha, if there is still your sister or mother in this world, what would you do? Sister? Mother? Yifsha was stunned when she heard this, and even her favorite holy light was temporarily put down at this moment. Su Xian was silent about this. Just staring at Yifusha's beautiful but slightly confused eyes, she seemed to have never thought about this question. Yifsha? After a long time, Su Xian asked softly. Ah. Yifsha came back to her senses from the confusion, and then smiled and said, if I still have a sister or a mother, I will let them serve the Master together. No need, no need. Su Xian refused openly. Mr. Su Xian is so cute. Okay, now let's. Aisha picked up the holy light again, and said coquettishly, start praying for the holy light. The following is a plot description of praying for the holy light. 100,000 words omitted below. In the church of Blue Moon City, a priest was quietly reading a book in his hand. On his right, a nun knelt there, trembling, as if she was afraid of the priest's blame. You mean Pastor House is dead? Pastor Cui Erda put down the book in his hand, and asked seriously. Yes, Pastor Cui Erda. We have confirmed that Pastor House is dead, but the identity of the murderer is unknown. An earl came forward to stop our investigation. The nun replied tremblingly. Tell him to do fewer weird experiments, but he won't listen. What a fool. But, Pastor Trail's eyes flashed with doubt. Let a count cover up the truth of this matter? He whispered, and then raised a smile. This is interesting. The nun followed up. In addition, a baron also died in Silver Moon Town, and it seems that he was the royal knight of the princess. Oh! Pastor Trail narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard these words, as if he understood something at this moment. You go down first. Yes. The nun replied respectfully, and then slowly left the church. Pastor Trail looked at her back as she left, smiled and stood up, and walked towards the statue of the God of Light in the church. He came to the statue, stomped his right foot lightly, and a secret door suddenly appeared under the statue. The moment the door opened, a woman's scream came from inside. He stepped into the secret door without hesitation, and walked into the secret room hidden in the church. As soon as he entered the secret room, he heard a man's curse. Triard, the goods you found are really too bad. Where are the trained coquettish nuns? Where are the confession services in the church? None of the things you promised me have come true. I cultivated you so much, you let me down so much. Pastor Triard solemnly promised, please rest assured, Mr. President, I will prepare the best for you right away. Better hurry up, don't make me wait too long. Before, the supervisors of the Church of Light have been stationed near Blue Moon City, and we had to find a scapegoat to avoid their scrutiny. You also know that this ancient way of trading has been banned by the current pope. If it is reopened, we will be severely punished. Pastor Triard explained. However, I just got the news that the supervisor was temporarily transferred to another city. It seems that he found the trace of the witch there, and will not appear in a short time. This time, I will take action myself and will definitely satisfy Mr. President. Okay. I look forward to your results. The next day, Su Xian finished a day of classes and returned home. He planned to play games all night tonight, because tomorrow is Saturday, and he doesn't need to work in a noodle shop, so he has plenty of time to soak in the game world. After a simple dinner, Su Xian put on VR glasses and entered the game world. Today, he has a lot of things to deal with. First of all, he needs to solve the crisis of the flame pupa under the Sunset City, and Edith's invitation also needs to be kept as scheduled. In addition, for some reason, he always felt that he seemed to be much stronger recently. In the past, he could only let Ifsa need him, but now, he began to show signs of launching a counterattack. Every time he was about to reach his limit, Su Xian could feel a mysterious magic in his body relieving his fatigue, allowing him to stand up again and again in desperate situations and move forward bravely. Is it because of that ray of pure lust magic? Su Xian narrowed his eyes and guessed. Mr. Su Xian, I'm here. The door of the guild slowly opened, and Issa arrived at the guild on time. A joyful smile filled her face. Su Xian's performance last night made her unforgettable, and she hoped that it could be repeated at this moment. Unfortunately, now is not the right time. Get ready, we are going to set off. Su Xian received a message from Luo Xia that the ice fragments of the Icefield Snow Girl had arrived in Sunset City, and could start the destruction of the flame pupa at any time. The scene changed, and Su Xian came to the castle of the Yearman family. He noticed that there were many carriages coming from afar in the castle, and one of them was particularly gorgeous and caught his attention. Mr. Su Xian, you are here. Natasha came to greet Su Xian in a gorgeous manner, with a hint of joy in her beautiful eyes. What are these carriages? Su Xian asked curiously. It's the group of children who are celebrating Luo Xia's coming-of-age ceremony. The princess is here too, Natasha explained with a smile. I see. Let's go in first. Luo Xia has been waiting for a long time. Led by Natasha, Su Xian went to the reception room of the Yearman family. On the way, he saw many young law enforcement knights appearing in the Yearman family's castle. Each of them was not less than level 12, and there were even a few young knights at level 15. This was obviously an extremely outstanding young knight in Sunset City. After all, Luo Xia was only level 12 before. It was not until he was recognized by White Rose that his level was promoted to level 14. It is conceivable that the knights in the royal city are much more talented than those in remote cities, like Sunset City. When I arrived at the reception room, Luo Xia was sitting in the reception room, and next to her sat a girl in a light yellow princess dress, who looked about 15 or 16 years old. The girl had long light orange hair, like flowing sunlight falling on her shoulders. Her figure was small and exquisite, like carefully carved porcelain, perfect and fragile. That beautiful face, like a sunflower blooming in spring, raised its head towards the sun, noble and brilliant. Those golden eyes also flashed with intelligence, making people deeply immersed in it. Chapter 56. This woman. Su Xian's eyes stayed on the woman for a while longer. His heart moved slightly, and he tried to open the other party's information panel, but was surprised to find that it was full of question marks just like Edith's. Su Xian, you're here. Luo Xia quickly stood up and said to the girl beside him, Princess Vivian, I have something to leave for a while. Please wait a moment, and I will come to talk with you after I finish my business. Before leaving, will you introduce me to your friends in Sunset City? Princess Vivian asked, her voice soft and pleasant, with a hint of curiosity and inquiry. Of course. Luo Xia immediately introduced, this is Mr. Su Xian, he is an excellent guild president. Guild president? That's really an extraordinary talent, it's nice to meet you. Mr. Su Xian. Princess Vivian smiled and looked at Su Xian, her eyes were as bright as autumn water, and the golden pupils flickered, as if they could see through people's hearts. Hello, princess. Su Xian greeted with a smile. The princess' smile made him feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy, without any arrogance as a member of the royal family. The other two are adventurers from Su Xian's guild. Hello. Hello, princess, I'm glad to meet you. Ivsa responded respectfully. Lu's Lion made a standard knight salute to express her respect and honor to her royal highness. Since Luo Xia has something important to discuss with you, I won't bother you. Princess Vivian stood up and took the initiative to leave. As she left, she looked back at Su Xian and Ivsa, her lips slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. This smile confused Su Xian deeply. He always felt that the other party seemed to know him, and those golden eyes. Which, after saying goodbye to Princess Vivian, Luo Xia led Su Xian and others to the underground of Sunset City, and once again came to the area where the flame pupa was. The flame pupa still stood there, spreading blazing flames around. I hope everything goes well this time. Luo Xia opened a glass box she brought, and inside was a blue crystal fragment, emitting a biting cold air. Are you sure this thing can directly destroy the flame pupa? Su Xian asked Luo Xia curiously. The information of the ice fragment was emerging in his sight. Ice fragment, elite fragment that emits a strong cold air, as if it can freeze everything. A prop with a freezing effect? However, if the flame pupa can be completely frozen, it is indeed a feasible solution. Well, the Icefield Snow Girl is not only a witch, but also has the protection of ice and snow. She once used her magic to permanently freeze a country that is no smaller than the Star Kingdom. The ice fragments transformed by her residual magic can definitely destroy the flame pupa. Luo Xia explained confidently. I see. Su Xian pondered, a witch with the protection of ice and snow. This world seems to have many different laws. To fully understand this world, it is far from enough to just have a temporary contact. Then let's start. At Luo Xia's command, the two accompanying knights immediately took out the magic scroll surrounded by cold air. The moment they opened the scroll, a layer of cold air barrier wrapped everyone inside. In addition, several other knights also took out their swords that emitted cold air, and seemed to be ready for battle. During the preparation, the flame pupa in the distance seemed to feel the magic power from the ice fragments and immediately became violent. In an instant, the sky was full of flames ignited on the ashes, and countless flame shadows condensed in the sea of fire, casting hostile eyes. Flame elves? Su Xian frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the flame pupa could actually create flame elves out of thin air. Moreover, the level of each of these flame elves reached level 10. No wonder Luo Xia wanted to bring several knights to follow. It turned out to be because of this reason. Mr. Su Xian, please protect me. I will reward you handsomely after the matter is completed. Luo Xia said solemnly to Su Xian before taking action. Yes. Su Xian nodded. The purpose of his coming here was to destroy the flame pupa. There was no reason to refuse. After getting Su Xian's answer, Luo Xia seemed to have more confidence. She immediately stepped forward and headed towards the flame pupa under the protection of the ice barrier. As soon as they stepped into the sea of fire, countless flame elves rushed towards them like a tide. The accompanying knights immediately launched a counterattack. They waved their swords shining with cold light, and repelled the flame elves one by one. Su Xian also asked Luo Selen and Issa to join the battle to avoid accidents. With the concerted efforts of everyone, those flame elves were gradually eliminated, turning into wisps of light smoke and dissipating in the sea of fire. Everyone did not dare to relax at all and continued to rush forward, heading towards the location of the flame pupa. It's quite simple. A knight said easily. It's much easier than the last time we suppressed the flame silk demon swallowtail butterfly. Another knight echoed. Ha ha ha. After all, we are not dealing with the flame silk demon swallowtail butterfly now, but the flame pupa it turned into after death. Of course, it will be easier. As time passed, everyone got closer and closer to the location of the flame pupa. Their pace became faster and faster, and the joy in their hearts became stronger and stronger. Compared with the battle to suppress the flame silk demon swallowtail butterfly more than 10 years ago, the situation today is much easier. But Su Xian's face was tense, and his eyes were focused on the flame pupa. Because he noticed that the color of the flames around the flame pupa had changed since a minute ago. The color of the flames began to change from red, gradually turning into orange, yellow, and finally blooming into a touch of purple red. This could not be a simple breakout from the pupa, but more like an evolution. I always feel something is wrong. We must speed up. Luo Xia also noticed something unusual and immediately ordered everyone to speed up. Are you worrying too much, Luo Xia? We have experienced the real battle against the flame silk demon swallowtail, and the scene at that time was much more dangerous than now. Don't worry, the ice fragments can definitely solve it. Follow Luo Xia's command. She is the master of the family now. The knights quickened their pace and rushed forward. However, when they were only about 50 meters away from the flame pupa, suddenly, a heat wave hit. Then, the terrifying flames continued to hit the magic barrier constructed by the cold air like waves. Damn it! What the hell is going on? The temperature of the flame has increased. The ice scroll can't bear it. Why? The ice scroll can bear the flames produced by the flame silk demon swallowtail when it is alive, but it can't bear the flames after it dies? What a joke. No! We have to retreat quickly, otherwise everyone will die here. At this time, many knights were frightened and pale. They had never expected that the flame of the flame silk demon swallowtail would suddenly increase to such a terrifying degree. In the previous battle, there had never been such a hot flame. At the same time, Su Xian finally understood the source of all this. In his field of vision, the information panel of the flame silk demon swallowtail was flashing rapidly. The flame silk demon swallowtail, epic, is evolving into the demon flame silver swallowtail, legendary. Chapter 57. The flame silk swallowtail, epic, is evolving into the magic flame silver swallowtail, legendary. Evolution, magic flame silver swallowtail, legendary. Su Xian showed a surprised look. Isn't the magic swallowtail reborn after death, but evolved? Evolved from the flame silk swallowtail to the magic flame silver swallowtail? Warning! The magic flame silver swallowtail is about to break out of the chrysalis. Increase anger value by 10%. Increase aggression by 10%. Reduce taming probability by 10%. Current taming probability, 0%. No taming probability? Su Xian frowned. Frowning, is he going to miss a pet of legendary quality? I don't even have a chance to try? Wait, if the taming probability is reduced to 0 because of the anger value, then if the anger value and aggressiveness are reduced, can the normal taming probability be restored? He just happened to have the slime gel in his hand, so he could try it. Damn! It's almost there. Luo Xia bit her teeth lightly. Everyone retreat first. This kind of fire is not something we can resist. As the leader of this operation, Luo Xia must be responsible for everyone's life. Moreover, she is now the sworn knight of Sunset City, and the current head of the Yerman family. She must not take risks without confidence. But, she was full of reluctance in her heart. When Luo Xia was a child, she admired her aunt Luo Saline, so she often asked her mother to tell her the details of every battle of her aunt. She clearly remembered that her mother once mentioned the magnificent scene of the white rose flower blooming in the sea of fire. So, the power of the white rose can definitely compete with the flame-silk demon swallowtail butterfly. However, with her current strength, whether she can withstand such a blazing flame is still unknown. If she had the power of her aunt, she would definitely be able to. Give me the ice shard. Suddenly, Su Xian reached out to Luo Xia and asked her for the ice shard. You retreat first. Leave this to us. He has a flame gem that can reduce 80% of fire damage. With the effect of ice shards, it may be able to resist the flames of the flame pupa. In addition, players can be resurrected with resurrection coins. Even if they die accidentally, they can be resurrected in the guild. In fact, it is very simple to deal with the flame pupa. Just let Luo Selen rush in with the ice shards. But? He wants to gamble on this 0.1% chance. As long as it is not 0, you can take a risk. What if it hits the target with one shot? You? Luo Xia looked at Su Xian in surprise, her eyes full of worry and hesitation. She didn't want Su Xian and the others to take risks for this. Believe me, even if you don't believe me, please believe her, Su Xian said, pointing his finger at Luo Selen, who was silent behind him. Su Xian's confident expression made Luo Xia's beautiful eyes move slightly. She rarely saw such a confident look. The last time she saw her aunt was when she was alive. Be careful. If you can't handle it, you must retreat in time. I don't want you to get into trouble. Luo Xia handed the ice shard to Su Xian, and her eyes flashed with complex emotions. Don't worry, I know what to do. It's so cold. As soon as Su Xian took the ice shard, he was almost frozen by its cold touch and dropped it to the ground. He quickly threw the ice shard to Luo Selen. Then, he told Ipsa, you also leave with Luo Xia and the others, and wait for me outside. Yes. Ipsa nodded. She didn't hesitate at all. That was the trust in Su Xian from the bottom of her heart. She firmly believed that her master would never do anything without confidence. All she needed to do was to believe it. After Luo Xia and the others had all evacuated, only Su Xian and Luo Saline were left in the sea of fire. Of course, when they evacuated, they also left a magic scroll of ice to temporarily protect Su Xian from the invasion of flames. But this magic scroll could not support them to move forward. It could only serve as a guarantee for their evacuation. Luo Saline, protect me. Yes. Su Xian ordered Luo Saline, and as the flames heated up, more and more powerful flame elves condensed. The flame elves, which were originally only level 10, were directly upgraded to level 15. But Luo Saline, who was immune to elemental damage, could not cause any damage, and it was not a problem to just protect Su Xian. Huh? Su Xian took a deep breath, stared at the flame pupa not far away, and whispered, I hope I won't melt before I touch the flame pupa. After speaking, he stepped towards the flame pupa. Every time he got closer, the flames from the flame pupa became more violent. The ice magic scroll was burned to ashes in just a moment, and lost its effect. The moment the ice barrier disappeared, the flames engulfed Su Xian's body like poison gas. At this moment, the flame gem shone brightly on his chest, and began to absorb the flames gushing from all directions. Not only that, when Lortharin was dealing with the flame elf, the water fairy unexpectedly entangled Su Xian's body. The gentle water element wrapped around every inch of Su Xian's skin like a ribbon, and the temperature around him dropped instantly to a tolerable level. So you are so powerful? Su Xian looked at the water fairy in surprise. He never thought that this little guy could show such a dazzling performance at a critical moment. It did a great job. Hiss. For Su Xian's praise, the water fairy spit out its snake tongue, as if smiling at him. Let's go! Su Xian took another step and approached the flame pupa. At this moment, the air around him seemed to be boiling around him, but the heat did not have any effect on him. Instead, it became gentle, like the caress of a beautiful mother-in-law. He quickly moved to the front of the flame pupa, took the ice fragment from Lorthrin's hand, held the ice fragment tightly, and smashed it violently at the flame pupa. Boom! A deafening roar, like an explosion between heaven and earth. The biting cold air was instantly released from the fragments, surging like a tide, instantly dispersing the surrounding flames and turning them into icy mist. Although the flames of the flame pupa were still strong, most of the flames were suppressed by the powerful effect of the ice fragments. We can try it. Su Xian took a deep breath. He did not intend to destroy the flame pupa with the ice fragments. He wanted to make an attempt and give it a try for the tiny probability of taming. Of course, even if the taming failed, with the current state of the flame pupa, Lorthrin could easily destroy it. The ice fragments of the Icefield Snow Girl are indeed worthy of their reputation. Su Xian quickly took out the slime gel from his backpack and applied it on himself. The feeling of slime gel on the skin is a bit strange. It is like lubricant, sticky, and has a hint of floral water. Let's get started. After the preparations were completed, he took a step forward and gently pressed his hand on the surface of the flame pupa. At his fingertips, the weak magic power was like a trickle, trying to establish a connection with the soul of the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly. However, just when Su Xian was about to start his attempt, suddenly, a deep black magic power rushed out from the inside of the flame pupa, like a raging wind in the dark night, whistling towards him. What is this? Boom! A loud bang echoed in the air, and the black magic power exploded instantly, shaking the surrounding flames to sway and tremble. There was even a piercing scream raging in Su Xian's ears. How dare you steal my magic pet? You're courting death. Oops, Su Xian frowned. There was still some witch's magic in the flame pupa. Just when he thought he would be eroded by the witch's magic, a dazzling red light suddenly flashed on his forehead. That was it. Su Xian was surprised to find that the shadow of the Slime King appeared above his head, rising like the sun. The Slime King's protection is triggered. You successfully blocked one damage and absorbed it. You have obtained a ray of the original magic from the Night Witch. Due to the lack of the original magic of the Night Witch, the magic flame silver swallowtail has become ownerless, and the taming probability has increased by 10%. The anger value of the magic flame silver swallowtail has decreased, the aggressiveness has decreased, and the taming probability has increased by another 10%. Oh! Chapter 58. Oh! Su Xian was excited when he saw this series of prompts. The witch's magic power was offset by the protection of the Slime King, and she also absorbed the magic power of the Night Witch. Too powerful, praised the Slime King. The magic power of the Night Witch, it has no special effect, but it has an indescribable magical effect. Since the Night Witch is also known as the Betrayal Witch, it causes a 100% special attack on witch units. This introduction is a bit vague. Su Xian was a little confused about the introduction of the Night Witch's magic power, but since it was not a negative effect, he didn't care too much. Perhaps one day in the future, a witch will be defeated because of this magic power hidden in Su Xian's body, but I don't know which poor little princess it will be. Now, Su Xian refocused his eyes on the flame pupa. The probability of taming the flame pupa that lost its owner increased by 10%. Moreover, with the influence of ice fragments and slime condensate, the anger and aggressiveness of the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly were successfully reduced, and the taming probability was increased by 10% again. 20% taming probability. Isn't this a casual success? Come on! Su Xian took a deep breath and gently pressed his hand on the flame pupa again. The moment his fingertips touched the flame pupa, a ball of blazing flames flashed in his mind, vaguely condensing into the shape of a butterfly. No! Su Xian's expression became solemn, and his consciousness continued to contact the soul of the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly, trying to sign a contract with it in an attempt to tame it. As the image of the demon flame silver swallowtail butterfly in his mind gradually became clear, he was surprised to find that the demon flame silver swallowtail butterfly was not a butterfly in the traditional sense. Rather, it was a flame elf with a body woven from blazing flames and butterfly wings on its back. Huh? Su Xian looked at the demon flame silver swallowtail butterfly curiously, but the other party's figure was still too blurry to see clearly. Do you want to tame it? Probability 20.1%. A prompt popped up, waiting for Su Xian's confirmation. Yes. When Su Xian clicked to confirm, a wisp of blue soul power separated from his soul and floated towards the demon flame silver swallowtail butterfly. When his blue soul power invaded the body of the demon flame silver swallowtail butterfly, the flame body suddenly trembled violently, as if it was suffering from some kind of pain. However, after a brief pain, the demon flame silver swallowtail butterfly seemed to gradually regain its composure. Even on its face woven from flames, it actually showed a mysterious smile. Taming successfully. The magic flame silver swallowtail, legendary, has become your pet. Good luck. Su Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and smiled contentedly. Although the probability of 0.1% is a bit outrageous, the probability of 20% seems much more reasonable. This is much easier than drawing an SSR in a mobile game. After the taming process was completed, Su Xian slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the flame pupa in front of him. Then, the surface of the pupa was peeled off layer by layer, like a blooming flower, blooming all around. Su Xian waited expectantly for the magic flame silver swallowtail to break out of the pupa, wanting to see the powerful demeanor of the legendary monster. Pop! When the last fragment of the flame chrysalis gently fell, the true appearance of the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly finally appeared in front of Su Xian. It flapped its wings happily, flew in front of Su Xian, and turned in circles, as if expressing the joy from the heart. And, isn't this still a butterfly? However, the body of the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly is woven from hot flames, but it gives people a very soft feeling and will not cause damage to friendly units. Even when you get close to it, you can still feel a hint of warm breath. Its flame wings are even more beautiful and dazzling, emitting a little fluorescent light, like a fairy scattering starlight. It's worth mentioning that the flames of the wings of the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly are red and purple, which looks extremely dangerous, but its body is silver flames, which are gentler than red and purple flames, and there seem to be countless white light spots flashing in its body, which is unique and gives people a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Devil Flame Silver Swallowtail, Legendary, Level 1, 0 out of 100, Race, Insect Monster. Strength, 10/Agility, 10/Magic, 100/Constitution, 10. Growth, 12 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features: Silver Powder. Swallowtail. Silver Powder, a special powder produced by the Devil Flame Silver Swallowtail, with a strong hallucinogenic effect. Swallowtail, one day, a butterfly can also transform into a phoenix, right? To become the supreme existence. This little guy is quite dreamy. Su Xian glanced at the information panel of the Devil Flame Silver Swallowtail, and smiled slightly. Although butterflies and phoenixes are not in the same subject, this is a game world. Who knows what the evolving silver swallowtail butterfly will eventually become? Come up, little guy. Su Xian called softly, letting the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly land lightly on his shoulder. The magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly landed on his shoulder gently. This little guy was almost weightless, and would not bring him any burden. Let's go! Su Xian turned his head to look at Luo Selen and called her softly. Yeah. Su Xian. He will be fine. Luo Xia stared at the area covered by ice fog solemnly. Since 2 hours ago, the sea of fire in the sky has been covered by ice fog. She knew in her heart that this was the movement caused by the ice fragments. But did Su Xian succeed or fail? She could only wait anxiously. The other knights also stared at the ice fog nervously. Only Ifsha had a calm face, and her eyes flashed with deep trust in Su Xian. And just a few seconds later, the snow-blue ice mist was slowly pushed aside, and the figures of Su Xian and Lorthelin appeared in front of everyone. He really did it. It's unbelievable. He was safe and sound in such a terrifying flame. What's on his shoulder? Is it the flame silk demon swallowtail? He not only destroyed the flame pupa, but also tamed the flame silk demon swallowtail? No, the flame silk demon swallowtail should not be that small. Could it be a cub? Good guy. Everyone was shocked and happy that Su Xian was safe and sound. They never expected that Su Xian actually successfully tamed the flame silk demon swallowtail. Cub! Mr. Su Xian, are you injured? Do you need me to treat you? Issa came over lightly and asked with concern. Don't worry, I'm not injured. Don't take it lightly, my guild master. Let me give you a comprehensive physical examination after returning to the guild. The prayers of the holy nuns will heal all your pains. Su Xian raised his eyebrows. Issa's calculations were too loud. Mr. Su Xian, is this little guy a new member of our guild? Issa turned her eyes to the magic flame silver swallowtail and asked curiously. I guess so, Su Xian said, gently guiding the magic flame silver swallowtail to fly to Issa's shoulder. Although the flame of the magic flame silver swallowtail was very gentle, it always landed on his shoulder, and he always felt a little strange, as if Rosalind's little water snake was wrapped around him. Perhaps it was because the tactile experience in the game was a special way of transmission, which made him a little sensitive. "Thank you very much, Mr. Su Xian. You saved us again." Luo Xia came to Su Xian and respectfully gave him a knight salute. Her eyes looking at Su Xian also changed subtly, revealing a trace of admiration. "Let's leave here first. The turbid atmosphere of the dungeon makes me feel very uncomfortable," Su Xian said calmly. "Yeah." Soon, everyone left the dungeon and returned to Yerman's family castle. After Luo Xia came back, she immediately went to record what happened in the dungeon. Of course, she would hide some things, such as the part about Su Xian. This was Su Xian's request. At this time, Su Xian was sitting in the reception room, holding up the black tea and taking a sip, waiting for Luo Xia to come back, asking about the time and arrangement of tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony, and about the beast tide. Does Luo Xia's curse have such an amazing effect? It's too outrageous to attract a wave of beasts just by smell. I feel like something is missing in the black tea. Su Xian put down the teacup. Since he drank Natasha's special black tea last time, the taste is unforgettable, and he wants to drink it again. If possible, he also wants to taste the original flavor. "Mr. Su Xian, is that right?" At this time, a female knight in golden armor walked into the reception room where Su Xian was. "What's the matter?" Su Xian asked. "Her Highness the Princess invites you," the female knight replied. "Princess?" Su Xian raised his eyebrows. What did Princess Vivian want him to do? He couldn't help but feel a little doubtful, and got up to keep the appointment. The female knight stopped at the door of a room, raised her hand to signal Avisa and Rosalind to stay where they were, and then said to Su Xian, "Her Royal Highness is waiting for you inside, you go in alone." Su Xian cast a look at Avisa and Rosalind, signaling them to rest assured, and then gently pushed open the door. As soon as he entered the door, his eyes were immediately attracted by a pair of flawless, snow-white jade-like feet. Each toe was crystal clear, as if it was a carefully crafted handicraft. And the light pink ankle was so tempting that people couldn't help but want to play with it. "Whose food is this? No one wants me to pick it up." At this time, a light voice came slowly, like a spring breeze blowing past my ears. "Mr. Su Xian, I have a commission and want to ask you for help." Chapter 59. When Su Xian opened the door, his eyes first fell on Princess Vivian, who was sitting on the edge of the jade bed. Her feet were gently swaying in the air, like the white snow on an iceberg, pure and beautiful. Her face maintained the purity and cuteness of a girl, and her bright eyes showed a hint of expectation. "Princess, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Mr. Su Xian, I have a commission and want to ask you for help." When Princess Vivian saw Su Xian enter the room, she stood up lightly from the jade bed. The pair of snow-white jade feet stepped lightly on the floor, stained with a thin layer of dust. "Dirty! Can you tell me what the commission is first?" Su Xian asked calmly. But his heart was full of doubts. Why would Princess Vivian choose to fight him? With the financial resources and power of a princess, he really couldn't think of a reason to ask him for help. Generally speaking, this level of commission requires at least a C-level or above guild to undertake it. Vivian smiled and walked toward Su Xian, gracefully stopping in front of him, about 1 meter away from him. Su Xian's eyes moved, and he looked at Princess Vivian carefully. She was not tall, only about 1.55 meters at most, and her weight probably did not exceed 40 kilograms. If he wanted, he could easily lift the petite Princess Vivian with just one hand. Tomorrow is Luo Xia's birthday. I hope you can ensure her safety, and prevent the beauty of that day from being ruined by anyone. Princess Vivian continued softly. Just this matter? Su Xian asked in surprise. Yes, just like that. Princess Vivian replied. Even if you don't entrust me, I will protect Luo Xia. She is my friend. Su Xian said lightly. Luo Xia is Luo Salin's niece after all, and they are a family anyway. Princess Vivian heard this and smiled gently. You don't need to explain your actions to me. Just answer whether I am willing to accept this commission. If you are willing, this jade pendant will be my thank you to you. As she said this, she took out a star jade pendant from her hand, and the jade pendant was flowing with mysterious brilliance. Su Xian's eyes swept over the jade pendant. Star jade pendant, Elita jade pendant condensed with star power, which can release a powerful star magic. Su Xian did not act at this moment. The preciousness of this star jade pendant is self-evident. The star power it contains is enough to prove its high value. However, Princess Vivian gave it to him without hesitation, which is definitely a problem, In addition, because Princess Vivian is likely to be a witch, he must not be fooled. Vivian saw that Su Xian had not responded for a long time, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The golden pupils flickered with a faint golden light at this moment, as if there was a trace of magic surrounding Su Xian and penetrating into his heart. "Take it, this is my reward for you." The ethereal voice seemed to come from the sky, like the stars in the night, falling into Su Xian's soul. At this moment, his body involuntarily stretched out his hand, wanting to take the star jade pendant in Princess Vivian's hand. No! The strong will made him just hang his hand in the air, and the soul pendant Natasha gave him was shining in his arms. Mind magic? Su Xian was puzzled. No, this has gone beyond the scope of mind magic, and is a higher level existence. The pair of golden pupils are as bright as stars. Exuding terrifying magic, Princess Vivian is really a witch. The raging magic echoed in Su Xian's mind, and his thoughts were like a sea ravaged by a strong wind, unable to calm down. Fragments of memory flashed quickly in his mind, and for a moment, he felt that he could not control his thoughts. However, when Princess Vivian saw that Su Xian had been standing still, and did not obey her orders, a trace of doubt flashed across her face. In theory, her magic eye should have successfully controlled the target. After all, Su Xian is just an ordinary person with very limited magic power, and it is difficult to resist the power of her magic eye. People controlled by her magic eye will obey her instructions, as if they were hypnotized and completely obeyed her will. Of course, this powerful power is not without cost, and generally she will not easily use the power of the magic eye. But now, she needs to dominate Su Xian and ask him something, so she has to activate the magic eye again. Princess Vivian said softly, "You will be willing, right? Submit to me." Her voice was gentle and seductive, as if she was telling an irresistible invitation. After she finished speaking, Princess Vivian's golden pupils emitted a brighter golden light. This power from the magic eye hit Su Xian's soul like a tsunami. Su Xian gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist this control. He could feel that the heart pendant on his chest was glowing and hot, as if it was on the verge of breaking. However, the time for counterattack has just begun. Since Princess Vivian is a witch, the magic power of the night which must be effective on her. Otherwise, how dare he come to see Princess Vivian alone? Night Witch, let me see your strength. Su Xian's mind turned, and he immediately mobilized the magic power of the night which deep in his soul. The moment he activated this magic power, the gears of fate began to turn quietly. The magic power of the night, which instantly enveloped his soul like a dark tide, immersing him in a void of darkness. Princess Vivian originally intended to erode Su Xian's soul through the magic eye and control his consciousness, but at this moment, her actions were strongly countered. Severe pain instantly surged into her mind, causing her beautiful golden pupils to expand sharply. At the same time, a strange force constantly stirred her memory, bringing a chaotic picture back to her consciousness. What is this? What are these? No! Asshole! Wait! Ah, master! Mother, save me! Why? Why is this happening? Don't do this, please. Princess Vivian suddenly fell to her knees with her legs trembling slightly, her delicate body trembling slightly, like a withered flower. Crystal clear tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and her snow-white skin was stained with a touch of crimson, as if she had suffered unspeakable torture. At this time, Su Xian's consciousness gradually recovered. When he saw Princess Vivian kneeling on the ground, her eyes rolled back, and she looked dazed and miserable. He was stunned. What's going on? He couldn't help but wonder what happened. Is the original magic power of the night witch so powerful? It made Princess Vivian look so miserable. He couldn't know what effect the original magic power of the night witch had on Princess Vivian, but it was certain that her highness must be very happy. Otherwise, why would the golden halo in her pupils flicker? Impersonating Issa, right? Chapter 60. What did you do to me? Recall those dirty memories. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Princess Vivian gradually regained consciousness. Her golden eyes flickered slightly, and her eyes were blurred, as if containing a vortex of thousands of emotions, even mixed with a trace of fear and submission to Su Xian. Of course, this was only a fleeting emotion. Memories? Su Xian's eyes condensed slightly. What memories? What made Vivian show such a depraved attitude? What did the original magic of the night witch do to Vivian? Could it be that a memory of his was reversely invaded into Vivian's consciousness? She was forced to watch a replay of the R18 live broadcast. Ahem. Su Xian straightened his posture and said indifferently, "You reaped what you sowed." I didn't expect that the princess of the Star Kingdom was actually a witch. It was really unexpected. Witch? Does a witch have to be a synonym for evil? Princess Vivian stood up with trembling legs, holding the table next to her, and said coldly, "Go and tell Luo Xia, tell the world that I am a witch. See if they will believe your one-sided words, or are willing to believe me, a princess loved by thousands of people." Her words made Su Xian narrow his eyes, and frown deeply. "Indeed, even if I tell others that Princess Vivian is a witch, no one will believe it. Moreover, Baron Norda's witch mark is in his heart. How could he not know the truth that his master is a witch? He definitely knows. But he still chose to be loyal to her. Obviously, there are many people like him in the political system of the Star Kingdom. Even if he knew that Princess Vivian was a witch, what could he do? No one would believe him. In addition, he couldn't just get rid of Vivian, because a princess must have countless self-defense items. Moreover, this was the castle of the Yerman family. If a princess died here, it would be a disaster for Luo Xia and the others. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't have the strength to defeat Princess Vivian. If he wanted to deal with her, he had to join Ides's camp. He wanted to invest all in Ides. I believe there must be a witch with a kind heart, but she would never be a politician who arbitrarily dominated others. Su Xian said expressionlessly, "Princess Vivian, I'm sorry I can't accept your commission, goodbye." After leaving this sentence, Su Xian turned and left. As the door was pushed open, the few people waiting outside immediately surrounded them. Although they didn't hear the movement in the room, Vivian's painful expression made the golden-armored female knight immediately notice something was wrong. "What did you do to Her Royal Highness?" The female knight immediately drew the sword from her waist and tried to stop Su Xian. "It's okay. It's none of his business, let him go." Vivian quickly comforted the female knight and asked her to let Su Xian go. Su Xian didn't say anything, but just left quietly with Avisa and Rosalind. Vivian stood quietly in the same place, staring at Su Xian's back with a pair of golden pupils, until he completely disappeared from her sight. Her heart that was beating fast due to fear gradually calmed down. "Her Royal Highness, are you okay?" the female knight asked Vivian with concern. "It's okay." Vivian shook her head, with a strange light flashing in her golden eyes. She recalled what Su Xian had just said. A kind which is definitely not a politician who arbitrarily dominates others. If kindness alone can save this country on the verge of destruction, then she doesn't have to risk being spurned by the world and inherit the witch's magic eye. After Luo Xia's coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow, we will immediately return to the royal city. Vivian whispered. "Yes. You leave first." When the female knight left, Vivian sat weakly on the jade bed. "It hurts." Vivian bit her teeth lightly, covered her head in pain, and whispered, "Is it a side effect of the magic eye? Damn it! There's no time. I must fully master this power as soon as possible." At this moment, in Silver Moon Town, thousands of miles away, Edith was sitting in the courtyard of the church, tasting the fragrant black tea. Oh, they met? Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in her bright red eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "It seems that our princess cannot fully master the power of the magic eye. Whether it is for me or for that little guy, it ended in failure. It even caused her consciousness to be invaded in the opposite direction." But Edith's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and her thoughts were intertwined. It seemed that there was a trace of magic flowing in her eyes. My child really inherited the desire for life magic in the succubus bloodline. I hope the little guy's body can still hold on. The succubus's needs will only grow with the power. Even if all the magic patterns are unlocked, it cannot escape the lust deep in the heart. Edith whispered to herself. She has all the memories of Issa, so she knows everything that happened and Issa's feelings. Of course, with her power, suppressing the lustful impulse in her heart is just a matter of moving her fingers. It's almost time. I'd slowly raised her head and looked at the sky. The sunset glow was like fresh blood, gradually dyeing the whole sky red. She whispered, "This sky is so beautiful. There are no such beautiful colors in the abyss." "Huh, I'm finally back." With a flash of white light, Su Xian walked out of the teleportation array. After asking Luo Xia about the arrangements for the coming-of-age ceremony, he immediately returned to the guild. He needed to think carefully about how to deal with the upcoming difficulties. After all, he had offended a princess, or more precisely, a witch princess with magic eyes. It was really a headache. By the way, the agreed time is coming soon. Su Xian suddenly realized that there was only half an hour left for the time he and Ides agreed to, and he had to prepare to leave immediately for the appointment. Before leaving, he had one more thing to deal with. Su Xian opened the task panel and submitted the special commission task he had just completed. Special mission, Whisper of the Witch. Completed. Add 20 silver coins, 2,000 experience points. Get 1 free entry refresh. Congratulations on completing the special mission. Your player rating has been upgraded to E, and you have received an adventurer recruitment scroll, green. Since your player rating has been upgraded to E, all attributes have been increased by 20. Gain player skills. Warning! An unknown error has occurred. Player skills have been changed. Please choose 2 of the following 5 entries. Add them for yourself. NTL Enthusiast. Purifier. Like basketball. Sunny and cheerful. Mother-in-law killer. Chapter 61. Tip. Since the player skills are fixed, the player entries cannot be refreshed. Su Xian fell into deep thought when he saw the 5 entries that popped up. He was a little surprised that he could actually add entries for himself. But from the current situation, it seems that the entry selection will only appear when the player is evaluated and promoted. Other players can also obtain player skills at this stage, but the skills of other players are fixed and very serious. It is similar to improving attributes for oneself, or providing amplification for members of the guild. But the entry on Su Xian's side, it seems a bit too frivolous. What the hell is a mother-in-law killer? How can there be so many mothers-in-law to conquer? NTL enthusiasts are even more outrageous. Why write about the Emperor's uncle here? This is a regular website, and the most important thing is, it can't be refreshed. He needs to choose 2 of the 5 entries. NTL enthusiasts. Purifiers. Like basketball. Sunny and cheerful. Mother-in-law killer. How to choose? Normal people should not choose to like basketball, right? The other 4 entries are also meaningless. It's a bit strange no matter how you choose. After some thought, Su Xian finally made a decision. The entry combination you chose is Sunny and cheerful mother-in-law killer. The reason why Su Xian still chose mother-in-law killer is that he hopes that this entry will be useful in the future. For example, a certain mythical succubus. After all, he has already decided to go all out for Itis, so he has to get along well with her, right? Mother-in-law killer. Your attraction to mature women increases. Special attack increases. This effect gains additional boosts for units with higher values of age, charm, and doubles for mother-in-law units. The effect can be stacked infinitely. Sure enough, it's not a very serious entry. It doesn't increase combat power at all. Su Xian sighed. Fortunately, he still has 1 entry. Sunny and cheerful. You shine and heat like the sun. Local temperature increases by 0 to 666 degrees Celsius. Negative emotions will not affect your character. Ah! Su Xian's emotions suddenly became uncontrollable. He thought he had chosen a relatively normal entry, but in fact it was not the case. Good guy? Are all the entries added to himself a bunch of improper entries? Fuck, what a bullshit. How can you understand me so well? Partial luminescence? Su Xian suddenly became curious, lowered his head, and gently pushed away the mist. Fuck. It will glow. Ahem. Don't let Issa find out, otherwise you won't be able to make the appointment on time. Issa, it's time to leave. Su Xian got up quickly and prepared to go to the church. Before leaving, his eyes fell on the green recruitment scroll lying quietly on the guild bar. He thought, let's deal with the recruitment matters after returning, if he can return smoothly today. Okay, Issa agreed softly and followed Su Xian. Just before they stepped into the portal, Su Xian turned to Luz Lin and said, I leave the silver swallowtail to you. If it's hungry, give it something to eat. You decide. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xian rushed into the teleportation array in a hurry. White light flashed instantly, and his figure disappeared in the array in an instant. Luz Lin was left alone. She turned her head and looked at the magic flame silver swallowtail flying around in the guild hall. She shrugged lightly, her face calm. With a light wave of her bone finger, a wisp of magic power fluttered at her fingertips and flew into the air. The magic flame silver swallowtail seemed to sense the smell of food, and happily followed the wisp of magic power, stretching out its slender mouth parts woven with flames, and swallowed the wisp of magic power bit by bit. Seeing this, Rosalind stopped paying attention. She picked up a newspaper, crossed her legs, and began her leisure time. In the blink of an eye, Su Xian came to Avisa's church. The night was deep, rendering the sky a deep blue-black. The nuns in the church were praying in the evening, their voices harmonious and pious. And at the door of the church, Sister Moran was waiting alone. Sister Moran. Avisa walked towards her, and was about to speak, but was stopped by Sister Moran. Avisa, everyone is going to the evening prayer, you should go too. Sister Moran said in a cold tone. Okay. Avisa responded briefly, without saying much, and walked into the church quietly. When Avisa's back disappeared at the entrance of the church, Sister Moran immediately turned to Su Xian and said, "Let's go, the master is waiting for you." "Yes." Su Xian responded softly, following Sister Moran's steps, and walked towards the back garden of the church. "Go in." "Okay." Su Xian nodded slightly, and walked into the depths of the garden. What came into view was an exquisite stone pavilion, where Ms. Edith was sitting quietly, tasting black tea. Her expression was leisurely and contented. "I'm here for the appointment, Ms. Edith." Su Xian walked slowly towards the pavilion and said softly, "You're finally here." Edith stood up with a faint smile. She was wearing a bright red long dress, which wrapped her plump figure in beautiful curves, which made people think about it constantly. Su Xian also noticed that there was a wet buttocks mark where Edith had just sat, and it seemed that she had been sitting there for a long time. "Please sit down." After the two sat down, Edith waved her fingertips, and the teapot automatically filled a cup of black tea for Su Xian. Su Xian picked up the teacup, took a sip, and immediately felt a sweet tea fragrance overflowing in his mouth. The tea flowed between his lips and teeth, as if countless elves were dancing on the tip of Su Xian's tongue. At that moment, a glimmer flashed in his mind, bright and clear, gradually filling his consciousness, making him feel refreshed. Also, this black tea seems to contain a hint of wine? The aroma is elegant and subtle, intertwined with the aroma of black tea, forming a unique and attractive charm. This black tea tastes good, right? This is a special black tea for the royal family of the Star Kingdom. Even the prince and princess can only enjoy it 2 or 3 times a year. Edith put down the teacup and said with a smile, her bright red eyes as smooth as silk, staring at Su Xian quietly, "It's really good." Su Xian nodded. He also found that he seemed to be in a state of excitement after drinking this cup of black tea. Excitement, 12 hours all attributes plus 10. Will not fall into a state of sleep. Just as Su Xian was intoxicated by the rich aroma of black tea and savoring the mellow taste like nectar, his eyes could not help but be attracted by the stunning beauty of Idas opposite him. At this time, Idas's voice sounded, flowing leisurely like a clear spring, and her slightly cold tone revealed a hint of intimacy. "I understand that you are full of questions in your heart. Ask, and I will answer you according to the situation." Chapter 62. I understand that you are full of questions. Ask them, and I will answer them according to the situation, Edith said softly. Her voice was like a gentle breeze, making people feel extremely relaxed and comfortable. Su Xian thought for a moment, then asked, "Is the competitor you mentioned in your previous letter Princess Vivian?" "I guess so. I support another royal princess, so there is indeed a competitive relationship between me and Princess Vivian," Edith said, gently picking up a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth. "But after all, she is just a little girl who has just turned 16. She is still childish, lacks patience and perseverance, and is easily affected by emotions. Even the power of the magic eye has just been mastered, so I don't have to worry too much. In addition, she is just a chess piece. In addition to her, there are 2 other princes and a prince, and they are competing for the throne that will be vacant. The situation in the Star Kingdom is much more complicated than you think. I don't want you, and Ifsa, to be involved in this mess." Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already blew himself up to Princess Vivian, and it should be impossible for him to stay out of it. "Anything else you want to ask?" I'd put down her handkerchief, which was stained with lipstick and exuded a faint fragrance. "What is your relationship with Issa?" Su Xian has always wanted to ask Ides this question, and now he finally has the chance. "I created her." As Ides spoke, her eyes glanced at the bright moon in the sky in the distance. "You can understand that I am her mother, or she is a part of me, and it is even okay to regard her as me. But she is me, and I am not her. Do you understand?" Su Xian seemed to understand what Edith said. Your reaction is really interesting." Edith looked at Su Xian's reaction and smiled. She stared at Su Xian and continued, "Issa is a child who should not have been created. For some reason, I can't be responsible for her life, and can only abandon her in this church. I feel guilty about this, and can only watch her grow up in secret. However, leaving the succubus in the human world is a very dangerous thing. Even if she can resist the temptation of the succubus bloodline when she was a child, as she grows older, the desire will become stronger and stronger. She must find an outlet to relieve the desire brought by the bloodline, but this may expose her identity and destroy everything she has overnight. I have never known what to do to save it all. What surprised me is, she made her own choice, and this choice seems to be not bad." As she said, Edith cast a seductive glance at Su Xian, her eyes full of charm and temptation. Su Xian was silent for a moment. He could feel the tenderness in Edith's words. It seemed like a mother's love for her child, but with a hint of helplessness. And from Edith's description, it can be known that Issa has no father. It's not even the life she conceived, but a baby born in some way. So the world doesn't know that you are a succubus, right? Su Xian asked further. He realized that the reason why Edith could not publicly recognize Issa was probably due to the sensitivity of her identity, and even involved other complicated reasons. Yes. Edith nodded slightly, confirming Su Xian's guess. Not only do they not know that I am a succubus, they have never even seen my true appearance. In the eyes of Sister Morin and others, my face is always blurry, as if covered by a mysterious veil. Only you are an exception. Is this like this? Su Xian was stunned for a moment when he heard Edith's words. Is he the only one who can see Edith's true face? Does this mean a special recognition? By the way, is Sister Morin a human? No, she is half human and half succubus. Edith replied, although it is difficult for humans and succubus to produce offspring, there are always exceptions. I brought her back from the abyss and gave her a new life. She is a loyal servant who is even willing to sacrifice her life for me. Su Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Even Sister Morin, who had a deep relationship with Edith, couldn't see her true face, but he could. This is more than recognition, it's like a family. Any other questions? Edith raised the teacup gracefully and took a sip. A red lip print was left on the edge of the teacup, which looked particularly tempting in Su Xian's eyes. Ahem, Su Xian quickly gathered his thoughts. He found that he was always attracted by Edith's every move. Is it because Edith is a succubus? Strange. No other questions if I must ask. Is the only difference between you and Issa the hair color? Su Xian couldn't help but ask curiously. Why? Do you want to confirm it yourself? Edith asked with a smile. Although she was smiling, Su Xian was keenly aware of a hidden chill. Next time. Su Xian smiled indifferently and tactfully avoided the topic. It's getting late, I leave first. Wait, this is for you. Edith suddenly took out a silk scarf and threw it to Su Xian. What is this? Su Xian took the silk scarf and looked at it carefully. As soon as his eyes fell on the silk scarf, the information of the item emerged in his mind. Witch's silk scarf, rarest silk scarf from a witch. Add 1 charm, add 10 magic power. Contains a trace of witch's breath. Witch's silk scarf. This is a reward for you, and... Edith moved her fingertips lightly, and a wisp of red magic slowly flowed into Su Xian's body. You have obtained a wisp of pure lust magic power. Su Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. Eyes actually gave him another ray of pure lustful magic? Is this to make him the embodiment of lust? Finally, I give you a kind reminder. The desire of the succubus will increase with the improvement of strength. If you don't want to die, remember to improve your own strength. Okay, thank you for the reminder. Su Xian turned and left after expressing his gratitude. There is indeed some reason why Aisha would choose this little guy. After Su Xian left, Ide smiled lightly, and was quite satisfied with Su Xian. Just as she was thinking, a black shadow appeared silently above the church. Ide's originally happy mood cooled down instantly, and a layer of coldness covered her beautiful face. She snorted contemptuously, flicked her finger, and a wisp of magic flame burst out and rushed into the sky. Ah! Damn it! The black shadow screamed in fear, but was instantly devoured by Edith's magic flame and turned into ashes. Although the black shadow had disappeared, Edith still keenly sensed the other party's identity. Is it someone from the Church of Light? She frowned in disgust. There are more and more rats recently, which is really annoying. After the date with Edith, Su Xian walked into the church. The light in the church was soft, full of solemn and peaceful atmosphere. He happened to see Issa standing alone in front of the statue of the God of Light. She looked up, her eyes focused on the statue, with crystal clear tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, pitiful and helpless. Issa, what happened? Su Xian asked Issa with concern. Mr. Su Xian. Issa suddenly threw herself into Su Xian's arms, sobbing. Sister Kelly said that starting from tomorrow, for a total of 3 days, it is the annual Thanksgiving ceremony of the Church of Light. She does not allow us to do anything that violates the rules of the church during these 3 days. So, I can't serve you anymore during these 3 days. Issa's voice was full of grievances. Thanksgiving ceremony? Yeah. So Issa raised her head, with a gleam of expectation in her eyes. Please feed me now. Otherwise, I will be broken if I can't taste your life magic for 3 days. Ah? Chapter 63. Quick, right now, right here. Issa was eager to tear through the clouds and betray the holy light under the witness of the statue of the God of Light. Wait. If it's here, won't the nuns find out? Su Xian asked hurriedly. Don't worry. Ifsa gently took off her nun's hat, and her dark purple hair flowed like a waterfall, flickering charmingly under the swaying candlelight. She bent down slightly, leaned close to Su Xian's ear, and whispered, "They are all asleep, now is the best time to forage." Huh, along with this voice, there is also Ifsa's sweet and moist breath. Hiss, Su Xian felt his soul trembling, as if Ivisa was praying to his soul, but what shocked him even more was that for some reason, he seemed to see a double image of Ivisa? No. Why do I feel more and more like Idessa when I look at Ivisa now? Although they look almost the same, their temperament and hair color are obviously different. Ivisa has long dark purple hair that flows like water, while Idessa has long wine red hair with slightly curled ends, which adds a bit of mature feminine charm. There are still some differences between them. Wait, what am I thinking about? Could it be that I have become obsessed with Idessa after just 2 dates with her? There must be something wrong with me. Wait. It seems that there is nothing wrong with Idessa's appearance and figure, those who have no idea about her. That's wrong, right? No wonder she hides her true face. If she keeps showing her true face, I'm afraid the entire Star Kingdom will be in turmoil. Mr. Su Xian? What are you thinking about? Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Issa's confused voice brought him back to reality. Su Xian raised his head slightly, and found a trace of loss in Issa's eyes. It seemed that while she was enjoying the fun of foraging, her partner was thinking about other things, which made her feel a little humiliated as a succubus. However, this feeling of being ignored seems not bad. At least it will make her heart beat slightly faster. Ah? Don't misunderstand Ifsa, I really... Su Xian was about to explain, but Ifsa gently touched her lips with her fingertips. There was a faint light flashing in her light purple eyes, as bright as stars. She said charmingly, "No need to explain, my master. Some things do not need to be expressed in words. I can understand your heart. All you have to do is let the holy light shine and heat in my soul." As she said that, she gently lifted the veil. Oh my God, will it really shine and heat? Ivessa suddenly widened her eyes, and small hearts flashed in her pupils, as if containing endless surprises and expectations. Ivessa's desire is skyrocketing. Current desire, 233. It's the holy light. The following is a plot description of a devout nun praying to the holy light, and the following 100,000 words are omitted. A white light flashed by, and Su Xian returned to the guild weekly. When he returned to the guild, it was already late at night. In just a few hours, he deeply felt the meaning of Edith's words. After Ifsa's level was raised, her desires were also growing. She had just fallen in love with the feeling of her lower abdomen skin glowing and gradually getting hot, and she even wanted to continue to increase the temperature. Ahem, if Sister Kelly hadn't heard some noise, and came to the church hall to patrol, he might not be able to come back today. What I had said is true. Ifsa's desire is getting stronger. He whispered to himself, his heart full of anxiety and worry about the future. He knew that he had to become stronger, otherwise, sooner or later. Hiss, succubus. Huh. Let's recruit new adventurers first. Don't let that little guy wait too long. Su Xian sighed lightly, walked leisurely to the guild's bar, and picked up the green quality recruitment scroll. Compared with white quality recruitment scrolls, green quality recruitment scrolls have a probability of recruiting epic quality units, although the probability is only 0.01%. In addition to epic quality, the probability of recruiting elite quality in green recruitment scrolls is 3%, and rare quality is 10%. Although the probability is much higher than that of white scrolls, most people still draw ordinary quality adventurers. Before recruiting, Su Xian took out the magic doll, and gently pinched her cute face to wake her up from her deep sleep. "Ah, it hurts." The magic doll woke up and said coquettishly, Master, are you going to summon me? Have you finally waited for this moment?" Her cheerful voice was full of anticipation. "Well, this is for you." Su Xian took out the witch's silk scarf and gently tied it on the magic doll's wrist. "This is the breath of the witch." "Thank you, master." "Attention! I like your magic doll a little bit, has changed too. I like your magic doll very much. By the way, I wonder if you like these things?" Su Xian took out 2 more fragments from his backpack. One was a cold ice fragment emitting cold air, and the other was a burning flame pupa fragment. Although they have lost their original effect, they still contain the breath of the witch. I wonder if the magic doll will like it. "I love you so much. I love you so much. My lord." "Attention! I love your magic doll, has changed too. I love your magic doll so much. The current entry cannot be changed. I love your magic doll so much. She regards you as the god who created her. You are her only one. Favorability 100 plus 20. Favorability decreases by 50 for people who have nothing to do with you. She is willing to obey all your instructions, and all attributes are increased by 50% during the execution of the instructions. Immunity to mental magic. Oh! Su Xian saw the inherent entry of the magic doll, and showed a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that there would be a limited condition to increase his own favorability and reduce the enemy's favorability. Moreover, in terms of favorability, ISA is only 100 plus 5, while the initial favorability of the magic doll is directly 100 plus 20. The favorability is full at the beginning. I wonder what surprises will come. While thinking, Su Xian gently picked up the green recruitment scroll and threw it upward. At this moment, the whole guild was filled with a mysterious and solemn atmosphere, as if a sacred ceremony was taking place. My turn. Draw a card. Swish, swish, swish. A green recruitment scroll floated in the air, flashing a bright light, illuminating the entire guild. At the same time, a series of entries came into Su Xian's eyes. I like your magic doll very much. Dark chocolate. Fishtail. Nighttime activities. Zombie. Hate to study. White silk maid. Strawberry flavor. Chapter 64. I like your magic doll so much. Dark chocolate. Fishtail. Nighttime. Zombie. Hate studying. White silk maid. Strawberry flavor. Oh, white silk maid. Su Xian's sight was instantly attracted to the 8 entries that popped up. Among these entries, except for I like your magic doll so much, which was a must, most of the other entries did not attract much of his attention, only the entry White silk maid made him pay some attention. Who doesn't like white silk maid? Well, this one can be kept. Nighttime. Fishtail. Hate studying refresh. Heavenly drop. Hot girl. Love into silk. What is love into silk? Su Xian showed a hint of surprise on his face after seeing the newly refreshed entries. He pondered for a moment and decided not to refresh the entries, but to combine them among the existing 8 entries. In addition, the entry Soulmate that had never been used before could be considered to be attached to the magic doll. That's it. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Xian finally decided on the order of the entries, and a new entry popped up in his field of vision. The entry is being compiled. I like you so much. My soulmate who loves you so much is the white silk made of the magic doll. Recruiting. When the words fell, Su Xian found that the magic doll in his hand was flashing a dazzling pink light. It's coming, something strange is coming. The magic doll laughed like a silver bell, and her body, the puppet carefully woven with silk threads, was gradually surrounded by pink magic. As the magic surged, her petite puppet body began to be rewoven and gradually grew to the size of a normal person. However, what Su Xian was more concerned about was that during the reconstruction of the body of the magic doll, her clothes did not seem to appear. The body woven from silk threads was lifelike, flawless, and full of the youth and beauty of a girl. Especially the snow-white color that could be held in one hand. Ahem, such a realistic rag doll. Master. After the body was woven, the magic doll happily rushed towards Su Xian. Just as she was about to jump into Su Xian's arms, she suddenly realized that her clothes had not been woven yet. Please wait a moment. She blinked playfully, and then gently touched her fingertips and touched her snow-white skin. The next moment, the magic power began to surge, quickly weaving a gorgeous dress, gradually wrapping the exquisite body of the magic doll. It was a maid uniform woven from pink and white, with a delicate texture, elegant and gorgeous. The clothes are also inlaid with exquisite girlish decorations, such as shiny lace and cute bows, which perfectly set off her playfulness and cuteness. The whole maid uniform fits tightly to the body, revealing the exquisite figure and graceful curves of the magic doll. Even more fascinating is the pair of snow-white stockings as bright as the crescent moon, which gently wrap the girl's slender jade feet, revealing a hint of innocent temptation. Paired with pink round-toed leather shoes, the girl's sweetness and playfulness are perfectly integrated, showing the unique youthful beauty of the girl. Master. After weaving the clothes, the magic doll couldn't wait to throw herself into Su Xian's arms. She tiptoed, pressed her little face tightly against Su Xian's cheek, and rubbed it enthusiastically, full of endless attachment and closeness. Facing the enthusiasm of the magic doll, Su Xian was somewhat at a loss. What followed was the sweet scent that drifted into his nose. The unique fragrance was like the freshness and tenderness of a young girl, gently stirring Su Xian's heartstrings, making him flustered and intoxicated. While thinking, Su Xian's eyes moved slightly, and the detailed information of the magic doll immediately appeared in his sight. Magic doll, epic, level, 0, 0 out of 100, race, doll. Strength, 60/agility, 100/magic, 100/constitution, 60. Growth, 10 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features. Magic doll who likes you very much. White silk maid. Soulmate. Love into silk. Magic doll who likes you very much. She regards you as the god who created her. You are her only one. Favorability 100 plus 20. Favorability decreases by 50 for people who have nothing to do with you. She is willing to obey all your instructions, and all attributes are increased by 50% during the execution of instructions. Get immunity to mind magic. White silk maid. This world cannot do without white silk maid. White silk is so high. 50% of damage is converted to real damage. She is good at handling all maid-related matters. Soulmate. She and you are in tune with each other, and you regard each other as soulmates. A soul connection beyond words has been established between you. Through this deep connection, you can communicate through your heart. Love becomes silk. Her love for you is deeply rooted in her heart, and this emotion is lingering like silk and continues to grow. Every point of favorability increases the combat power by 1%. Hiss. After seeing the entry of the magic doll, Su Xian opened his mouth slightly in surprise, revealing an expression of disbelief. The effect of white silk is actually real damage. What about black silk? And ahem, in addition, the effect of love into silk is also good. The favorability of the magic doll is 100 plus 20 points, which can increase the combat power by 120%. Finally, his eyes fell on the term soulmate. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity and expectation. He lowered his eyes, and met the sky-blue eyes of the magic doll. His figure was reflected in those clear eyes, full of deep attachment and closeness. Master, I like it. The voice of the magic doll sounded softly. Although it did not open its mouth, the voice echoed in Su Xian's mind. Mind communication? Su Xian raised his eyebrows, and thought that this ability was quite convenient. In the future, he could give instructions to the magic doll through mind communication without speaking. Moreover, judging from the current effect, this ability of mind communication seems to have no distance limit. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, they can communicate unimpeded. The premise is that the little head of the magic doll should not have so many fantasies. Ah, the master smells so good. Such strong chest muscles, touch them. I really want to kiss every inch of the master's skin. Damn, there is still the breath of the succubus. No! The master is mine. Hee hee, I want to hug the master to sleep tonight. Hiss, the inner activities of the magic doll are quite rich, and something is wrong. Master. The magic doll moved her lips slightly, and her soft red lips flickered slightly in the dim light, as if mixed with a hint of irresistible temptation. Her eyes were full of affection, her voice was as smooth as silk, and she spoke slowly with a little expectation and desire. You haven't given me a name yet. Only which creations that are given names can be considered to have real life. Please, master. Please give me the true meaning of life. The role mission of the magic doll has officially started. I love master. Task overview. Infuse her with the true meaning of life. Phase 1. Name her and give her a unique identity of existence. Task reward. Unlock a new form of soul weapon. Current number of soul weapons, 0. Chapter 65. Task reward. Unlock a new form of soul weapon. Current number of soul weapons, 0. Current upper limit of soul weapons, 3. Soul weapon. Su Xian couldn't help but wonder what a soul weapon was when he saw the task reward. However, the current number of soul weapons of the magic doll is 0. If you want to solve this mystery, you must complete the role task first. Give you a name? Su Xian stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. He has always been a little overwhelmed by things like naming, especially for pure and lovely girls. Well, it's just pure and lovely on the outside, but the inner activities of the magic doll are just like the succubus of Issa. Master, give me a nicer name, the magic doll said coquettishly. A nicer name? How about Alice? Alice? I like this name very much. The doll nodded happily, then smiled sweetly. Thank you for the name, master. From today on, I will be called Alice. At the same time, a task prompt appeared in Su Xian's sight. The first stage of the doll character task is completed. Obtain task reward. Soul weapon new form +1. Transforming the witch's breath in the doll's body. Unlock the new form of soul weapon Soul Cutter. Soul Cutter, unknown a scissors weapon that can cut souls, derived from the breath of the night witch. When the prompt sound fell, the scissor-shaped hairpin on Alice's hair shone with a dazzling light, and then turned into a pair of black scissors taller than Alice. Alice held the scissors joyfully, with curiosity and excitement in her eyes. Can this pair of scissors cut souls? Su Xian stared at the huge black scissors in Alice's hand, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Alice's first soul weapon actually has such a unique effect. Moreover, it is of unknown quality, which makes him wonder whether the form and ability of this soul weapon will change as Alice continues to grow. A soul weapon evolved from the breath of the night witch. Su Xian's eyes fell on the subsequent annotations of the soul weapon, which came from the breath of the night witch. It turns out that the current number of soul weapons is limited to 3, because they must be attached to the breath of the witch. The fragments of the flame pupa and the strange stone, because they are all the breath left by the night witch, can only trigger one soul weapon form. This surprised Su Xian. It turned out that the strange stone also belonged to the night witch. In addition, the ice fragments of the icefield witch and the witch scarf given to him by Ides all came from different witches. I wonder what form of soul weapon the breath of these 2 witches will be transformed into. Phase 2. Give her the ability to survive and complete 5 commission tasks. Task reward. Unlock a new form of soul weapon. Current number of soul weapons. 1. After completing 5 commissions, will the second soul weapon form be unlocked? Su Xian thought, looking at Alice. At this time, she was curiously familiar with the newly acquired soul weapon. The huge scissors, which were nearly 2 meters long, were easily controlled in her hands like light needles and threads, and cut quickly. For some reason, Su Xian always felt a chill when he stared at the scissors in Alice's hand, as if a cold wind was blowing. As for the tasks, since the promotion to E-level evaluation, the number of commission tasks in the guild has reached 10. The experience and money rewards of E-level commission tasks are much higher than those of F-level tasks, but correspondingly, the difficulty of the tasks has also increased a lot. In addition, there is an additional reminder. Hint: the novice protection period is over, and you may meet more players in the next task. So that's how it is. No wonder other players were only encountered in Luo Xia's E-level tasks. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully, and carefully browsed the task panel to understand the general situation of the E-level tasks. 5 combat tasks, 5 other types of commissions. Huh? Su Xian suddenly found that the location of a task was Blue Moon City. He remembered that Blue Moon City was a city near Silver Moon Town, and the previous house pastor was also from Blue Moon City. Commission 6, find missing women. Mission description: several women have disappeared in Blue Moon City in the past week. The law enforcement knights have been searching for them in vain. Please find them. Mission reward: 25 silver coins, 2,500 experience points. Classic plot? Su Xian thought to himself that he would learn more about this mission after attending Luo Xia's coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow. After all, Blue Moon City is very close to Silver Moon Town, and he doesn't want anyone to hurt the nuns in the church. He glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when he came back from the church. Now it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Calculating the real time, isn't it past 9 o'clock in the morning? Before he knew it, he had stayed up all night. Fortunately, the black tea that Edith gave him had a refreshing effect, so he was still energetic even at this time. Master. Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, Alice's voice rang softly, and she held his right arm. What's wrong? Su Xian came back to his senses and asked with concern. Alice lowered her head slightly, with a hint of shyness and helplessness in her voice. Master, my body seems to have some lines. Can you help me take a look? As she spoke, she raised her head, and her water blue eyes flashed with a soft glimmer, like a wounded deer, which made people feel pity. Su Xian looked at Alice, looking at her shy and expectant expression, and a desire to protect her surged in his heart. How could she resist this? He gently stroked her pink hair and said softly, Where? Here. Alice's slender fingers gently touched her pair of pink round-toed leather shoes, her voice soft and shy. Is it here that the thread is broken? Sit down first, I help you check. Alice nodded, sat lightly on the wooden chair, her feet together, obedient. Su Xian gently helped her take off her leather shoes and carefully put them aside. The pair of jade feet wrapped in white silk were completely exposed to his sight. They were perfect like a finely crafted work of art, snow-white and smooth, without a single flaw. The shape of the soles of the feet was elegant, and the skin was as delicate as porcelain, as if it had never been touched by the roughness of the world. The heels were round and cute, and the light pink color revealed a hint of naturalness and innocence, as if inviting Su Xian to touch them gently. It also exudes a light milky fragrance, which is fresh but not strong, like a natural body fragrance intertwined with the unique sweet breath of a girl, tempting but not vulgar, making people intoxicated. Chapter 66. Artwork. Su Xian admired Alice's flawless jade feet, and sighed in his heart. Black silk is beautiful, but it depends on who wears it. For Alice, who looks pure and lovely, white silk is the perfect choice. Master, have you found the place where the thread is broken? At this time, Alice's voice came as light as the wind. She bit her hands slightly, as if holding a delicate flower, carefully holding the pink ponytails. Her beautiful big eyes were as clear and bright as lake water, full of expectation and desire. Don't worry, let me take a closer look. Su Xian carefully observed Alice's 2 delicate jade feet, and brushed every area with his fingertips to avoid missing any place. However, after observing for a long time, he still couldn't find the thread that needed to be stitched. Wait! Su Xian suddenly came to his senses. Alice's clothes were woven by her magic. How could they be untied? However, when he just figured it out, Alice had already started her action. She gently raised her toes, guided Su Xian's chin closer, and said coquettishly, "Maybe it's not here. Can you help me look at other places?" As soon as Alice finished speaking, her inner thought surged towards Su Xian like a tide. "It's not untied. I just want the master to help me check every place in detail. I like being stared at by the master with admiring eyes the most. Master, please take a good look at me. You little girl, you are teasing your master, right? Okay, I need to rest for a while now. You go say hello to the members of the guild." As he spoke, Su Xian gently patted Alice's white silk jade feet, stood up, and planned to take a short rest. Although Ida's black tea made him energetic, the previous struggle with Ivsa in the church had drained his body. Now, he just wanted to lie down for a while, and recover his strength. "Okay, then master, you take a rest first." Alice winked playfully, but did not continue to pester Su Xian. She put on her pink round-toed leather shoes, and ran towards Lorthelin, who was sitting in the guild hall. Su Xian smiled faintly, turned around and walked into the inner room of the guild, and laid down on the simple wooden bed, ready to make do with this night. However, just as he fell asleep, Alice walked into the room quietly. She stood by the bed, staring at Su Xian, who was sleeping, with a mysterious and charming smile on her face. The next day, the morning sun shone softly into the room through the cracks in the window. Mr. Su Xian?" A gentle call woke Su Xian from his deep sleep. He opened his eyes dazedly and looked towards the door. Ivsa was standing there. Her expression revealed a hint of surprise. Her eyes focused on Su Xian. "Good morning, Ivsa." Su Xian smiled and greeted Ivsa, although he was a little confused. He didn't understand why Ivsa looked at him with such a surprised look. Is it because it was his first time to stay overnight in the guild? While thinking, Su Xian suddenly smelled a faint fragrance, which was refreshing and made him feel inexplicably excited. At the same time, he noticed that his left arm was heavy, as if it was pressed by something heavy. And at this moment, he seemed to understand something. When he turned his head slightly, a snow-white scene came into his eyes. Alice was hugging his left arm tightly, lying quietly beside him, her pure and flawless skin gleaming with an attractive luster in the dim light. "Wait, Alice, where is your maid uniform? Ah, why is it messily thrown on the bed and the floor? Last night, after he fell asleep, what happened?" At this time, Alice slowly opened her sleepy eyes, and her big blue eyes were like bright stars, shining charmingly in the dim light of the morning. She stared at Su Xian quietly, and a smile appeared on her youthful cheeks. "Good morning, master." Su Xian's face was a little serious, and he tried to search in his memory, but everything about last night was like being shrouded in thick fog, and he couldn't remember anything. "Mr. Su Xian, who is this?" Yisha walked into the room in confusion, picked up the clothes gently, and handed them to Alice one by one, while looking at Su Xian with a confused look. "She is Alice, a new member of our guild," Su Xian explained. "Do you remember the doll Emily gave me?" "She is." As he spoke, Su Xian gently pulled back his arm that was tightly held by Alice. He tried hard to recall, trying to piece together the memory fragments of last night from those scattered fragments. However, after thinking for a long time, he came to the conclusion that nothing happened last night. After all, before that, he had been drained of his life magic by Yafusha. "So she is the doll Emily gave you?" Yafusha looked at Alice curiously, her lavender eyes flickered with a glimmer, as if she was surprised by Alice's identity. Then, she smiled and said, "Welcome to join our guild." "Hello, Senior Succubus," Alice greeted Ivsa politely, her voice sweet and gentle, and her body actively clung to Su Xian again. Su Xian looked at Alice's actions, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his finger, gently tapped Alice's little head, and reminded her, "Okay. Hurry up and put on your clothes, we will go out later." "Oh!" Alice covered her head, and got up and dressed obediently. She just touched her skin gently with her fingertips, and the pink-made uniform immediately turned into soft silk threads, as if summoned by magic, and re-intertwined on her skin, perfectly outlining and wrapping her graceful curves. "Huh?" Su Xian exhaled a breath of turbid air, walked out of the room, rubbed his temples, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He found that even if he rested in the virtual game world, he could enjoy the same sleep effect as in reality, which surprised him very much. This means that players can immerse themselves in the game for a long time, and only need to return to reality to meet basic needs when necessary, such as eating, drinking water, and going to the toilet. When he came to the guild hall, he saw Luoselin taking good care of the magic flame silver swallowtail. Luoselin focused on guiding a strand of magic power in her body, and slowly let it out. This strand of magic power jumped in her palm, flickering with a faint light, like a lively stream. Then, she handed this magic power to the magic flame silver swallowtail for daily feeding. "Does this little guy eat magic power?" Su Xian asked Luoselin curiously. Luoselin nodded calmly and explained patiently, "Well, it is a monster gathered by elemental magic. Normally, you just need to keep feeding it with magic. Of course, it prefers to eat magic from its master." Chirp! When the magic flame silver swallowtail saw Su Xian coming, it immediately flew to his shoulder happily and gently rubbed Su Xian's cheek. The pair of shining butterfly eyes revealed deep desire and expectation, as if silently telling its thirst for magic. Su Xian pondered for a moment, thinking that after he was promoted to an E-level player, his full attributes did improve a little. Adding the basic attributes, now, each of his attributes is as high as 30 points. Although the combat power is still a little insufficient, it should be enough to feed the magic flame silver swallowtail, right? "Okay, I feed you magic." Su Xian smiled gently, stretched out his fingertips, and prepared to transmit magic to the magic flame silver swallowtail according to the method taught by Itza. However, just as his fingertips stretched out, the slender mouth parts of the magic flame silver swallowtail quickly wrapped around his fingertips, and began to greedily absorb the magic power in his body. "Is this all right?" "It's quite simple." Su Xian originally thought that this process would be simple, just letting the magic flame silver swallowtail absorb some magic power. But after just a few seconds, he realized something was wrong. The magic power in his body was being lost at an alarming rate, being continuously absorbed by the magic flame silver swallowtail. Magic power, almost gone? Wait a minute. Magic flame silver swallowtail, stop! The magic flame silver swallowtail, pet, has received your magic power supply and has obtained the temporary state of magic power filling. Magic power filling. 24H magic value increased by 10%, magic power increased by 20%. Your magic power loss is serious, and you have obtained the temporary state of magic power exhaustion. Magic power exhaustion. 12H unable to use magic. Ah. Chapter 67. Mr. Su Xian, are you feeling unwell? Natasha asked with concern, her beautiful eyes showing deep concern for Su Xian. "It's okay." Su Xian waved his hand calmly, indicating that he was just over-consuming his magic power, and that it was nothing serious. He had never expected that the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly's desire for magic power was so strong, like an insatiable bottomless pit, and it instantly sucked all the magic power in his body. This directly led to him coming to Luo Xiao's coming-of-age ceremony with a tired body. "Mr. Su Xian, if you feel sleepy, do you want to go to my room to rest for a while?" Natasha suggested considerately, "My bed may be a little soft, please don't mind." "Natasha, I'm fine, it's just that the magic power consumption is a bit serious." Su Xian explained immediately. "Is it really just the magic power consumption?" Natasha was relieved and asked softly. She thought to herself that if it was just the serious magic power consumption, it would be easier to deal with. "Yes, yes." Su Xian nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Natasha smiled and stretched out her fingertips, gently touching his forehead. Her eyes were as gentle as silk, staring at Su Xian closely, and said softly, "Mr. Su Xian, I think I can help you relieve this symptom." As soon as the voice fell, a gentle magic power immediately wrapped around Su Xian's body, gradually dissipating the fatigue caused by the exhaustion of magic power. In just a moment, he felt his body restored to vitality, although his magic power was still exhausted. "Thank you very much." Su Xian thanked. "You're welcome, Mr. Su Xian. Natasha smiled and continued, I'm going to see Luo Xian now. You can rest here for a while. If you need anything, just tell the servants in the castle. Okay. Su Xian nodded, watched Natasha leave, then took a sip of the teacup in his hand. There was still half an hour before Luo Xia's coming-of-age ceremony. At this moment, the Yerman castle was bustling with people. In addition to the young knights from the royal city, there was also a group of friends who met Luo Xia in Sunset City. Fortunately, the reception room where Su Xian was located was independent of other noisy areas. He did not like to be in a crowded crowd, and a quiet environment was more suitable for him. At this time, a male knight in silver armor passed by the door and attracted Su Xian's attention. Adventurers from other guilds? Su Xian noticed that the male knight was an adventurer from another guild, which made him feel a little confused. What was the purpose of this adventurer's appearance? Was he invited simply, or did he have other motives? At the moment when Su Xian's thoughts were surging, the half-closed door of the reception room was pushed open, and a man with a black flat head walked in happily, followed closely by the male knight in silver armor. Brother, what a coincidence! The man shouted enthusiastically, and his arrival immediately alerted Alice beside Su Xian, who took out her big scissors. Oh, don't be like this, I'm not a bad person. The man was frightened by Alice's actions, and retreated repeatedly, not daring to approach. Are you here specifically for the Luo Xia coming-of-age ceremony, or for a mission? Su Xian waved his hand lightly, motioning Alice to stay where she was, and turned to the man and asked. He keenly realized that this man, like himself, was a player. My name is Xia Yu. I am here purely to attend the Luo Xia coming-of-age ceremony. Please rest assured. The man said, pointing to the male knight behind him, Perrin is a friend of the Luo Xia Knight Academy. We are all invited here. So you're a guest. Su Xian introduced himself. My name is Su Xian. Brother Su Xian. Xia Yu excitedly rushed to Su Xian and sat beside him. That's great. The players I met before were all in the process of performing tasks. You are the first player I met outside of the task. Xia Yu said excitedly. Same. Su Xian simply answered. Haha, it's fate. Let's go to the brothel together when we have time. Su Xian, ? By the way, brother Su Xian, I show you something. Xia Yu said, waving to Palin, motioning him to come over. The male knight walked in front of Su Xian, and Xia Yu pointed at the silver armor on the male knight and asked, Look, what do you think of this armor? Su Xian's eyes slowly swept over the male knight's armor. He noticed that the armor was made of pieces of silver scales spliced together, emitting a unique light. This unique material makes the armor look more solid, and can effectively resist attacks. The quality of this armor should be high, at least rare. Nice armor. Right. Xia Yu rubbed his hands with a smile, his eyes flashing with the shrewdness of a businessman, and asked, Silver scale armor, 5 gold per piece, are you interested in buying one? No interest. Su Xian answered without hesitation. 5 gold per piece? Although the silver scale armor looks good, it is definitely not worth the price. Are you really not going to consider it? My friend, there is only one. If you miss this opportunity, you will never see this store again. Xia Yu urged again enthusiastically. This kind of treasure should wait for someone who truly appreciates it. I am not its destination. Su Xian said lightly. Well, it's a pity. Xia Yu showed a look of regret. The 5 sets of silver scale armor in his warehouse were going to be wasted again. After the sale failed, Xia Yu left dejectedly and went to find other buyers. There were so many knights in Yerman Castle. He didn't believe that he couldn't sell any of his silver scale armor. That knight is very strong. At this time, Lorslan whispered in Su Xian's ear. Yeah. Su Xian nodded. The knight named Palin was much higher than them. Even if he didn't reach level 30, he was around level 27 or 28. As for Xia Yu, it might be a D-level rating, or D+. Because after being promoted to C-level player rating and creating a guild, the player's rating level will be made public and cannot be hidden. It will be directly displayed on the guild ranking. At present, although Su Xian cannot view the guild ranking, he learned through the heated discussions in the game forum that the current highest level guild rating is B+, which is only one step away from A-level rating. In the eyes of most ordinary players, it is almost an impossible task to be promoted to B-level evaluation in just 3 months, but Krypton players are an exception. Although the number of props that can be purchased in the game with real currency is limited, they can buy game coins and various props from other players, and even high-quality adventurers. It's great to have money. However, according to Su Xian's own progress, it should not be difficult to reach B-level in 3 months. Mr. Su Xian, the banquet is about to begin. At this time, Luo Xia walked into the reception room where Su Xian was. Today, she did not wear the silver-white armor anymore, but changed into a light blue dress. Without the armor, Su Xian was surprised to find that Luo Xia's figure was unexpectedly good. The slender dress perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and the arrogant whiteness made people can't help but imagine it. As a female knight, her body has been trained since childhood, without a trace of excess fat. At the same time, a wisp of strange fragrance floated into his nose. Even though he was several meters away from the strong fragrance, Su Xian could still feel the fragrance raging in his nose. He had only felt this kind of fragrance when he kissed Ivsa at a negative distance, and Luo Xia didn't need to do anything, just stand there. Chapter 68. What a nice smell. The fragrance from Luo Xia made Su Xian's heartbeat slightly faster, as if he was a bee attracted by the sweet fragrance of flowers, eager to collect honey. Moreover, he had vaguely smelled this fragrance when he came to the Yerman castle, but Luo Xia's arrival made the fragrance even stronger. Mr. Su Xian, the banquet is about to begin. Luo Xia reminded softly that she came this time to ensure that Su Xian and his friends would not miss this important moment. And Luo Xia's eyes turned to Luo Salin, who was sitting on the sofa. Because her parents could no longer return to her side, she hoped that Aunt Luo Salin could attend and witness this special moment. Okay, we go there now. Su Xian responded. Yeah. Luo Xia nodded gently, then turned and left. Let's go. Okay. Su Xian then took Ivsa and others to the banquet hall to participate in this grand celebration. At this moment, nearly 100 people gathered in the banquet hall of Yerman Castle, toasting to celebrate this special moment. As the protagonist, Luo Xia naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. She was surrounded by a group of people with enthusiasm, and she kept hearing all kinds of congratulations and praises. But in this lively scene, there are always a few different people such as, that handsome knight, would you consider buying a set of silver scale armor? Only 5 gold coins each, absolutely worth the money. Hey, beautiful lady, wearing this silver scale armor, you will definitely be able to charm thousands of handsome guys. If you don't believe it, try it. What? 5 gold coins are too expensive. How is this possible? I bought them for 4 gold coins each. This guy? Su Xian sat in a corner, observing everything in the banquet hall. He did not find any guy trying to make trouble. But Xia Yu was a bit abstract. Mr. Su Xian, this cream cake is really delicious. You should try it too. Ivsa handed Su Xian the cream cake she had bitten off, hoping that he could taste it. Su Xian did not mind that it was Ivsa who had bitten it, and ate it directly. Is it delicious? Ivsa gently stretched out her fingertips, and carefully wiped the cream off the corner of his mouth. Then, she put the finger into her mouth, and sucked it gently, showing her charming manner in every move. This made Su Xian's heart beat faster. It had to be Ivsa. Suddenly, the figure of Princess Vivian appeared in Su Xian's sight. After congratulating Luo Xia, she moved away from the crowd. At the same time, Princess Vivian also caught Su Xian's sight. There was a trace of imperceptible resentment in her eyes, as if she still had a grudge about the previous incident. Princess Vivian just glanced at Su Xian lightly, then looked away and talked softly with several royal knights around her. Su Xian also chose to ignore this. Mr. Su Xian. At this time, Natasha walked lightly to Su Xian's side. What's the matter? Su Xian asked doubtfully. Can you come with me alone? I have something to talk to you about Luo Xia. Natasha's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. Okay. Su Xian nodded and left quietly with Natasha. They walked through the bustling crowd and went to the room where Natasha lived. Natasha led Su Xian into the room, then closed the door and locked it gently, not wanting any outside noise to disturb the tranquility. Mr. Su Xian, I want to discuss with you about the curse of Laxia. Natasha turned around, her eyes full of worry. Now, almost all the high-level knights of the Yerman family know about the curse of Laxia. Of course, all these things about the curse of Laxia come from her uncle Mero. Did you discover the curse on Laxia recently? Su Xian looked at Natasha and asked puzzledly. Theoretically, if Laxia's mother was also cursed, the people of the Yerman family should have noticed it long ago. But why did they only find out now? This made Su Xian wonder if there was any hidden secret. Natasha nodded and said, well, we recently discovered that both Laxia and her mother have this curse, and Laxia's curse seems to be stronger than her mother's. It seems that Laxia's father and Lu's line knows something about this matter, but they have never revealed it to us. Su Xian frowned, thinking about Natasha's words. Natasha continued, and Lashia's father's decision to go to sea seems to be related to this curse. You mean, Lu's line and the others decided to go to sea to find a way to remove the curse? Su Xian confirmed. Yes, Lashia's mother didn't know that she had a curse before. She always thought it was the special fragrance emanating from her body. We all thought so before. But it was not until recently that the truth of the matter began to surface. Natasha said, her tone gradually became hurried, and it was obvious that her inner worries were increasing. Under torture, Luo Xiao's uncle Mero finally admitted the effect of the curse. The sin of this curse has the effect of attracting monsters within 100 miles. Natasha took a deep breath, as if she wanted to calm herself down. As for why Luo Xiao's mother did not cause the phenomenon of monster riots, it seems that Mero temporarily suppressed the curse with some medicine. Su Xian couldn't help but frown and asked in confusion, but this fragrance can really attract monsters 100 miles away? This sounds a bit exaggerated. Natasha shook her head. This has not been confirmed, but the current monster riots seem to be only explained by this explanation. We still don't know the true power of this curse. Maybe its influence range is not that wide, but this possibility cannot be ruled out. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, always feeling that there was something else going on. Since you said that Luo Saline and the others went out to sea to find a way to lift the curse, did they find it? Su Xian asked again. It seems to have been found, but on the way back. Natasha's eyes flashed with tears, as if she recalled something sad. Su Xian rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. If Lorslin really found a way to remove the curse, then she should know how to solve the curse of Lashia. But that memory seems to be hidden in the last piece of memory that Lorslin has not found yet. The question is, where is Lorslin's last piece of memory? If Lorslin's memory can be fully restored, perhaps a way to remove the curse can be found, but this last piece of memory. Su Xian whispered, and now he still has no idea about the whereabouts of the fourth piece of memory. Mr. Su Xian, do you mean that as long as we find the last piece of Rosalind's memory, it is possible for her to recover her memory? Natasha's face instantly bloomed with joy when she heard Su Xian's words. Well, do you have any clues? Have you forgotten? I used the Soul Secret method to summon Rosalind's memory fragment before. I think I can use the Soul Secret method again to try to find this last piece of memory fragment, but I can't guarantee success. Natasha explained. Really? Natasha? How sure are you? About 70% chance. A trace of worry flashed across her face, but then she said firmly, however, with your help, Mr. Su Xian, I am confident that I can increase the probability of success to 100%. What do you need me to do? Su Xian did not hesitate at all about this matter. He was determined to get the last piece of Rosalind's memory. Don't worry, the Soul Secret method will not cause any harm to your body. You just need to, Natasha said, gently lifting her long brown hair, and her fingers lightly unbuttoned the first few buttons of her shirt. The snow-white picture was about to appear, and Su Xian's eyes were firmly attracted. But what concerned him more was that on Natasha's snow-white neck, there was a sapphire necklace hanging. The gems inlaid on the necklace were deep and bright, shining like the starry sky. Soul necklace, epic, a necklace that can host souls. Current number of souls, 1. Chapter 69. Soul necklace, epic, a necklace that can host souls. Current number of souls, 1. Su Xian was very curious when he saw the epic quality soul necklace Natasha was wearing. But what shocked him even more was that there was actually a soul in this necklace. Whose soul? Mr. Su Xian, do you care about this necklace of mine? Or? Natasha asked softly with a hint of shyness, as Su Xian was concentrating on observing the soul necklace on Natasha's snow-white neck. Su Xian immediately shifted his gaze elsewhere and asked, does this necklace have any special meaning to you? Yes. Natasha nodded gently and explained to Su Xian, this necklace is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in our family. It will play a key auxiliary role in the process of using the Soul Secret method. In addition to playing an auxiliary role in the process of performing the Soul Secret method, does it have other uses? For example, there may be a soul hidden in it. Su Xian asked in a deep voice. There is a soul hidden inside. Hearing this question, Natasha's eyes flashed with fear, and she said in a soft voice, Mr. Su Xian, don't scare me. I'm just guessing. If you are really worried, I can help you check it after it's over. Su Xian smiled and comforted. That's great. Natasha patted her chest lightly and breathed a sigh of relief. After I complete the Soul Secret method, Mr. Su Xian will help me check it. After the conversation, Natasha took off the sapphire necklace from her neck and handed it to Su Xian. Then he continued, Mr. Su Xian, please hold this necklace. Lorslan is now a member of your guild, so perhaps it would be more appropriate for you to be the medium. Okay. Su Xian nodded and held the necklace. Natasha gently wrapped Su Xian's palms with both hands. Her palms were soft and warm, making people feel peaceful and comfortable. Then I start. Natasha closed her eyes and chanted softly. A blue magic halo gradually bloomed in her palms, and the faint light gradually became stronger, as if to illuminate the entire room. At first, only the blue light flickered in the room, but after a few minutes, Su Xian was surprised to find that countless soul afterimages began to emerge around them. They intertwined and floated around the soul necklace, as if looking for a certain opportunity. In addition, Su Xian also noticed that these summoned soul afterimages seemed to be female, which might be because Natasha consciously screened the gender of the residual souls during the summoning process. At this moment, a residual soul stretched out a finger and tried to approach Natasha, but was blocked by the invisible barrier of blue magic around Natasha and could not get close. No, it's not you either. Natasha opened her eyes slightly, and a faint blue light flashed in her brown eyes. She kept examining these summoned souls, looking for fragments of Rosalind's memory. In just a few minutes, the room was filled with countless residual images of souls. However, at this moment, suddenly, a unique soul appeared in the room. Her appearance actually blew away all other residual images of souls at the moment she raised her finger. This is... Su Xian frowned slightly. The summoned soul was obviously unusually powerful. Mr. Su Xian, I seem to have summoned an extraordinary soul. Natasha's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing deep worry. She had never expected to summon such a powerful soul. After all, there shouldn't be such a strong person near Sunset City, and this soul seemed to be a little unique. Wait a minute, I get rid of her. Alice, come and help. Su Xian immediately called Alice through soul dialogue. He urgently needed her help. Alice's soul cutter has a significant restraining effect on the existence of souls. It is most suitable for dealing with those undead individuals that only exist in the form of souls. Master, I'm here. Alice immediately responded to Su Xian's call. And then, a pair of black scissors suddenly appeared in the room and attacked the residual soul. Swish, swish, swish. Ah! The remnant soul screamed, and was cut into pieces by Alice's big scissors, and fled from here in a panic. Done, master, you can continue to work. Is that all? Su Xian was slightly surprised to see the scene. Alice could actually control her soul weapon remotely. This is too convenient. It's okay, Natasha. Su Xian turned to look at Natasha and told her that the summoned soul had been driven away. And at this moment, he suddenly found that Natasha was staring at him with tears in her eyes, her cheeks slightly rosy, revealing a seductive breath. Natasha? Su Xian was a little confused. Could it be that the failure of the soul secret method led to such a result? Mr. Su Xian, I'm fine. It's just that the soul just now reminded me of something. Natasha wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her voice was a little low. Let's continue. We must find Lorslan's soul today. As she said, she activated the soul secret method again to find the last piece of Lorslan's memory. After the soul secret method was restarted, the number of souls in the room decreased significantly, and without the interference of that powerful soul, the process became very smooth. However, due to the long-term consumption of magic, Natasha's body began to become a little weak, and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Su Xian immediately supported her from behind with one hand. Thank you. Natasha thanked softly, and then continued to perform the soul secret method. During the contact, he could clearly feel Natasha's soft body. Her skin was softer and more moist than that of a young girl, as if it was made of water. The key point is that Natasha always sways her body gently when chanting magic, and her gentle movements make her body closely contact with Su Xian. The buttocks are gently rubbed, and a wonderful touch comes. Ahem, suddenly, Natasha's gentle voice came. Mr. Su Xian, what do you think will happen if a person loses part of her soul? Lack of soul? Su Xian heard this, pondered for a moment, and replied, maybe like Luo Saline now, become silly and cute. Yes. Natasha smiled slightly when she heard Su Xian's answer, and whispered, people who lose part of their soul will become stupid. No wonder Luo Saline always worries that I will be deceived by bad people. Su Xian was silent. Ever since he saw that the soul in the white rose flower looked exactly like Natasha, he knew that Natasha's identity was definitely not simple. Although he has not yet confirmed the connection between them, the speculation that she is a wisp of soul of the white rose flower has always been one of the most likely options. Just as Su Xian was immersed in his thoughts, Natasha slowly turned around, with a soft light flashing in her clear eyes. Mr. Su Xian, look. She raised her hand slightly, and a wisp of soul fragment condensed in her palm. Natasha succeeded. Su Xian felt an indescribable joy in his heart. The last piece of the puzzle of Rosalind. It's finally here. Chapter 70. The last memory fragment of Rosalind. Su Xian looked at the faint light in Natasha's hand, his heart filled with joy and expectation. Natasha succeeded. She successfully summoned the last memory fragment of Rosalind through the secret method of soul. Mr. Su Xian, although the process was a bit tortuous, I still successfully completed your request. Natasha smiled and narrowed her eyes, with a soft light flashing in her eyes. Thank you for your hard work, Natasha. Now, Rosalind's memory should be able to be fully restored. Su Xian smiled at Natasha and habitually rubbed her hair. This was the reward he gave to Yisha after she completed the task. But now, this action has naturally extended to Natasha. Mr. Su Xian. Natasha's voice was slightly hesitant. The sudden touch on her head made her a little stunned, and she obviously did not expect this intimate move. However, Su Xian did not seem to notice anything wrong, which may be the confidence given to him by the succubus. Fortunately, Natasha did not show any disgust towards this action. On the contrary, she smiled, as if acquiescing to this intimacy. She asked curiously, do you treat other members in the guild like this? Natasha's question made Su Xian slightly stunned, and he immediately stopped what he was doing. Ahem. He coughed twice softly, took a step back slightly, and said, since the last piece of memory fragment has been found, I will let Rosalind absorb it immediately to help her restore her memory. Wait a minute, Natasha stopped Su Xian softly. Have you forgotten our previous agreement? You promised me to help me check this soul necklace. Look at my memory. Come on, let me help you look at this soul necklace. Su Xian said with a smile. Then I trouble you. Natasha handed over the soul necklace. The moment Su Xian took the necklace, he keenly felt the terrifying magic power coming from inside the necklace. He tried to use the player's power to check the information of the soul necklace, but found that the information he could query was still very limited. At this time, a prompt popped up in his mind. To query all the information of the item, you need to guide a trace of soul power. Guide a trace of soul power? Su Xian saw this prompt and fell into deep thought. Although he learned to mobilize magic power with the help of Isha, he knew nothing about the use of soul power. Fortunately, didn't he happen to have a mind mage around him? Natasha, can you teach me how to guide my soul power into this necklace? Su Xian asked Natasha. Of course. First, Natasha carefully taught Su Xian how to draw his soul power, but when Su Xian was about to try, he suddenly remembered that his magic power had been absorbed by the magic flame silver butterfly, and he could not draw soul power with magic power. It's okay, I have a way. Natasha smiled and gently held Su Xian's wrist. Let me help you. After the words fell, Natasha's palm bloomed with a faint blue light. Su Xian could feel that Natasha was slowly transferring her magic power to his body, so that his magic power would no longer be exhausted. Then, Natasha continued to explain to Su Xian how to draw soul power. Slowly, pass it in little by little. Maybe it's a little unfamiliar for the first time, which causes a slight pain in the soul, but you will get used to it soon. Is that so? Yes, you did a great job, Mr. Su Xian. You are so amazing. Su Xian followed Natasha's instructions, and gradually introduced his soul power into the soul necklace. At first, he felt a little uncomfortable, and there was a slight throbbing pain from the depths of his soul, but fortunately, it was within the range that he could bear. Gradually, he mastered the skills, and his soul power flowed smoothly into the soul necklace. And at this moment, a cold face with anger suddenly broke into his sight. Human! Who let you in? Get out! Bang! Su Xian's consciousness was instantly expelled from the soul necklace. He didn't even see the other person's appearance clearly, only the anger was intertwined in his mind. Fortunately, there was an information prompt about the player that gave the answer. The remnant soul of the White Rose Valkyrie, myth in the vast territory of the Star Kingdom, there are scattered the remnant souls of 7 Valkyries, who were given the sacred mission of guarding 7 cities. For more information, please go to the library to check. The remnant soul of the White Rose Valkyrie? Su Xian took a deep breath to calm his inner shock. He was sure that the strength of the remnant soul was absolutely beyond his ability to resist. If the other party wanted to kill him, it might only take a glance. This was definitely not an existence that he could face at his level. As for the library that appeared in the prompt, it was a library open to players, which recorded some common sense about this game world and the history of various kingdoms. Simply put, it is a collection of world history records. Maybe I can go there. Su Xian had wanted to go to the library for a long time, but he had no free time. No way. Issa was too enthusiastic. Mr. Su Xian, are you okay? Natasha came up to Su Xian immediately after seeing his horrified face and asked with concern. Is your soul power overconsumed? It's all my fault. Lie down for a while, take a rest. Don't hurt your body because of me. At this moment, outside Natasha's room, Luo Xia stood there quietly, her body as stiff as if frozen. She didn't dare to make any sound, even didn't dare to breathe. Her heart was full of confusion and contradictions. From just now, she vaguely heard some sounds, which shocked her. Go in a little bit more, a little bit more. It may be painful at first, but you get used to it. Great, Su Xian. You're amazing. Take a break, don't tire yourself out. These words made Luo Xia feel extremely embarrassed and troubled. Her hands trembled and stopped in midair, unable to move. She was looking for Su Xian to tell him that the Lord of Sunset City had sent a special commission to the Adventurers Guild to support Sunset City and resist the upcoming Beast Tide. Luo Xia was a little confused at first. When she asked Issa and others about Su Xian's location, they told her that the president had left the banquet hall with Natasha and provided the direction of departure. She followed the instructions all the way here, but heard such a shocking conversation at the door. Mr. Su Xian and Aunt Natasha, Luo Xia's mind was suddenly filled with all kinds of fantasies. These awkward pictures might be a little too early for her, a young girl who had just come of age. Her cheeks instantly turned red, as if dripping blood, and her body began to secrete a large amount of cursed breath, and for some reason, the scent changed. Natasha, do you smell a hint of fragrance? It smells so good. Chapter 71. What a nice scent. Su Xian smelled the alluring aroma in the air, and said to himself in confusion. Is it Luo Xia? Su Xian stood up and pushed open the door. However, there was no one outside the door, and there was no movement in the silent corridor. Strange? Su Xian showed a confused expression. He clearly felt Luo Xia's breath, but he couldn't see her. That unique fragrance would only spread in the air when Luo Xia approached, and only a faint fragrance was left when she was a little further away, which made him puzzled. But he didn't see Luo Xia's figure only. On the floor at the door of the room, there were a few drops of crystal-clear water stains, exuding a strong fragrance. Su Xian stared at the water stains intently, and his nostrils trembled slightly. The familiar smell made him frown slightly. Obviously, Luo Xia had been here. And judging from the intensity of the fragrance, and the curse fluid that Luo Xia may secrete at any time, the power of her curse is gradually deepening. This curse from the depths of the blood may be much more terrifying than he imagined. Did Luo Xia come here just now? Natasha asked. Yes. Why didn't she come in? Maybe she just happened to pass by? Thinking that there was nothing important, I didn't disturb her. After all, we didn't do anything. If she had something to do, she would definitely knock on the door. That's right. Does Mr. Su Xian need to rest for a while? Come, please lie on my legs. I will use magic to help you nourish your soul. Great. When Su Xian and Natasha returned to the banquet, Luo Xia was talking to her friends, so he didn't disturb her, but asked Natasha to help bring a blessing. Then, he and Issa returned to the guild quietly. After returning to the guild, Su Xian noticed that there was some cream on Rosalind's helmet. Rosalind, have you eaten? Su Xian asked Rosalind curiously. Considering that she was a skeleton, she would always leak a lot when eating. Even though her body was wrapped in souls now, it was still like a big colander. Rosalind replied calmly, Well, I can't refuse Rashia's hospitality. Su Xian raised his eyebrows, and he was full of curiosity about the state of food in Rosalind's body at the moment. Moreover, as the president of the guild, it was his duty to know the physical conditions of the members. Rosalind, take off the armor, I will help you check it. Su Xian said to Rosalind. Rosalind hesitated for a moment, and then took off the armor piece by piece in front of Su Xian. As the armor fell off piece by piece, a crystal skeleton shining with dazzling brilliance appeared in front of Su Xian. And on the outer ring of the skeleton, that shone with brilliant light, there was a soul body as blue as the deep sea. The texture was still the same as before, like smooth slime, but more crystal clear. Su Xian observed Lorsalind's figure in detail. Although Lorsalind was just a skeleton now, the soul body reflected her appearance in life like a mirror. Compared with the newly adult Lorsalind, Lorsalind's figure was more plump and mature. Although the soul body could not depict specific details, each outline was full of the charm of an adult woman. In addition, Su Xian found that Lorsalind's soul body was wrapped in a cream cake. It was obviously impossible for the skeleton to digest this food, but the picture was somewhat interesting. Do you want me to take it out for you? Su Xian asked Luo Saline. Whatever. Luo Saline answered simply, with a casual attitude in her tone. Su Xian stretched out his hand, and his fingertips easily penetrated Luo Saline's soul body, as if he was immersed in a spring. And at this moment, he noticed that Luo Saline's soul body suddenly flashed a glimmer, as if some emotion was aroused, just like... Well, it's hard to explain. Soon, he took the cream cake out of Luo Saline's soul body. It was still intact, but it emitted a faint blue fluorescent light. I eat it. Su Xian threw the cake into his mouth casually, and he couldn't waste food. Okay, now merge this last piece of memory fragment. Su Xian took out Luo Saline's last piece of memory fragment while chewing. When Luo Saline saw the memory fragment in his hand, her blue soul body suddenly flashed a glimmer again. Is this excited? Su Xian handed the last piece of memory fragment to her with some doubt. The moment when Luo Saline took the last piece of memory fragment, her body was enveloped by a brilliant blue light, as dazzling as stars. Your adventurer Luo Saline is absorbing the last piece of memory fragment, please wait. About 24 hours, will it take a day to absorb the last piece of memory fragment? It seems that the reserved memory in this memory fragment is quite huge. Su Xian sighed lightly, thinking about what he could do during this period. Collect information about the Blue Moon City mission? Or go to the library? After weighing the pros and cons, Su Xian decided to go to the library. As the strongest fighter in the guild, Luo Selen always felt a little uneasy if she was not around. The level of the magic doll Alice was too low, and it might be a bit difficult for Ivisa to face the E-level difficulty task alone. However, before going to the library, he planned to return to the real world to eat something. Master, are you leaving? When Su Xian was about to log off, Alice hugged him reluctantly. Alice was not short, about 1.62 meters tall, with slightly higher leather shoes, just to Su Xian's chin. Her unusually soft body was as smooth as silk. After all, it was cotton inside. Be good, I will be back soon. Su Xian rubbed Alice's head and asked her to wait for him obediently in the guild. Okay, I will wait for you to come back obediently in the guild. Alice rubbed Su Xian's palm, revealing a sweet smile unique to girls. But her inner thoughts were, when the master comes back, I will prepare carefully made desserts and black tea for him, and they must be filled with my love. Su Xian took off his VR glasses with a faint smile, and glanced at the time display in his mind. The time in the game was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was exactly 6 o'clock in the morning in the real world. The sky was still dim at this moment, but the breakfast shop at the entrance of the community had already started a busy day. Usually at this time, Su Xian would go to Lu Ling's noodle shop to work. However, today the two sisters went to the amusement park together, which was a long-lost free time. Su Xian walked into a breakfast shop casually and ordered a tray of steamed buns, a tea egg, and a bowl of salty soy milk. While savoring these delicious breakfasts, he casually opened the game forum. The posts on the forum mainly focus on mutual praise and communication between players, and there are also some challenging posts. For example, XXX Guild has no martial ethics and takes sneak attacks when carrying out tasks. Now get out and accept my challenge. The game world is like a mirror of the real world, full of intrigues and struggles. In order to achieve their respective goals, players will inevitably have friction and conflicts with each other. In fact, Su Xian's eyes were attracted by a post. The content of this post surprised him a little. The poster wrote, "Why can a player with an F-level rating get an A-level difficulty task? Is there any kind brother to help? Wait, have you seen something similar before? The same person?" There are many comments below the post. Some people are skeptical and think it is just a scam, while others ask the other party to provide the coordinates of the task location, and they want to verify it in person. This post even alarmed several B-level players, and they also want to go there to find out in person. Regarding the authenticity of this post, Su Xian found that there were already many follow-up comments below, all of which were players talking about the losses of their own guilds, which was enough to prove the authenticity of the post. This surprised Su Xian very much, because in the game, the difficulty of the task usually matches the player's evaluation. Although there may be slight deviations, in general, the gap between the difficulty of the task and the player's evaluation is not too large. But the difficulty of this task obviously exceeds the current evaluation level of the opposing player. Bug, drink some soy milk to calm down. Chapter 72. After a simple breakfast, Su Xian returned to his home. It was 7:30 in the morning, and just as he was about to enter the game, his phone suddenly vibrated. Su Xian picked up his phone and found that it was a message from Lu Shui. Kana's bunny. Su Xian, do you know about the elves? Not really, the elves in this game seem to be a little special. Kana's bunny. Okay, I ask others. What happened? Su Xian asked. Kanai's bunny. My female elf Winnie has been a little absent-minded recently. It seems that something happened in the elf tribe, splitting them into two opposing camps. If I can understand the elves better, maybe I can help her. And Winnie's role mission is also related to this matter. Su Xian heard this and thought for a while, and replied, if you want to know the history of the elves, you can go to the library. I just happened to be going there. Kanai's bunny? Library? It seems to be a good idea. I log in right away. Yes. Su Xian put down his phone and put on VR glasses skillfully. This time, he directly chose to enter the library area instead of entering his guild first as usual. This library open to players is located in a special area that only players can enter, and any form of fighting is strictly prohibited here, ensuring the safety and tranquility of the environment. When Su Xian stepped into this virtual library, he was shocked by the towering bookshelves around him. These bookshelves seemed to reach the sky, and they were densely packed with various books. Between the bookshelves, there are countless comfortable reading areas for players to sit. In addition, Su Xian quickly noticed that there was a blue screen next to the table in each reading area. Players only need to enter the books or related content they want to find on the screen, and the system will quickly find the corresponding books for players to check. Su Xian. Su Xian heard Lu Shui's voice, and immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Lu Shui sitting in a spacious and comfortable reading area, holding a thick book in her hand. He walked over and sat opposite Lu Shui, and saw that she was holding a book called Collection of Elf History. He asked Lu Shui, what caused the division within the elves? Lu Shui shook her head and explained, in fact, it is not a division, but there are two different voices. They are judging an elf mother, which has caused widespread controversy within the elves. Moreover, it is said that this matter has been arguing for 16 years, and has continued to this day. Su Xian couldn't help but feel confused after hearing this, and continued, what did the elf mother do? To be judged? I don't know either, so I want to find the answer. Lu Shui shook her head gently, and then began to patiently search for the information she wanted. Su Xian also quickly controlled the screen, and checked out the required books. History books of the Star Kingdom. Su Xian found the book that recorded the history of the Star Kingdom. Compared with the history of the elves, the history of the Star Kingdom is much less. After all, the Elf Kingdom has a 10,000-year heritage, and its ruler, the Elf Queen, has always been the same and has never been replaced. She is one of the most powerful NPCs in the magic world. Whether it is beauty, combat power, or age, she is a ceiling-like existence. She is even praised as the most perfect woman in the world, the embodiment of holiness. Such praise is enough to highlight her unique status among all NPCs. Unfortunately, ordinary people have no chance to see the Queen of Elves. This beautiful and mysterious queen is as far away as the moon, and can only make people full of admiration and yearning. After a while, Su Xian found the information he needed. In the Star Kingdom, there are 7 Valkyries guarding this country. In addition to the known White Rose, there are 6 other guards: Black Rose, Blue Lily, Blood Jasmine, Violet, Silver Lotus, and Golden Peony. The 7 cities guarded by the Valkyries are the cornerstone of the Star Kingdom, and the biggest support of this country. Is the Golden Peony the symbol of the royal family of the Star Kingdom? And among the 7 Valkyries, her power is the strongest. Su Xian whispered to himself. He read deeply about the history of the Star Kingdom, but most of the information did not seem to be of substantial help, because the books collected in the library were all publicly available for purchase by all countries, and those real secret events would not be recorded. Just as Su Xian was concentrating on reading, suddenly a piece of information caught his attention. 10 years ago, the Star Kingdom executed a witch? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and he continued to look for relevant information about witches. The power of witches comes from their madness for the truth, and their behavior follows the rules they set. They usually host their magic power in a specific organ, such as eyes, heart, or fingers, which is called witch inheritance. However, the transmission of this power is limited to magic power, and has no direct impact on the body and mind of the inheritor. Although the second generation of witches may change their understanding of the truth, the source of magic power remains the same. Su Xian gradually understood the witch system. Take the Night Witch as an example. The source of her magic power is the dark night sky. Her understanding of the truth of the night is an endless betrayal. Therefore, her magic power will grow wildly based on this. If this power is inherited by the second generation of witches, although the understanding of the truth of the night may change, the source of magic power will remain the same. In other words, the second generation of witches' understanding of the night may no longer be a betrayal, but a new understanding. This time the harvest is not bad. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction. The doubts that once troubled him were partially answered at this moment. He raised his head and looked at Lu Shui, who was sitting opposite him, and asked, "Have you found the answer you want?" Lu Shui frowned slightly, as if she was a little hesitant about the answer she found. "I am not sure if this is the answer I am looking for, but at least I have gained something. I hope this will help the next task." After saying goodbye to Lu Shui, Su Xian left the library and returned to the guild. At this moment, Evisa and Alice came over as warmly as the spring breeze, welcoming his return with a smile on their faces. "Mr. Su Xian, master, welcome back." Su Xian was slightly stunned, and before he could react, the two women had already surrounded him enthusiastically, one on the left and one on the right, tightly holding his arms. He could clearly feel the softness of two different sizes. "What is this?" Before Su Xian had a chance to ask, they had already surrounded him and led him to a wooden chair. He also found that the table in front of him was filled with all kinds of mouth-watering desserts and steaming black tea. "Master, please have some tea." Alice picked up the cup of black tea and gently handed it to his lips, her voice full of gentleness and obedience. Su Xian took a sip with a puzzled expression. A strong tea fragrance immediately filled his mouth. "Wait, is this cup of black tea full of Alice's deep love?" "No, Alice." At this time, Evisa suddenly interrupted. She took the teacup from Alice with a smile, and looked at Su Xian affectionately. "Mr. Su Xian actually prefers imported black tea. Have you forgotten this?" Her tone revealed a little coquettishness. As she said, Evisa took a sip of black tea, then rushed to Su Xian and kissed him deeply on the lips. The warm black tea instantly flowed into Su Xian's mouth, and at the same time, Evisa's gentle teaching to Alice came to his ears. "Alice, like this, Bo." Chapter 73. "Alice, I teach you. It should be like this." Su Xian passively accepted Evisa's affectionate embrace and kiss. The sweetness of black tea and the warmth of the succubus intertwined. In addition to the rich tea fragrance, he could also feel the greed from the succubus. Wine bean sack. "Evisa, you are almost there." See, Evisa contentedly let go of her food, as if a white light filament was shining between the two of them, emitting dots of fluorescence like a firefly. In contrast, Su Xian seemed to have his soul taken away, and he fell down on the wooden chair in a daze, panting slightly. His heart was in a mess, but he seemed to be obsessed with that feeling. This scene was seen by Alice. As a simple demon doll, she deeply understood that she still needed to learn a lot under the guidance of Evisa. "Bo." Evisa licked her fingertips, like a tireless mentor, and asked Alice, "Have you learned it, Alice?" "I have learned it, Senior Evisa." Alice answered excitedly, and there were even stars in her eyes. Su Xian looked at this scene, and his heart was like 1,000 troops galloping through. "You have learned it. Want to try it?" Evisa took the initiative to make room, and gave her food to Alice. Is it okay?" "Of course I can." "Then I try it." Alice walked to Su Xian with expectation. Her sky-blue eyes were full of deep expectation and tenderness, and her inner thoughts were like a tide rushing to Su Xian. "Ah, you are worthy of being a succubus senior. Can I do this to the master? The master's expression just now is so cute that I can't help but want to." Alice's voice kept echoing in Su Xian's mind, and even more so in his soul, which was slightly rippling at this moment. "Alice, don't learn bad things." Su Xian reminded her sternly. "Why did you learn to kiss from Evisa? You don't have a tongue as long as a succubus." "Master, Can I?" Alice sat up and supported her hands on Su Xian's chest. Her sky-blue eyes stared at him affectionately, flickering with light, and her eyes were mixed with desire and expectation. "Master." Alice called him softly, her voice gentle and kind. Her body leaned forward slightly, ready to get closer to him. Su Xian looked at her, conflicted, and finally kept silent. His silence made Alice's mouth curl up a little, which was a tacit approval of her misbehavior. "Then, master, I'm going to start." Alice picked up the cup of black tea and took a sip. The cherry lips overflowed with a stream of light, which made her look more charming. Then, her soft body slightly leaned over, enthusiastically inviting her master to share this wonderful moment. Su Xian's heart was full of contradictions and uneasiness. He looked forward to Alice's gradually approaching figure, and her petal-like lips made him feel an indescribable desire in his heart. However, he also felt a little worried. As a succubus, Evisa was too advanced for an ordinary person like him. Su Xian still remembered the feeling of stomach acid just now. If Alice kissed him like Issa? Well, just when Su Xian was immersed in his thoughts, Alice's light kiss fell on his lips. However, this kiss was a little different from what he imagined. Compared with Issa's affectionate and passionate kiss, Alice's kiss was more like a cute rag doll gently touching his lips. Her kiss was so gentle and sweet, wrapped gently like a delicate silk thread. The imported black tea also flowed into his mouth like a trickle, and the sweet taste spread in his mouth. Su Xian closed his eyes and enjoyed this wonderful feeling. At the same time, a voice came from his mind. You are doing interesting things with your soulmate, and your soul is nourished. This can also nourish the soul. Siha, after passing the last sip of black tea to Su Xian, Alice let go with satisfaction. She stretched out her fingertips, gently wiped the corner of Su Xian's mouth, and asked lightly, "Is it delicious?" Her sky-blue eyes flickered slightly, as if she was expecting his answer. "Well, it tastes good," Su Xian answered honestly. If Efusa is a strong and fragrant tea that refreshes the mind, then Alice is like a light and elegant tea that makes people linger. As expected, imported black tea always brings people a different experience. Great, Alice showed a sweet smile. She turned to Efusa and said, "Senior Efusa, please continue the class." "Okay, today's class is still very long," Efusa said as she gently took off Su Xian's coat. "Course?" Su Xian asked with some doubts. "Yes, master, just sit quietly. I still have a lot to learn from Senior Efusa." Alice sat on Su Xian's legs, gently shaking her calves, and her cute and charming face showed some expectations. "Senior Efusa told me that the master has many favorite equations. As the master's maid, I must learn from her well." "That's right." The two girls looked at each other and smiled knowingly. This made Su Xian feel uneasy. "Alice, why don't you learn anything else? Why did you have to learn succubus?" "Alice, let's take it slow. When praying, we must first learn to clasp our hands together." Ivisa seemed to be immersed in the joy of being a mentor. "Okay, is it like this?" "Yes, that's it." Su Xian, ? At the same time, in Su Xian's guild, the only normal person, no, it should be said that it is a normal skeleton, Lorthelin is absorbing her last piece of memory fragment. When her memory gradually recovered, her level was not only improved, but her body also underwent subtle changes. Of course, her body is still a crystal skeleton structure, and the outer layer is wrapped by the soul, but at this moment, her external soul gradually reveals details in all aspects. For example, the lip lines on the lips, the fingerprints on the fingertips, and the unique blue fluorescent eyebrows. Every detail has become vivid and exquisite like a work of art. In addition to the changes in her body, her strength is also climbing step by step, starting from level 13, and soaring all the way. 14, 15, 16, even the increase in strength has no signs of weakening, but is getting stronger and stronger. And as her strength continues to increase, the skeleton made of crystals is like a gem illuminated by the sun, shining more and more dazzlingly, as bright as the sun, making people unable to look directly at it. At the same time, with the complete recovery of her memory, those images that once disappeared in Rosalind's mind are gradually pieced together like broken lenses. All the details about the witch, and the truth behind the shipwreck are revealed one by one at this moment, clearly showing in front of her. She murmured, "Night. Witch." Chapter 74. Wow, the holy light scattered in the gentle caress brought warmth and light to the believers. "Senior Efusa, what should we do?" "It's okay." Efusa merged the blooming holy light. "I learned again." Alice imitated Efusa's movements. Her movements seemed a little awkward. During the process, her brows were slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of bitterness that was not easily detected. Obviously, this new experience made her feel a little uncomfortable. Wait, Su Xian felt dizzy. What was going on? He couldn't understand why Alice wanted to learn these from Efusa. Although he hadn't reached the last step yet, judging from the conversation between Efusa and Alice, this was just the first lesson. "Hee, master, are you satisfied?" Alice held Su Xian's cheeks with both hands. He could clearly feel the residual warmth in her hands, as if the breath of holy light was still permeated. Facing this naughty little girl, Su Xian couldn't help but feel helpless. He could only sigh softly, and raised his hand to tap her head gently. "Why do you learn everything?" "Ah." Alice groaned and covered her head. "And you? What did you teach Alice?" Su Xian pinched Ivesa's cheek again, trying to consolidate his position as the president. He was used as a prop for more than an hour, which was really abominable, but it must be said that Alice's little hands were really soft, of course. So was Ivesa. "Mr. Su Xian, you obviously like it, don't you?" Ivessa chuckled. As a succubus, she could feel the state of her food. The blazing holy light represented that Su Xian's desire was at its peak at that time. Words and expressions may deceive people, but it won't. Su Xian was speechless. He could only flee the scene in disgrace and deal with his own affairs. It was really abominable that he was controlled by the succubus. Senior Efusa, is the master satisfied? Alice asked curiously, staring at Su Xian's departing back. Of course not, Efusa replied with a smile. This sentence made Su Xian's steps stagger. Is the master still not satisfied? Yes, Alice, next time I will teach you a more wonderful way to pray. No, it's the skill to please the master. Really? Thank you, Senior Efusa, Alice said gratefully. Their conversation echoed in Su Xian's mind, making him sigh softly. These two guys. Who would have thought that Alice would become a loyal descendant of Ivsha and learn from her the knowledge that only succubi need? I'm afraid that in a few days, Alice will become a succubus doll. This is absolutely not okay. How can my guild be filled with the breath of desire all the time? Next time I recruit, I must recruit a few serious adventurers to join. Just right. There is also a branch of the elf mother tree in the backpack. Elf. This kind of creature full of kindness and purity must be elegant and solemn, right? Just as Su Xian was immersed in his thoughts, a piece of letter suddenly fell from the air and gently landed in his hands. There is a letter? Su Xian opened the envelope with curiosity, and found that it was a letter from Natasha. Natasha wrote in the letter, Dear Mr. Su Xian, Luo Xia asked me to write to tell you that the Lord of Sunset City has issued a commission to some adventurers, asking them to help resist the beast tide in 5 days. You left in a hurry, and Luo Xia didn't have time to tell you in person. I have sent you the commission letter. I hope this letter can be conveyed to you in time, so that you can understand this important information. In addition, if you have time and are willing, can you help me choose a dress? I believe that if it is you, you will be able to discover the beauty that ordinary people cannot perceive from a unique perspective. The Lord of Sunset City issued a commission to the Adventurers Guild. After reading the letter, Su Xian pondered for a moment. For Sunset City, relying on the power of adventurers to resist the beast tide seems to be the best choice. He took out the commission letter from the envelope, and a series of eye-catching prompts immediately appeared in his sight. Get the special event mission to protect Sunset City. Mission description. Sunset City is about to be attacked by monsters and needs to be protected. A fierce battle is about to begin. As a brave adventurer, you need to unite and fight against the invasion of monsters with the warriors of Sunset City. Mission goal. Protect Sunset City from being destroyed in the beast tide. Recommended level for the mission, level 20. Mission reward, 5 gold coins, 5,000 experience points. Special reward, bonding crystal. Su Xian saw the props in this special reward and showed a curious look. Bonding crystal, rare a crystal produced in Sunset City, it represents the bond of the family. All guild members have 20 defense points. Just when he thought that the effect of the bond crystal was not outstanding, suddenly, a prompt appeared in his sight. Bond crystal, you can get a bond entry. This tip made him re-examine this seemingly ordinary item. Bond entry? What is that? Su Xian was puzzled when he saw the new entry. He has now obtained rare entries, general entries, and additional entries. The effect of rare entries and general entries is to replace an entry when recruiting, and the only difference is the rarity of the entry, while additional entries is to add a new entry, making the initial 3 entries become 4. However, what kind of entry is this? Bond entries? He couldn't help but feel curious and want to explore. Bond entries. Add a special bond entry. This type of entry will only refresh 3 contents closely related to the bond. Choose one, and each bond item can only take effect once. Only effective once? In other words, even if I have more bond crystals, I can only exchange for 1 bond entry. Su Xian whispered to himself, but judging from the description, there are definitely other bond items. As for the types of entries related to bonds, Su Xian clicked to view the types of bond entries that might be refreshed, and when his eyes fell on those entries, he was instantly stunned. Possible bond entries include friends, brothers, sisters, bestie, father and daughter, mother and daughter, uncle and nephew, dead enemies, lovers, grandfather and grandson, master and servant, etc. Su Xian's eyes flashed with gold, and his heart was full of surprises. These bond entries show that he may attract more than 1 adventurer in 1 recruitment. Buy 1 get 1 free? Is there such a good thing? Chapter 75. Buy 1 get 1 free. Su Xian stared at the bond entry, his face full of surprise. Isn't this entry invincible? Because the recruited adventurers, except for the difference in the relationship between the two, have the same entry attributes. If there are two Lor Celine, wouldn't the combat power be instantly doubled? And if there are two Ivsa? Cough cough, the picture is too beautiful to imagine. Suddenly, Su Xian realized a key information. This special event task does not seem to conflict with the previous hidden task. In other words, he can participate in this special event task while completing the White Rose Soul task and get double the rewards. Take off. There are still 5 days. I have to complete the task as soon as possible and upgrade Ivsa and the others' levels. Su Xian thought in his heart that although 5 days is not a long time, if he goes all out, he should still have a chance to upgrade Ivsa and the others' levels to above level 20 before the event starts. Su Xian pondered for a moment and began to select tasks suitable for entrusting Ivsa and Alice. Since the strongest fighter, Lor Celine, is absorbing memory fragments, Ivsa and the others can be asked to perform some non-combat E-level tasks first, such as going to the top of Moonlight Mountain to collect Moonlight Essence, or looking for the lost ruby necklace. These tasks can be considered to be completed first during the period when Lor Celine cannot fight, and with the combat power of Ivsa and Alice, they should be able to handle it easily. Let's go to the top of Moonlight Mountain first and collect Moonlight Essence. Su Xian looked up at the window. As night fell, the moonlight fell like water, reflecting a peaceful and beautiful scene. This moment is just right for the task of collecting Moonlight Essence. However, the task description clearly mentioned that this task would consume a lot of magic power, which made him a little worried about whether Ivsa and Alice's magic power was sufficient. Ivsa, Alice, we are going out to do the task. Su Xian stood up from his seat and called in the direction of the guild hall. Okay, master. Yes, Mr. Su Xian. After a flash of white light, Su Xian came to the top of Moonlight Mountain through the teleportation array. The top of the mountain was illuminated by the bright moonlight as if it was daytime. A white light fell from the sky, as if a fairy was about to descend to the earth, adding a touch of mystery to the whole scene. Alice looked around and asked Su Xian curiously, Master, how do you collect this moonlight? Su Xian smiled and explained, Of course, use a special container to collect the essence of moonlight. As he said, he took out a small jade bottle from his pocket. The small jade bottle presents a light green color, and a crescent moon pattern is delicately depicted on the bottle, as if it was specially prepared to collect the essence of moonlight. Ivsa approached curiously. Her eyes were attracted by the small jade bottle in Su Xian's hand, and she observed it carefully. She asked in confusion, Mr. Su Xian, are you going to collect the moonlight in this small jade bottle? Su Xian nodded. Well, this is a prop specially used by the Moon God Empire to collect moonlight. I have heard of the Moon God Empire, but I have never had the opportunity to go there in person. Ivsa's curiosity about the Moon God Empire was aroused. I also heard that the Moon God Empire is also a kingdom established on the basis of religious beliefs, but it is different from the Church of Light? Su Xian nodded and continued, Yes. Compared with the Sun Church, the Moon God Empire strictly keeps their beliefs within the empire, and even does not allow people outside the empire to believe in the Moon Goddess. The Sun Church is just the opposite. They spread the teachings of the God of Light to every corner of the world. However, he was somewhat surprised that the Sun God and the God of Light were actually the same God. Or were there other unknown secrets hidden in this, which made the believers of the Sun Church choose to embrace the God of Light? But things about the God seemed to be out of reach at this stage. All this information came from reading in the library. While Su Xian was looking for the information he needed, he also learned about the situation in some other countries, which made him feel that this world was much wider than he had imagined. The area covered by dozens of human countries alone exceeded the land of Blue Star, not to mention the existence of other races such as elves, beasts, and demons. This world is undoubtedly much larger than he imagined. This is definitely not the scale of a game. Even if tens of thousands of people work day and night, let alone 100 years, even 1,000 years cannot create such a vast world. Obviously, this world is not just a game. So that's the case. Mr. Su Xian is really knowledgeable. Aisha looked at Su Xian with loving eyes inside. Ahem. Su Xian coughed slightly with a little embarrassment. That was all he knew, and he had only read it in books. As for how magnificent the Moon God Empire was, he had never seen it. Hurry up and collect the moonlight, because the moon will be covered by dark clouds soon. Su Xian quickly handed the small jade bottle to Ivsa. Only her abundant magic power could collect the bright moonlight. Okay. Ivsa nodded, picked up the small jade bottle, walked under the moonlight, and began to collect it attentively. She gently guided the moonlight, pulling the bright moonlight into the small jade bottle in her hand like a silk thread. It can be clearly seen that the small jade bottle is gradually filled up under the moonlight, emitting a faint glow. The moonlight bottle is collecting moonlight essence. Progress 1%. While waiting, Su Xian turned his eyes to Alice, and he found that Alice was staring at the moon above his head in a trance. "What are you thinking about, Alice?" Su Xian asked doubtfully. "No, nothing, master." Alice shook her head lightly, with a strange trance in her clear sky-blue eyes. It seems that she is hiding something, and she doesn't want her sad emotions to affect others. Although Alice didn't say it clearly, her voice has been transmitted to Su Xian's consciousness through his mind. "Moonlight Witch. My lord. I can wash and cook, clean the room, and I can learn anything. No. Please don't leave me alone." Su Xian stared at Alice's face, and her inner voice was filled with desolation and helplessness. The past was like a nightmare wandering in her mind, and she urgently needed someone to save her. "Poor little thing, Alice." Su Xian immediately gave Alice an order. Yes, what do you want, master?" Alice immediately put away her sad face, showed a sweet smile, and ran towards Su Xian. "Pinch my shoulders and pinch my legs, master is tired." "Yes, master." Alice walked happily to Su Xian's side, gently patted his shoulders and pinched his legs, and played the role of a maid conscientiously. Her previous sorrows seemed to be swept away at this moment, and she devoted herself to serving her master wholeheartedly. Just as Su Xian was immersed in Alice's service, and waiting for Ivisa to collect the moonlight, Ivisa suddenly turned her head. The moonlight sprinkled on her beautiful face, making her look even more charming. However, there was a hint of sadness in her expression, and she helplessly asked, "Mr. Su Xian, my magic power seems to be exhausted." Chapter 76. My magic power seems to be running out. Yifsha asked Su Xian for help with a hint of helplessness and fragility. In the process just now, she used up all her magic power to attract the moonlight and collect the magic power from the moon into the small jade bottle. However, when she collected half of it, Yifsha found that her magic power was almost exhausted. No more magic power. Su Xian frowned and fell into deep thought. The demand for magic power is so great? How can he complete this task smoothly? Considering that Yifusha's magic power of more than 200 can only collect half of the moonlight, even if Alice tries, it will be difficult to complete the follow-up. Unless there is a way to help Yifusha restore her magic power. Suddenly, a possible solution flashed in Su Xian's mind, the unique way of replenishing magic power of the succubus. Then, "What is the price, Gulu?" His Adam's apple surged, and his eyes looked around. They were now on the top of the Moonlight Mountain, 5,000 or 6,000 meters high, and the cold wind swept from time to time, taking away the body temperature. There is nothing here except the moonlight. Below is the bottomless darkness, and above is the bright moon. Is it a bit? To replenish the magic of the succubus in such a place, there is nothing to hesitate. If I wait for Ivsa to recover her magic power before coming back, it will definitely be a waste of time. After all, such bright moonlight is not available every night. It may be cloudy tomorrow night. Once such an opportunity is missed, it will never come back. Alice, you wait here obediently. Okay, master. After instructing Alice, Su Xian walked towards Ivsa. Seeing Su Xian coming towards her, Ivsa's mouth curled up into a charming smile. She knew that the succubus's power bank was here. The moon bottle is collecting moonlight essence. Progress 46%. Is there still so much left? Su Xian glanced at the small jade bottle and whispered. The remaining 54% of moonlight essence means that Ivsa's magic power needs to be fully restored at least before she can complete the collection task. Su Xian's eyes turned to Ivsa, who was kneeling on the ground. She raised her head slightly and stared at him expectantly. Mr. Su Xian, are you going to help me restore my magic power? Ivsa asked curiously. Her intuition told her that she had smelled the scent of food, and she was eager to taste this delicacy under the witness of the moonlight. Su Xian was speechless, all for the purpose of completing the task. Praise the moon. The following is a detailed description of the bright moonlight. 10,000 words omitted below. As the moonlight gradually dimmed, Ivsa gently covered the moon bottle. The moon bottle is collecting moonlight essence. Progress 100%. Fortunately the mission was successfully completed. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ivsa successfully completed the mission, otherwise the mission would be temporarily interrupted. But then again, the succubus is really useful. Her magic power can be replenished in a special way, but it is a bit bad for his health. Master! Master! Suddenly, Alice's voice came from behind Su Xian. What's wrong? Su Xian looked back in confusion and found that Alice was surrounded by a halo woven by moonlight. What's going on? Su Xian frowned, not quite understanding what had just happened to Alice. He immediately checked Alice's status bar. Moonlight filling. Blessing from the moonlight which, the combat power of the magic doll under the moonlight increases by 50%. Oh! Su Xian was surprised when he saw Alice's status bar. He didn't expect that the moonlight would actually activate the witch's blessing hidden in the magic doll. However, when he thought that the magic doll was a witch creation of the moonlight witch, he felt that this was not strange. And, combined with Alice's voice that he had heard before, Su Xian speculated that the moonlight witch might have left Alice alone out of necessity, rather than ruthlessly abandoning her. Otherwise, the blessing of this witch would not have lasted until now. Don't worry, Alice. This is her blessing for you. Su Xian smiled and stroked Alice's hair to calm her down. Mr. Moonlight Witch. Alice's eyes flashed with memories, as if she remembered some past events. As the Moonlight Witch who created the magic doll, she was like a mother to Alice, full of deep affection. Even though she was abandoned by the Moonlight Witch, Alice never developed any hatred. And now, she understood that the blessing of the Moonlight Witch had never disappeared, but had been sleeping in the depths of her soul, which made her feel the warmth of the sun, and her heart was filled with gratitude and joy. Thank you, Master. Alice hugged Su Xian tightly with emotion, buried her head in his chest, and rubbed against him happily like a child. Since we have collected the moonlight essence, let's go back. With a flash of white light, Su Xian instantly returned to the guild through the teleportation array. He casually submitted the moonlight essence he had just collected to the system. Mission completed. Add 10 silver coins, 1,000 experience points. Get item reward, Moonlight Secret Wine, Moonlight Secret Wine. He was moved slightly, and opened the system information to check. Moonlight Secret Wine, ordinary a fine wine made from moonlight essence. After drinking it, it can restore 100 magic points. There is a 1% chance of falling into a drunken state, a one-time item. It seems pretty good? Su Xian nodded with satisfaction, and then handed a bag of silver coins to Ivessa. Master, I. Do I have it? Alice saw that Ivessa was rewarded after completing the task, which made her feel very envious and expectant. You? Su Xian was stunned for a moment, then handed Alice a copper coin. Here. Great. Thank you, Master. Alice excitedly put the copper coin into her maid uniform pocket, with a joyful smile on her innocent face. In fact, she didn't care how much salary she had, as long as it was a gift from her master, she would feel very happy and satisfied. Even if it was just a copper coin, Su Xian smiled indifferently. It was wonderful to have 2 free laborers in the guild. With a smile, Su Xian raised Alice's level to level 5, consuming 1,000 experience points, and these experience points were not enough for Ivessa and the others to level up by half. After doing all this, he quit the game. Glancing at the time, it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. There are classes tomorrow. Sleep. The next day, after class, Su Xian hurried home and prepared to log into the game. Before logging into the game, he took a look at WeChat, and Lu Shui sent him a few photos. These photos seemed to be the scenery of the elf kingdom she took, with dozens of fair-skinned, beautiful and graceful elves in the photos. But these are not the key. What attracted Su Xian's attention the most was a huge tree towering into the sky in the background of the photo. Although Lu Shui was some distance away from the tree, the existence of the tree made the whole picture very eye-catching. Su Xian roughly estimated that the height of the tree was at least 1,000 meters. Under the photo, Lu Shui also specially added information about the tree. Kana's bunny. Su Xian, do you see the 1,000-meter-high tree behind me? That is the sacred object of the elves, the elf mother tree. It is also the reproductive unit of the elves. Chapter 77. It turns out to be the mother tree of elves. Ah? Reproductive unit? Su Xian was stunned for a moment, and was a little unresponsive. Could it be that the elves were born from the mother tree of elves? He soon realized that this was not the original setting of elves, but the setting of elves in this world was somewhat different. It's just that he was not very familiar with the elves in this game. He only knew that the elves were generally very beautiful, and their national strength was close to the first echelon. Compared with humans, the elves are more united, kind, and enthusiastic. Just from the fact that there is only one country and one queen in their history of tens of thousands of years, this conclusion can be roughly drawn. After sending a surprised emoticon to Lu Shui, Su Xian logged into the game. After he entered the game, he saw Ivessa and Alice chatting and laughing in the guild, seemingly discussing some topics that were not suitable for children to listen to. He then turned his eyes to Lu's line, and found that she only had a few minutes left to absorb the last piece of memory fragment. As his memory gradually recovered, Su Xian noticed that the details of the soul body wrapped in Rosalind's crystal skeleton became clearer and clearer. For example, the lip lines on the lips, the fingerprints on the fingertips, the blue fluorescent eyebrows, and he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to let Rosalind wear armor at that time, which caused every detail of her to be presented in front of him without reservation. Ah, is this a starry sky installed in the body? Su Xian looked at Rosalind's body curiously, stretched out his fingers and gently poked her skin. It felt like poking a water ball, soft and comfortable. It was cold and had no body temperature. Speaking of which, since it was a fantasy world, there should be a resurrection item, right? But Su Xian glanced at Luo Saline and felt that she was fine now, and did not need any changes. What's wrong with the undead? It was not much different from ordinary people, or even better. Just as Su Xian was admiring Luo Saline's undead body, he did not know that Luo Saline had already absorbed the memory fragments and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw her president admiring her in detail, she couldn't help but frown and whispered, "Does it look good?" "It looks good." "Eh? Luo Saline, are you awake?" Su Xian did not react for a while. He thought Luo Saline should give him some hints before waking up. Your adventurer Luo Saline has absorbed the memory fragments. Her soul has been fully restored, and all memories have been unlocked. Level increased to level 20. All attributes are increased by 20. Get a new entry. There is a new entry. A gleam of light flashed in Su Xian's eyes. He didn't expect that after recovering all her memories, Rosalind could get an extra entry. These 4 memory fragments are really a big win. However, before that, he needs to face Rosalind after her memory has been fully recovered. She is looking at him with a cold gaze. "How does it feel to have your memory fully recovered?" Su Xian asked Rosalind. Rosalind looked cute and adorable when she only absorbed 1 or 2 memory fragments, like a wise man. But when she absorbed all the memory fragments, her temperament changed significantly. The cold eyes revealed a bit of shrewdness and competence, and compared with the previous cute image, it was completely different. There was no cute undead version of Lothalin. "It's okay, I feel no different from when I was alive." Lothalin responded in a calm tone, then stood up, and put on her clothes and armor in an orderly manner. Su Xian glanced at her and continued, "Since your memory has been restored, you should know something about Lashia's curse, right? There are only 4 days before the beast tide breaks out. The cause of the beast tide is not entirely due to Lashia's curse. No matter what curse it is impossible to attract monsters hundreds of miles away." Lothalin explained while putting on armor. "In Sunset City, there are still means left by the witch." "You mean, there is another reason for the beast tide, and Lashia's curse is just a triggering condition?" Su Xian narrowed his eyes, and asked Lothalin. "Yes." Rosalind nodded slightly. A cold light flashed in her eyes. "We once traveled across the sea to find a way to cure the curse. We learned that although this curse is dangerous, even at the most serious moment, it can only affect monsters within a few kilometers. But just as we were returning with this answer, we were attacked by the Night Witch, and eventually our entire army was annihilated in the ocean. There is an insider who leaked our route." Rosalind clenched her fists, and the flames of anger flashed across her face. She knew in her heart that someone leaked their route to the Night Witch, which led to this maritime disaster. "There is an insider in Sunset City. Is it Mero? I heard that he is currently imprisoned in the underground prison of the Yearman family." Su Xian asked. "No, not him. We never even told Mero the time and route of the voyage. At that time, there were only core members of the Yearman family, and several sailors from Sunset City on the ship. Those sailors had no magic fluctuations, and it was even more impossible for them to pass on messages in the vast ocean. In addition, Luo Selen shook her head. Luo Xiao's mother would never be a traitor. She has never been exposed to the route map, and there is no mark of a witch on her body." Luo Selen's words were like a sharp sword, instantly cutting off all known clues, and completely cutting off the information about the traitor. "In any case, we must go to Sunset City again for a detailed search. There must be some unknown secrets hidden in the dark corners there," Luo Selen said firmly. "Okay." Su Xian asked Luo Selen, "By the way, the witch with golden pupils you mentioned before, is it Princess Vivian? If the guess is true, then Princess Vivian is undoubtedly the Night Witch." "Vivian?" Luzin felt a little unfamiliar with this name. After all, it was 10 years ago. Moreover, Princess Vivian was only 5 or 6 years old at that time. "I can't give a definite answer. After all, 10 years have passed. But what I know is that the witch was being hunted by the witch church at that time, and she was wearing a light yellow gem ring on her ring finger. Luzlin replied. Being hunted by the witch church, and wearing a light yellow gem ring on her ring finger. Su Xian repeated this sentence in a low voice. He couldn't be sure whether Princess Vivian was the witch who harmed Sunset City, but there must be 1,000 connections between them. As for why the witch was hunted by the witch church, she was called the betrayer witch. Let's solve the disaster of Sunset City first, and then try to deal with the witch. However, before that, we need to improve our combat level. Su Xian continued. Although Rosalind's level has been raised to level 20, after absorbing all the memory fragments, there is still a certain gap compared to her strength before her death. And even Rosalind couldn't defeat the opponent when she was alive, let alone now. That makes sense. Rosalind nodded in agreement. Get ready, after I finish the affairs at hand, we will set out to carry out the mission immediately. Su Xian instructed Rosalind. As for what he was doing? Of course, it was to choose an entry that was most suitable for Rosalind. Rosalind narrowed her eyes, hesitated for a moment, and whispered thank you. Ah? Su Xian was a little surprised. Nothing. Rosalind immediately turned and walked towards the practice room in the guild. She seemed to be very interested in the sword skills she had just learned, but more to avoid too much conversation with Su Xian. She was not good at speaking. Strange Su Xian didn't care, opened Rosalind's entry panel, and prepared to add a new entry for her. Please choose one of the following 3 entries. Like fitness. Flame breath. Krypton gold sow. Su Xian looked at these entries, and couldn't help complaining. What a mess of entries. Chapter 78. Like fitness. Breath of flame. Krypton gold sow. Su Xian's eyes wandered back and forth on these 3 entries. After thinking for 0.1 seconds, he decided to refresh. Refresh. Human fountain. Beggar. Believer of the goddess of wisdom. Why can't it be the goddess of wisdom, but a believer? Su Xian couldn't help but grumble in a low voice, and then continued to refresh the entries. Suddenly, a new entry caught his attention. Assassin. Little cook. Soul light wings, soul light wings. Su Xian saw this entry, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. Obviously, this is an entry that can provide the ability to fly, but its specific effect is unknown. But it is definitely worth it. You are the one. Su Xian immediately selected this new entry for Luzlin. A new entry Soul Light Wings has been added for your adventurer Lorthelin. Soul Light Wings. Unfold 3 pairs of light wings made of souls. Damage other than soul magic cannot affect the light wings, and the elemental magic power received can be converted into energy storage. When the energy storage is full, it will cause a huge amount of soul damage. Gain the ability to fly. Seeing this detailed introduction, Su Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. Although he didn't know the energy storage efficiency of the soul light wings, and how much soul damage it would cause when it was full, he judged from the word huge that it was definitely very powerful. Ah! Suddenly, Lorthelin's painful cry came from the guild practice room. Su Xian immediately rushed into the practice room to check on Lorthelin's condition. He saw 6 dazzling blue fluorescent wings blooming behind Lorthelin. They were like light silk floating in the air, so gorgeous that people couldn't take their eyes off. It's okay. Luzlin stood up from the ground, enduring the severe pain from her soul. After all, this modification was made directly on her soul premise, and the unfolding of 3 pairs of soul light wings would undoubtedly make her suffer severe pain from her soul. But she knew that all the pain was worth it, because they would all be exchanged for an absolute improvement in strength. When Loisalin saw the 6 soul light wings shining with mysterious luster behind her, she couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your power. As soon as the voice fell, she controlled the soul light wings, slowly lifted into the air, and flew freely in the spacious practice room. It was a bit awkward at first, but in just a few minutes, she had mastered the flying skills proficiently. This talent is really amazing, Su Xian exclaimed, and understood why Loisalin was hailed as the most powerful Oath Knight in 100 years. This talent is indeed extremely terrifying. If she is given enough time, she may even become the top knight in the Star Kingdom. What's more gratifying is that the original Lorthelin didn't have the ability to fight in the air, but the appearance of the soul light wings made up for this defect, making her even more powerful. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Lorthelin flew in front of him and landed smoothly. She whispered, I feel very good. When will the mission start? Now. Su Xian admired this kind of conscientious and selfless adventurer very much. Lorthelin is really outstanding. Time passed in a flash, and Su Xian led the guild members to Blue Moon City. This was the 4th commission they accepted today. Before this, they had completed 3 combat-type commissions, including killing the Wind Shadow Wolf and destroying the bandit camp. There is no way. Since Lorthelin recovered her memory, her terrifying fighting power has made the E-level commission task easier. The 18th level Wind Shadow Wolf only lasted for a moment under her sword before it turned into a corpse. It suddenly didn't look like a human. Unfortunately, there are no hidden rewards for these 3 combat-type tasks. It seems that I still have to borrow Lushua's Flower Fairy to use it to increase some task rewards and luck points. Next time, let's find out about the last commission task of the day. Su Xian murmured, looking around. It was evening at this time, and there were very few people on the street. They were in an alley in Blue Moon City, and the goal of the task was to find a missing woman. However, to find a missing person in a huge city, even hundreds of law enforcement knights would find it difficult to complete it in a short time, and they naturally couldn't find it easily. However, Su Xian heard that a woman was treated by a doctor after being murdered. But her soul seemed to be damaged, causing some confusion in her nerves, and she couldn't reveal the true face of the murderer. Maybe we can find some clues from her. Let's go to the hospital, he said, leading Avisa and Rosalind towards the hospital. As for Alice, she was busy cleaning the guild and feeding the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly. This is what a maid should really do. Ahem, okay. Su Xian did not let her participate in this dangerous mission for the time being, and with a soul weapon, Alice could join the battle in a second even if she was thousands of miles away, so there was no need for her to be on the scene. In a blink of an eye, they had arrived at the hospital. Su Xian revealed his identity to the law enforcement knights of Blue Moon City, and did not stop them. After all, they were here to help the law enforcement knights solve the problem, so they were naturally happy to see Su Xian. When he came to the bed, Su Xian saw that the woman's body was wrapped in bandages. It was hard to imagine what kind of torture she had suffered. In response to Su Xian's questioning, the woman's eyes seemed dull and lifeless, and she kept repeating, "Don't touch me. I don't know anything." Is she really insane? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately checked the woman's current state. Mind tremor. She suffered a tremor from mind magic, and her soul was slightly damaged. Mind magic? Su Xian frowned. It seemed that in order to prevent these women from revealing the facts to the law enforcement agencies, the other party not only destroyed their bodies, but also tried to destroy their souls. After all, magicians who can communicate with the dead are not completely non-existent in the fantasy world. I don't know if it will work. Su Xian took out the mind pendant that Natasha gave him. This pendant played a great role in the fight against Princess Vivian. He placed the soul pendant in the woman's palm, and in an instant, the soul pendant burst into a dazzling light. The woman seemed to remember something. Her expression became calm at this moment, but her eyes were still dull. No effect? Su Xian's face was solemn, and he was a little unwilling. However, just when he thought he had failed, the woman whispered a location. The Church of Light. The Church of Light? After hearing this location, Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and recalled the role mission of Issa in his mind. Although Issa's role mission had been completed long ago, there was always a target hidden behind the scenes. Issa said that there were 2 priests who wanted to execute the nun transaction, one of whom had been killed by him, and the other one. Except for the information about the Church of Light, the woman did not say anything else. But her emotions gradually calmed down, which made her husband, who had been guarding her in the ward, relieved and gave Su Xian a basket of eggs in gratitude. After leaving the ward, Su Xian was ready to inquire about some news about the Church of Light in Blue Moon City. At this moment, a man in a blue priest's uniform walked into the hospital and attracted his attention. He was holding a flower basket in his hand, and seemed to be visiting the patient. The moment he appeared in the hospital, people around him greeted him. "Reverend Trailer, are you here to visit the persecuted woman again?" The blue-robed priest nodded and said kindly, "The will of the God of Light makes it impossible for me to watch the suffering in this world. I hope to save that woman with my faith and love." "Great. From today on, I will also believe in the God of Light." The blue-robed priest walked towards Su Xian's position. Before entering the ward, he smiled at Su Xian and the others in a friendly manner, and then asked the woman's husband, "How is her condition today?" "Several adventurers came here, and they made my wife's condition much better. I am so grateful to them," the husband said gratefully. "Really? That's a good thing." The blue-robed priest responded gently. Su Xian stood at the door of the ward, staring at the priest. He knew in his heart that the priest was an adventurer from a player guild. "Mr. Su Xian." At this time, Aisha came over and whispered in his ear, "That priest is one of the priests who came to our church to promote the nun trade." "Sure enough. Let's go back first," Su Xian said in a deep voice, and immediately turned and left. The hospital was not a suitable area for fighting, and he knew nothing about the enemy guild. However, he had roughly determined the truth of the woman's disappearance in his heart, and knew that the other party had the support of a player guild behind him. This would be a showdown between the two guilds. After Su Xian left, Pastor Cui Erda glanced coldly at the place where Su Xian had just stood, and whispered in a voice that others could not hear, "If I remember correctly, that one is a nun from Silver Moon Town. I didn't expect that she also joined the guild. It's really interesting." With a flash of white light, Su Xian returned to the guild. He was just about to sort out the known information, but suddenly found countless bright red hearts floating in the air. Huh? What's going on? Su Xian was stunned. What happened? Was it Ivsa who did it? Just as he was wondering, a beautiful figure walked out leisurely. "I have something for you to deal with." Edith? Su Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why did you come to me? What are you thinking about?" Edith walked lightly in front of Su Xian, gently lifted Su Xian's chin with her fingertips, and her bright red eyes seemed to flash with blood from the abyss. "I am just talking to you through Ivsa, and now, it is just your fantasy time." Fantasy time? No time for nonsense. Recently a few rats from the Church of Light have been making trouble in Silver Moon Town. They have improper thoughts about the nuns in the church. After all, Silver Moon Town is my protected area, so I sent them all to see the God of Light. However, there must be someone behind them, and I can't show up for some reason, so I want you to get rid of him. After completing the task, I will give you a special reward. What a coincidence. Su Xian smiled slightly. Just what I want. Chapter 79. You will be responsible for handling the rats. I will bear the pressure from the Holy Sea of Light for you, Edith assured Su Xian, her voice revealing a reassuring power. Su Xian curiously asked, "Compared to this, I want to know what the special reward is?" Edith smiled lightly. "You are such a curious baby." She sat elegantly on the wooden chair, slightly raised her legs. Her long skirt clung to her skin as she sat, outlining her slender legs. "It's some small gadgets that can benefit you." "Will it benefit me?" "Yes," Edith said, her jade-like delicate hands gently supporting her cheeks, her eyes full of charming charm. "A plant from the abyss can make you improve your strength, instead of being as weak as now." After listening to this, Su Xian's inner expectations became stronger. "Okay, I have other things to deal with, so I have to go first. Remember, don't let any of those mice go." As soon as the voice fell, Edith disappeared from Su Xian's sight. Following this, Aisha and others gently hugged and asked anxiously, "Mr. Su Xian, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Su Xian sat up slowly, looking around, his eyes full of confusion. He was curious about Edith's ability to communicate with him through Aisha, and he didn't expect that there was such a way to play. "Master, are you too tired? Do you want to sleep with Alice tonight?" Alice asked with the same concern. "Alice, you are really calculating." Su Xian gently pinched Alice's cheek. Alice smiled playfully. Su Xian suddenly realized that there seemed to be something extra in his pocket. "What is this?" Su Xian took out the item from his pocket in confusion. It turned out to be a jade hairpin. The tail of the jade hairpin was inlaid with a dazzling ruby, and the whole jade hairpin looked elegant and gorgeous. "Yin Yuan, elite causes a huge amount of real damage." Su Xian looked at the item in his hand and murmured, "Is this a one-time hidden weapon?" He realized that this should be a small tool that Edith had carefully prepared to ensure the success of the mission. She was always good at leaving some unexpected means. Perhaps, there are some secret means that he didn't know about, quietly waiting for his discovery in a corner. Su Xian briefly told Ivsha and the others a few words, and then quit the game. The player in Blue Moon City tried to use the priest to persecute the nuns, but they didn't seem to realize whose territory this place was. In addition, the strength of the priest was not too high, only about level 25 or 26, and Lortharin should be able to deal with it easily. What really needs to be vigilant is the other adventurers of that player. But now with Edith as a backup, Su Xian is more confident in defeating the enemy guild. After exiting the game, Su Xian simply washed up, then went to bed and fell asleep. Deep in the bright church of Blue Moon City, Trier sat alone in the study, his face full of unspeakable worries. He repeatedly pondered in his heart, why is there no news? The people he sent to the church in Silver Moon Town should have sent back news long ago, but now there is no news at all. A hint of gloom appeared on Cui Erda's face. He didn't understand why things had developed to this point. The law enforcement knights of Blue Moon City strengthened the defense of the city, which made him lose the opportunity to attack the female residents in the city. All of this made him feel extremely irritated and uneasy. Even, there was a victim who survived by chance with the help of a doctor. Fortunately, he had used mental magic on the victim, causing damage to the other party's soul, so that his evil deeds could not be made public. Otherwise, his reputation, his status, and even his life might be in great danger. That nun. Chui Erda's mind once again appeared Ivsa, whom he met today, and his worries were beyond words. As an adventurer, he knew how much the Adventurers Guild could improve the creatures of this world, and he was not completely sure whether his ability could solve this problem. It seems that I have to seek help from the president. After all, he should be very interested in that nun. Chui Erda touched his chin, and he already had a response plan in his mind. The next day, when Su Xian logged into the game, he first focused on raising Ivsa's level. Through the 3 E-level commissions completed yesterday, he accumulated 5,000 experience points and 50 silver coins, which were just enough to raise Ivsa's level to level 14. After completing these, Su Xian found a letter waiting for him on the bar. He thought it was a letter from Natasha, but when he opened the envelope, he found that the letter was from the Lord of Sunset City. Dear Adventurer President, we plan to hold an emergency meeting on the Bee's Tide tomorrow afternoon. Please be sure to attend on time. An invitation from the Lord of Sunset City? Su Xian muttered to himself after reading the letter. He would naturally attend the meeting and find out how many player guilds participated in the defense of Sunset City. But before that, he had to complete the commission of Blue Moon City. Let's go, and go to Blue Moon City again, Su Xian said to Luzlin and Ivsa. Yes, sir. With the white light of the teleportation array flashing, they appeared on the streets of Blue Moon City in a blink of an eye. Su Xian looked up, and the Church of Light not far away attracted his attention. Believers who believed in light came in and out in an endless stream, and it was very lively. Of course, he did not rush into the church. Su Xian knew that once a conflict occurred in the church, these devout believers of light might become his enemies. Therefore, he decided to wait patiently for a suitable opportunity. Not long after, a group of law enforcement knights came into his sight. Led by a law enforcement knight leader, they walked towards the Church of Light in an orderly manner. Seeing this scene, Su Xian knew that the time he had been waiting for had come. He quietly followed the law enforcement knights and entered the Church of Light. Reverend Chui Erda, according to our investigation, the Church of Light may be related to some cases, and we need to conduct an inspection according to the law. The chief of the law enforcement knights said seriously, and at the same time showed the search warrant. Reverend Chui Erda responded calmly, Please do as you please, but please do not disturb the believers who are praying every day. Start the search. The chief of the law enforcement knights ordered decisively. As the order was issued, more than a dozen law enforcement knights immediately launched a careful search in the Church of Light, not letting go of any possible clues of crime. Pastor Chui Erda narrowed his eyes, remaining calm on the surface, but his heart was full of anger and anxiety. He scolded coldly in his heart. That woman must have leaked some information. It seems that this potential risk must be resolved. Damn it, I had already confirmed that she had no signs of life at that time. Fortunately, there is still some room for recovery. While the law enforcement knights were busy searching other parts of the Church of Light, Su Xian quietly walked into the hall of the church. His eyes were sharp and deep, like an explorer looking for the answer to a mystery. He looked around and finally locked his sight on the statue of the God of Light in the center of the church hall. He felt that this statue was obviously different from the statue in the Silver Moon Town Church. In the Silver Moon Town Church, there was no guardrail around the statue, and believers could approach and pray freely. But here, the Statue of Light was deliberately isolated, and believers could only worship it a few meters away. Even because of the crowding and obstruction of this group of fanatical believers, the law enforcement knights could not conduct a thorough search of the Statue of Light. In addition, this Statue of Light was maintained too well, as if to hide some traces, it needed to be painted every day. Could it be that there is some secret hidden under the statue of the God of Light? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought in his heart. Chapter 80. Not long after, the law enforcement knights gathered, but they all looked disappointed. Obviously, they did not find any clues, and had to return empty-handed. When Pastor Chui Erda saw this, a trace of sneer flashed across his face. With the obstruction of the believers of light, the law enforcement knights naturally did not dare to act rashly against the statue of the God of Light. Therefore, even if they continued to search, it would be difficult to find the secrets in the church. At this moment, boom, a loud noise came, and the statue of the God of Light exploded instantly, causing the entire Church of Light to fall into chaos. What happened? Who is so bold that he dared to explode the statue of the God of Light? Asshole! Who is it? This is a blasphemy against the God of Light. The angry voices of the believers of light echoed in the church, and they all accused the unidentified culprit. At the same time, the law enforcement knights also discovered the secret room passage at the bottom of the Statue of Light. Quick! There is a secret room here, go in and search it. After hearing the shouts of the law enforcement knights, Pastor Chui Erda's face suddenly became very ugly. He knew that although the secret room had been cleaned and the law enforcement knights could not get any clues from it, the mastermind behind the scenes must have mastered his hidden secrets. Pastor Chui Erda's thoughts were flying, and several people who had contacted the victim appeared in his mind. The law enforcement knights and the adventurers. His eyes revealed ruthlessness, and he had made up his mind. He must be killed. At this time, Su Xian and his group had already left the hustle and bustle of the Church of Light. Issa looked at Su Xian worriedly, and finally couldn't help asking, "Mr. Su Xian, we blew up the statue of the God of Light. If Sister Kelly knew about this, we would definitely be punished to face the wall. As a nun of the Church of Light, this behavior is tantamount to declaring war on the Church of Light." Su Xian smiled faintly and comforted, "Don't worry, the God of Light will not care about these trivial matters. If you really feel guilty, then pray more at night, and express your sincerity and repentance to the Holy Light. This is a wonderful idea. Then, I hope that Mr. Su Xian's holy light can shine for me for a long time." Su Xian heard this and smiled bitterly. Is this a pit for himself? Just now, it was he who asked Issa to detonate the statue of the God of Light. Of course, Issa was able to successfully detonate the statue of the God of Light, thanks to the law enforcement knights delaying Pastor Chui Erda. As the law enforcement agency of the Kingdom of Stars, they have no good feelings towards a group of believers from the Kingdom of the Sun. As an adventurer, Su Xian assisted them in investigating the case in depth, which undoubtedly received their warm welcome and unparalleled cooperation. However, what they never expected was that Su Xian would actually blow up the statue of the God of Light. Although they were very happy, the restless believers of light gave them a headache. In addition, Su Xian's guess was also confirmed. There was indeed a secret room hidden at the bottom of the statue of the God of Light. Although it is not clear whether this secret room can provide useful clues, its existence will undoubtedly make some people feel uneasy. So now, Su Xian first took Issa and the others back to the guild. Now he only needs to wait for the opportunity to capture the desired target. Late at night, in the hospital of Blue Moon City, a figure appeared silently in the hospital. It was Pastor Chui Erda. When he entered the hospital, he deliberately sprinkled some liquid around the hospital, which seemed to have a kind of bewitching effect. After doing all this, Pastor Trailer walked straight to the ward where the victim was. When he arrived in front of the ward, he stared at the woman who was lying quietly on the bed with a pair of cold eyes, and said coldly, "You can't live." After speaking, he took out a dagger and prepared to take action. However, at this critical moment, a cold light flashed, and a long sword accurately cut off Pastor Trailer's right arm. How is this possible? Pastor Trailer covered his broken arm in horror and retreated repeatedly. His heart was trembling at this moment. A trap. This turned out to be a trap? "Lo Celine, you cut it empty?" The leisurely conversation floated into Pastor Trailer's ears, as if a cold knife pierced his heart. "I need to make sure that the sword will not hurt the patients in the ward." Rosalind's voice was as calm as water, as if she was telling a very ordinary thing. "You are still careful." Su Xian sighed, and then his eyes turned to Pastor Chui Erda, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his cold eyes. "You are here after all, why? Do you want to kill people to silence them?" Pastor Chui Erda's face turned pale instantly. He stared at Su Xian with wide eyes, anger and fear intertwined. "Damn it! It's you? Just wait!" Pastor Chui Erda understood the current situation. He knew that he had no ability to fight back, and the only way out was to escape. He turned and rushed to the door, hoping to escape from this dangerous place. But just as he was about to take that step, he suddenly found that his feet were tightly entangled by the golden tentacles, and he could not move. "Reverend Quild, you will pay the price of your life for everything you have done." Issa walked out slowly at this moment, and said coldly, "You damn nun." Reverend Quild's eyes were bloodshot, and his anger erupted like a volcano. "Get rid of him." Su Xian didn't want to waste any more time, and directly ordered Lorslin to swing the sword and kill Reverend Quild. Lorslin took a step, and the sword energy fell like moonlight, and instantly pounced on Reverend Quild. "Ah!" After a scream, Reverend Quild's body fell in a pool of blood. But when his body died, it turned into a golden color and quickly fled. The prop that can resist the fatal blow. Chase! Su Xian immediately reacted that the prop that can resist the fatal blow played a role. They must catch up as soon as possible, and can't let Reverend Quild escape. In an instant, Pastor Trade had jumped out of the hospital and rushed towards the Church of Light. He was covered in blood and even lost an arm, but he still relied on the secret art of light to barely maintain his broken life. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The roar of Pastor Trade echoed in the air. He never expected that he would end up like this. He looked at the Church of Light, which was only 1,000 meters away, and a smile appeared on his face, as if the dawn was waving to him. As long as he escaped to the Church of Light, he would have a chance. Don't even think about escaping. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a figure fell from the sky, falling straight down beside Pastor Trade like a meteor. Suddenly, cold light splashed, and a sword pierced his body fiercely, nailing him firmly into the ground. Ah! Pastor Trade cried out in pain, his voice full of despair and fear. He stared at Rosalind in horror, his fear surging like a tide. The 6 blue wings shone in the moonlight, as if they were a mysterious force from another world. Pastor Trade couldn't help but wonder if the woman in front of him was really a human. Mr. President, save me! He stretched out his hand with all his strength and asked his president for help. However, just as he finished speaking, several figures quickly walked out of the church. Rosalind, you failed again. Why are you always on the road to failure? You are such a waste. A man with short black hair whispered to Pastor Trade. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his eyes over the 5 adventurers behind the man. Almost all of them were above level 20, but that was all. He whispered to Rosalind, "Can you deal with them?" To this, Rosalind just said lightly, "Give me 3 minutes to deal with them." Chapter 81. Give me 3 minutes to get rid of them, Lorthelin said lightly. Su Xian stared at her helmet. Although he couldn't see Lorthelin's expression, he could imagine those scenes. Why does it feel like a big boss is taking care of a child? Wait, I'm a child. That's right, he is only 18 years old, and Lorthelin was already in her 20s before she became an undead. Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, Lorthelin had already raised her long sword and rushed quickly towards the direction of the enemy guild. Kill that knight! The president of the enemy guild didn't waste any words, and directly ordered his 5 adventurers to attack Lorthelin. Pastor Tread looked at the members of his guild all going out, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even if the female knight's fighting power is stronger, so what? They have more people and higher levels. However, before Pastor Triard finished thinking, the sword of oath in Lorthelin's hand had already pierced the heart of a member of the enemy guild. In just a moment, the guild member turned into a cold corpse and fell in a pool of blood. This swift and fierce killing stunned everyone present. Is it true? Killed in one encounter? Go together. Go all out. Don't give her a chance. The president of the enemy guild was also panicked at this moment, and hurriedly commanded the members of his guild to do their best to attack Lorthelin. However, all this is as fragile as thin ice in the face of absolute strength. Lorthelin's figure danced like a ghost in the moonlight, and the 6 blue fluorescent wings provided her with a speed bonus far beyond that of ordinary people. In just a moment, another member of the enemy guild fell under her oath's sword. Adventurers above level 20 were as easy to deal with as cutting vegetables in front of Lorthelin. Roar! The highest level adventurer of the enemy guild let out a deafening roar, raised the giant axe in his hand, and chopped at Lorthelin fiercely. An orc warrior above level 25? Su Xian immediately judged that the level of this orc warrior was above level 25, and his combat power should be higher than that of Pastor Traold. But, swish, in an instant, the sword light as bright as moonlight flashed. After a few short moves with Lorthelin, the orc warrior's limbs were accurately cut off, and the sword pierced his heart, and he fell in a pool of blood. Anner! How is this possible? The leader of the rival guild showed a look of anger and despair. The most powerful adventurer in his guild was defeated so easily. It's over. Reverend Tilda also showed a look of despair at this moment. The fear of death spread in his heart. He never dreamed that the enemy he attracted would be so powerful. 3 minutes is just right. Luzlin sheathed the sword of oath neatly, and returned to Su Xian's side. She kept her word and promised to solve the enemy within 3 minutes, definitely not more than 1 second. Thank you for your hard work. Su Xian nodded approvingly. He was very satisfied with the performance of the strongest fighter in the guild. It seems that the flamefall that Edith gave him can be kept for the time being, which is equivalent to getting an extra elite quality item. It's really a big profit. Su Xian looked at the leader of the enemy guild from afar, his face full of fear and anger. The 6 adventurers he had worked so hard to train all died at this moment. For a player, this was undoubtedly like falling into hell. But Su Xian would not have any sympathy for this beast. He walked towards him and asked coldly, "You killed all those women. Asshole. Do you know how much money I spent to train these adventurers? That's all my belongings. You destroyed all of it." The man shouted angrily at Su Xian, and he became penniless at this moment. But the next second, he showed a cold smile. What? You want to do justice for them? This is just a game. What do I want to do as a player? It's none of your business. This world is like this. As long as you have power, you can do whatever you want. You just haven't seen hell yet. When I was doing the mission, I saw more miserable scenes than these. Alice. Su Xian ignored the roar of the hostile guild leader. He decided to let Alice deal with him. Understood. Alice's black scissors appeared in the air in an instant, targeting the hostile guild leader. Want to kill me? You're dreaming. The hostile guild leader immediately opened the teleportation array, trying to escape back to his own guild. Due to the game settings, players can only choose to quit the game in the guild, so he must return to the guild first. Of course, there are two other options, that is, the player dies, or is judged as addicted by the game system and forced to quit the game. Therefore, players cannot be trapped in this game world by any means. However, before the teleportation array was fully activated, Lorslan appeared behind him like a ghost and kicked him out. His body rolled on the ground for several rounds before stopping. Just as he struggled to stand up and continue to escape, Alice's big scissors had already fallen down mercilessly. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream came from the mouth of the hostile guild leader, echoing in this dark night. However, this miserable scream did not wake anyone up, because Su Xian had already lowered the volume in advance. Ahem, in fact, I shall use magic to build a sound barrier to ensure that the scream would not spread. I cut! Alice controlled the soul cutter in the air, cutting the soul of the hostile guild leader again and again. Each cut was accompanied by a shrill scream, like waves in the night sky, one after another, which was palpitating. However, what shocked the hostile president even more was that, although his soul suffered such severe pain, his body was unscathed. In other words, his health was not reduced. Why? Why am I not dead? What did you do to me? Why is my health not reduced? The hostile president roared in disbelief. He could not understand why he was still alive after experiencing such a painful attack. The severe pain even made his eyes bloodshot, and the veins all over his body burst out, but the system still did not pop up the information of the player's death. Why is this? The reason is simple. The body's ability to bear is limited. Although the soul also has a limit to its ability to bear, this limit is much higher than that of the body. This also means that when players face death caused by soul attacks, the pain they need to endure will be even more intense. Alice, cut his soul into pieces. Su Xian gave the order mercilessly. Yes, master. Amidst the shrill screams, the player finally died because his soul could not bear the severe pain, and a bunch of garbage equipment exploded. But even so, Su Xian still thought that these punishments were far from enough. Of course, Su Xian never thought that he was the embodiment of justice, or even a kind person. He just happened to stand on the side of justice, and give an explanation to his task client. Next, Su Xian's eyes turned to Pastor Cui Erda, who was lying on the ground. The guild leader had paid for his crimes with the pain of his soul and the destruction of the guild, and the other guild members were also ruthlessly killed by Lu's line. Then, this pastor who had not yet died would naturally bear the blame for all this. Speak. Su Xian grabbed Pastor Cui Erda's head and asked sternly, Tell me where the missing women are. Also, tell me all the evil deeds you have done. The next day, Pastor Cui Erda was nailed in front of the Church of Light, dying, for the condemnation of the crowd, and was finally taken to the execution ground for hanging. The law enforcement knights also successfully rescued the captured women, who were hidden by Pastor Cui Erda in the cellar of a manor. Of course, Su Xian could not witness these scenes with his own eyes, because he was too sleepy after interrogating Cui Erda, and had to go offline to sleep. When he started the game after school, and came to Blue Moon City again, he only saw a cold corpse and rotten eggs thrown at him by the residents, who once trusted Pastor Cui Erda. However, Su Xian did not come to Blue Moon City to see the miserable state of Pastor Quild. His purpose in coming to Blue Moon City was to explore the secret room under the statue of the God of Light. When interrogating Pastor Quild, Su Xian learned that there was a secret hidden in the secret room under the statue of the God of Light. As for how he got it out, Su Xian's method was extremely cruel. Soon, Su Xian walked into the Church of Light. Since the law enforcement knights had blocked the scene, it was empty at this time. He led Lu's line and Ivsa into the secret passage at the bottom of the statue of the God of Light, and came to the secret room. There were traces of the law enforcement knight's search everywhere, but unfortunately Quild had already cleaned up all the sins. And the secret hidden by Quild here can only be opened with the help of the sacred magic of the Church of Light, and the law enforcement knights naturally cannot find it. Su Xian flipped through the blue code obtained from Pastor House before, trying to chant the spell to unlock the secret, but for this beginner in magic, this seems a bit difficult. Never mind, let's give it a try. Makabaka. Su Xian chanted the magic according to the code. He thought he might fail, but the next moment, a golden magic circle suddenly appeared in his sight. Oh! Success? Su Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he would succeed the first time. Luzlen beside him also showed a surprised expression, and couldn't help thinking, is he a genius? Only Ifsha was full of admiration, and admired in her heart, he is worthy of being a person with holy light. When the golden magic circle was fully filled, a wooden box appeared out of thin air on the floor of the secret room. Su Xian walked over to pick up the wooden box and gently opened it. However, when he opened the wooden box, he found a portrait inside. The woman in the painting was extremely beautiful. She gently covered her eyes with white gauze, giving people a slightly mysterious and seductive feeling. The snow-white long hair flowed like a waterfall, soft and elegant, scattered on the shoulders. The golden dress she wore was made of fine materials, with smooth lines that fit her elegant figure. The hem of the skirt was inlaid with sparkling gems, like stars in the night sky, making people dare not look at it closely. She also wore a crown on her head, which seemed to be a symbol of power and status. Who is this? Su Xian looked at the portrait in confusion, and was a little speechless. Why did Pastor Cui Erta hide such a portrait? Although the appearance of this woman can indeed be compared with Edith. Just as he was full of doubts, a message popped up in his vision. Portrait of the Saint, epic no effect. Can provide the super rare entry Saint. The guild level is too low, and it cannot be summoned at the current stage. Saint! Super rare entry? Su Xian was shocked. Chapter 82. The super rare entry Saint can be provided. The guild level is too low, and it cannot be summoned at the current stage. Saint entry? But it cannot be summoned at the current stage? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and fell into deep thought. Could this entry be related to the quality of the adventurers recruited? Guaranteed legend? Or can it be recruited above legend, myth? Su Xian took a deep breath, and tried to calm his excitement. Then, his eyes fell on the portrait again, and a beautiful woman stood there quietly, like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. Could she be the saint? However, Su Xian also knew that there was more than one saint in this world. Let's go back. Su Xian carefully put the portrait into his backpack, and then led Ibsa and others to leave Blue Moon City and return to the guild. Not long after they left, two figures appeared in the Church of Light. These two people wore exquisite dark blue armor, and the crystals containing magic were cleverly inlaid on them. There are some strange patterns on the armor, which seem to seal some power. However, what is more eye-catching is the cross pendant hanging on their chest. These two crosses are not ordinary, they are the identity symbols of the supervisors of the Church of Light. Have you found the target? No, what we are looking for is not here. It seems that someone else took it away. We must find the person who took the things as soon as possible. The item is very important to the Pope. Just as the two supervisors of the Church of Light were talking, a bright red figure stepped lightly on the falling rose petals and appeared behind them. She opened her red lips slightly. 2 ants from the Church of Light? One of the supervisors turned his head in astonishment, his eyes widened. Who? She sneered, and that smile seemed to freeze everything. Go back to the kingdom of the sun. Although the Star Kingdom is doomed, it is not yet to be bullied by you, it will. The two supervisors looked at each other, and fear surged in their hearts. Damn it! We are not her opponents, retreat first. The two supervisors of the Church of Light knew that they could not fight, so they left the place immediately. The bright red figure turned around gracefully, took out an exquisite rose folding fan in her hand, and waved it gently. A mysterious arc rose on her beautiful face. I really heard something interesting. Are you ready? Ifsa? Su Xian asked doubtfully. They were about to go to Sunset City. However, Ifsa had been hiding in the bathroom mysteriously since just now, making Su Xian curious about what she was doing. Did she have a stomach upset? It's fine, Ifsa said nervously, and she gently opened the door and walked out of the bathroom. Her face looked a little unnatural, as if she was hiding some secret that she didn't want Su Xian to know. Su Xian looked at Ifsa, and was even more confused, and asked, What's wrong with you, Ifsa? Ifsa hesitated, and a hint of hesitation flashed across her face, but she finally decided to confess to Su Xian. Since I came back yesterday, the magic pattern on my lower abdomen has been flashing. Ifsa explained softly, and at the same time gently lifted the hem of her skirt to show her fair and tender lower abdomen. On that flat lower abdomen, the complex magic pattern was emitting a faint purple glow. Su Xian looked at the scene in front of him, frowning slightly, with a puzzled look on his face. He remembered that he had unlocked the first layer of Issa's magic pattern, but the current situation surprised him. Why did the magic pattern suddenly start to flash? He quickly opened Issa's status bar, hoping to find the answer. The information on the status bar immediately attracted his attention. Hungry. Please give the succubus more food from you. Su Xian looked at Issa, a little amused. He originally thought it was an emergency, but it turned out to be just because of hunger? Issa, I feed you when I come back. Now we have something to do. Su Xian touched his nose and said. Hearing Su Xian's words, Issa immediately showed a happy smile. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Su Xian. Her voice was full of gratitude, as if she became active in the upcoming mission. Cunning succubus. With a flash of white light, Su Xian arrived at Sunset City with Lu's line and Issa. Under the guidance of the Sunset City soldiers, they came to the Sunset City Lord's mansion. As soon as he entered the mansion, he saw a group of players and adventurers gathered here, with at least 100 people. Magicians, elves, orcs, goblins, dwarves, goblins, etc., all kinds of adventurers. There are about 20 players. Most of the players participating in this event are rated between E and D. After all, if the rating goes up, the reward for this event will be meager for them. Su Xian glanced around the crowd, and suddenly a familiar figure caught his attention. Brother, do you want to buy silver scale armor? 5 gold each. It's really not expensive. Buy one. Only one. Honest. In response, Su Xian did not go forward to say hello, fearing that he would ruin Xiaoyu's business. When most of the invited players arrived, a burly knight appeared in everyone's sight. His voice was low. Dear presidents and adventurers, the city lord invites you. Everyone followed the burly knight, and walked into a spacious conference room. This conference room is large enough to accommodate hundreds of people, filled with long tables and chairs for participants to sit. Just after everyone sat down, a middle-aged man with a mustache walked into everyone's sight. He was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, a wide belt around his waist, and an exquisite short sword on the belt. The hilt of the sword was inlaid with complex runes, which seemed to be a symbol of power. This was the Lord of Sunset City, and his appearance attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone. The voice of the Lord of Sunset City was deep and powerful, attracting the attention of all the guild leaders. Then, he began to explain in detail about this defense battle. Regarding the coming of the beast tide, we need to make full preparations. Su Xian chose a corner and listened quietly to the Lord of Sunset City's story. At the same time, he tried to use his player privileges to view the Lord of Sunset City's information. But he found that he could only read the Lord of Sunset City's name, Gu Kaisi, and his level 35. The rest of the information was shrouded in an invisible black fog, making it impossible for him to peek. Su Xian turned his head gently and asked Lu's line behind him, Lu's line, did you have any contact with the Lord of Sunset City when you were alive? A trace of memory flashed in Luoselin's eyes, and she replied lightly, the relationship is average, but Luo Xia's father has a deep friendship with him. Su Xian then asked, who is stronger between you who is alive, and the Lord of Sunset City? I can give him a hand. When Su Xian was talking to Luoselin, the Lord of Sunset City suddenly swept his eyes over Luoselin, and a mysterious light flashed in his eyes, as if hiding something deep. The meeting lasted about an hour, mainly discussing how to reasonably divide the 23-player guilds into 4 teams, respectively in the 4 gates of the southeast, northwest, and northeast, to assist the warriors of Sunset City in resisting the beast tide. Su Xian's mission location is the East Gate. His team consists of 4 men and 1 woman, a total of 5 players, and their adventurers. In order to facilitate collaboration, the 23 players also created a group chat to jointly deal with this special event. After the meeting, Su Xian was about to leave with Luoselin and others, but was stopped by the Lord of Sunset City. President, please stay. Su Xian asked in confusion. Lord Sunset, what's the matter? Lord Sunset explained calmly. I heard that the sworn knight of the Yerman family came back after 10 years. I was a good friend of her 10 years ago, so I wanted to meet her alone. In response, Su Xian rejected Lord Sunset's request without hesitation. I'm sorry, she is not the knight you are familiar with, and I can't respond to your invitation. Su Xian knew very well that he had never mentioned the fact that Rosaline had recovered her memory to anyone, and he had not even told Natasha yet. How could it be possible for the Lord of Sunset City to meet with Rosaline alone? When the Lord of Sunset City heard Su Xian's answer, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Really? That's a pity. He paused for a moment, and then said, I really hope to meet Lorslan again one day. After all, she was once the most powerful guardian of our Sunset City. After speaking, he looked at Su Xian deeply, then turned and left. Let's go! Su Xian did not stay for long and left the Lord's mansion directly. In a flash, Su Xian had returned to the guild, but only Issa was left beside him. Lorslan did not return. She told Su Xian that she had some things to investigate, so she stayed alone in Sunset City. Master, you are finally back. As soon as he came back, Alice walked towards Su Xian with a warm hug. Well, pour me a cup of coffee, with more sugar. Su Xian gently stroked Alice's hair and whispered, I'll be there soon. Alice obediently prepared coffee for him, and at this time, Aisha hurriedly approached. Mr. Su Xian, what you said before is that you will come back. Her eyes were full of eager anticipation, as if she had been hungry for a long time, and was eagerly looking forward to satisfaction. I want to finish my coffee first. Do you mind waiting for a while? Of course not. A few minutes later, Su Xian opened the door and saw Aisha sitting quietly by the bed, smiling, as if quietly waiting for him to appear. Mr. Su Xian. Seeing Su Xian, Aisha stood up immediately. However, the moment she stood up, her specially made nun's uniform slipped off her body and spread on the ground like petals, and her flawless white body was instantly visible. Her peach hardtail swayed and trembled even faster, unable to hide her inner joy. She couldn't wait any longer. Yifsa, do you remember that you mentioned setting up a prayer room in the guild? Su Xian walked to the bed and sat down slowly. As soon as he sat down, Yufusa immediately pounced on him and pushed him down on the bed. Bo prayer room? It seems that you did say so. Yifsa was no longer able to think and started to enjoy her food directly. Forget it. Let's talk about it next time. The following plot is the process of the succubus eating, and the following 10,000 words are omitted. 2 hours later. Mr. Su Xian? Mr. Su Xian? Yifsa gently shook Su Xian's body, looking confused. Strange, the holy light is still flashing. Why is there no response? Did I eat too much? Although Yufusa was deeply concerned about Su Xian's health, her waist couldn't help shaking. Su Xian felt powerless to say this. Why did Yufusa's desire for life magic suddenly become so strong? Just when he felt that he was about to use the resurrection coin for the first time, everything around him suddenly stopped. Issa also stopped moving at this moment and froze in place. What happened? Su Xian showed a trace of confusion, and at this time, an elegant figure quietly sat on the wooden chair beside the bed. She gently waved the rose folding fan in her hand, and quietly observed the scene in front of her. She whispered, Can't hold on? Su Xian turned his head, and looked at the beauty sitting next to him. It was Ides. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to appear at this time? Su Xian frowned slightly, and said awkwardly. Don't be so shy, little guy. Ides replied calmly, I can sense everything about this child, touch, hearing, vision, etc. I can sense everything that happens between you, so there is no need to hide in front of me. Everything? Su Xian was surprised when he heard this word. He glanced at Ivisa, then turned to look at Ides, his eyes full of disbelief. Really? Doesn't that mean? Su Xian's indescribable thoughts were immediately noticed by Ides. She frowned and said coldly, You better give up those childish thoughts. I came here to fulfill my previous promise. As she spoke, she took out a fruit from somewhere. The fruit was covered with complex patterns. Looking closely, most of the patterns were heart-shaped. What is this? Succubus fruit. Eat it, and you will gain the power of succubus. Ides handed the fruit to Su Xian. Su Xian took the succubus fruit. Its skin was a little different from what he imagined. It was soft and exuded an alluring aroma. Succubus fruit, epic, a special fruit that can change physical constitution. Its maturity requires the watering of succubus blood. Su Xian took a bite, and it tasted surprisingly good. Just as he was about to eat all the fruit, Edith suddenly reminded him, by the way, after eating this fruit, you have to avoid touching sea water. What? Su Xian stopped chewing at this moment. Can't touch sea water? What will happen if I touch sea water? Edith smiled faintly. You will know when the time comes. As soon as she finished speaking, one prompt after another jumped into Su Xian's sight. You have taken the succubus fruit. All attributes plus 50. Charm plus 10. Obtain additional entry succubus physique. Succubus physique, plus 0 to 10. Special attack against the opposite sex plus 100%. Huh? Chapter 83. Su Xian stared at his newly added entry. Succubus constitution in a daze. What exactly does this value from 0 to 10 mean? Is it height? Or show me the painting. At this time, Edith stretched out her jade-like hand and asked Su Xian for the portrait she got from the Church of Light. Shared perception is really convenient. Su Xian couldn't help but complain, then took out the portrait from the player's backpack and handed it to Edith. Edith unfolded the scroll and carefully looked at the woman in the scroll. Su Xian saw that she looked so carefully and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you know her?" "I don't know her identity, but I can be sure that she is one of the saints of the Sun Church," Edith replied, and then she handed the portrait back to Su Xian. After Su Xian took the portrait, he observed it carefully for a few more times, thinking in his heart, why would the portrait of the saint of the Sun Church appear in the Church of the Star Kingdom? While thinking, Ives had already disappeared without a trace. The frozen picture was also pressed the start button at this moment, and Issa continued to sway her waist gently. However, she suddenly found something unusual. Strange, what's wrong? Issa lowered her head in confusion and readjusted her position. She always felt that something was wrong, as if her prey was gradually becoming stronger. Just when Issa was confused, Su Xian's right hand gently grabbed her peach-hard tail. He said confidently, "Issa, now it's my turn." Issa, "Ah? He." The following is a plot of punishing succubus, 50,000 words omitted below. In the afterglow of the evening, Su Xian sat in the guild, enjoying the quiet time. Issa gently massaged his shoulders, her beautiful face revealing her deep dependence and satisfaction on Su Xian. Alice was peeling the grapes carefully, and then handed them to Su Xian with a smile. "Master, ah." Su Xian swallowed the sweet grapes, and then opened the chat interface. The chat group consisting of 23 players was discussing various topics. But there was a familiar line that kept appearing. "Friend, do you want to buy a piece of silver scale armor? 5 gold each." In addition, many players thought that this special event was not particularly difficult. They generally believed that the invasion of the Beast Tide could not threaten the existence of Sunset City. After all, this city-state has a deep foundation. The mayor of Sunset City is strong, the warriors are energetic, and there is the protection of White Rose and the 6 major knight families. It is hard to imagine what scale of Beast Tide is needed to destroy the city-state. Unless there is a collapse inside Sunset City, Su Xian has doubts about this. After all, he has not yet fully figured out what tricks the night which is buried in Sunset City. And from the beginning to the end, the most difficult thing to deal with is not the Beast Tide. As long as there are factors that trigger the Beast Tide, Sunset City will never have peace. Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, the white light of the teleportation array flickered. Luzlin pushed open the door of the guild and stepped into Su Xian's sight. "Back?" Su Xian looked at Rosalind, her face seemed a little bad. "Yeah." Luzlin nodded to Su Xian and then said, "I found out something." "Speak." Su Xian immediately sat up and stared at Rosalind with a serious expression. "Do you still remember the area under Sunset City, where the demon flame silver swallowtail butterfly is?" Rosalind asked. "Yes. I found out that there is a slight fluctuation of magic power under the flame pupa of the magic flame silver swallowtail. It is a kind of magic power I have never seen before." Rosalind told Su Xian everything she found out. Su Xian lowered his head and thought after hearing this. If it is really as Rosalind said, then the purpose of the night which releasing the magic flame silver swallowtail here is not to destroy Sunset City, but to awaken the mysterious creatures hidden under Sunset City? Is there no mention of what is hidden under the underground city in the records of Sunset City? Su Xian asked. That is a secret. Only the Lord of Sunset City and the guardian family of White Rose know it. Rosalind shook her head and replied. Does Natasha know it? I think she probably doesn't know. Su Xian felt that the situation in Sunset City was a little subtle due to Rosalind's answer. Take me to see it. Su Xian suggested that Rosalind take him to the underground of Sunset City. Perhaps he could find some clues. Soon, they came to the underground of Sunset City, and the broken flame pupa came into Su Xian's sight again. When he came to the front of the flame pupa, just as Luzline said, there was a faint wave of magic from deep underground. He listened carefully and heard a slight sound, like the trembling of a heartbeat. Su Xian wondered, is it a monster or some other creature? He squatted down and found a tiny crack at the bottom of the flame pupa. He tried to peek deeper through the crack, but there was only darkness inside, with occasional blue fluorescence flashing, but he still couldn't see anything clearly. Did you find anything? Luo Selen asked Su Xian. Su Xian shook his head helplessly, no. He didn't dare to break through the ground rashly, so as not to wake up the monster inside in advance. Let's go to the Yerman family castle together, maybe Luo Xia and the others can help. Su Xian immediately made this suggestion, because in Sunset City, the only people he could trust were Luo Xia and the others, and he even had doubts about the Lord of Sunset City. Okay. In this way, they soon arrived at Yerman's family castle. Mr. Su Xian, you came just in time. We are preparing to have dinner. Do you want to join us? Natasha saw Su Xian coming and immediately invited him to have dinner together. Su Xian took a look and found that only Luo Xia and Natasha were dining in the restaurant, but the dishes were very rich, and it looked like a luxurious dinner. Are you two eating together? Su Xian asked. The members of the family have their own families. Luo Xia answered Su Xian's question calmly. There was a special emotion in her tone, and her eyes turned to Luo Salin beside Su Xian. Do you want to go home for dinner every night? Su Xian leaned close to Luo Salin's ear and asked softly. Do I have the ability? Oh, that's right. Su Xian turned his head and said to Natasha and the others with a smile, Then I'm sorry to bother you. After sitting down, Natasha immediately brought bowls and chopsticks for the two of them, and asked, Where is Miss Issa? Issa didn't come this time. She was not feeling well. Su Xian replied. Issa was indeed feeling a little uncomfortable because she ate too much. Really? Then Mr. Su Xian, please eat more and try my cooking skills. Natasha smiled and poured a glass of wine for Su Xian. Su Xian felt a little flattered by such a warm hospitality. By the way, Mr. Su Xian, the thing we talked about at that time. Natasha suddenly asked Su Xian, her beautiful eyes looking at Luo Salin, who was sitting quietly on the side. She naturally wanted to ask how to remove Luo Xia's curse. Luo Salin, you come and tell them about the curse. Su Xian instructed Luo Salin. Luo Salin nodded gently, and then slowly took off her helmet. The familiar face appeared in Luo Xia and Natasha's sight again, making their hearts tremble slightly. This was the first time they saw Rosalind after she recovered her memory and heard her long-lost voice. Rosalind, aunt. Long time no see, Natasha, Russia. Rosalind greeted them briefly first, and then quickly got to the point. We did learn how to remove Russia's curse at that time. Although it is very difficult to completely cure the curse, it is not a big problem to simply suppress the curse. You only need to use a few herbs and bathe 3 times a day to minimize the effect of the curse. She looked at Russia and continued, Russia, this curse is not as dangerous as you think. It can only attract monsters within a few kilometers at most, and it is almost impossible to trigger a large-scale beast tide. Aunt, are you saying that this beast tide was not caused by my curse? Russia frowned slightly when she heard this. Yes. Louis Ellen nodded, your curse is just a trigger. The real cause of the beast tide is under the Sunset City. Hearing this, Luo Xia and Natasha both showed surprised expressions. The curse they have been worried about turned out to be just a trigger? Natasha, does your guardian family have any books about the hidden things under the Sunset City? Su Xian asked Natasha. It stands to reason that such an important thing should be recorded. Natasha shook her head. She knew nothing about it. I don't know much about it. The guardian family declined 100 years ago. Those books were also sealed up, and most of them were taken away by the Lord of Sunset City. She suddenly remembered something and continued, maybe you can find the answer you want in the attic of the guardian family. I can take you there, Mr. Su Xian. Okay, let's go after dinner. I go and help too, Luo Xia said. Natasha smiled and refused Luo Xia's help. There are not many things in that attic. You can stay here and have a good chat. Luo Xia, you haven't seen your aunt for a long time, right? Luo Xia didn't answer, just nodded. Her blue eyes looked at Luo Salin, as if containing many unfinished words. After dinner, Su Xian followed Natasha to the attic of the guardian family. Because the guardian family had long declined, the family castle looked deserted and desolate, and most of the remaining items were abandoned in the attic. Su Xian followed Natasha's footsteps and climbed the spiral staircase. On the way, Natasha asked softly, Mr. Su Xian, have you done anything recently? Why do you ask? Su Xian asked in confusion. At this time, Natasha turned around. Her eyes reflected the candlelight, so beautiful that it could be drawn. She smiled and said, nothing, I just think you are becoming more and more attractive. Su Xian fell into silence, and a thought flashed through his mind. Maybe it was because of the succubus constitution entry he had? We are here. After walking through the spiral staircase, he finally came to the attic at the top. Su Xian looked around and found that there were many messy furniture and books in the attic, which seemed a bit crowded. However, the only thing that made him feel concerned was a huge wooden treasure chest. There were several locks on the treasure chest, which seemed to be guarding the valuables inside. Natasha walked towards the treasure chest with light steps. She lowered her body slightly, and her hip skirt stuck to her skin tightly as she squatted, revealing her plump figure. After she opened the treasure chest, she took out a book from it. This book may have the answer you want. I help you find it. Natasha flipped through the book, but Su Xian's eyes were attracted by an item in the treasure chest. It was a mirror, facing up, reflecting the top of the attic. But what Su Xian couldn't understand was why the mirror reflected Natasha's figure? Wasn't Natasha standing next to him? While thinking, a hint jumped into Su Xian's sight. Soul Magic Mirror, epic, a mirror that can seal the soul. Only the guardian of the White Rose can use it. Mr. Su Xian, I think I found the clue you want. At this time, Natasha's voice came. She pointed to the content in the book and said, once, the guardian family of the White Rose exhausted their efforts to seal a powerful evil demon in the deepest part of Sunset City. But there is only this sentence, no other information. At least we know what is sealed in the deepest part of Sunset City, Su Xian said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Natasha's voice sounded again. Mr. Su Xian, can we have sex here? Ah? Natasha, what did you say? Su Xian was stunned and very confused. Why did Natasha, who was usually very reserved, suddenly say this? However, Natasha was even more puzzled by Su Xian's doubts. Mr. Su Xian, I didn't say anything? You didn't say anything? Su Xian frowned and looked at the mirror lying in the box with a serious look. And in the mirror at this moment, Natasha was showing him a flattering smile. Chapter 84. What is this? Su Xian looked serious, staring at the mirror closely. He could clearly feel that it was Natasha in the mirror who was talking to him. Mr. Su Xian. Natasha also noticed the picture in the mirror, and she saw her own figure. I don't know its specific identity, but it is certain that it should be related to the evil demon you just mentioned. Su Xian explained calmly. If his guess is correct, this soul is likely to be the soul of the evil demon. It was sealed by the guardian family of the White Rose, and now it is communicating through this magic mirror that sealed its soul. What? Am I not beautiful enough? Quick, use your holy sword and punish me severely. The voice of Natasha sounded in Su Xian's mind again, full of wanton and teasing tone, which is completely different from the original pure and flawless Natasha's character. Unfortunately, this little temptation can't shake Su Xian's iron heart. Want to seduce me? Dream on. Since you have discovered it, how can I let you leave easily? Natasha in the mirror laughed softly, originally planned to start in 2 days, but now it seems that everything will be advanced. But before that, the guardian of the White Rose can't let her live. As the voice fell, a wisp of black magic slowly seeped out of the magic mirror and attacked Natasha. At the critical moment, a pair of black scissors suddenly appeared and cut off the connection from the soul. Ah! Natasha in the mirror screamed. What kind of weapon is this? Why can it threaten my soul? Ah! With the screams, the image in the mirror gradually blurred and finally disappeared. Su Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he called Alice in time and launched a soul attack on the evil demon, otherwise Natasha would be in danger. Thank you so much, Mr. Su Xian, you saved me again. Natasha expressed her gratitude to Su Xian. It's a small matter, Su Xian said, picking up the soul magic mirror. The soul of the evil demon should have disappeared temporarily, but why didn't this mirror seal it? He carefully checked the state of the soul magic mirror and found the reason. There was a small crack on the mirror surface of the soul magic mirror. It seemed that this crack caused all this. It must be because of the decline of the guardian family and the lack of management that led to this situation. Is it because of this crack? Let me try, maybe I can repair it. Yes. Natasha took the soul magic mirror from Su Xian, and she gently injected her magic power into the magic mirror. Soon, the cracks in the magic mirror disappeared, restoring the item to its original state. Alright. Natasha smiled and handed the soul magic mirror to Su Xian, but he refused because only the guardian of the White Rose could use this item. Then let's go back. Su Xian was about to leave, and when Natasha stood up, her body suddenly shook, and then she fell into his arms. Natasha, what's wrong with you? Su Xian asked with concern. Natasha explained softly, it's okay, maybe the magic power is consumed too much, it will be fine after a while. I carry you back. Su Xian heard this, and immediately stretched out his hand, wanting to pick up Natasha. But when his fingers touched Natasha's skin, Natasha's delicate body suddenly trembled. Mr. Su Xian, are your fingers electrified? Natasha bit her teeth and asked tenderly. No. No. Su Xian frowned slightly. Could it be the succubus constitution entry again? Is this effect a bit too outrageous? No. But why? Natasha's eyes moved, and the trembling of her body made it difficult for her to maintain. She shyly buried her cheek in Su Xian's chest. Then why don't we rest here for a while? No. It's okay, let's go back. Natasha resisted the feeling of electric shock and let Su Xian hold her and leave. Although this feeling made her feel a little strange, she liked this feeling very much. Then Su Xian was about to hold Natasha and leave the attic, but found that Natasha was shaking even more violently. He frowned. What on earth was the succubus fruit that Edith gave him? This effect was too overbearing. Could it be that only succubus could sustain such a strong effect? Natasha, let's rest here for a while. Su Xian put Natasha down. He was worried that Natasha would suddenly faint on the way. Okay. Natasha nodded. With the help of Su Xian, she sat down on the ground steadily. At this moment, her cheeks were full of blush, and her eyes were as gentle as silk threads. She didn't dare to look at Su Xian. After all, she was afraid that she would lose her composure if she looked any further. While waiting, Su Xian, after getting Natasha's consent, began to look for treasures in the attic of the guardian family. For Natasha, the items in the attic were no longer useful to her. It would be better to give them to Su Xian, which would increase the goodwill of both parties. Moreover, Su Xian had a strong feeling that there must be some treasure hidden here. Search! Oh! Suddenly, a hint flashed in Su Xian's sight. Guardian helmet, rare, can resist one soul attack. Resist soul attack? Good stuff. Su Xian put the guardian helmet into his backpack with satisfaction, and then continued to look for treasures. After searching for a while, just when Su Xian thought there were no other treasures, suddenly, an exquisite brocade box broke into his sight. What is this? Su Xian opened the brocade box, and found a snow-white rose inside. No, it seems to be a rose made of special materials? White rose flower, elite, the symbol of the White Rose Guardian family, and also a key to unlock secrets. The key to the secret? Su Xian was a little confused. What secret was this going to open? Just when he was confused, Natasha suddenly came over and asked curiously, Mr. Su Xian, have you found anything useful? Su Xian handed the white rose to Natasha. When Natasha saw the rose, her eyes instantly became dazed, as if she had lost her soul. Natasha? Su Xian was stunned when he saw this. Could it be that this so-called key, the secret to open, is Natasha? Mr. Su Xian. Natasha suddenly became a little strange. She gently covered her cheeks with her hands and asked softly, how did you find it? I remember this rose. It hurts. Natasha's voice stopped abruptly, as if the pain from the depths of her soul exploded in her mind. Natasha? What's wrong with you? Su Xian asked hurriedly with concern. However, Natasha did not respond to his question. Her body gradually relaxed, and her eyes flickered with a blue glow, as if in her world, there was only endless deep blue. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up in Su Xian's vision. The secret lock has appeared. Use the key in your hand to open it. Gulu. Su Xian, curious, reached out and picked up the white rose. When his fingers touched the white rose, a mysterious power instantly surged into his body, and his soul seemed to be pulled out of his body. At the same time, a white rose woven by soul magic gradually emerged on Natasha's body. She closed her petals tightly, quietly waiting for the key in Su Xian's hand that could open her. Chapter 85. Su Xian looked at his and Natasha's current situation in disbelief. He turned into a soul separated from his body, while Natasha knelt on the floor, her body leaning back in a coma. A white rose that had not yet bloomed also quietly emerged from the depths of her soul, waiting for the key to open it. And the white rose in Su Xian's hand was the key to unlock the secret of Natasha's soul. Once unlocked, Natasha's treasure could be obtained. Natasha? Su Xian tried to call her, but received no response. She knelt there quietly as if she was sleeping, and I wish you to pick her. Gurgle. Su Xian's Adam's apple surged, holding the key, and slowly reached out to Natasha. At this moment, his hand seemed to be pulled by some force, and he quickly inserted the small white rose into the soul rose that had not yet bloomed. And when the two merged with each other, the soul rose immediately rippled with beautiful white ripples, like a dream. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed, and Su Xian was surprised to find that he was already in the place where the huge white rose was located in Sunset City. How did I get here? Su Xian looked up with doubts, and saw Natasha's soul standing on the white rose, looking at him with a smile. At the same time, a petal fell and landed in front of Su Xian, as if inviting him. Su Xian stepped on the white rose petals, and successfully came to the top of the giant rose under the guidance of the petals. When he arrived here, Natasha's soul showed a gentle smile, and at the same time took out an item from the Snow White and handed it to Su Xian. "Is this for me?" Su Xian asked with some doubt. Natasha's soul nodded gently, as if to say yes. Su Xian reached out and held the object in his hand. It was a staff with a rose-shaped front end. White Rose Wand, epic, a staff containing the power of white roses, which can cause terrible soul magic damage. Only once, seeing the description of this staff, Su Xian suddenly understood something, and he immediately knew the development of the game plot. This must be to let him rely on the power of this staff to kill the evil demon buried in the ground of Sunset City. And the next moment Su Xian took the staff, an ethereal voice came to his ears. Please then, everything around him instantly returned to its original place, and he returned to the attic of the guardian family again. Back. Su Xian stared at the white rose staff in his hand, and murmured to himself. He raised his head slightly, and saw Natasha smiling at him, like Natasha's soul on a giant white rose. Before Su Xian could appreciate it for a moment, Natasha suddenly fainted in his arms. Natasha? Su Xian worriedly checked Natasha's status. Her information was still unavailable, but there was an additional status in the status bar. Empty shell, lost soul. Natasha's soul, left? Su Xian frowned slightly. He gently picked up Natasha and stood up from his seat. His eyes were deep, looking through the window at the giant rose in full bloom in Sunset City. The rose was blooming with beautiful blue light, and a familiar figure was standing quietly on the rose. Su Xian had a sudden enlightenment. He understood that Natasha beside him was just a guide. Her existence was to guide him to solve the crisis of Sunset City. I take you home. Su Xian held Natasha, picked up the soul magic mirror, and returned to the castle of the Yerman family. When they returned to the castle, Luo Xia and Luo Saline were talking intimately. But their conversation was a bit stiff. After all, neither the aunt nor the niece was good at speaking, and the atmosphere was not as warm as imagined. When they saw Su Xian holding the unconscious Natasha back, they immediately asked him, "What happened to Natasha?" "Don't worry," Su Xian replied calmly, "she just fell asleep, but she may sleep for a long time." He knew in his heart that as long as the crisis of Sunset City was resolved, Natasha would naturally wake up and usher in a perfect ending. "I take her back to the room." "Yes." Luo Xia took Natasha from Su Xian's arms and carried her back to the room. "Let's go too." Su Xian turned and said to Luo Saline. He decided to go back and make full preparations to ensure that he could successfully eliminate the evil demon hidden underground tomorrow. "Okay. What did you talk about just now?" "I told her to work hard on swordsmanship. Now Luo Xia is not capable enough to protect Sunset City." The next day, when Su Xian came to the guild, he happened to see Issa holding a pile of chains and shackles. "Issa, what are these?" Su Xian asked in confusion. "Mr. Su Xian, you are here." Issa stopped and smiled sweetly. "Didn't you say something about the prayer room before? I thought that bringing the things needed in the prayer room here might come in handy. So that's how it is." Su Xian nodded in understanding, but he didn't quite understand why there were chains and shackles in the prayer room. "Is this prayer room serious?" Hee. Essa hummed happily and brought the tools to the vacant room in the guild. Su Xian took a look at her condition. Full of magic power increased by 50%. Well, yesterday's efforts were not in vain. Su Xian turned his head and saw Alice carefully cleaning the floor of the guild. With her efforts, the floor of the guild became clean and bright, and even people's shadows could be clearly reflected. And Lorslan was wiping her oath sword. The sword seemed very important to her. She even bought maintenance tools and carefully applied it to the sword. Wait, where did Lorslan get the money? Does she have her own treasury? Or did she get it from Lorslan? Are we going to leave? Lorslan noticed Su Xian's gaze and asked. Her eyes were full of expectation and determination. She was obviously ready to solve the hidden dangers in Sunset City. Yes. Su Xian nodded. Now everything was ready. It was time to go and fight the evil demon hidden in the underground of Sunset City. Mr. Su Xian, I'm ready. At this time, Issa had already stored the chains and shackles. Then let's go. Yes, sir. Soon, under the leadership of Su Xian, everyone came to the underground of Sunset City. This time, all members of the guild went out. Although Alice stayed in the guild, her soul weapon could be remotely controlled, so it was equivalent to personally participating in the battle. In addition, Su Xian also brought the demon flame silver swallowtail with him. Although its level is not outstanding, it may play a vital role at a critical moment. After arriving at the destination, Su Xian glanced around the surrounding situation, and then cast his eyes on the broken flame pupa. He whispered to Lorslan, "Let's start." "Yes." Lorslan nodded, holding the sword of oath in hand, and came to the broken flame pupa. She held the hilt tightly and raised it high, ready to break the crack and reveal the evil demon hidden in the ground. Just as Lorslan's sword was about to fall, suddenly, a piercing scream came from deep underground, sweeping the whole place like a tsunami, shocking and invading everyone's mind. Although this sound wave could not cause substantial damage to them, it made their movements very slow, and Su Xian noticed that the demon flame silver swallowtail became extremely anxious and flapped its wings quickly. "Calm down." Su Xian reached out and gently stroked the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly, and the little guy regained his composure. As the deafening scream sounded, the monsters hidden around Sunset City instantly boiled and rushed towards Sunset City with great momentum. Faced with the sudden beast tide, Sunset City immediately sounded the highest level of alert. It's the alarm bell. At this time, Luo Xia was sitting by Natasha's bed, taking good care of the unconscious Natasha. When she heard the bell ringing, she immediately stood up. She stared at Natasha, then rushed out of the room. "All knights, follow me to the battlefield." "Yes." In addition to the Yerman family, the other knight families also set out together, rushing to the 4 city gates in the southeast, northwest, and northeast. The army of Sunset City was stationed on the city wall early at this moment. At the same time, more than 20 players, who received the news of the beast tide coming in advance, were quickly teleported to Sunset City to join the battle against the beast tide. While everyone was preparing to fight against the beast tide step by step, the Lord of Sunset City sat calmly in the city lord's mansion, with a confident smile on his lips that everything was under control. He murmured softly, "Don't worry, although there were some twists and turns in the middle, everything is still as planned." When the shrill scream disappeared, Su Xian and the others gradually recovered from the chaos. Luz Lin. Su Xian gave an order. The sword of oath in Luz Lin's hand fell instantly. A deep crack appeared in the ground instantly, and the blue fluorescent light gushed out like a fountain, illuminating the entire underground city. "Back off." The crack gradually expanded, causing the surrounding ground to collapse rapidly, and Su Xian immediately ordered everyone to retreat backwards. When they retreated to a safe place, the area within 100 meters around the flame pupa quickly collapsed, revealing the evil creature sealed underground to everyone's sight. It was a monster that looked like a human brain, but it was very large, at least tens of meters high. There was a pair of strange human hands on the surface of the brain, which made people feel inexplicably evil and released terrible spiritual power. As its name implies, it seems to have the ability to bewitch people, which makes people shudder. Gushin Demon, Epic, Level 39, 0/11700, Race, Demon. Strength, 0/Agility, 0/Magic, 1000/Constitution, 1000. Growth, 10, gain 10 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Defeat the Gushin Demon to get the additional entry. Greed. Greed? Chapter 86. Greed. When Su Xian saw this entry, a trace of curiosity flashed through his mind, but this curiosity dissipated in an instant, replaced by the fighting spirit of the epic boss. Prepare for battle. As Su Xian's order fell, Lorslan and Issa spread their wings at the same time, ready for battle. Chirp chirp. The magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly on Su Xian's shoulder also spread its wings, wanting to join the battle, but was pulled back by Su Xian. "Why are you joining in the fun?" Chirp. The magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly stared at Su Xian blankly, as if asking, "Are you looking down on me?" "Wait here obediently." Su Xian smiled and patted its tentacles gently. Then he took out the white rose wand. This weapon is not suitable for Lorslan and Issa to use, because it is a weapon that causes damage to the soul. Even if their magic power is high, they cannot increase the amplification effect of the white rose wand. On the contrary, their battle might be affected by finding the right time to use the white rose wand. As for how to use the white rose wand, Su Xian had carefully read the instructions for using the white rose wand and learned that it was specially designed to deal with the Gu Heart Demon. As long as he continued to cause damage to the Gu Heart Demon and collect the soul energy from the damaged Gu Heart Demon, it would automatically bloom after meeting the requirements. At that critical moment, he would have the opportunity to make a devastating blow. Therefore, Lorslan and Issa needed to find a way to cause damage to the Gu Heart Demon. Before she could decide, Lorslan had already quickly flown to the front of the Gu Heart Demon with the help of the soul light wings. The sword of oath in her hand flashed with dazzling white light, turning into countless moonlight and pouring towards the Gu Heart Demon. Under this attack, a faint halo bloomed on the body of the Guhard demon, like a magic barrier blocking Lorsland's attack. However, just in the next second, a shadow of a nun appeared above it. With a loud bang, the magic barrier wrapped around the Guhard demon was instantly broken, and at the same time, the angry roar of the Guhard demon was heard. You can't stop me from being free at all. Today is the moment for me to regain my freedom. He roared, his voice like a roaring wind, and the magic shot from the spiritual level spread like invisible ripples, gradually eroding the hearts of everyone at the scene. However, for Lorsland, these were just chaotic noises. She stared at the Guhard demon in front of her coldly. As a dead spirit, she was completely unaffected by the spiritual level. Like a ghost, she directly passed through the spiritual magic of the Guhard demon and landed lightly on its huge body. He raised the sword of oath, which was gleaming with a faint light, and stabbed it into the body of the Guhard demon. The intense pain made the Guhard demon scream, "Ah! The sword of oath! It's this damn sword again!" As the voice fell, the huge body of the Guhard demon began to tremble violently, and then countless hands suddenly emerged from its brain skin, rushing towards Lorsland like a demon. Facing the counterattack of the Guhard demon, Lorsland easily dodged it with the wings of soul light. The sword of oath in her hand was like the sickle of the god of death, cutting off those demon-like tentacles one by one. Compared with Lorsland's front battlefield, Issa was on the side battlefield, using sacred magic to weave countless holy swords, which fell on the body of the Guhard demon like raindrops, leaving deep sword marks. The fallen flames continued to burn its body, causing huge damage. However, despite the constant damage done to the Guhard demon by Lorsland and Issa, the Guhard demon's momentum was still strong. Its 1,000 points of physical fitness made its health bar look extremely terrifying. However, blooming. Su Xian was surprised to see that the white rose wand in his hand was blooming slightly. Although it had not yet fully bloomed, at least he could see the progress bar. This feeling was like when you were attacking a boss, the boss's endurance bar was gradually decreasing, and when it was reduced to 0, you could give it a decisive execution attack. At this time, just as the fierce battle was in full swing underground, the defense battle of Sunset City also started at this moment. Thousands of monsters swarmed from all directions of Sunset City and launched a fierce attack on the sturdy city gate. Shoot! Under the command of the officers, the soldiers of Sunset City on the city wall quickly drew their bows and arrows, and countless arrows shot at the dense beast tide like a rainstorm. With just one round of volleys, dozens of weak monsters fell in a pool of blood. However, despite this, there were still monsters that broke through the heavy rain of arrows and reached the city gate. They used their sharp claws and teeth to hit the city gate frantically, trying to break in. In the sky, flying monsters also launched a surprise attack on the warriors of Sunset City, making the battle more intense. Soon, the 6 major knight families of Sunset City also joined the battle. At the same time, adventurers also took their positions, and tried their best to stop the monsters trying to break through the city gate. Under the joint blockade of these 3 forces, the Beast Tide's offensive was successfully blocked outside the city wall. Just when people thought the battle was about to be won, a giant worm over level 30 suddenly drilled out of the ground and destroyed the city wall on the east side of Sunset City. Countless monsters seized this breakthrough and poured into Sunset City like a tide. Stop them! Never let them get close to the residential area of Sunset City. Yes! Luo Xia immediately commanded the knights of the Yerman family to step forward and stop the monsters that broke into Sunset City. But just as she was about to swing her sword to fight, she suddenly felt dizzy. What's wrong with me? Luo Xia frowned slightly and clenched her silver teeth. She was confused about her body and didn't understand why she suddenly felt a headache. But soon, the dizziness disappeared without a trace. Luo Xia, are you okay? A knight of the Yerman family asked her hurriedly. I'm fine. Luo Xia shook her head and immediately joined the battle. In the depths of this underground world, the roar of the Guhard demon shook every corner like an earthquake. Damned White Rose Guardian! I won't let you seal me again! I will completely annihilate your souls! The piercing scream echoed in the air, and the whole dungeon was shaking with the terrifying magic power. The body of the Guhard demon turned bright blood red at this moment, as if it had entered a violent state. At this moment, Su Xian found that the white rose in his hand had fully bloomed. Loosland Issa. Strategic retreat. Su Xian immediately gave them the order to retreat, and they immediately spread their wings and flew away from the Guhard demon. Are you afraid? Fragile ants, you can't escape, and you will be buried here. The voice of the Guhard demon was sharp and trembling. He released all his magic power, and prepared to kill Su Xian and the others here. I won't give you this chance. Su Xian took out the white rose wand, and the white rose blooming at the front of the wand shone brightly at this moment. Soul shockwave is being cast. That's it? No! This is impossible. The Night Witch clearly said that her soul has been divided. Why can you still get her power? When the Guhard demon saw the white rose wand in Su Xian's hand, it instantly showed a horrified expression on its face. Then asked the Night Witch. Su Xian raised the white rose wand high, and in an instant, a beam of light several meters wide gushed out and shot directly at the Guhard demon in the distance. Soul shockwave launch. Boom! The soul magic power from the white rose wand continued to impact the body of the Guhard demon, and the terrifying power instantly penetrated the target. No! I won't give up! The Guhard demon roared heartbreakingly, and it gathered the last bit of magic power into one point, and then poured it out towards Su Xian. Be buried with me. The Guhard demon shot straight at Su Xian with all its strength, trying to drag him to be buried with it. Oops. Su Xian took a step back suddenly, trying to avoid the fatal blow, but the speed of the blow was too fast. He thought that he might really have to use the resurrection coin this time. At this critical moment, the soul magic mirror on Su Xian's waist suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and at this moment it blocked him on its own. Bang! With a loud bang, the soul magic mirror shattered, and at the same time, the huge body of the Guhard demon turned into ashes. No! Accompanied by a roar, the Guhard demon completely dissipated in the air. A message also popped up in Su Xian's sight. Defeat the Guhard demon, experience plus 10,000. Get the additional entry. Greed, is it Natasha? Su Xian picked up the soul magic mirror that fell to the ground and found that the mirror surface had been broken and turned into an ordinary mirror. He thought for a moment, and put the broken soul magic mirror into his backpack. Then, his eyes fell on the greed entry. Greed. The greedy desire is getting stronger and stronger. Uncontrollable. The emotions about the controlled objects have reached an extreme. Provide 100% combat power increase for the desired target. Can be used for multiple targets. Can this greed entry be given to myself? Su Xian tried to add the greed entry to himself, but unfortunately, the adventurer entry cannot be added to the player. In this way, this greed entry can only be added to the next adventurer to be recruited. Greedy elves? They seem good too? Su Xian whispered to himself. Now he only needs one more recruitment qualification. At this moment, the 3 battlefields of Sunset City Defense War are gradually suppressing the invasion of the Beast Tide. Only the situation at the East Gate seems to be at a disadvantage. The giant worms above level 30 smashed the city wall, putting the situation at a certain disadvantage. Damn it! This mission is too difficult. Hold on. The situation in other battlefields is gradually stabilizing, and other players and their adventurer teams are coming to support. Level 30 giant worms. We can't deal with it at all. Why don't we retreat first? It's not worth losing adventurers in such an event. The 4 players on the scene discussed whether to retreat, and their conversation reached Luo Xia's ears. She didn't speak, but she knew in her heart that this was a defense battle for Sunset City. It was already precious that these adventurers were willing to help and participate. If you want to save Sunset City, you can only rely on your own strength. She encouraged the knights of the Yerman family. Everyone hold on, support will arrive soon. Yes. Just as she finished her words, suddenly, the dizziness surged into her heart again, making her body tremble and unable to stand. What's going on? Luo Xia stroked her forehead, her heart full of confusion about her physical condition. Is it the cause of the curse? Just when Luo Xia was full of doubts, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. Luo Xia, come with me. Suddenly, a black mist enveloped Luo Xia's body, lifted her up, and was about to take her away. Luo Xia. The knights of the Yerman family wanted to step forward to stop them, but found that the black fog was like an indestructible barrier, preventing them from getting close. Damn it! Luo Xia struggled hard, but it was useless. At this critical moment, a crescent moon fell from the sky, breaking the black fog completely. Are you okay, Luo Xia? Luzlin spread her soul light wings, caught Luo Xia, who fell from the sky, and asked with concern. Aunt? Luo Xia seemed to be relieved when she saw Luo Xia, and breathed a sigh of relief. What was the black fog just now? Su Xian walked to Luo Xia's side, his eyes full of doubts. I don't know. But I heard a voice. Luo Xia frowned slightly, and said to Su Xian with a serious expression, that was the voice of the Lord of Sunset City. Lord of Sunset City? When Su Xian heard Luo Xia's words, a prompt suddenly jumped out of his sight. Trigger the hidden story mission, a person who yearns for the witch. Recommended mission level, level 30. Mission description, defeat the betrayer who surrendered to the witch. Mission reward, Witch's Eye green recruitment scroll. Chapter 87. Hidden plot mission? The one who yearns for the witch? Su Xian frowned as he looked at the mission description. The mission content clearly pointed out that the Lord of Sunset City was the betrayer of the witch. Lord of Sunset City? When Rosalind heard this name, some long-lost memories suddenly flashed in her mind. What's wrong? Su Xian keenly noticed Rosalind's abnormality and asked hurriedly. The ship we used to go to sea was provided by the Lord of Sunset City. Who would have thought that a city lord would actually surrender to the witch? It's ridiculous. Rosalind explained with a sneer. No matter what the reason is, since he surrendered to the witch, he is our enemy. There is no doubt about this. Su Xian did not want to explore the reason why the Lord of Sunset City surrendered to the witch. There are more important things to deal with at the moment. Luzlin, go deal with those monsters first, and we deal with the traitor. Yes. As soon as Luzlin finished speaking, the soul wings behind her unfolded, and she joined the battlefield at lightning speed. When she arrived at the battlefield, everyone's eyes were focused on her. Look at that. Why is there a female knight with wings? Wow. Those wings are so cool. Is it a Krypton gold skin? Several players present showed incredible expressions. It was the first time they saw such gorgeous soul wings. However, those who were more shocked than them were naturally the Knights of Yerman and the warriors guarding Sunset City. They excitedly raised their arms and shouted, "That's our strongest sworn knight, Luzlin. She finally appeared. But why can she fly? The power of the White Rose gift is so mysterious and powerful. Is it strange to have wings? Great. With her help, we will surely win. Knight Lorcelin always comes in an invincible posture at the most critical moment. She is really the patron saint of our Sunset City." There are boastful remarks all around, but Lorcelin doesn't care about these false reputations. Holding the Sword of Oath, she rushed into the vast beast tide without hesitation. The soul light wings spread out behind her, providing her with lightning speed. With a light wave of the Sword of Oath, Lorcelin seemed to dance on the battlefield, leaving behind the corpses of monsters wherever she passed. Those physical attacking monsters could not touch the fast-moving Lorcelin, and the monsters that swallowed and spit out elemental magic had no way to deal with her. The Crystal Construct entry made her completely immune to all elemental magic damage. When elemental magic such as fire, lightning, etc. touched her, they only turned into beautiful elemental special effects. These elemental magic powers were absorbed by the soul wings behind Lorcelin. As time went by, the soul wings became more shining, as if sprinkled with starlight, beautiful and shocking. When the power of the soul wings was full, Lorcelin immediately turned her target to the location of the giant worm. She spread her wings and flew towards the location of the giant worm. The giant worm seemed to sense the danger and wanted to burrow into the ground to escape. However, it was too late. Lorcelin's body fell like a meteor, and the soul wings behind her burst out with terrifying soul power, spreading around like waves, sweeping the whole scene in an instant. Roar! With this roar, the monsters that suffered soul attacks fell to the ground like wheat fields swept by a strong wind, without a breath. Although the giant worm withstood this terrifying blow, it also entered a weak state. Before it could react, Lorcelin had already stood on its head with great strides, and swung the Sword of Oath in her hand without hesitation, completely ending its life. With the death of the leading monster, the originally powerful group of monsters collapsed in an instant, and their morale disappeared. They began to flee everywhere, showing obvious signs of defeat. Win. This scene immediately made everyone present dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Several players were even more shocked. What kind of adventurer is this female knight? How can she be so powerful? Knights, listen to my orders. Seeing the situation reversed in an instant, Luo Xia immediately commanded, "Now is the time to fight back. We must drive the invading monsters out of Sunset City completely." Yes, sir. Under Luo Xia's command, the knights were in high spirits, and ruthlessly drove away those monsters that dared to break into Sunset City one by one. Seeing that the situation gradually stabilized, Su Xian immediately summoned Luo Saline back to his side, and then quickly rushed towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. "Hey, that friend, please wait." Several players present wanted to catch up with Su Xian, but it was too late. Su Xian had already disappeared. They could only stare at each other in amazement, shocked in their hearts. There is a master. The screen switched, and Su Xian led Luo Saline and others to the city lord's mansion smoothly. At this moment, the guards in the city lord's mansion had already left, and the open door seemed to welcome their arrival. Su Xian stared at the empty city lord's mansion, and a feeling of fighting a boss surged in his heart. He took a deep breath and stepped into the city lord's mansion. The moment he stepped into the city lord's mansion, a figure appeared in his sight. I am very curious. How did you destroy the Gu Heart demon? Although most of its power was sealed, you should not be its opponent with your strength. Sunset City Lord asked Su Xian doubtfully. We defeated it. It's that simple. Su Xian answered concisely. It seems that I underestimated you. Sunset City Lord sighed lightly and regretted his mistake. Sunset City Lord, why did you join the witch? At this time, Luo Selling questioned Sunset City Lord. From the information obtained, it can be determined that Sunset City Lord had joined the Night Witch 10 years ago. However, facing Lord Aslan's question, the Lord of Sunset City just smiled coldly, revealing a nostalgic expression. Do you know that I used to be a couple with the Night Witch? I even received her reward and could touch her souls. Su Xian was full of question marks. You are a couple? Are you a dog licker? Although she betrayed me, I always remember my deep love for her. I am willing to give everything for her madness. The Lord of Sunset City's words were full of determination, and suddenly, his expression became cold, however. There was a stupid woman who ruined all the plans. The soul of White Rose should have been broken 10 years ago, but because of her stupidity, the plan was postponed for 10 years. Even the person I love deeply was pushed to the execution ground by that bastard during this period. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. The stupid woman that Lord Sunset mentioned should be Luo Xiao's mother. Her death caused the plan to be suspended, and finally it could only rely on Luo Xia to become an adult to promote all this. In addition, although the initiator of all this has died, Lord Sunset still decided to fulfill the agreement and continue to fulfill his wish. At this time, Lord Sunset spoke again, and he sneered, but it doesn't matter. As long as I kill all of you, and then use Luo Xiao's curse to awaken the soul-eating insect, I can make the White Rose wither. Everything you do is in vain. You won't succeed. Luzlin drew out the oath sword at her waist, and pointed it at Lord Sunset. Luzlin, do you think you are still the invincible Oath Knight before? Lord Sunset sneered. Now, you are not my opponent at all. After Lord Sunset finished speaking, he drew out the exquisite short sword at his waist. Rosalind did not answer. Her body instantly shot out, swinging her sword and slashing at the Lord of Sunset. However, the sword was easily blocked by the Lord of Sunset. Strength, speed, reaction, you are not as good as you used to be in any aspect, my friend. The voice of the Lord of Sunset was as cold as ice. As soon as the voice fell, the Lord of Sunset shook his arm, and a terrifying force surged out instantly, pushing Rosalind back several meters away. As soon as the Lord of Sunset pushed Rosalind back, a golden holy sword appeared above his head and slashed at him with a sacred light. Oh! Light magic? The Lord of Sunset glanced at the falling golden holy sword and sneered. Then, he just waved the golden short sword in his hand lightly, and the holy sword woven by the sacred magic power instantly shattered in front of him, turning into spots of light and dissipating in the air. It's powerful, but not enough to be my opponent. He sneered, obviously very confident in his own strength. Su Xian frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Level 35 is really powerful. However, how could he come here easily without the certainty of winning? Luzlin, try to contain him. Su Xian instructed Luzlin. Luzlin heard the words, glanced at Su Xian, and then nodded slightly to show that she understood. Want to contain me? Are you qualified? The Lord of Sunset City sneered, holding the sword and attacking Luzlin fiercely. Facing the fierce swordsmanship, Luzlin fought back with all her might, and the swords and shadows intertwined, presenting a messy picture, making it impossible for ordinary people to see the confrontation between them. The Lord of Sunset City was a little surprised. Rosalind's current strength was stronger than he thought, and he had to kill her quickly. At this time, Su Xian took out the White Rose Wand. The moment he took out the White Rose Wand, the Lord of Sunset City naturally noticed it. Although he didn't know the specific effect of this White Rose Wand, he could sense that it exuded a terrifying magical aura. You are too careless. You shouldn't keep such an important weapon in your weak hands. The Lord of Sunset City immediately changed his target and rushed towards Su Xian. I kill you first. The Lord of Sunset City shouted coldly, and his figure disappeared instantly, leaving only a residual image. The dagger in his hand emitted a cold light, and went straight to Su Xian's heart. Ivsa and Lozline's faces changed drastically, and they exclaimed in unison, Su Xian. They wanted to move to stop this fatal attack, but the Lord of Sunset City was too fast, and they couldn't catch up at all. At this moment, Su Xian raised the corners of his lips and smiled. The next second, an exquisite jade hairpin appeared out of thin air, flying out like a spirit snake, pointing directly at the center of the Lord of Sunset City's eyebrows. The jade hairpin was surrounded by a faint red light, as if it had vitality, flying towards the Lord of Sunset City. Not good. The Lord of Sunset City was startled and immediately turned his body to avoid it, but it was too late. The jade hairpin instantly pierced his heart, and then a blood-red flame gushed out from the wound, completely devouring his body. Ah! The Lord of Sunset City let out a miserable cry, but he was unwilling to die like this, and struggled hard. But the next second, Lu's Line had raised her sword and chopped off his head. Edici's hidden weapon is really powerful. Su Xian's eyes flashed with admiration. What he just used was the hidden weapon Yanyun that Edici gave him. The carelessness of the Lord of Sunset City made this hidden weapon play a decisive role. As for the White Rose Wand, that thing can only be used once. He just took it out to pretend and deceive the Lord of Sunset City. But for some reason, although he successfully defeated the Lord of Sunset City, Gukaisi, he did not feel the expected pleasure. Maybe it's because the Lord of Sunset City likes to lick the souls of witches? No ideal. Defeat the Lord of Sunset City, Gukaisi. Experience plus 10,000. Hidden plot mission completed. Get rewards. Witch's Eye green recruitment scroll. After the prompt ended, a golden magic eye fell on Su Xian's palm. Witch's Eye, unknown. It comes from the left eyeball of the Night Witch, which contains the power of the witch. Can I use it too? Su Xian looked at the witch's eye in his hand curiously, wondering if he could inherit the power from the witch. Besides, he and Princess Vivian both inherited the eyes from the Night Witch, so who is more powerful between them? Do you want to use the witch's eye? Can it really be used? Chapter 88. I can actually use the witch's eye, and I thought witches could only be women. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Xian's eyes. Looking at the prompt in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, Su Xian was also very clear in his heart that this did not mean that he inherited the title of witch. It was more likely that he had obtained part of the witch's power. Compared with Vivian, who could directly use the magic power from the night, his situation was obviously different. Mr. Su Xian, look at this. Suddenly, Isa's voice sounded in his ears. Su Xian turned his head, and saw a strange little snow-white insect crawling out of the mind of the Lord of Sunset City. Soul-devouring insect. Rare, an insect that can devour souls. Extremely dangerous. The owner's soul must be used to feed this monster. Dangerous insect. Su Xian had just finished reading the introduction of the soul-devouring insect, when suddenly, the magic flame silver swallowtail flew down and directly burned the soul-devouring insect into a ball of fire, and then swallowed it with its slender mouthparts. You? Su Xian's eyes widened in surprise. You greedy little guy, spit it out. Chirp chirp, the demon flame silver swallowtail flapped its wings happily, as if to thank Su Xian for his generous gift. Seeing it like this, Su Xian's heart softened immediately. Forget it, just eat it. He can't keep such a disgusting thing around. Moreover, there are more good things in the city lord's mansion. While thinking, Su Xian had already picked up the golden dagger of the Lord of Sunset City. Sunset Dagger, elite, the symbol of the Lord of Sunset City. Attack power increased by 250. Should this thing be returned to Luo Xia and the others? After all, this is the symbol of the Lord of Sunset City. Su Xian murmured in a low voice. He couldn't stay here as the Lord of Sunset City, right? I don't have the time to spare, and judging from the development trend of the guild, it's only a matter of time before I surpass a city lord. Su Xian put the Sunset Dagger into his backpack first, and then walked into the city lord's mansion to look for treasure. However, before he took a few steps, a group of people came to the door of the city lord's mansion. Mr. Su Xian. After repelling the beast tide, Luo Xia and the others hurried to the city lord's mansion. When they arrived at the scene, they only saw a charred headless corpse. Whose body is this? Everyone looked at each other, unable to identify the identity of the body. It wasn't until someone observed from the belt ornaments that had not yet been burned that the body belonged to the Lord of Sunset that they suddenly realized. Is this the body of the city lord? Damn it! He actually killed the city lord. Catch them quickly. We must kill them to avenge the city lord. The knights and soldiers affiliated with the city lord raised their weapons and prepared to capture Su Xian. Wait a minute. Luo Xia quickly stopped everyone, and the knights of the Yearman Knight family naturally obeyed Luo Xia's orders and stopped the soldiers outside the city lord's mansion. Luo Xia, he killed the city lord. Are you trying to protect the man who killed the city lord? The knights of the Lord of Sunset City questioned Luo Xia one after another. I think. Let's listen to Mr. Su Xian's explanation first. He couldn't have killed the city lord for no reason. Luo Xia looked at Su Xian and asked him to explain the reason for all this to everyone. Su Xian didn't want to waste any more words, so he directly turned on the player's recording function for everyone to watch. On the blue screen, the Lord of Sunset City boasted about what he had done, and his passionate expression made it hard to imagine that he was describing such a disgusting betrayal. Especially when he mentioned that he had touched the soul of the night, and regarded it as an honor. Everyone's face instantly became extremely gloomy, and some even blushed. Those players who came to watch the show also whispered behind their backs, "What kind of dog is this?" After the video ended, Su Xian asked everyone, "Now, do you understand this?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. How could they have thought that the city lord they had served loyally was actually a person who admired the witch? Everyone was a little confused for a while, not knowing how to deal with the sudden death of the Lord of Sunset City. Of course, with the 6 major night families, the death of the Lord of Sunset City will not cause turmoil in Sunset City. In other words, as a city protected by the White Rose, the status of the Oath Knight is higher than that of the city lord. One is an official, and the other is a soul. This is one of the reasons why what Luo Xia said can immediately calm all the people present. Since the truth has been revealed, take the body of the Lord of Sunset City away first, and wait until tomorrow to judge his guilt. Luo Xia immediately gave orders to everyone as a sworn knight. At the same time, control all the relatives and confidants of the Lord of Sunset City. The witch has brought a disaster that is on the verge of destruction to this city. We must not let the apostles of the witch continue to cause trouble in Sunset City. Yes! Everyone immediately took action and blocked every corner of the city lord's mansion. Su Xian couldn't help but frown slightly at this. He didn't have time to search for treasures. At this time, Luo Xia walked to Su Xian's side, her eyes full of amazement. She sighed, "Mr. Su Xian, you are really thoughtful, and cleverly used magic to save these images." "Awesome." Su Xian did not answer, but smiled indifferently. He just loved to record his life. Then, he handed the sunset dagger that symbolized the city lord's identity to Luo Xia. He whispered, "This is for you." "The city lord's sword?" Luo Xia took the sunset dagger inside. Since the current king of the Star Kingdom took power, the guardian families of the 7 Valkyries have gradually lost control of the city, and part of the power has gradually shifted to the city lord's mansion and the law enforcement knights. I will keep it temporarily until the next city lord from the royal city takes over Sunset City. Can't the city lord be elected from Sunset City? Su Xian asked curiously. No. Luo Xia shook her head. Su Xian stroked his chin. The Star Kingdom seemed to be more complicated than he thought. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Mr. Su Xian, please come to the place where the white rose blooms." "Natasha?" Su Xian's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately confirmed that it was Natasha's voice. "I'm going to leave for a while. You can go with Luo Xia." Su Xian told Luo Selen and them, and then walked towards the huge white rose with firm steps. When he arrived at the location of the white rose, a petal fell gently, as if inviting him to the top of the white rose. Su Xian stepped on the petal, and with the guidance, he came to the top of the huge white rose. At the moment he arrived, the white rose slowly bloomed, brilliant and beautiful. Inside the bud, Natasha's soul was standing there quietly, smiling at him gently. "Natasha." Su Xian was about to speak, but was interrupted by the other party. Natasha floated lightly to Su Xian's side, stretched out her right hand, and gently stroked his cheek. She whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Su Xian. You saved me and the city." "Ahem, not that great." Su Xian smiled modestly. The title of savior was still too fancy. But he didn't mind getting such a title, and hanging it on his head for display. "No need to be modest, I witnessed everything you did." Natasha smiled and continued, "So, I will give you a special reward." "Special reward?" Su Xian heard this, and suddenly developed a strong curiosity. "Yes, this is a special reward for you." As soon as the voice fell, Natasha's soul gently brushed Su Xian's face with her slender fingers, and then naturally fell on his chest. That touch, how to say it, is like a breeze caressing, very subtle and comfortable. However, unfortunately, Natasha's soul is only a soul body, not her real body. If it is her real body. Before Su Xian finished thinking, Natasha's soul gently opened Su Xian's clothes. The gentle voice slowly rippled, "Mr. Su Xian's figure is unexpectedly good." Gurgle, Su Xian's face was slightly condensed. He felt that Natasha in front of him was a little strange, a little different from the Natasha he was familiar with before. Just when he was still thinking about Natasha's changes, Natasha had approached him and said gently, "Now, let me give you the reward." As soon as the voice fell, her soft red lips gently kissed Su Xian's forehead. Su Xian thought that was all, when suddenly a strong suction swept his whole body and penetrated into his soul. It was as if a mysterious force was stirring the depths of his soul, churning constantly. It was not until a long time later that he felt his soul gradually regained its calm. At this moment, Su Xian was surprised to find that an independent space had been opened up in his soul. In this space, although it was dark around, the picture could be switched at will as his mind turned. But there was only the background in the picture. Just as Su Xian was amazed at the earth-shaking changes in his soul, Natasha's soul appeared again in his independent space. She smiled and said, "This is a kind of soul magic, which can construct an independent space and effectively prevent the soul from being hurt. However, its use is far more than that." As soon as the voice fell, Su Xian witnessed Natasha's clothes falling like petals. Gurgle, Su Xian's Adam's apple moved involuntarily, looking forward to everything that would happen next. Now, Natasha squinted her eyes and smiled. Her beautiful appearance made people feel as if they saw a goddess in the morning light, making people willing to burn everything for her. Let me help you experience the deep communication of the soul. This is a unique secret method to nourish the soul. Learn the Soul Secret Method Soul Star Language. Advanced, the following is a plot description of learning the Soul Secret Method, and the following 10,000 words are omitted. Chapter 89. Mr. Su Xian, your soul is so pure that it is amazing. Natasha licked her lips gently, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Su Xian then slowly opened his eyes, and whispered softly, "This comfortable feeling." It felt like he had received some kind of sublimation from the depths of his soul. Compared with the loss of life magic, the feeling brought by Natasha's Soul Secret Method was unexpectedly comfortable. He turned his gaze to Natasha, asking, "So, what is your identity?" Natasha smiled and explained, "I am a life transformed from a ray of divine power left by the White Rose Valkyrie. You can think of me as this white rose flower, and my existence is to protect the city in place of the departed Valkyrie. However, more than 20 years ago, a witch tried to annihilate my soul. I had a fierce battle with her, and although I succeeded in temporarily repelling her, I also suffered incurable injuries. In order to continue to protect the city, I transformed into a clone and helped a talented girl become a sworn knight, successfully stopping the witch's plan. However, this process came at a heavy price. In the end, after the precipitation of time, everything has evolved into what it is now." Natasha told Su Xian everything, which also explained why Rosalind's talent far exceeded that of other sworn knights. In addition, from this incident, it can be seen that the Night Witch had already plotted against the White Rose more than 20 years ago, and that was the time when Rosalind became a sworn knight. Now, all the means that the Night Witch had left here have disappeared, and she can no longer pose a threat to you," Su Xian said. "Well, this is all thanks to your help." Natasha smiled gently, her eyes full of gratitude. In response, Su Xian just smiled faintly. "Okay," Natasha continued, "I still need a long sleep to repair my damaged soul, so I won't keep you any longer." "Then your clone?" Su Xian asked with some concern, referring to Natasha's clone, who was now sleeping in Yerman Castle. "Don't worry," Natasha smiled gently, "she will wake up, just like before, and stay by your side." Before her voice completely fell, Su Xian found himself being taken away from the White Rose by a mysterious petal. For this wonderful date, Su Xian stood there, looking up at the huge white rose in the sky for a long time, with a deep sense of satisfaction in his heart, and then slowly left. When he returned to Yerman Castle, Lorsland and others had been waiting for him for a long time. "Mr. Su Xian, you are finally back." Ifsa came forward immediately, seemingly not noticing anything unusual. No wonder, after all, it was a communication from the depths of the soul, leaving no trace. "Mr. Su Xian, thanks to your help, we were able to win this beast tide and successfully expose the traitors of Sunset City." Luo Xia took out a bag of gold coins and handed it to Su Xian. "This is Sunset City's thanks to you. Get gold coins plus 10. Unexpected gain." Su Xian happily took the bag of money. This temptation is irresistible. In this world, gold coins are very valuable currency. We not only found a lot of treasures in the city lord's mansion, but also found a diary. Luo Xia said, handing a diary to Su Xian. "Diary?" Su Xian took the diary in confusion, and flipped through a few pages at random. The content inside made him frown slightly. June 3rd, 562, Star Calendar, the 100th day since I met her, I will always love her. August 1st, 563, Star Calendar. She asked that person to help me become the Lord of Sunset City. She really loves me. March 3rd, 565, Star Calendar. Together with her, I completely destroyed the guardian family of Sunset City. Is this the power of a witch? May 8th, 565, Star Calendar. She allowed me to touch the soles of her shoes. This is the highest reward I have ever received in my life. June 1st, 568, Star Calendar. We are planning to destroy the guardian of White Rose. This is crazy. We are betraying this country. March 2nd, 575, Star Calendar. We failed. A stupid woman ruined our plan. Fortunately, her daughter can continue our plan, but she needs to wait until she comes of age. June 26th, 580 in the Star Calendar. She died. She was hanged on the gallows. Why? Just because she was a witch? This damn world. And he did nothing. He could have saved her. Damn it. June 27th, 580 in the Star Calendar. I wanted to take her body away, but I witnessed the witches taking her body from the execution ground. Fortunately, I grabbed her left eyeball in the chaos. March 5th, 585 in the Star Calendar. Even if she has passed away, I will continue to fulfill her wish. This is a proof of my love for her. What dog-licking diary? Su Xian frowned slightly. He roughly understood the whole thing from the diary, and why the left eyeball fell into the hands of the Lord of Sunset City. In addition, he also got some other useful information. You can keep it. Su Xian put the diary into his backpack. The information recorded in it is much richer than the known plot. By the way, is Natasha awake? Su Xian suddenly asked Luo Xia. Aunt Natasha. Luo Xia heard this. Her eyes flickered slightly. Since she came back last time, Natasha has been in a coma, which makes Luo Xia very worried. Let's go and see. Su Xian decided to go to Natasha's room with Luo Xia. Soon, they came to Natasha's room. When Luo Xia gently pushed open the door, Natasha was lying quietly on the bed, like a sleeping beauty. Su Xian walked lightly to the bed. When he saw Natasha for the first time, he was sure that she was pretending to sleep. For these little tricks, Su Xian smiled in his heart, and then gently put his fingertips on Natasha's waist. The next second, Natasha was awakened by Su Xian because of this weakness. Mr. Su Xian, don't be like this, I was wrong. Natasha sat up from the bed with a chuckle. Aunt Natasha? You woke up? Luo Xia looked at Natasha in surprise. She couldn't believe how Su Xian woke Natasha up. Could it be that his fingers have the magical effect of saving lives and restoring souls? Sorry, Luo Xia, I made you worry. Natasha said, and whispered in Su Xian's ear, Mr. Su Xian, I still remember everything that happened there. Ahem. Su Xian coughed lightly when he heard this, and the situation seemed to become delicate. After a simple exchange, Su Xian prepared to take Ipsa and the others back to the guild. The mission of Sunset City has come to an end. Next, we can start the role mission related to Alice and recruit new adventurers. Why do you get the recruitment scroll after killing the Lord of Sunset City? Is it because he is the Lord of Sunset City? What if you kill the lords of other cities? Or kill the lord of a country? The more I think about it, the more exciting it feels. Aunt Natasha, you continue to rest. I will see them off. Luo Xia stood up and personally saw Su Xian off. Natasha nodded, looked at Su Xian with affectionate eyes, and said softly, Mr. Su Xian, if you are free, you are welcome to have afternoon tea with us. Natasha will always be waiting for your visit. Okay. Su Xian responded simply, but whether his purpose of coming here is to have afternoon tea is unknown. Let's go. Luo Xia personally saw them off. As soon as they left the room, she gently grabbed Su Xian's sleeve. Her blue eyes stared at Su Xian slightly, as if she had something to say to him. What's wrong? Su Xian asked in confusion. Luo Xia asked softly, Mr. Su Xian, may I ask? Am I qualified to join your guild? You? After listening, Su Xian looked at Luo Xia carefully, then smiled and rubbed her head, saying, You should be a good oath knight, and protect Sunset City on behalf of your aunt. Luo Xia was silent after hearing this. No need to see you off. See you later? Su Xian waved goodbye to Luo Xia, and then walked into the teleportation array with Ipsa. When the light flashed, they had left Sunset City. Luo Xia stood there, seeming to be in a daze. But after a moment, a satisfied smile gradually appeared on her face, and then she turned and left. In the blink of an eye, Su Xian returned to his guild. As soon as he returned to the guild, Alice immediately rushed to him. Master! You are finally back. I couldn't sense your soul for a while just now, and I was really worried to death. Alice threw herself into his arms and cried. Okay, master is fine. Su Xian smiled faintly. He couldn't tell her that he was communicating deeply with Natasha's soul at that time. After comforting Alice, Su Xian sat on the wooden chair of the guild and began to prepare for the fourth recruitment. Before that, he dealt with the task submitted before. Soul of White Rose, completed. Task reward, 20 gold coins, 20,000 experience. Special reward, Sage Soul. Special event task guard Sunset City. Completed. Task reward, 5 gold coins, 5,000 experience. Special reward, Bond Crystal. The completion of 2 difficult tasks brought Su Xian 25 gold coins. With the 10 gold coins given by Luo Xia, Su Xian's guild made rich profits in this task. In addition, the total of defeating 2 bosses and task experience is 45,000 points, which will bring a rapid improvement in the level of Issa and others. However, the most important thing at present is to recruit new adventurers. Elf and Greed have been waiting for too long. Unfortunately, the Saint entry is temporarily unavailable. We can only make plans after the D-level player's evaluation. Su Xian took out the bond crystal and began to choose the bond entry. Please choose one of the following 3 bond terms. Sisters, Master and Servant, Mother and Daughter. Su Xian stared at the 3 bond terms and fell into deep thought. Which one should he choose? Chapter 90. Sisters, Master and Servant, Mother and Daughter. Su Xian stared at the 3 entries and fell into a difficult decision. The Master and Servant entry has no practical meaning. He does not want the relationship between his guild members to be master and servant, so it can be ruled out. However, Sisters and Mother and Daughter made him a little hesitant. Su Xian learned a little about the elves in this game from Lu Shui's description. Elves are creatures born from the Elf Mother Tree, and their mother is the Elf Mother Tree. In a sense, all elves can be regarded as sisters. So, if I choose the Mother and Daughter elves, can I summon the Elf Mother Tree? The answer is no. Only those units that have needs and want to become stronger or earn money with the help of the guild can become the target of recruitment. In other words, people like the Elf Queen, the King of the Star Kingdom, and the Pope of Light cannot become adventurers. They do not have this need, so naturally they cannot enter the player's recruitment pool. However, there are some special cases, such as Lortharin. She is an undead, but her strong will drives her to be reborn to complete the unfinished business, so she appears in the recruitment pool. However, this is the recruitment rule in the game. Does it apply to Su Xian's entry selection? He can't be sure, but there is a high probability. Unless, it is really impossible to find a suitable target in the recruitment pool. As his thoughts turned around, Su Xian continued to select entries. Since the Elf Mother Tree cannot be recruited, is the combination of the Mother and Daughter entry and the Elf entry a wrong entry? The truth may not be so. The reason why Lu Shui went to the library was because of an elf mother imprisoned by the elves. Su Xian rubbed his brows. If the recruit was an elf mother who was breastfeeding, his expectation of recruiting 2 combat forces at a time would be in vain. Although the Mother and Daughter entry may have surprises, the Sister entry is more stable. Damn the entry. Why is it so difficult to choose? After thinking again and again, he still chose Sister. Okay. Let's get started. Su Xian took a deep breath and took out the green recruitment scroll. He threw it into the sky, and in an instant, the guild shone with bright light, twinkling like stars. Su Xian's vision was quickly filled with 8 entry options. Elf, pockmarked face, chef, headless, cunning, hairless, grandma, lost ideals. Su Xian stared at the 8 entries on the screen. Except for the replaced elf entry, the rest of the entries were a bit abstract. He took a deep breath. There were still 14 chances left to refresh the entries. He chose pockmarked face, no hair, lost ideals to refresh, pufferfish, extreme sports enthusiast, elemental pure body. Su Xian was puzzled. He thought for a moment and decided to keep this entry and continue to refresh the other 3 useless entries. Tattoo lover, cute, soul symbiosis. Su Xian had made a decision after seeing this entry. It's you, he said firmly. Your choice is soul symbiosis with elemental pure body, greedy elf sisters. Recruiting suitable adventurers for you. When the prompt sound fell, the bright light in the guild illuminated every corner. Two elegant figures walked out of the light, and their appearance made the whole guild glow with a different brilliance. They all saluted Su Xian in unison. High Elf Bei Yafuli, by Yafuluo, greets the president. Oh! Su Xian carefully looked at the two elves he had just recruited. They looked exactly the same, with long light yellow hair tied in a single ponytail, fair skin like jade, elegant figure, and exuding the unique breath of a girl. The only difference was the color of their pupils. Bei Yafuli's pupils were fiery red, like a burning flame, while Bei Yafuluo's pupils were tranquil blue, like clear lake water. This seemed to foreshadow their respective personalities. Compared with Bei Yafuli, Bei Yafuluo seemed a little shy when they first met. Her eyes wandered, and she didn't dare to look directly into Su Xian's eyes. At the same time, the information panels of the two sisters unfolded in his sight. Beefily, Epic, Level, 10, 0/2000, Race, Elf. Strength, 120/Agility, 110/Magic, 180/Constitution, 110. Growth, 10, gain 10 points of all attribute increase for each level up. Features: Greed, Elf, Soul Symbiosis, Elemental Purity. Sisters. Greed. The greedy desire is getting stronger and stronger. Uncontrollable. The emotions about the controlled objects have reached an extreme. Provide 100% combat power increase for the desired target. Current desired target, 2. Elf. Benefit from the protection of the Elf Mother Tree. The natural recovery speed of magic power is increased by 100%, and the power of elemental magic power is increased by 50%. Soul Symbiosis. Their perception, magic power, soul and everything else are shared with each other, forming an inseparable symbiotic body. Elemental Purity. The control of an elemental magic power reaches the limit, and it is completely immune to this element. Sisters, Elf Sisters. As for Belflora's attribute panel, except for some slight differences in attributes, everything else is exactly the same. The only thing that puzzled Su Xian was why their current desired target was 2. Could it be that in addition to each other, they had another common desired target? From the current situation, this target should not be him, because he did not feel the increase in combat power from them. Desire, entry. Su Xian smiled and said, "Welcome to join my guild, 2 elf adventurers." As soon as he finished speaking, Bei Yafuli immediately asked Su Xian, "Please grant us an adventure mission, President." Her tone seemed a little anxious, as if she had a strong desire and obsession to complete the adventure mission. "Yeah." The shy Bei Yafuli also pleaded with Su Xian, "Please grant us a mission, President." After hearing this, Su Xian immediately understood that they were facing difficulties and needed more financial or power support. Okay. He nodded and decided to give a non-combat type mission to the Elf Sisters. Considering that their level is not enough to cope with the E-level difficulty combat type mission, non-combat type missions are more suitable for them. The task of collecting pearls? After briefly understanding the description of the task, Bei Yafuli assured Su Xian, with a firm look in her eyes, "Don't worry, President, we will definitely complete the task." Then, they quickly walked into the teleportation array and headed to the task location. Seeing the two elves' enthusiastic attitude towards work, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a little relieved. This might be good, unlike Ivsa, who has been thinking about how to squeeze his life magics in solving the church crisis. Next, after the Elf Sisters left, Su Xian took out an item. It was a diamond-shaped blue fragment, emitting a faint blue fluorescence. Why is the Sage Soul in this form? Su Xian stared at the Sage Soul, feeling slightly confused. Sage Soul, epic. This precious relic contains the wisdom of the sage. After opening it, you can get 3 high-level magic scrolls and a clue from the sage. High-level magic scrolls? Clues from the sage? Su Xian was curious and decided to try to open the Sage Soul. Opened successfully. Obtained magic scrolls. Meteor spell, high level, water element summoning spell, high level, soul crushing spell, high level. The sage's clue. The last place he appeared was in the place where the dragon fell. Recommended level, 40. Su Xian frowned slightly, puzzled by this seemingly vague clue. Is this just a simple way to tell him the last place the sage appeared? Or is there a deeper meaning behind it, considering the dragons are generally top creatures in the game settings? Su Xian thinks it is better not to take the risk of approaching them at this stage. Mr. Su Xian, Ivsa came to Su Xian and asked curiously, "Are those 2 new guild members?" "Yes." Su Xian nodded. 2 elf sisters. Wait for them to come back from the mission. You can get to know each other. Okay, Ivsa responded, and suddenly remembered something important, and said quickly, "By the way, Mr. Su Xian, Luo Saline is a little strange. I can't understand her current state. Please go and take a look. Luo Saline? Su Xian stood up quickly and walked quickly to where Luo Saline was. Luo Saline was sitting cross-legged in the guild's practice room, but her state was a little strange at this time. Her whole body exuded a faint blue fluorescent light, and the soul light wings behind her were flashing dazzling fluorescence. What is this? As soon as Su Xian walked to Luo Saline, a prompt jumped into his sight. Lozlin's favorability reaches 100. And the pre-task is completed. The role mission is unlocked. Daily training of the night. Recommended mission level, level 10. Mission description. Lozlin hopes someone can do daily night training with her 3 times. Mission goal. Cooperate with Lozlin's night training. Mission reward. Lozlin's upgrade materials. Can get a new entry. Oh? Su Xian's eyes flashed a light. Lozlin's role mission seemed a bit simple, just accompanying her in daily night training? But why is the recommended level higher than Ifsa's role mission?